In July 2007, Chunfan awoke, disoriented, unsure of his surroundings. He wondered if this was the same bus he took during his youth, traveling from Sisui settlement to Chuzhou City for summer vacation. Why was he here? Hadn't he achieved divine ascension? Could he have truly traveled back in time? He had battled through countless cosmic trials, triumphing in every fight. He'd earned the title of Beishuan's immortal sovereign. Yet, he failed his divine ascension. His soul vessel formed too rapidly, outpacing his body's ability to adapt. All he'd accomplished over 500 years of cultivation, along with unfulfilled regrets, vanished. Chunfan realized he'd returned to Earth as a young man in his prime. His supernatural powers, inner spirit, and cultivated stages were gone. He was now a mere mortal, vulnerable to even a simple gunshot. In this life, he vowed to methodically master each cultivation stage, crafting a spirit formation technique surpassing all others. In Chuzhou, he couldn't recall how long it had been since he left the city. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, displaying an incoming message from his mother. The woman told Chunfan that his aunt was likely waiting behind the station. He needed to work hard once he reached the city. Tears welled in his eyes. He hadn't heard her voice since her death in his past life. He reassured his mother not to worry. The bus pulled into the station. Stepping off, Chunfan realized he had truly returned to his 17-year-old self. He'd have to navigate the mortal world anew. A girl asked her mother when he'd show up, urging her to call and hurry him. The woman teased who this impatient girl was. Only 10 minutes had passed. The girl grumbled she'd been baking in the sun for 10 minutes already. She planned to grab coffee at noon. Heading to the car, she thought even her mother was scheming to pair them. She was convinced Chunfan was a total country bumpkin. Suddenly, his voice called out from behind. The woman told little Fan that her daughter was also starting high school. Could he watch out for her? He replied she was like a sister now, and her aunt shouldn't worry. Chunfan recalled a girl from that time he'd fallen for. The woman said they'd first drop his luggage at his apartment, then head to their house for lunch. They stopped at his dorm. The woman pointed out it had 3 bedrooms and a living room. He should live comfortably and study hard. Chunfan thanked her for her care. The girl noticed her mother's easy rapport with him. At their villa, the woman remarked that their neighborhood wasn't Chuzhou's finest. She noted the wealthiest homes sat on the mountainside. Her house was cozy enough, though she never truly yearned for those mountain villas, despite their beauty. Chunfan grinned, saying if she loved those villas so much, he'd buy a couple when he had the money. She'd wake to a sea of clouds every morning. The aunt laughed, saying she couldn't wait. She'd call his mother, and they'd live in such a house forever, shopping and hosting lavish banquets. A man's voice interrupted, asking what was so funny. He could hear their laughter through closed doors. Chunfan greeted Uncle Jiang. The aunt said she'd head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Uncle Jiang, after a brief chat, privately dismissed Chunfan as a fool with little to offer. Chunfan thanked his aunt, noting he hadn't had home-cooked food in ages. He saw her as pure, graceful, kind, and beautiful, an excellent cook. Sadly, she married a man consumed by vengeance. She suggested that since he was new in town, her daughter could show him around and he could shop. Chunfan agreed it sounded fine. The girl, uninterested, said she had things to do. Could he go alone or take a taxi? He didn't need her, right? He nodded, saying he'd see her later. His destination was Lake Yangue, brimming with spiritual energy. He needed to hurry to begin laying his cultivation foundation. Cultivation comprised 8 stages, with key concentration as the starting point, encompassing 3 minor stages. Which path should he take to build his foundation? Over the years, Chunfan had amassed billions of secret techniques. Beyond his regrets, another factor had thwarted his ascension. Though forming the foundation seemed trivial for cultivators, it was critical. Only through it could one pave the way to the heavens. This core art centered on absorbing ambient energy. Closing the book, he resolved to start cultivating. The art of endless body conditioning was the supreme method to fortify the foundation in this world. On his first attempt, Chunfan surged through the foundation formation stage. He cultivated all night. Thankfully, the secluded spot kept disturbances at bay. Now, he brimmed with vitality. His stomach growled with hunger. He muttered that he mustn't forget his mortal need to eat. Suddenly, several figures appeared in his path. A man remarked that a young man had just darted past. Chunfan eyed them, noting their energy was faint, barely condensed. Observing the girl, he sensed natural energy radiating from her. Was she an immortal cultivator? Her inner strength existed, but its quality was poor. She snapped, asking why he was staring as he shook his head. Chunfan replied he was just lost in thought. An old man called for him to stay, leaving Chunfan puzzled. What did he want? The man, Wei Fu, asked if Chunfan cared to share his thoughts. He noted Chunfan seemed preoccupied when he saw his granddaughter. Chunfan insisted she had nothing to do with it. Wei Fu observed that Chunfan's demeanor suggested martial arts training. Might he share where he was from and who his master was? Chunfan clarified he didn't practice martial arts. He was a novice cultivator, familiar only with the basics of key concentration, nothing more. Wielding spears or fighting to kill wasn't his way. Wei Fu proposed that, in that case, Chunfan and his granddaughter could exchange insights through a friendly duel. The girl eagerly offered to teach him a lesson. Turning away, Chunfan dismissed the idea of fighting a frail woman. She bristled, demanding to know who he called weak. Approaching a tree, Chunfan plucked a single leaf. In an instant, he struck with it, prompting Wei Fu to shout a warning to his granddaughter. The girl felt blood on her cheek. Turning, she saw the leaf that grazed her embedded in the tree. Wei Fu marveled. Wounding someone with a falling leaf? How could such a feat be possible? Bowing, he admitted he never expected to witness such mastery in his lifetime. He and his granddaughter had been disrespectful. He thought he'd never seen technique of this caliber. Chunfan's speed was so blinding, he hadn't even drawn his pistol. The girl, stunned, asked how he'd cut her hair with a mere leaf. Was that even possible? Chunfan shrugged, saying it was merely a basic chi concentration technique, nothing extraordinary. Wei Fu countered that it might be simple for a master, but to them, it was astonishing. Chunfan questioned how anyone could call what he did mastery. Wei Fu insisted only a grandmaster at the peak of their power could achieve such a feat, far beyond mortal limits. Wei Fu added that for such a master to claim ignorance was the essence of martial arts humility. Chunfan reiterated he was just a cultivator, using only the simplest concentration technique. Wei Fu thought, a cultivator? Could he truly not be a master of shell formation? Chunfan claimed he'd never even heard of what Wei Fu described. Wei Fu schemed to win the young man over. His skills were master level, and his unmarried granddaughter could benefit from such a refined, powerful suitor. He told Chunfan it didn't matter if he was a master or not. Judging by his accent, was he from Chuzhou? Chunfan clarified he was from Sisui, lived there until 17, and now came to study. His name was Chunfan, or Chunbei Xian, his Taoist name from his teacher, if preferred. Wei Fu, unfamiliar with him, asked about his teacher. Chunfan replied that his master had left this planet, unable to overcome age, illness, or death. Suddenly, Wei Fu coughed violently. His granddaughter asked if he was all right. He brushed it off, saying he was fine. Chunfan suggested he'd overtaxed himself using inner strength. Wei Fu asked if Chunfan understood medicine. The girl explained that, as a young man during the war, her grandfather had overused his inner strength to cover his comrades' retreat. Turning to Chunfan, she asked if, having diagnosed her grandfather's condition, he knew a cure. Each attack was agonizing, and modern drugs were nearly ineffective. She added that her family held significant influence. They'd do anything if he could help her grandfather. Chunfan replied he'd need to prepare, promising to visit in 2 days to heal him. He said aiding them was no trouble. Their meeting must be fated. Glancing at the girl, he thought someone as strong as her had a radiant smile. Chunfan noted the old man's gentle, polite speech, yet sensed the demeanor of a former soldier, likely a high-ranking one in his day. Since childhood, He'd admired those who defended their homeland. He told Wei Fu to rest, and they'd meet in 2 days at the hostel in the evening. Wei Fu suggested exchanging phone numbers, urging Chunfan to call any time if he needed him. With that, Chunfan returned to the hostel. He lacked medical expertise, but knew how to craft spirit enhancement pills. He recited the formula for spiritual concentration and activation. Spirit enhancement pills bolster the body's essence. This near panacea could aid the wounded, sick, or weak in countless ways. Chunfan decided that, since their meeting was fated, he'd offer an additional gift. Just then his phone rang. It was his aunt, who explained that her daughter wanted to attend a party with friends, but she was concerned. Could Chunfan accompany her? He figured it wouldn't take long, an evening at most. Since his aunt asked, he agreed, telling her it was no trouble. On the phone with her mother, the girl, Ran, was incredulous that guy was tagging along. Her friend Meng noted it was Ran's birthday. Why the sour mood? Had something happened? Ran grumbled that her mother had invited that guy, and she couldn't stand him. She wondered if they were trying to set her up with him. Meng agreed it was irritating. Another friend asked about his family background. Ran snapped that she'd only care if he was rich. She huffed. What was the point of someone with neither looks nor wealth? Meng added that even with mutual love, they'd struggle to connect, especially after marriage. Ran yelled that he wasn't her type at all, so he should back off. They'd completely ruined her mood. At that moment, Chunfan approached. As he reached their table, questions bombarded him. Did he really think he could flirt with their beauty? Did he know how many admirers she had at school? Chunfan assured the girl not to worry. He was only there at Aunt Tang's request. He had no intention of pursuing her. Glancing at Su Rongfei, he thought she was someone to watch over. In his past life, she met a tragic end. He hoped to save her this time. She asked why he was staring. Did they know each other? Chunfan replied no, but claimed his family were fortune tellers, and he had a knack for seeing the future. He said it was their first meeting, but he sensed her passion for creativity. She'd aimed for a college of cinema and television. Stunned, she asked how he knew. Meng scoffed that Su Rongfei was a school celebrity. Everyone knew her. She told Chunfan his smooth talk wouldn't sway them. Su Rongfei thought he was a braggart, but his boldness surprised her. Chunfan shrugged, saying they could believe him or not. She puzzled over it. He'd nailed her college dream, which she'd only shared with her mother yesterday. How could he know? She couldn't ask outright in front of everyone. A friend suddenly shouted that the guys had arrived. The party was starting. Yang Chao, Chunfan's old school rival, strutted in. In his past life, he loved flaunting himself to impress girls. Spotting Chunfan, Yang Chao asked Su Rongfei who he was. Boasting that his family owned a 5-star hotel, he sneered. Did this guy really think he could chase their star? Yang Chao sneered. Some country bumpkin thought he could hang with him? He'd be out of his depth just hearing about Yang's family. Glaring at Chunfan, he warned he'd see what happened at school. Su Rongfei watched, thinking there was no need to clash with Yang Chao. Anyone who crossed him got jumped by the whole basketball team. One kid ended up with a broken leg and transferred schools. Yang Chao called to the girls, karaoke first, then dinner. Time to hit the local spots and party till dawn. Clinging to her boyfriend, a girl mentioned a new karaoke bar in the district with an amazing royal hall. Yang Chao declared that's where they were headed. Chunfan realized this would stretch into the morning. His aunt would worry. Time was tight. He still had to help the old man. A guy shouted there was no room in the car. Maybe Chunfan could grab a taxi? Su Rongfei yelled for him to join them. She'd scoot over. She asked if Yang Chao was overstepping. Meng sighed that Su Rongfei was, as usual, too kind to everyone. Fine, he could sit in the back. Yang Chao told the butler he wanted their grandest hall. The butler apologized. The royal hall was booked, but the queen's room was available. Yang Chao pressed. Couldn't they work something out? His father owned a 5-star hotel. He'd make it worth their while. The butler insisted he couldn't help. The queen's room was just as good. Suddenly, one of Yang Chao's friends rushed up and struck the butler, yelling for the boss. Su Rongfei watched, stunned. Why hit him? This was hardly the place to start trouble. Meng approached her friend, and began to say that everything was fine. In the worst-case scenario, they will ask the guy's father to help them. He owns a luxury hotel and knows many different people. Chunfan approached the girls and told Ran that their aunt was already waiting for them at home. It was time for them to leave there. A friend asked, "Is he crazy? The evening hasn't even started and the guy is already trying to take her away?" Yang Chao shouted to the guy that he could leave if he wanted. Their beauty will figure out what to do without him. The girl thought on one side he, and on the other her best friend. The girl replied that since they want to continue to have fun, then of course she is with them. Let the guy go home on his own. He can tell her mom that she's left to have fun. Meng Meng asked did he hear everything? The guy is free. Su Rongfei asked the girl why she was doing this to him. She replied that otherwise her friend and young man would be offended. Chunfan thought, what kind of ungrateful girl is this? When suddenly he saw that someone had come, he decided to see how they would cope with it. He took it. The man asked who dared to raise his hand against the butler. The guy replied that he was a comma, and so what? The man said that he would go with them. The boss wants to say hello to him. As soon as they grabbed him, he started shouting, what do they want? Do they even know who he is? Yang Chao invited the man to discuss. The man asked, does he dare to interfere in their boss's territory? He thinks they should take him to him. The guy replied that great. Let him take him to his boss, and don't forget to let his friend go. The guy looked at his friend and asked, what now? Maybe we should call our parents? Yang Chao replied that he didn't have to worry. There were more of them. Ran asked what should they do now? The friend replied that the guy's father has great connections. They have nothing to fear. Chunfan wondered how he would get away with it now. As soon as they entered the big boss's room, the guy immediately greeted him and said that they wanted to occupy the royal hall today. The man asked what really and who is he? The guy told him his name and who his father was, and then asked why he shouldn't do the guy a favor. The boss asked him, yes, even his father will timidly call him Brother Hao. Hearing the boss's name, their looks showed that they were terrified. This is one of the big bosses, in whose hands there are threads on both sides of the law. Zhou Tianhao said how much conceit comes from a bunch of scum who barely rose from the bottom. He wondered where so much impudence came from. The man asked, were you pretending to be great? The guy began to shout that he was wrong. Please let him have mercy. The man replied that he should cut off his hands and he would be forgiven. Yang Chao realized that this would not end well. Yang Chao told Brother Hao that he sincerely apologizes for this. Please don't go that far. The man replied that there was no problem. He knew his father and could easily meet him halfway. Only he had one condition. Those 3 girls would stay and drink with him. Pointing to one of them, the guy said that this is his girlfriend. He can't leave her too. The man replied that he should shut up and do what he said. The guys understood that they couldn't argue with one of the city's bosses. Maybe they shouldn't just run away. The lady told the girl to worry. This guy doesn't bite at all. The man shouted for them to decide quickly. Ran thought that they were similar, that they could avoid this. Her father is also a respected man in the city and even works for the government. The guy definitely won't do anything to her. The girl decided that she would stay so that the others would leave. Approaching Hao's brother, the guy said that these 2 were his friends. Maybe he should just let them leave? The girl asked what he was doing. Had he gone completely crazy? It would be okay if she just sat with them and asked for forgiveness. The man asked, and who was he to negotiate with him like that? The guy replied that he was the one whom he would rather not annoy. Laughing, he asked, can't he be a nuisance? Is there really someone like that in the city? Rising from his seat, he said that now the guy, because of his words, would not get out of there on his own 2 feet. The girl said that it was only getting worse, that they would kill him. The man ordered Biao to deal with this guy. Coming closer to him, he said that the guy himself had run into trouble. Biao is the best fighter in the city. He was once in prison for brutally beating his instructor while serving in the army. Over the past 10 years, he has made a huge contribution to the achievement of his boss. As soon as Biao swung, Su Rongfei shouted to the guy to be careful. Chunfan replied that everything is fine. He is nothing against him. The man shouted that his fist could easily break through the wooden door. He'll see how the guy stops him. The guy managed to deflect his blow. He thought that his hands were made of titanium. Now it's clear why the guy is so brave. He said it was funny, so now they're playing seriously. Looking at his attacks, the guy thought such an onslaught. although he had not done anything to him yet. Let him blame himself for his carelessness. After another blow, the man's body lay on the floor near his owner. Everything was happening to me. The guys couldn't take their eyes off. Zhou Tianhao shouted to all his subordinates to grab him. Looking at the crowd running in his direction, the guys said that they were morons, after which no one was left standing. Sitting down opposite the man, the guy asked, well, what will he say now? He thought that this guy could kill a whole crowd of his guys. He has lived in the city for more than 10 years, but skills like his are extremely rare in this area. The man replied, he admits he is capable, but what will he say against the cannon? They have a modern society there. Well-learned techniques will no longer surprise anyone. He can lock him up with one call. Chunfan asked to let his friends go first. He would stay and play by his rules. The man replied that he was coming. He couldn't wait until the guy screamed. Everyone immediately began to run away. Ran grabbed Su Rongfei and told the girl that it was time to leave. She thought that it was not surprising. He was so impudent. Not everything could be solved with violence. The guy thought that now that the girls had left, he might worry about me. We need to stall for time a little so that we have time to prepare the mystical technique and kill the others. The phone rang. It was Xiao Qi. Picking up the phone, the guy heard that the man was near the gates of the hostel by the lake. Chunfan answered him that he was not there right now. He said that he was in a new area and had a small problem there. The man asked if the guy could tell what happened. Even though he is just the master's bodyguard, the man can solve some problems in the city. The guy said that it was nothing special. There was just a small squabble between his friends and Mr. Hao. The man asked the karaoke entertainment center for the nobility. He said he would be there in 10 minutes. Let him tell the gentleman to wait for his arrival. The guy thought about it. Apparently he knows this Mr. Hao. Maybe they've known each other for quite some time. What should he do now? Kill them or wait for Xiao Qi? The man asked if the guy had called his friends asking for help. The girl added that everyone already knows him. Who would dare to come? Chunfan said that his friend said that he would arrive in 10 minutes and asked him to wait for his arrival. Hao asked him to wait. He replied that it was fine. He would wait 10 minutes. He even wondered who was so fearless in the city that he wasn't even afraid of death. Suddenly, outside the door, they heard shouts not to break in. As soon as Hao saw the man, he asked what Brother Qi was doing there. Xiao Qi asked the guy if he was okay. Didn't they hurt him? Then he added that if there were at least 10 times more of them, they would never have been able to cope with him, or rather with his abilities. The man asked Zhou Tianhao who gave him the right to threaten Mr. Wei's friend. He asked if this guy was a friend of the master. He replied that the gentleman personally sent him to pick up this guy for dinner. Does he really think the man is lying? Hao replied that in no case. He was surprised that the master's bodyguard personally came to pick him up. Bowing, the man told the guy that he didn't know that he was the master's guest. He shouldn't have treated him like that. Watching what was happening, the girl thought that the patron had arrived for the guy. Xiao Qi asked the guy how to resolve this situation. Chunfan thought that it was worth pitying him for the sake of this man. He still means nothing to him. The guy replied that since he knows him, it's better to just forget. The guy replied to Hao that they would finish this for today. If he is unhappy with this outcome, the guy is always ready to take on the challenge. They arrived at a military sanatorium. The guy thought that this old man was up to something. The bodyguard told the gentleman that the guy had arrived. He replied that they should enter. Looking at the guy, the girl asked, wasn't he going to heal her grandfather? Why didn't the guy bring any medications with him? Chen replied that his technicians do not use treatment at acupuncture points, and then handed the gentleman a piece of paper. It was clear from the old man's face that he was very surprised. Mr. Wei bowed and said that he was very grateful to him for his kindness. He would never forget it. The guy replied that there is no need for gratitude. He received this injury while guarding their country. The girl asked her grandfather why he suddenly bowed down to this guy for no reason. The old man asked the guy if he could ask him to explain everything to his granddaughter. The guy said that her grandfather's illness consists of 2 parts. The first is that he forcibly used his inner strength. The second problem is the techniques he practiced. She asked, so what could be wrong with her lungs? The guy replied that theoretically yes, but her cultivation level is too weak to bring the lungs to such a state. The man said that when he first learned these techniques from old age, They also mentioned this problem, but having techniques for developing inner strength was already a great success. If his granddaughter didn't want to learn these defective techniques so much, he would have taken them to his grave. However, the guy gave him data containing information on strengthening his breathing technique. The girl replied that she did not remember that his grandfather taught him the techniques that you were passed on to their family from their ancestors. The man replied that this is what great martial arts masters are famous for. All he had to do was look at him. The old man said that with his abilities, the guy is no less than a great master. Chun, holding out the pills, said that these were to strengthen the spirit. Let him take them as written in the recipe along with the techniques. He said that unfortunately, the ingredients for large spirit enhancement pills are extremely rare. They can even bring the dead back to life. Grabbing them, the girl asked who would believe such tales. The old man asked let the guy tell him what kind of ingredients he needed. He will tell his men to find and collect them for him. The guy replied that it's good. No one can cook them correctly anyway. These pills must be prepared using the unique techniques of the space of immortal cultivators. An amateur will never be able to recreate them. Looking at the list, the old man said that indeed, these ingredients would be difficult to collect even for his family. However, he will try to do it. The guy replied that they had sorted out his treatment. Now he would like to ask him about what he knows about the world of martial arts. The old man replied that he was waiting for this question. Let him follow him. The old man said that he doesn't know much. The heritage of martial arts has a long history. Legends say that originally everything consisted of chi strengthening techniques. He said that after the period of martial arts, the era of firearms came. Now their time for martial arts is becoming less and less. Practitioners are divided into 3 types. The majority are in the first stage, and very few are in the second. As for the masters, apart from the guy, he had only met one person. The guy thought that regarding the key that the old man gave him, it would be very useful. Naturally, he deserves such a gift. This is compensation for the hardships he endured. Turning to her grandfather, the girl said that this was the key to one of the best houses in the complex. The guy cured his illness. Was it worth giving him such an expensive house? He replied that his granddaughter would not understand, but what he conveyed to him was priceless. Moreover, she doesn't even imagine what it means to be a martial arts master. The man replied that not everything is as simple as the granddaughter thinks. The guy is now on par with a legend among the military, and at such a young age. They should have such a person as their ally. The girl thought, so this guy has an unusual fate. The gentleman's bodyguard said that according to his current place of residence, it is necessary to fill out all the paperwork for his relocation. The guy replied that it was good. After a couple of days of cultivation and lockdown, the guy had reached the peak of the initial stage of foundation formation. He is already one step away from the middle stage. But it's time for him to go to school for his aunt's sake. Entering the classroom, he approached the desk where a guy was already sitting and asked if he had lost someone, after which he realized that this was a newcomer, although he was hoping for a beautiful girl. The teacher told the students that starting today, they have a new exchange student in their class. She asked the guy to introduce himself. Having risen, he greeted everyone and said his name. The seatmate introduced himself, saying that his name was Jiang Tanxio, nicknamed the Prince of Nightclubs. He said that there is not a single nightclub in the city that he does not know. The guy replied that he knew him. Jiang Tanxio thought about it. It seems his reputation preceded him. Chunfan remembered that he was not only his desk mate, but also his bosom friend in a past life. When something didn't work out for him, the guy was always there to support him. He stabbed someone because of a girl, and he was sent to prison for 7 years. That ruined his entire future. In the end, they could only drown their grief at the bottom of the bottle. Chun remembered the guy's words that if he could live his life again, he would never ruin it for that girl. In this life, the guy will do everything possible to protect his friends. His desk neighbor began to tell him that the girls in their class were all well matched, but among them there was one who blocked them all with her beauty, Chongwon. About Su Rongfei, he said that everything is clear there without words. The guy thought it would be interesting to see his reaction if he told him that in a past life a girl almost fell in love with him. Jiang Tanxio told him that he should not even think about Gaowen. She doesn't even care about him, let alone the guy. Chunfan thought that he had not changed at all. He said that the girl hit on seeing Xia, but that guy was too proud to even pay attention to her. He also said that the guy is an attacker for the basketball team. But he hit on the beautiful Sue. The guy has no chance at all. The guy asked him what he thought about seeing Xia. Looking at him, Chunfan replied that he did not see anything remarkable in him at all. At this moment, Chunfan approached them. The girl said that during the lunch break the basketball team would have a practice match. The two of them would serve drinks. Jiang Tanxiu asked if he sees that tall one. This is the team captain. His father is the owner of a 5-star hotel. If only they could ever be as rich as him. Looking at the guys, the girl asked what they were waiting for. Drinks will not serve themselves. Seeing Chunfan, the guy was clearly surprised. Yang Chao asked the girl, does she know him? She replied that he was new to their class. He is a poor man and a loser. He can use it as he wants. Approaching the guy, she said that today the team of their school will have a match. The guy will go and wear their things. Chunfan replied that he would not go anywhere. The girl asked what did he say? Looking at her, the guy thought that that time he helped only because they were classmates, and in response she only took advantage of him. She asked if he really thought that this match was not important at all. Suddenly, a guy walked into the classroom and asked if he really looked down on the school team. His desk neighbor immediately came up to them and said that the guy had just transferred and didn't know anything. There was no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. It's just carrying things, they can do it together. Chun replied that he should go on his own if he wants. He still won't go. The guy asked if he had a lot of guts. The last one was left with broken legs. The teacher went to the class and said that after lunch there would be taekwondo classes if you wanted to attend them. Then let them pay a fee for renting sportswear. The guy replied that he was bored and would rather go home. Easy asked where he was going. Didn't he really want to attend classes? Does he really have no money? So just let him say the guy will borrow it. The girl added that if she does not attend extracurricular activities, she will tell the teacher. This will affect his performance. Jiang Tanxiu said that this activity is very famous at their school. The coach has won second place in international tournaments. He knows his stuff. When the trainer entered, he said that first everyone needed to warm up, after which they would train with each other. After the warm-up, the coach said that they should split into pairs and train with each other. At that moment, a guy approached him and asked if he could challenge someone to a duel. Looking at him, he said that the guy was a little impudent before lunch. Everyone immediately wondered why he was going to challenge a guy with a white belt to a duel. The coach asked if he was sure that he wanted to challenge a young man with a white belt to a fight. Since there's a big difference in experience between them, the guy has the right to refuse. Easy answered the guy that he was so impudent before lunch, wasn't he? So what now? Have you lost your agility? Chun replied that he did not know Taekwondo. Easy Sinew said that he should show what he is capable of. It doesn't matter how the fight is fought. The guy asked, does this mean that he will have to fight him? Let him not even try to get into trouble if he is afraid. High school is no place for rednecks like him. The guy replied that he was afraid of only one thing, that he would not be able to withstand his blow. Easy Sinew laughed and asked, can he withstand his blow? The guy started shouting that he said that he couldn't withstand his blows. Isn't that funny? Calling him with his finger, he began to say that let him attack, let him show how he would knock him out. The guy asked, doesn't Chun see that he is much stronger than him? He replied that it was effective, but impractical. He tried to strike again and again, but the guy managed to dodge. Suddenly, at one moment, Easy was defeated by a blow today. Jiang Tanxiu was surprised. Did he really win? They immediately started shouting at you that Easy is such a weakling that he couldn't even defeat this guy. Approaching the guy, seeing Xia asked if he was okay, he began to say that they were classmates. Why did he hit him so hard? The guy replied that he was the first to provoke him. The guy said that since Chunfan has such strength, how about sparring with him? He thought that this guy's kick was incomparable. Such speed and strength. An ordinary person is incapable of this. But nevertheless, he has been practicing Taekwondo since childhood. The guy trained this way for more than 10 years. Chunfan asked, does he want to fight with him? Let him know that it will be too late to refuse once the fight starts. Everyone immediately started shouting in support of seeing Xia. The coach said that since they were both classmates, they could fight, but let them not go too far and take risks. Looking at the guy's attacks, Chun thought that he was pretty good. The guy is good for an experienced fighter, despite his lack of combat experience. Watching what was happening, the coach thought that this was already the level of a black belt. With this kick, the guy wins in his pocket. See, Ingxia didn't understand how this was even possible. Why is the guy so superior to him? He boldly dodged all of his attacks. Chunfan asked after so many kicks, is the guy ready to take one of his kicks? Having made just one blow, see Ingxia flew to the side several meters and then fell to the floor. Changwen immediately ran up to the guy. Chen said that she need not worry. He is fine. He just needs some rest for a while. The guy asked, does anyone else want to challenge him? After which no one said, okay. He said that the skills were spectacular, but completely useless. Until a guy learns true kung fu from famous masters, he won't hold a candle to him, even after 10 years. Jiang Tanxiu thought that now it became clear why the guy didn't bat an eyelid when he saw Xia. He couldn't withstand even one blow. All the guys came up to him and began to say that he just lost the fight. The guy is much better than him in sports, studies, and playing the piano, and even more beautiful than him at times. Yang Chao approached the guy and said that he noticed that he had been walking gloomily for the last couple of days. What happened? Seeing Xiao replied that it was nothing special. One of the guys said that it was all because of the new guy. He beat the guy well in Taekwondo classes and is now talking about in class. The guy replied that Chunfan is indeed better than him in martial arts, but he would never believe that he could lose to him in anything else. The girl asked what kind of mood this is. She said that there would be a ball tomorrow evening. The last performance will be his. Let him show his personal game and let this upstart know who is in charge. Yang Chao thought that Chunfan could calmly confront the city's mafia boss. He decided that it would be better not to tell him about it. Jiang Tanxiu told the guy that there would be a ball tomorrow evening. It was postponed for half a month due to military training for first years. Easy Sinew asked the guy, does he still like Su Rongfei? She's been busy with another guy for a long time. Chunfan answered the guy that he heard that she just likes him as a friend. Easy replied that she definitely wouldn't like him. Jiang Tanxiu started shouting, why not? Brother Fan beat him up recently. Is he doing it again? The guy left silently. The guy kept telling Chunfan to watch. His goddess was going to perform on stage. The guy said that now Su Rongfei will come on stage and she will perform a solo dance. Everyone immediately began to applaud. The guy saw that it was that Si Ingxia again. When the girl dances, he performs with accompaniment on the piano. They immediately started shouting that they were the perfect couple and how beautiful they looked together. The guy began to say that she has the temperament to match a professional ballet dancer, but Si Ingxia wants to take her away from him. Chunfan told him that enough was enough, and it was time to leave. He was pleased to see this girl dance again. Suddenly, a friend said that she was heading in their direction. Changwen asked their great master leaving so early? Will he not even greet the heroes of this evening? Su Rongfei greeted the guy. The girl quickly rushed after Chunfan, after which she said that she was just glad that everything was okay with him, and said that it was time for her to run. The audience immediately began to discuss the fact that the girl hugged the new guy, after which they said that there was nothing unusual. He knocked down Si Ingxia with one blow. As soon as the class, all eyes turned in his direction. The guys thought that he was just a hillbilly, but it turned out that he attracted them with his handsome charm. Jiang Tanxiu immediately ran up to him and began to say that he did not expect this from him. The guy asked if he said that there was nothing between them, would he believe him? He replied that of course not. But he managed to make that guy blush. If he had seen his face, he turned the color of a tomato and froze in place, rooted to the spot. He wondered what he could tell that girl. Although she was waiting for him after all, the guys discussed that it looked like they were in a relationship. She even hugged him in public. The guy wondered if he should tell Chu Minghui about this. In the end, he is just the son of the commander of this district, but also a fan of that girl. I thought that finally, from the moment he entered school, he would be able to overcome the barrier of the first stage of cultivation. Similar to Night, it will finally reach the middle stage. If cultivated long enough, it becomes possible to conquer the forces of the abyss and absorb its energy. Fortunately, he left himself a couple of small spirit cultivation pills. After absorbing the pills, the guy realized that he had finally reached the middle stage of foundation formation. Now he needs to get money to prepare more pills. Suddenly the phone rang. He saw an unknown number on the screen and thought, who could it be? As it turned out, it was Zhou Tianhao. He told the guy that he would like to invite him to lunch tomorrow. Chunfan simply must come. Looking at the man, the guy asked who he was. The kick he received only caused internal damage. Chunfan said that it looked like the man wanted to ask him for help. Zhou Tianhao replied that yes, he has a small problem. They're all a big family, so he will be a revelation with the guy. Many years ago, he had a rival. He recently returned and destroyed his enterprise and also tried to kill the man. The guy asked, gang wars? He's not the police. The man replied that this was not a struggle for power. That man had studied kung fu somewhere. He doesn't need his money, but his head. Chen asked how his skills compare with the guy. The man replied that he had never seen such a skilled craftsman. The guy thought, it looks like this is a fighter who has reached the level of inner strength. The man said that he demanded to go to his island in the heart of the lake. If the guy helps, he will repay him generously. The man said that he would pay $1 million and additionally as an apology for the past. Although he is not that sincere, he is interested in seeing a fighter with inner strength. Master Go entered the room. Looking to the side, the guy thought that, as expected, not only his man asked for help. The man introduced the master, saying that he was #1 among martial arts experts in the city. Weigwa asked, did he even hire a teenager? Does she really want him dead? He answered the master that this guy is very skillful. The master said that the enemy is very strong. Some ordinary guy will not defeat him. Weigwa said that he was wondering if he had ever heard of fighters and inner strength. If he didn't have such strength, how could he break a man's arm with one blow? The man replied that when he studied the path of the fist, he heard that fighters are so rare that there is only one of these for every 10,000 students. He will be killed before he can get his gun. Zhou Tianhao replied that the master must be exaggerating. After hitting the table, he said that let him look, if there had been a human body in place of the table, it would have suffered huge injuries. Watching what was happening, the guy thought it was boring. The blow he struck on the old willow on the day he completed the formation of the base was even better. The man said that he was sure that the bastard would not dare to mess with him if the master was nearby. He handed the master an advance and said that there would be even more once the job was done. Taking the check in his hands, the master said that it was so generous of him. The guy thought that gaining connections with the Wei family would be more important than money. The master looked at the guy and said, no matter what his potential as a fighter, but he would not be able to survive a blow from the master of inner strength. Chunfan replied that he was responsible for protecting him. Inner strength and other things are common when increasing. The master replied that the guy was very arrogant and careless. The guy realized that this man was not a fool at all, since he hired so many fighters. He told the master that he should first sit down to rest and prepare for the upcoming battle. Suddenly, the master said that he was coming. There was a whole crowd outside that didn't. Zhou Tianhao replied that he really underestimated Lin Bao. The man asked why Brother Hao was not happy to see his old friend. The scar and bullet wound are still where he left them this year. He said he would never forget this. He trained tirelessly in martial arts, all for today. Zhou Tianhao replied not to think that he could do whatever he wanted just by cultivating his inner power. The man asked, so can he immediately surrender without resistance? Weigwa said that he is the owner of a kung fu school. Can he find out the name of his teacher? He replied that he should finish. His teacher was on board the ship. Let him come, death will be quick. The man told him that he had gone too far. Watching what was happening, he thought, is this a battle between fighters of inner strength? Zhou Tianhao, watching what was happening, thought that the master must win, otherwise he is afraid that he will not live to see tomorrow. The master replied that he did not expect the man to reach the last stage of inner strength. He underestimated him. He replied that he was very lucky to become a student of a martial artist. Sailing abroad, the man worked as a mercenary, constantly risking his life. The master replied that then it is not surprising that it was not by chance that he lost. Hao shouted to the master that the time had come to show his capabilities. Lin Bao asked, Does he still think that a man needs his worthless belongings? A bodyguard stood in front of him and shouted at him not to come closer. With one blow, he defeated the man, approaching Zhou Tianhao, and said that he had much more territory abroad. Zhou Tianhao, backing away, said that if he kills him, then the third master will definitely not spare the man. He asked if they would chase him abroad, after which Hao felt his knees and began to say that he was giving up. Let him spare him. The master was watching what was happening and thought one wrong decision ruined everything. Suddenly, someone shouted to the man that he would save him if he paid him 10 million. Chun said that he would help him get rid of this face with a scar that was bothering him. Lin Bao asked who he was to throw around words like that. The guy replied that he was just at the last stage of internal strength. Maybe his teacher is worthy of fighting him. The man began to shout how dare he humiliate his teacher. The others thought that this guy was too arrogant. He was really crazy. The guy asked, really? With him is his sword cutting through the universe. Seeing this, the man thought of releasing inner strength. He asked the martial artist, there simply cannot be a master of that level. Run away. The man understood that he could kill 10 fighters of his level with one blow. The man understood that he was too young and should inform his teacher about this. The guy asked, is he leaving already? Isn't it a little late? The man didn't understand at all what he was up to. As it turned out, the guy released his inner strength. He can kill with just one breath. This is a true master. It was a surprise to everyone to see a teenager who was only 16 or 17 years old, still in high school, already a martial artist in the final stage of ascension. The man could not believe that he had one. He said that he could have gotten rid of it a long time ago. It was still within his power. The guy added that he should be careful. The man is simply unconscious. Hao asked the guy didn't kill him. Chen replied, how could one his breath kill him? After all, he is at the last stage of developing inner strength. The guy said that now it's worth damaging his qi. Now it belongs to a man. Zhou Tianhao replied that the guy has truly extraordinary skills. Chun said that he used a unique technique to block the dissipation of his inner strength. Now, it's time to pay him 10 million. The man replied that no problem, he would even double the price. He said that he would provide the money as soon as they returned back. Lin Bao opened his eyes and said that he admits that he lost today. But if the guy kills him, then his teacher will definitely take revenge. The guy said that it's good. He still hasn't seen the true master. Chunfan said that he hoped he would not upset him with his skills. Observing what was happening, the bodyguard said that this was really the behavior of a master. When he went outside, the guy said that this technique cost him a third of his true power essence, just to intimidate Zhou Tianhao. The guy thought that he needed to develop the capacity of his soul as quickly as possible. The phone rang. It was Wei Zijing. The girl told that there would be an auction. The antiques that will be put up for sale, there are mainly mystical things. She said that she was also told that magical items would be put up for sale there. The guy replied that he was definitely a little interested. The girl asked if she should come pick him up in the evening. He replied that no, it's not worth it. It's better to give him the address and he'll get there himself. She can just tell him his name. Chongwen said that she had an invitation to a cocktail party and then invited Si Yingxia to go and relax with her at the auction. The girl said that this party was being held by one of the most prestigious companies in the city. The auction will feature mystical antiques. Looking at the parked cars, the guy thought that almost the entire elite of the city had gathered there. Approaching the man, he said that the girl said that he just needed to tell her his name. As soon as he entered, all eyes immediately went in his direction. People immediately began to wonder who he was. The girls discussed that it was uncivil to show up there like that. Looking around, the guy realized that the auction had not started yet, and his friend still hadn't. He understood that he was still an ordinary mortal, and he needed to eat. While he's not busy, he can eat. They see a girl. Chun asked why is she there. Su Rongfei said that they came with Meng Meng. The girls heard that there would be a lot of mystical things at the auction, so they came to look around. The girl came up and said that he couldn't even afford an expensive dinner, let alone bid at the auction. He replied that she was right. He just came there to eat. Chunfan said that the food there is very good. The desserts are very tasty. Would you like to try it? People still didn't understand who this guy was. Having arrived, the guy asked if the man was sure that the girl would be at the auction today. He answered Mr. Chu that yes. The guys on the side were discussing that if Chu Minghui had been there, he would have taught this impudent man a lesson. He approached Su Rongfei and said that let the girl go with him. They need to discuss something. She asked why don't they talk right there? Without thinking twice, the guy told everyone to leave them. He needed to talk to the girl alone. Chunfan asked why on earth they should do this. Turning in his direction, Chu Minghui asked who else he was. Looking at the guy, he said that he had heard about him. Someone who is good at kung fu even defeated Xia. But he must understand that taekwondo is just another dance performance. Turning back to the girl, he told her to step away for a minute. He really needed to tell her something. As soon as the guy pulled his hand in her direction, the girl immediately jumped back and asked what he had in mind. Chunfan told the guy that he was not welcome there. Let him leave in an amicable way. Having struck, Chu Minghui shouted that he should leave. The guy asked, does Chen really want to cross his path? He trained in the army from the age of 12, held large weapons in his hands, fought with the elite among special forces soldiers. Looking at him intently, Chunfan asked, so what? Does that give him the right to touch him? The guy ran up to Xia and said that he wouldn't believe who he saw. He said that Chu Minghui headed towards Chunfan and they were going to fight. Changwen asked, did he even clean up the party and meet that girl? Now he will definitely be completely lowered. Xia suggested going and seeing what was happening. People were discussing that this guy was going to get in Chu Minghui's way. Just let them look at his face. It looks like he wants to kill Chunfan. Zhang Churen told the guy that this was a cocktail party, not a place for them to fight. He replied that the guy was the first who dared to challenge him. He will teach him a lesson. Manager Zhu shouted who dared to spoil the cocktail party. People said that he came. Now someone will definitely have problems. They wondered what he would do with them. Chu Minghui greeted the manager. The guy said that he suspected that Chunfan did not have an invitation and he snuck into this party. Turning to him, the manager asked him to show his invitation. Su Rongfei asked why they should show the invitation simply at his behest. The man replied because Mr. Chu is a close friend of his boss's son, but he doesn't know that gentleman. The man personally signed all the invitations. Maybe he could find out his name? The girl thought that she was also really interested in whether the guy had an invitation. Only the city's highest status people receive an invitation. So how could he get it? Manager Zhu asked the guy to show his invitation, or he would have to call security. Chunfan replied that he did not have an invitation. The man started screaming, how did he get there without an invitation? Chinwen suggested watching how he gets out of it now. The guy added that if he was not from a higher state, then he shouldn't have come there. Xia thought, was he really a petty thief who snuck into the party? He replied that he did not have an invitation, but he was invited. The man can check with the doorman to check. The manager replied that only their boss and his son have the right to invite someone to the party. The guy wondered if the girl was the owner of the company. The man also called security. Chu Minghui said that the guy was no match for him. He could drive him out with just a snap of his fingers. Suddenly, a girl appeared and asked who told him to imitate. Seeing the lady, the manager asked why she came there. The girl asked if she didn't have the right to move freely around her own party. The guy is her guest. Did he want to kick him out of the party and call the police? The manager replied that he did not know that the lady had invited this young man. How could he allow this to happen? The girl asked him for forgiveness for being late. She said that she did not expect the guest to be so careless. He replied that it was no big deal. They were just a bunch of ridiculous clowns who loved to make some noise. The girl understood that even her grandfather was trying very hard to please this guy, but now he was allowing himself to be put down by some manager. If they just leave now in a rage, then their family will be to blame for this. The guy replied that apparently he had some kind of grudge against him, since he wanted to get rid of him. The girl said that she would tell his boss to fire him. Chu Minghui couldn't believe it. This is the famous princess way, and she is apologizing to this guy? The girl asked what you wanted to say. Does he really think that she doesn't know about people like him? He shouted that this guy was the one who took his girlfriend away. She replied that the army made him even more aggressive. A good person like Mr. Chan was upset with him. The girl will personally report this incident to Uncle Chu. She asked the gentleman to go with her. The girl would show him the exhibits. He shouted that the guy was a bastard. How'd he manage to meet this girl? The guys noticed that this girl's relationship with the guy was extremely unusual. The girl told Su Rongfei that he left, let him not stand still like a pillar. They both didn't understand how many more secrets this guy had. Wei Jiqing said that this company is her uncle. She asked for forgiveness again. The guy replied that it was not worth it. He should thank her for her help. She didn't understand. Could a martial artist really be so patient? The girl said that since that guy was bothering him, could she ask him to forgive him? Seeing that the guy was silent in response, she asked again. He replied that again, and he would not live. Wei Ziqing realized that she would need to teach Chu a lesson in discipline later. The girl introduced him to Uncle Lin. She said that he would take them to the exhibition hall. Looking at him, the man thought that he was just a high school student. The man said that all the exhibits were collected personally by Master Wei III. He found them all over the world. He added that all the exhibits are the pride of the master's collection. Looking at him, the girl asked what he thought about them. Chunfan replied that it was just an ordinary antique. Looking at the guy, the man thought, is it an ordinary antique? Then he must show him the true treasure. He told the lady that they had an even greater treasure. The girl asked, is this a magical item that will be auctioned? The man replied yes. When you see this object for the first time, it will completely absorb a person's attention. The man said that the Tibetan Buddha himself wore this sphere during his lifetime, and he never parted with it. Its main property is adjusting the magnetic field of the human body. Turning to the guy, he asked if he didn't really like the master's collection. Chunfan replied that it looks impressive, but these are not real magic items. Calling him an arrogant boy, the man then said let him show him real magical objects. He said that real magical objects are something that can call on wind or rain, but that sphere does nothing except attract people's attention. The man shouted that what he was saying was just a legend. It cannot be true. The girl thought that yes, this sphere really looks supernatural to her. The guy asked what they would say now. They noticed that the strange attracting element had disappeared. Chun replied that she was simply collecting some of the spiritual energy of her carriers. Looking at him, the man thought that he was really capable. He should not be underestimated. The guy looked around and said that it looks like today he will leave with nothing. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by a piece of jade that was unremarkable. The girl said that the sphere was more interesting to her. Chunfan said that he is taking this piece of jade. Let them name its price. The girl replied that he could take it just like that. The guy said that he accepts her kindness and is now in their debt. She thought that he did not show any emotions when he received the house from his grandfather, but at the same time his attention was attracted by a piece of jade. This was unexpected for her. The girl asked what was special about this ancient piece of jade. He said that after he cleanses and enchants it, the jade will become a true treasure with magical powers. After which the guy said that he had nothing else to do there, he would probably go. Returning to the hall, he thanked the girl for trying to protect him and left. While at home, he thought that for the first time in his second life the guy had found a precious material that would be useful to him. He must use it correctly. He could sell it for an astronomical amount, but he won't. He will need to enchant more jade amulets for his parents, sister, and some others. If he can successfully enchant items, they will be as powerful as gaining an extra life, which cannot be discounted. Let her wait for him. Only those who have reached the stage of chakra opening can enchant objects. But he's not just anyone. For now, his strength is not enough. So the guy can only slowly enchant the jade and engrave secret spells and magical structures on it. Passing by the guy, Zhang Tanxiu realized that he was avoiding him. Entering the classroom, he saw that Si Yingxia had come to school early. He realized that something was not as usual today. He saw that the girl was approaching him. He thought just not to deliver drinks again. Approaching the guy, she wished him good morning and asked if his desk mate had not come again today. He didn't understand why she was trying to mock him again. The girl began to say that she was actually worried about him. Did the guy think that something serious could happen to him? The guy thought that he was finally finished. Now he needs to wear it to cultivate his spiritual energy. Chen had engraved 3 basic spells on it so far. With them, he will have enough of his own strength to use it and protect himself. He understood that with the condensation of spirit information, his cultivation speed would increase by at least 30%. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he saw them. Bowing, the man asked for forgiveness for the intrusion and said that his boss had become aware of him and wanted to meet. Turning to the guys, the man said that he needed to tell Mr. Chun something important. Could they please allow them some privacy? The man said that his boss had recently become interested in real magical objects, but he was not sure about their authenticity. He asked Chunfan to help him recognize them. The guy replied that it's good, they can go and have a look. The man said that these items were brought by the seller from another city, which confused the master. The guy replied, so he organized an auction to make money. He said that the rich really value treasures that can bring good luck and ward off bad luck. Such magical items can easily reach the price level of tens of millions. The guy entered the room. Many people were sitting at a round table. One of the men said that Mr. Chun had finally arrived. Looking at Mr. Wei, the man asked, did he take a simple teenager to recognize the treasures? Are there any useful people in the city? The man told Xingzhong that he was in his city. If he continued to behave in such an inappropriate manner, he would kick him out of there. He replied that he was lucky that his two older brothers were not there. Mr. Wei asked both of them to calm down, and the gentleman who came to recognize objects, since he came, please sit down. Approaching closer to the guy, the man began to talk about everyone. The old man's name is Zheng Jioling, and he is a famous millionaire in the city. Master Zheng, since they're all gathered there today, Mr. Gu can start showing the artifact. The man thought that the guy really didn't look like a master. Turning to Chunfan, he asked what the guy thought. Xingzhong asked what else could he be thinking about. This is clearly a genuine treasure. Master Zheng added that he is afraid this boy does not even know what magical objects are. Chin said that unfortunately none of them showed an iota of respect, so there was no point in telling them anything. Master Zheng said that Mr. Qi is a famous feng shui master. No object related to feng shui can hide from his gaze. The man said that his supernatural powers are not enough. He can only confirm that this is a magical item. Unfortunately, he cannot recognize its properties. It's Master Wu's time. The man said that his cultivation was clearly not enough, but it was commendable that he was able to discover something unusual. Mr. Qi watched silently. Everyone noticed that the great master's sleeves move on their own, without any wind. Is he really doing magic? Suddenly, a column of freezing air appeared. The man began to shout that this was a real magical object. Xingzhong asked, now they know who the real master is? The guy noticed that there were a lot of shortcomings in his inherited practice. He was still very far from reaching his level. He has slightly supernatural powers, even a step above inner strength. However, he cannot help but boast of a high concentration of qi, not the quality of this power. The man understood that his opponent invited a real master. Even if he buys this item, you'll have to ask him for help to understand how to use it. The man said that since the gentleman saw the supernatural properties of this treasure, it was time for them to tell their price. One of the guests asked what Master Chen thought. They understood that everyone was amazed by the power of the magical object. It could definitely prolong life and protect against disease. He understood that Xingzhong clearly wanted to humiliate Wei, to help him recognize from some boy what kind of nonsense he was. He asked the guy to do everything he could. Let him show what he is capable of. Chunfan asked if he was sure about this. The man was surprised. Was this guy really going to recognize a magical object? Turning to Master Wu, he asked what he thought of him. The guy began to tell that this is a plate consisting of 8 diagrams, on which 8 different spells are engraved, creating a smaller version of the spiritual condensation formation. Its main function is to create an area filled with spiritual energy, nourishing the body. Therefore, thanks to it, a person will become stronger and healthier. The man asked, so this means this is a real magic item? The guy replied that yes, basically, but there's one thing. He said that she had already used up her safety margin. It's been used too many times already, and it won't last long before it falls apart. Everyone was surprised. Is it really enough for a couple of times? Master Wu immediately began to shout. How dare the guy? Is he really a cultivator too? Chunfan asked, is this not clear? It turns out that Mr. Xing, Grandmaster Wu and Mr. Gu are conspiring to deceive Master Wei III. Master Wu's plan wasn't that complicated, but this guy was even able to figure out. He wondered how the boy dared to ruin all their plans. Chunfan asked if he really wanted to fight. The guy hasn't fought anyone with supernatural powers since his rebirth. The old man shouted to the guy that this was a city, not a place where they could start a showdown. He asked, since the boy ruined all his plans, does he think he will forgive him after all this? Since he said it was a useless magic item, then what about it? Let the boy say hello to his treasure. As it turned out, it was spirit control. Everyone immediately ran in different directions, but not Chunfan. Master Wu asked him, isn't he scared? Isn't he afraid of death? The others understood that the master could control with his spirit, but the guy was not afraid of them at all. Chunfan asked to be afraid of these weak spirits. Master Wu replied that he would now see how he spoke while standing on the threshold of death. He thought, this means it's just a cup that stores spirits. Then now he will be shown the workings of a real magical object, since he so desires it. He thought it was that among all that he put on the amulet, the divine lightning that drives out evil spirits is one of the strongest. She is filled with condensed yang energy. Master Wu couldn't believe it. It was lightning art. He understood that it was his time to pray for mercy, after which he immediately fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness from the great master. He said that he would never allow himself to behave like that again. Chun began to say that it was he who neutralized his spirit art. He destroyed his magic item and damaged his cultivation progress. The man agreed with everything. It was he who destroyed his business and reputation, and also forced the man to bow before him, listening to his pleas for mercy. He replied that he completely agreed with everything. The guy replied that in this case he would spare him, but if the man set foot in the city again, he would destroy it, not even leaving his soul. The man understood that even the great master bowed before him and begged for mercy. How dare he, an ordinary immortal, go against an immortal master? He began to tell Master Chun what to kill. The guy replied that just recently he was grinning at him, and where is his boasting now? The man began to ask the great master to spare him, begged him not to kill. He would give him anything. Old Man Wei understood that the guy was no mistake. Only those who have great strength could have such courage and hatred for the world. Chunfan asked if he was going to demand 8 diagrams for a slab. He replied that it was 45 million. Looking at the man, the guy asked how about this amount for his worthless life. He replied that it was good. The guy shouted that he wanted to see the money in front of him for 3 days, and now let them go away. The man immediately approached the guy and began to say that he had passed, that you could rely on him. Looking at him, Chin didn't understand how the master had such a worthless son. In a calmer environment, the guy asked Master Chi. He said that Wu was a Taoist. What did that mean? The man replied that Master Chun was too modest. He began to tell that the so-called Taoists are those who have supernatural powers. For students, Kung Fu is a transition to the stage of internal strength. The guy understood that there are still so many self-developed specialists on today's earth. Fortunately, this does not concern him. Chen understood what was happening. That man was only at the middle stage of foundation formation, and Master Chi had just begun to practice cultivation. The guy added that Wu mentioned something about lightning spells. What did he mean? The man replied that the sect he mentioned commanded lightning and specialized in expelling various demons. Although his demon-banishing divine lightning is one of the weakest spells he knows, it is still stronger than any spell on earth. They were surprised that the guy had unusual talents. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately began to spew lightning. Master Wei asked what the guy thought they should do with the 8 diagram plate. The guy replied that it could be used once or twice at most. They understood that the guy was very competent in this, but this is not an item that can improve health and improve feng shui. The man understood that in the end, he was incompetent. The guy replied that it didn't matter. The base of this slab was made very crudely, and the slab is practically useless. They were surprised that the guy could create magical items. Showing them a jade amulet, he said that it was one of his creations. The guy cast a lightning spell on him. and they immediately offered the great master to enchant an object with the same properties as the slab, followed by a price. He replied that if they could find jade of the highest quality, then the guy could create a magic item for them. They said that everything would be done. Chunfan added that we are done with this. Now it's time for him to go. The men said goodbye to the guy. Xingzhong was indignant that this guy not only let him go, but also demanded 45 million. This is enough to build a fleet of ships to do business in South America. One of the men offered not to pay him at all. Xingzhong asked how about he give him his head to pay off his debt. How will he come for him? Master Wu told the man that enough was enough. It was better to think about their future plans. He asked one of the men if there was any news from abroad. When will Master Wu arrive? The man replied that the master would arrive in the province in 10 days. Xingzhong replied that it was great. He was wondering if those men could hide from him. He said that Wei relies on his family, and Zhou Tianhao became what he is now only thanks to them. Looking at the bank card, the guy thought that this was the card that Xing Cheng gave him. Now he has a lot of money. To quickly break through to the middle stage of foundation formation, it will take him a very long time to reach its final stage. Each subsequent level requires more and more spiritual energy. To speed up the cultivation process, he needs either earth saturated with spiritual energy or various spirit stones and pills. The city lacks land and rich spiritual energy, but he still needs to go to school. So the guy can't leave this place yet. You are a cultivation practitioner who creates their own areas for students to continue cultivating there. But this area requires enormous construction. The guy understood that a densely populated place would not be suitable for creating an artificial area. Fortunately, the gentleman gave him this villa. It is located almost at the top of the mountain. It offers views of the entire mountain and the lake, vast and deep. If he can build a magical formation, then he will have enough energy to open his chakras. The mystical structure must be able to concentrate spiritual energy and also be able to protect from evil spirits and from outside attacks. The guy will use a chalcedony amulet as a core, which is quite suitable for this, but then he will be defenseless during cultivation. Although it doesn't matter, he will overcome this obstacle the moment he leaves the villa. The whole procedure is very complicated. He will need to create many small magical objects and link them together. The man began to ask if he really wanted to create a magical formation. What is this? Is it really something like a construction of 8 diagrams like in the book? Master Wei took the phone from the man's hands and asked, does the guy want to create a magical formation? Chen replied that it was true. He wanted to create a formation covering the entire mountain. To collect all the spiritual energy, he would need to create a new spiritual vessel. The man had never heard of how to do this. He said that in their days, there were very few people capable of creating this kind of formation. The guy replied that everything was fine. He would do everything himself. Chunfan told him that he called so that the man could buy some ingredients for him. He will need materials to enchant small magical items. Once he's done with them, he'll create 8 diagram slab-like items for all of them. Snatching the phone, the man said that they would certainly help him. The guy decided that he would already begin handing over the first magical item for the construction that would surround the villa on the mountain. He understood that only jade of the highest quality could withstand such an amount of absorbed spiritual energy. The spiritual concentration sphere was finally created. There were only 5 of them and a chalcedony amulet. After which the large construction for the concentration of spiritual energy will be completed. As long as he has money, finding jade will be easier than ever, but the ingredients to create it will be extremely difficult to find. It's time for him to make useful connections himself. Now spiritual energy is collected there and accumulates endlessly in the villa, without losing a single drop. Everything was ready. The spiritual energy density was now above 30%. Once the lake's energy began to gather there, the villa would be covered in spiritual energy. Now he just had to wait for the ingredients. People understood that there were only a few villas on the top of the mountain. Could that guy really live there? It was difficult for them to imagine this, since he was at such a young age. At one point, the guy saw his aunt. Her daughter asked what Chunfan was doing there. The guy replied that he lives there. The man said that this villa was donated to Mr. Wei immediately upon completion of construction. Chen replied that he gave him the keys as a gift. Turning to his aunt, the guy said that he remembers she wanted to see the sea of clouds and the sunrise in this place. Let her go to his house. The woman replied that she had just had dinner and would like to take a walk now, maybe some other time. It's better to take a walk with Ran alone. The man asked what kind of boasting. The guy is just trying to pick up girls. The woman asked him to hold his tongue. The girl asked why he came there. Was it really for her? Chin replied that he really lives in the first villa. The guy can take her to his place. Turning to him, she said that they were left alone. The guy could stop lying. She knows that she and Miss Wei are friends, so what? The girl shouted that a princess like her can make friends from ordinary people, but the difference between them is too huge. They cannot be real friends. The guy replied that she had nothing to do with it. This is truly his home. If he wants, let him believe. If he doesn't want, then no, it doesn't matter to him. Let him not think that they can be friends all their lives. Although it is impossible, in her heart she thinks that he is really the person who can get such a villa. Turning to Master, the man said that they were already very close to the coast. They could be spotted by security. Let him let the boat drop and escort him ashore. The master replied that it was not worth it. He would get there himself. The men noticed that the waves were raging and the wind was very strong. It is dangerous for an inexperienced person to sail in a boat to the shore. Xing Zhong did not understand why Lin, who had not arrived yet, they've already been waiting there for hours. The man replied that he thought this sect was too unreliable. It's no wonder why they were expelled from the mainland. The man replied that they had been informed that the smuggling ship was located 6 miles from the coast. The master will arrive in person, but a high-speed boat in this weather is too dangerous. He replied that in such weather any ordinary boat would easily sink, even if it was driven by an expert. Let him only dare to die before they meet. One of the men told the boss to take a look. Is this really a fast boat? How can it move so fast? How is this even possible? As it turned out, it was Master Hu. There is a video of a man. He said that it means he arrived at the right meeting place. He replied that he did not expect to meet another Taoist master. The man said that the skills of this master are almost legendary. From the moment he arrived in the city, he was haunted by one failure after another. He asked how it happened that his brother Lin Bao died. The man replied that he was killed by Zhou Tianhao. Lin Hu said that it was impossible. His brother's martial arts skills were at their peak in the last stage of profound strength. They said that a man who commands lightning lives in the city. Most likely it is him. Master Hu asked, so does that mean he still has inherited the art of commanding lightning? The man replied that he suspected that the guy was a true disciple of the sect. People called him Great Master Chun. Lin Hu said that he was nothing compared to his fellow kung fu practitioners. Yes, it will be as easy for them to kill him as a chicken. Xing Zhong asked the master is going to go to the city to take revenge. He replied that he had no need to rush. Instead, together for his brother, the man was going to join forces and prepare a bridgehead there. The man asked if the sect was going to return to China. All that is yes. Now his master has finally reached the divine level of martial arts. He's going to return there. Xing Zhong said that in this case, let the master be a little patient with his plans until the annual underground fights without rules. The man asked underground fights? He replied that this was a large meeting of bosses from all over the city, where sporting issues were decided. Zhou Tianhao will definitely be there. Moreover, he will definitely bring Great Master Chen with him. And when a man kills a master in public, Jiang Bei will be his. Su Rongfei looked closely at Chunfan, seeing the guy. The girl came up and said that she would have a birthday next week. Will he come? The guy asked her for a birthday party. Of course he will come. She is like a younger sister to him. Su Rongfei runs away face that on Thursday at 7. Let him not forget. Looking at the girl leaving, he thought that he was just tired after creating a magical formation on the mountain. Appearing at the girl's birthday, Chunfan gave her a gift. The girl clearly did not expect this. She was immediately going to open it, but her friend stopped her, saying that it was impolite to open it right now. Looking at the guy, she said that he should come in already. There's no point in standing on the threshold. Seeing Chun, the guy thought that he had obviously thought of something unexpected. A woman walking down the stairs said that since everyone had gathered, it was time to start the party. She asked Minghui to call the girl and all her friends. In the video of the guy, he thought that if he provoked him like last time, there might be no mercy waiting for him. He can no longer hide behind anyone's back from his death. Su Rongfei shouted that it was time to start the party, after which the girl was brought out a cake. Suddenly, the girl's father entered the hall. He said that he arrived there from Haizhou when he learned that she was going to celebrate her 17th birthday. It's his daughter's birthday. As a father, he has to be there. The woman asked, does he still remember? Why isn't he with his wife? The guy heard that her father left them, ran away to someone else, and got married, deciding to stay with his new wife's family. Everyone immediately began to say that the girl's father looked like Master Ao. This was the same Su Ao from Haidong. This city is the most developed and largest in the province. The man is one of the most influential bosses in Haizhou, even in Jiangbei. No one expected that he was actually the father. It was those girls. She will soon make her debut among the nobility in Chuzhou. And it also turns out that she is the daughter of Su Ao himself. Meng Meng said that he has a wife, so the girl is his illegitimate daughter. Yang Chao replied that according to rumors, the man's son is only 10 years old. The girl was most likely born before the divorce. The man asked, so they're all friends of his daughter? He is grateful to them for looking after her. Su Ao asked Minghui how the commander was doing. The guy replied that he was in good health. Su Ao asked which one of those present was Chunfan. Having risen, the guy greeted the man and said that it was him. The girl immediately asked her father not to get him into trouble. The man replied that she should not worry. He had no intention of doing so. He had just heard a lot about him. Then he shouted for everyone to please continue the party. Turning to Minghui, the man asked him to sit next to his daughter. The girl asked her aunt if she had heard that a great master had recently appeared in the city. The woman replied that yes. They also say that several masters speak flatteringly about him. Even the famous Qi master praises him for his supernatural abilities. Approaching the woman, the guy asked if magic spells really exist. She replied that she didn't know. Su Ao said that, by the way, he knows something about Great Master Chun. The man asked if they had heard of Xing Zhong. He brought the master to the city and tried to set a way trap for the third. However, he also brought a master, who immediately prevented the assassination attempt and defeated the master from Xing Zhong with the help of spells. The guy asked, so whose master is really capable of something? Otherwise, how could Xing Zhong run away with his tail between his legs and pay him such a sum? Meng Meng was already full of dreams. The girl said maybe he's an old man. And what about Yang Chao? Meng replied that if the guy was at least half as strong, why would she need another? At the end of the holiday, the girl thanked Chunfan for coming. The guy told her not to worry. He was glad that she was happy. He needs to continue to build a great structure. One day, a car stopped near him on the road. The man said that his boss wanted to see the guy. Chunfan asked Uncle Su why he wanted to see him. The man replied that the guy should look around. What does he see? The guy replied that this is an endless lake. The man replied that yes, but this lake ranks only 10th in the province. It is extremely insignificant and small for China itself. Looking at the man, the guy asked what he wanted to say. He replied that it was like a guy, insignificant, like a speck of dust flying across the expanses of China. Su Ao said that he will tell everything straight. He wants the guy to stay away from his daughter. Chunfan is not worthy of her hand and heart. The guy asked what a person should be like to be worthy. The man replied that he must be the best both in terms of his family and in terms of talent. He believes that the guy does not have both of these traits. He looks like an ordinary modest guy, but at the same time, he is very proud. He will never be rich or in power because of this. How can he even marry his daughter to him? The guy answered the man that he sees his daughter only as a younger sister. And by the way, he has reason to be proud. Su Ao asked this because of his family or because of his unrivaled martial arts skills. He said that his influence and powers are beyond the guy's imagination. Chunfan answered the man that all this could easily be lost. The man asked, is it easy to lose? The guy is too okay. Let him come to him when he himself realizes everything. Su Ao really wanted this guy to work for him, but he didn't think that Chunfan would be so arrogant. The guy thought that the man thought the lake was insignificant compared to China, but he didn't realize that the whole earth was like a speck in his eye. The man said that he had heard rumors that Xingzhong had enlisted the help of the master. He replied that yes, he began to boast that he was going to take control of the entire city this year. Su Ao told the master that he would like to ask him to take care of this problem. The man trusts him. The master replied that he need not worry. Zhou Tianhao asked the guy why the man came to the city. Was he trying to get him into trouble? Chen replied that no, he just knew that the man was the father of one of his friends. The man told the guy that he was a very influential person, and in general, he was calling him to ask for a favor. The guy asked, "What is it?" He began to talk about the fact that underground battles would take place in the city, where mafia bosses would distribute spheres of influence. There will not only be many kung fu masters there, but also inner strength fighters. Chen asked if the man really wanted the guy to fight for him. He replied that no. For this he called Master Go. She just wants to call him just to impress them. The guy thought that he would really like to see other inner strength fighters. For him, his greatest priority now is to build a great structure. Due to the lack of materials, he would have to first create a structure to accumulate spiritual energy. 16 uncut gems from the Day of the Seas are placed in their places. At one point, the guy realized that he was overwhelmed with spiritual energy. His body could not stand it, but still incomparable. The second level of the art of endless body tempering, jade bones, he had finally reached it. Still, those stones from the bottom of the seas are nothing compared to real treasures. There are 5 levels in the art of endless body conditioning: frosty skin, jade bones, silver blood, golden eyes, and the body of Taoist. Thanks to the help of the formation to accumulate spiritual energy, today he broke through to the jade bone level. Hope that there will be worthy opponents at the tournament. The guy said that, as he understands, the battles will be held somewhere in Dongjiang province. The man replied that yes, the city is on the border between 2 provinces. The government there has little power, and the black market is thriving. Kung fu competitions are held there every year, and underground fights are held under the guise of wrestling matches. The driver said that there would also be bets on boxing matches. Many millionaires will come, wanting to see them. They were met by the city's deputy mayor. The man said that they could just call him Zhang. Seeing the guy, he asked, "Is that great Master Chun?" He was very happy to meet him. It was a great honor for him. Zhou Tianhao said that it was enough. The great master was there for the first time. Let them take care of him. Mayor Zhang replied that, of course, the guy would be happy to stay in their area. He would like it. A girl approached Chunfan and said that her name was Xiao. Zhou Tianhao added that the most important match will be held in the evening. If the guy wants, he can walk around the city. Just let him take the girl with him. She's local. She'll show and tell everything. He asked the girl what the match schedule was. She said that wrestling and kung fu tournaments are held during the day, and an underground tournament will be held in the evening. In underground tournaments, there are often fights to the death and people die. Although the reward from winning is very great, those who take part in such matches come there because life is hard for them. The girl understood that he did not show even a drop of attention to her. Although she tried so hard to win his attention, what should she do? Suddenly, Su Ao appeared in front of them. After greeting him, the man replied that the guy should not go there. Let him come to his hotel this evening. He will be waiting for him. He said that this was his daughter's friend and came there without an invitation. The man added that yes, children in their days are always interested in such things as underground fights. Su Ao thought that this guy has his daughter, and he is already flirting with another girl. It is incomprehensible to the mind. The girl began to say that they were so scary, especially the bald man. She asked if they knew each other. The guy replied that yes, the eldest among them was Su Ao. She asked the same one from Haidong. The guy replied that yes, even the deputy mayor is trying to flatter him. The girl said that many of her friends worked for him and risked their lives for him. Seeing the crowds of people, she said that the main match was about to start, but so many people had already gathered there. Maybe they should also go and watch. While sitting, the guy overheard a man talking about what the big bosses were saying today. Another replied that yes, they're going to resolve conflicts and divide spheres of influence. They said that the largest of them is Xingzhong, Bald Lu is also there. People didn't understand why Zhou Tianhao was alone, or was Mr. Wei III. And this is the same boss among the bosses of Jiangbei, Su Ao. They all stared at each other without looking away. The man asked what happened to Jiang Zhou. Did they only send this girl? The guy asked how he dares to behave like that with their mistress. Su Ao said that Mr. Wu fell ill due to illness, so he sent Ms. Liu to represent him. The man addressed everyone who arrived there from all over the district. He said that today they would divide the spheres of influence and stop the old competitions. The decision will depend on the results of the tournament. Turning to Zhou Tianhao, the man asked where was Mr. Wei III. We'll see how he gets out of it today. Zhou Tianhao asked Master Gua if he was sure that he could win. The man replied that apparently he is an expert in Muay Thai. They start training from childhood. They cheerfully break their bones and then heal them, and so on again and again. A man can only win if he is not the heir to the old style. Chunfan said that his opponent did not expect this blow. He was extremely fast, using acceleration thanks to the precise movements of his waist and elbows. A Go master can only hope for a chance to counterattack. The man asked, isn't he beautiful? It has become famous throughout Southeast Asia over the past 10 years. Su Ao observes what is happening and said that he is afraid. The man is very strong and his martial arts have no equal. The master replied that yes, it is a great honor to be called an Arhat. Chunfan understood that if Guo Wei did nothing, he would definitely lose this competition. After another blow, Guo Wei was finished off. The guy said that if the blow had been struck on the left side of his chest, he would have died immediately. It would have torn his heart. The man asked brother how now Lin Fu him, and the transport route from Chuzhou to Qingshui is also behind it. Zhou Tianhao realized that he would now suffer losses of at least tens of millions. He immediately began to ask where Grandmaster Chen was. The man replied that there were so many tourists in the city that he never found it. But the guy promised that he would be there, and he doesn't waste words. Hao understood that no one could defeat the great master. He could even kill from a distance. To see Bald Lu, he will take everything that is rightfully his. The men told the girl that Wei Guo was at the middle stage of internal strength, but he could not defeat the Muay Thai fighter. This fighter apparently trained with an old-style secret technique. Bald Lu asked the man, didn't he bring in an expert from abroad? Where is he? Was he really so afraid of the strength of his fighter that he ran away? Everyone was eagerly waiting for Master Hu. Chunfan said that it was interesting, but this is a real expert. The master told Mr. Ao that they had serious problems. The man did not immediately understand what Master Gu meant. Then he turned around and saw something strange. They did not immediately understand whether this was a person at all. He ran through the water, after which he realized that the man was at the peak of his inner strength. Mr. Hu asked, is he the one the man needs to fight? I thought that there would always be someone stronger than him. It would be an honor for him to fight such an expert. The guy asked how dare he laugh at him. Master Hu shouted for him to attack. He asked the secret art of self-sacrifice of the ancient style of Muay Thai. It can only be used 3 times in a lifetime. The original chi will be severely damaged with each use. The man asked what kind of power. He couldn't withstand even one such attack. But at the same time, Master Hu doesn't even shy away. He said the guy was too weak. If she practices for at least another 20 years, she might be able to fight him on equal terms. Master Hu asked who else wants to go against him. The man sat and thought that just please don't look at him. Turning to Master Gu, Su Ao asked if he could cope with him. The man thanked the gentleman for being so kind to him all these years. Let him allow you to fight for him one last time. The man thought that he was a master and said that he was ready to fight to the death in the ring. Seeing him, Master Hu said that he was capable of something. The man asked if he could find out the name of his teacher. Su Ao understood that his teacher had enormous influence in the world. He could not compete with him. The girl asked, is he really that famous? The man replied that he was an unprecedented great master. Defeated 16 Chinese masters in a row and earned the title of first among world masters. Fortunately, he was eventually defeated, after which he was forced to swear that he would never set foot on Chinese soil again. As soon as Chunfan said that the outcome of this fight was already clear, Master Gu, unable to withstand even one blow, was defeated. Suddenly, Zhou Tianhao remembered that this was Lin Bao's elder brother. The man began to say that his brother was killed in Chuzhou, and all because he was not strong enough. But he still remains his brother, and a student of Master Lei Qinjue. The man must avenge him on behalf of the Hong sect. He shouted that he knew that Master Chun was there. He continued to say that he killed his brother and dishonored the name of the Hong sect. The man asked the girl who is Great Master Chin. She wondered if this was not the master they had been talking about recently. Xiao said that she was afraid that Grand Master Chun had already fled. Zhou Tianhao thought, did he really escape? Su Ao said that this great master would show up and defeat Lin Hu. He would not believe it in his life. The guy stood up and asked who challenged him to the fight. Lin Hu asked, is he the same Great Master Chun? The girl asked him to please sit back, because this man would certainly kill him. The guy replied that everything was fine. He was not afraid of him. Su Ao asked what the guy was doing there. Let him go on good terms. Chunfan replied that the man called him. That's why he came. The man said that he challenged the Great Master to a duel, but not him. The guy thinks that every Chun could be a master. Master Gu said that with his inept kung fu, how dare he call himself a master? Let him stop. He will save his life if the guy surrenders. The man said that he was afraid. This teenager does not have even an ounce of training in kung fu. But since he dared to enter the ring, he better prepare for death. He will kill him. The girl asked, can't he save him? They can't just watch an ordinary guy get beaten to death. The man replied that he could not do anything. The guy said that if he is looking for the Great Master Chun who defeated his brother, then it is him. Lin Bao was too weak. He was scared just by seeing one of his skills, so the guy had to use another to finish him off. Okay, his kung fu is not that good, but it has its advantages. For example, the guy would never think of crossing the surface of the water on his own 2 feet. Su Ao couldn't believe that this guy was that great master. I understood why the deputy mayor and others called him Great Master Chun. Master Hu replied that he did not care whether he was a great master or someone else. This guy was the one who killed his brother and disgraced his sect. Something began to happen to him. He shouted that today he would avenge his brother and shed his blood. It was the release of inner strength. He collected qi in the likeness of a thread. The guy smiled and said that he could release his inner strength, although he had only recently reached the last stage of inner strength. There clearly could not have been any secret skills of his sect. But it doesn't matter. Now the guy will show what true martial arts are. Master Hu didn't understand how this was possible. White threads consist entirely of internal force. They're not material. The guy shouted that he had already told him that he would show him what real martial art was. The man shouted, this is some kind of magic trick, isn't it? After which he launched an attack towards the guy. His blow didn't even reach the guy. At some point, Master Hu flew several meters away. Everyone immediately began to wonder why he retreated. The man realized that this was not some kind of trick. He was at least a great martial artist. What should he do? Attack or retreat? He realized that it was too dangerous to attack. He had to retreat. At some point, the guy was already behind him. The man thought it was impossible. Master Hu put years of training into this blow. Will the guy survive it? The blow was blocked, and with just one finger the guy left a deep cut on the master's body. Master Gu said that it was just a finger cut. If it was a blow with full force, it would have been cut in half. The master understood that the guy was too strong. He needed to retreat. He realized that he could still move on water. If the guy dares to follow him, then he can fight back. Chunfan used formation 3, Abyss Trembling. It was a direct hit, a divine striking technique with a range of 100 pounds. They realized that the guy was able to hit the master with such a powerful blow while being at such a distance. The girl replied that he is at least a master of ascension. The guy said that he had prepared as many as 7 formations for him, but the master could only withstand 3 of them. Having fallen to the ground, the master said that having seen such incredible martial arts, he now does not regret anything. Turning to the audience, the guy asked if there was anyone else who wanted to challenge him. Looking at the guy, Everyone didn't understand how it was even possible for an ordinary person to master such incredible martial arts. Xingzhong thought that if Lin, who was dead, who could defeat great Master Chun? The girl said that she was too careless, not expecting such an outcome. Su Ao said okay, then let him clarify. He has such power, he doesn't need money or power. Any barriers in front of him are like a piece of paper. The guy can overcome everything. What Chunfan said was that to them, he was at the level of a great profound martial artist, as well as a boss with influence throughout the world. But to him, he was just a bug. Xingzhong began to ask the guy to spare him. The guy asked what he was up to there. He forgave him once, but the man enlisted support. What should he do with it now? He began to tell the guy not to approach, not to come closer. Taking out a pistol, he began to say that if he approached, he would shoot. Chunfan asked, really? Let him shoot. The man began to shout that he would actually shoot him. Xingzhong fired. Everyone around froze in anticipation. The man asked if even a bullet couldn't stop him. Master Gu said that he had released his inner strength. His energy was pure qi. Even firearms are useless when he is in the ascension stage. The guy asked did he really dare shoot. Then, now he will definitely have to kill him. Everyone immediately began to ask the guy to save their lives. They said his martial arts were incomprehensible. From now on, everyone in the city will follow his orders. Chunfan asked what he said was true. The man replied that yes, if it were a lie, his soul would have already been destroyed. He has already said that under the supervision of his sect, there is indeed an evil dragon pond where they train. The guy replied that it was good, then it would save his life. He asked his sector is located in the city of Dundu. The man replied yes. The guy said the sooner the better. He will return home first. He does not need to follow him. The girl asked why he said to come there too. Chunfan said that he was going to leave the city for a while. Let him inform his aunt about this. When she heard that he was going to leave the city for 3 months, she immediately began asking a lot of questions. The girl said that if he stops going to school, he won't get into a good university. He replied that he had to leave them. Handing over the keys to the first villa at the top, he asked the girl to keep them. She could take her aunt with her and stay there when they have free time. The girl started screaming, why is he bragging again? She thought that she just needed to go there and check. He was bragging again, wasn't he? After the guy got into the car, the man asked, are they moving to the city today? He replied that no, he still needed to go somewhere else. Seeing that the guy was watching the girl, the man asked if he should follow her. Chun replied that no, just seeing her face was enough for him. He's been waiting for this moment for 500 years, so he will have the patience to wait a little longer. The guy wanted to see the surrounding area on the way to the evil dragon pond, so he rented a bus that would take them there as slowly as possible. But he didn't expect the girl to follow him so fiercely. He told the girl that she had 2 options. First, he will pay for her school tuition. Second, they will get her a job. Su Ao invited her to get a job with him. The girl's salary would be decent. Xiu replied that no, she wanted to be a subordinate of Great Master Chun. The guy replied that he was still an ordinary high school student. If a girl is constantly with him, what will they think of him? Therefore, taking her to carry out the smallest tasks was a very right choice. Chunfan asked Wu Shanhe to tell him everything he knew about the evil dragon in the pond that guards their clan. The man asked where the master gave this information about the pond. The guy replied that he didn't need to know about this, but now let him tell him. The guy said that if the evil dragon pond belonged to him, he would have broken through to the chakra opening stage long ago. He wouldn't have to hang around in the middle stages of foundation formation. Shana has permission to explain everything. The progenitor of their spirit-casting clan had actually been a tomb robber since the Tang dynasty. He discovered an ancient tome on cultivation, and after reading it from that moment on, he began to constantly practice. So, in the end, a clan of spirit charmers was created. The evil dragon pond was a secret place hidden deep within the ruins. He believed that he could break through to the level of a Taoist with the help of that place, but they thought that there would be a real monster there. The monster looked like a cross between a serpent and a dragon, but was neither. He had enormous strength and could breathe concentrated Yin energy. His teacher was no match for him and received injuries in the battle, from which he soon died. But fortunately, the monster did not leave the pond. They were there and discovered that the monster was still alive. In the end, all they could get there was a couple of stones with spiritual energy. He told the master that he didn't want to lie, but he was afraid that he wouldn't believe him. Shio began to say that that monster must be hundreds of years old if it is still alive. She didn't understand how it was even possible that such a creature could live for so long. Chunfan replied that it was not a dragon at all, but an evil snake with Ein's spiritual energy. A real dragon can summon wind and rain and fly between the clouds. Let him just point to his habitat. Wu Shanha asked the great master, "Does he know anything about that monster?" The guy replied that, of course. It's funny that a small evil snake scared him so much. With its current cultivation at the foundation stage of formation, it will be quite difficult to deal with the evil snake. The guy needs to break through to the next stage, and after that use his fighting skills. He asked if there was a suitable place for cultivation in the area, and it's better that they can quickly purchase the necessary ingredients for cultivation. With enough herbs, he can not only break through to the next stage of development, but also strengthen his magical potential. Walking down the street, the girl said that even there you could smell the aroma of traditional Chinese herbs. The man asked what kind of herbs the guy wanted to buy. He replied that it was not particularly important. He thought that the place where herbs grow is very important for traditional medicine, but he shouldn't try to argue. They reached the pharmacy with thousands of medicinal herbs. As soon as they went inside, the man asked to call the manager to them. Let him tell them that Wu Shanha had come there. He asked the great master to be patient for a while. Looking around, the girl said that this pharmacy was very large. The man asked why they didn't tell his boss in advance. He would have met them earlier. As it turns out, he is one of the great masters in the province. He began to say that his brother would like to buy ancient medical ingredients from them. The man replied that, to tell the truth, not so long ago one girl had already bought everything. They had nothing left that was older than 50-year-old herbs, not even a single ingredient that was under 100 years old. He asked, "Who is this extravagant madam?" The girl asked, "Did she take them all? How much did all this cost?" The man replied that they say she is from a very rich family from the island of Gone. He doesn't know anything else. He replied that it was great. So, there's not a single ancient medical reagent in the entire Jioding? He replied that there's a closed market for expensive medical reagents. They will definitely find what they are looking for there. The man asked, is he talking about the famous underground black market? He replied that yes. Collectors there collect first-class medical reagents and put them up for sale directly. There's even some 100-year-old reagents in there. Sue added that, of course, the sources of those reagents are unknown. The guy said it doesn't matter. He asked when the auction starts. The man replied that today at 7 p.m. at the estate. The man asked for forgiveness and asked if he could see their invitation. The guy replied that they didn't need it. Let him tell the boss that Wu Shanha had arrived and wanted to meet with him. The door opened. The man said that they didn't expect to see him there. He should be in another province now. Wu Shanha asked Mr. who is also going to the auction, wouldn't it help him get through too? He replied that of course he was just thinking of asking him to help with something. He said that the sources of the reagents are unknown, so some of them are clearly fake. But with him, no one will dare to sell this. Looking at each other, the guys realized that he was very famous there. Everyone immediately began to greet him. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. What was it about this great master? He's just a charlatan. Turning around, the guy asked who it was to call him a charlatan. It was a girl from the Zheng family. As it turned out, she was the one who bought the medical ingredients from all over the city. The girl asked why she did this. The man replied that they say it's all for the sake of her grandfather, who is too old and doesn't have much time left. Therefore, he needs divine medicine to prolong his life. The guy understood that this woman's grandfather was already more than 100 years old. Almost all his organs had failed, such as life. Unfortunately, he was never able to find the magic herbs to create large spirit enhancement pills. Otherwise, the guy could have gotten a huge amount from his family. As soon as the lot was put up, the girl immediately bought it for a huge amount of money. People were surprised that she would bet so big right away. The guy was angry because he was only able to get a multi-flowered capina, which is barely 100 years old. This girl buys almost everything else. The presenter said that the next lot is a real treasure, from which it is difficult to take your eyes off. No one has seen anything like it. Looking at the guy, the man asked if he recognized this plant. Chunfan replied that no, but it is very rich in spiritual energy. It can be called a semi-magical reagent, any plant that has reached a certain density of spiritual energy. And it makes no difference whether it is a priceless medical plant or a leaf of grass. It is enough just to accumulate the required amount of spiritual energy. Only from magical reagents can real magical medicines and pills be created. It usually takes at least 1,000 years for such a plant to become a magical reagent. With the help of the branch put up for auction, you can create several common magical preparations. The man asked if they should try to get her. The guy replied that of course. As soon as Wu Shanhe raised the price, the girl immediately brought down his price. When she mentioned the amount of 20 million, he said that he did not have enough money. Chunfan said that he spent all his money on creating a great structure. He also doesn't have much of it on hand now. Let him refuse the bet if it exceeds 30 million. The man told the guy that it looked like the girl intended to confront them. The guy replied that it's not worth it. It's just a semi-magical reagent. He is more interested in why she needed this reagent so much. Xiao asked if there was anyone else who could recognize him. Looking at the lot she received, she asked Mr. Shi, "Is this the so-called divine medicine?" He replied that he was very sorry. This piece is a few steps away from true divine medicine. If it were collected in another couple of 100 years, it would be divine medicine that could bring the dead back to life. She began to say that her grandfather only had 3 months left. Others are associated with them and are just waiting to get their property. The man replied not to worry. He knows the place where real divine plants grow. He said that it was written in the tablet of his sect. The ancestor and founder of the sect planted an immature divine plant in a deep hidden pond. The ancestor wrote down the location and left them, in the hope that his followers would find the plant centuries later. She replied that then I won't waste time. Heading towards the exit, the guy was upset that he got almost nothing. Wu Shan has said that that family is very reckless and arrogant. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of them. The man began to say that her family has too much power. He cannot stand in her way, but he can avoid her. As it turned out, the girl already knew everything about him. She said that she would like to hire him to find a place for her, not far from Dundu. Seeing Mr. Shi, the guy said that he was a feng shui master. Does he really mean to say that he is better than Great Master Zhou? The man replied that he could check it himself. Mr. Shi and Wu Shanhe clashed their forces, after which the guy slid to the side. The man asked now what he would say. I know his strength. The guy understood that he had lost. He asked what kind of place they were trying to find. The man said that at the foot of the mountain, not far from the city, there is a deep pond. The water there is frozen all year round. The guy asked if they were looking for the evil dragon's pond. The man replied that, as expected, he knows about him. Wu Shanhe said that of course he knows. This is the secret place of his sect. Suddenly, Chunfan asked why they needed that pond. The girl replied that it was none of his business. They just need to show the way, and after that they will pay the required amount. The guy shook his head and said that they didn't need money. He wants that withered branch from the auction. The girl was surprised and began to say that it was worth 30 million. Suddenly, the man handed it to the guy. Chen said that they will move out in a week. Turning to the master, the guy asked why he agreed to this. Mr. Shi's cultivation stage is very high, much higher than his. He is afraid that the matter smells bad. Chunfan replied that the pond is guarded by snakes with evil Yin energy. They will need scouts who will sacrifice themselves for them. They also got their hands on a semi-magical reagent. Turning to the girl, he asked her to rent a private villa. The guy is going to cultivate behind closed doors for a week. Wu Shanhe was dissatisfied with the fact that the girl had posted a guard. Did she really think that they would run away somewhere? Xiao replied that he shouldn't pay attention. Let him think that they are their bodyguards. Chunfan thought that at the same time as cultivation, he would create a couple more magical items. Spirit condensation pills are one of the most common drugs. With the spirit concentration pills, he has a better chance of breaking through to the next stage of cultivation. After leaving the room, he asked Xiao to prepare tea for him and take it out to the veranda. Wu Shanha asked if the guy had finished cultivating behind closed doors. He answered yes. Go out onto the veranda. The man said that the smell of tea is simply incomparable. It is full of spiritual energy. The guy replied that, of course, because he put a spirit concentration pill in it. Chunfan asked the girl to come to him. He said that the upcoming journey would be dangerous. The guy was afraid that he would not be able to protect her. He agrees. Let him choose study or work. Looking at her, he said that he knew what the girl was thinking about, but she couldn't just start cultivating the Taoist arts. They cannot be learned with the snap of a finger. The girl asked that the teachings of Taoism cannot be passed on to descendants at will. She thought that from the moment she met the guy, she always wanted to have the same power. Since the opportunity to get an education or a job can be taken away with a wave of the hand, because they were given by other people, if she had the power of a guy, what would she do? Chunfan said that if she wants to take the path of asceticism, then she will need not only knowledge of the teachings of Taoism, but also a lot of luck. They said that if you transfer the teaching to anyone, the world will plunge into chaos. If a girl wants to take the path of knowledge, she must first ask the master if he agrees to teach her. In general terms, Kung Fu students must clean, serve tea, and serve the teacher for 2 years. Then you will have to serve the master for 6 years. A student who cannot learn basic knowledge will be expelled. Wu Shan has said that it took 10 years to train someone as insignificant as him. Just because Master Chun practices the true art of immortals, how can he pass it on to someone else? Bowing before the guy, the girl said that if he allows him to pass on the teachings of Kung Fu to her, she agrees to serve him for 10 years and even 20. Chun told the girl to stand up. He said that he could pass on some knowledge, but from now on, she would be completely subordinate to him. If the guy notices even a hint of betrayal, he will find her and kill her. Chunfan asked her not to call him master. She is his student only in words and does not yet have the right to call him a master. I thought, is she really unworthy to call him a master? She decided that she would practice the knowledge given to her until exhaustion, and one day he would recognize her. Wu Shanha with the choice of a good student. He understood that she had a very long way to go until the guy taught her some simple way to develop the initial stage of foundation formation. Chin thought that if she was truly talented and could cross the sea of spirits on her own, he would recognize her as a student with all the formalities. He ordered her to bake it for tea and then go to bed, after which he said that they were moving out tomorrow. The girl replied that she understood. As soon as she drank the tea, Wu Shanhan noticed that the girl seemed to have just been reborn. She thanked the master. The guy said that if he could settle everything with the situation regarding the evil dragon, he would give him spiritual tea to drink and even teach him some magical arts. Looking at them, Zheng asked if they should take these 2 children with them. She knows that the guy is capable of something, but those 2 look like ordinary people. Wu Shanha said that this guy lives near the evil dragon pond. He is familiar with those places. Mr. Sher said, okay, they'll take 2 more. It's time to move faster. I thought that she was so weak only a week ago, but now it's like she's completely different. Did she recklessly swallow a piece of Qian Songzi? Looking at the guy, the girl said that they had arrived. Now he can tell them the exact location of the evil dragon's pond. He replied that in the city of 2 dragons, the country of Mountain Qi. They arrived in the city of 2 dragons. The lady was greeted by a man and told her welcome. The man said that he heard that they were going to go to the deep pond valley, so he tried to bring a guide. This is Senior Chu. He's an old hunter. He asked, are they looking for the evil dragon pond? The girl clarified, so does he know about him? The man replied that he knew, but they couldn't go there. Elder Chu said that the teachings of his ancestors stated that no one should enter there under any circumstances. Even grass doesn't grow near the pond. The woman asked what he meant. The man continued to say that the water was so filled with dark energy that anyone who beat it would die immediately. The most important thing is that there is a real monster living there. He asked if a man at that age still believed in monsters. Does he think maybe it's not worth transferring the rights to the house and all the savings to his son? The girl understood that the place he described was very similar to what was written in the tablet of her teacher. Since they now know the location of the target, they should move out immediately. Wu Shanha asked the master why. After they found a person who would show the way, they still took them with them? The guy replied that it was all because they didn't trust him. He speaks with a different dialect, but the man said that he lives in the mountains. If he were from that family, would he believe this nonsense? He replied that he thought that people from the island of Gon did not distinguish between the dialects of different places. The guy understood that they would be watching them, but he still cannot understand why they need that pawn of the evil dragon. Mr. Sher's power is based on the wood element. It has nothing to do with the work of the evil dragon. Maybe there are some hidden treasures there? And since monsters live in such a place, accumulating chi from the earth and the air around them, then magical reagents and treasures will also be there. In this way, he needs to get them all. The man said that they wouldn't get there today. They needed to set up camp and gain strength for tomorrow's hike. The girl invited the elder Chu to sit down and share dinner with them. Wu Shanha said what scoundrels they are. The guy thought that although this trick would be disgusting, at least it was not useless. Luckily, he prepared some pills for you. Having handed them out to the guys, they immediately thought, can they eat them? After swallowing them, they felt some kind of divine feeling. Wu Shanha asked the master if these were the legendary magic pills. He directly feels how his body is becoming stronger. The guy said that now they both need to sit down to meditate and practice what he taught them earlier. Ms. Zhang asked, what are they doing? Aren't they hungry? The man replied that if they do not give them food for 2 days, they themselves will come to bow to her. However, they are so stubborn. Mr. Shu said that it looks like they are practicing some kind of kung fu style. But if they continue to collect energy to train magical arts in their bodies, then hunger will stare at them even faster. Watching them, the girl thought that she would see how long they could hold out. Xiao said that the energy has dissipated and is moving throughout the body, especially the feeling of strength in the arms and legs. She understood that she had to train tirelessly. One day the girl will prove that she is worthy to be his student. After she practiced his teachings, her inner strength only began to increase. Wu Shanha realized that one night of practicing the master's teachings was comparable to 3 years of his training in the past. His abilities are definitely on par with Immortal's. 3 days later, they finally reached the right place. The man said that he could not lead them any further. They shouldn't go there. Looking at the pond, Chan said that this is a certain place where energy is concentrated, as well as a holy place for sinful monks and monsters. The man shouted to Elder Wu, how dare he bring foreigners to their secret place and break the sect's rules? Wu Shanha told the master that these were his sect brothers. He answered the elder that he did not bring them there. They came on their own. The man said that their followers saw him in the city of 2 dragons. He led a group of people through the mountains. Does he think they didn't notice? Chunfan thought that, of course, given their brazen behavior, the spirit cultivator clan, as the inhabitants here, would naturally know about them. The girl said that she didn't care about their personal squabbles. Let them get out of the way. The elder asked who she was. She replied that her name was Zheng Anshi and she was from Gon Island. I arrived in Dunda to check my deposits. The man asked the Zheng family. He said that he does not care whether she is from a prestigious family or from a poor one. This is their land. The girl said that she was the eldest daughter of an influential family. How can he sleep mocking her? She said they have weapons. The man asked, does she really think that they will run away from this with their tails between their legs? Zhang Anshi asked that they were trying to threaten her. Watching this from the side, the guy thought that the girl apparently didn't realize that she was digging her own grave. The man began to shout for them to stop all this. Since their secret place has been invaded, they must die. Looking at them, the girl asked if these old people really knew magical arts. She immediately turned to Mr. Sher. He told them that they must get out of the way immediately, otherwise the man would not vouch for their well-being. The elder replied that he was the same as them, and yet he still wants to go against their rules and trample their pride. Does he think they're weak? Mr. Sher said how weak the Yin energy is. How dare they be so arrogant? The men realized that their black chi was being absorbed, after which the gentleman struck. The man shouted that Mr. Sher is very strong, and Wu Shanha is on their side. Should he still retreat? The man said that he had arrived there to get magical herbs from Mr. Zheng. As soon as he gets them, he will leave this place. They won't cause problems for each other. Chenanshi asked how dare Mr. Sure let them go? She thinks that those guys are at the same time with them. Suddenly, an evil snake appeared from the water. She mercilessly began to attack everyone. The girl could not believe what she saw. The bodyguards shouted to the lady to quickly find shelter. He ordered the guys to prepare their weapons and follow him. The man thought that, damn it, if he had a weapon heavier than ordinary pistols, then he would tear this big earthworm into pieces. While attacking him, he realized that the knife was stuck between the scales. The man was only able to break through 3 inches. He didn't understand how this could happen, because he could cut a sheet of iron with one blow. The woman told the lady that they needed to get out of there. Zhang Anshi shouted that Mr. Sure was still there. He combined all his cultivation experience and used the essence and blood available to him to create a burst of natural energy, and even it caused such minor damage. The girl didn't understand what they should do. The elders said that he was in hibernation, should have awakened every 3 years, but the time had not come yet. Chunfan called them fools. He said that the evil snake hibernates because it cannot withstand the energy contained in the pond and does not process it. All of them, living beings, had arguments with each other outside of work. So the hungry evil snake was attracted to this. Wu Shanha asked if the master wanted to leave there. The guy asked to leave. Why should they leave? They are there because of him. Wu Shanha asked what he was going to do. The guy replied that he would kill him. Xiao asked the guy if he believed that the master could defeat the snake. He replied that it was possible. I thought that the spirit charmers should know the secrets of this pond, but the boy did not warn them. He definitely planned this from the very beginning. Mr. Sure shouted to Mrs. Zheng to be careful. The evil snake is about to use its ice breath. The girl shouted that Mr. Sure was risking his life for them. The man understood that ordinary courage would not work there. This snake could not be killed. Chunfan looked at him and said that he had been developing for hundreds of years. The power imprisoned in his body overwhelms him, and his mind is close to human. What a pity that today we met him. Thanks to the stone, a sword appeared in the guy's hands. Everyone was closely watching everything that was happening. The girl did not understand what was going on. Mr. Sure thought that this was incredible. Chunfan rushed upward towards the terrible snake. The guy shouted that by cutting mountains and rivers he ascended to heaven and punished the dragon. Chunfan still killed him. The elder didn't understand that he was even human. The man replied that of course, but he is also immortal. Zhang Anshi immediately became indignant. Why didn't he show his strength earlier? The guy replied that the magic sword of true martial arts was difficult to engrave on the jade Holy Dawn amulet. Perhaps the immortal from Sangxing could cut the suns in half with this sword. In this life, he must at least achieve core fusion and overcome all calamities. Mr. Sure bowed and said that he was very grateful for saving his life. He would owe him for the rest of his life. The man would remember this until the end of his days. Looking at him, Xiao said that just think, he can kill even such a huge, scary snake. That's what her teacher is like. Zhang Anshi began to shout that if he had done this earlier, her bodyguards would not have died in vain. Xiao shouted that the master saved her, and now she dares to accuse him of something? Mr. Sure told the girl that she should be grateful for saving her, but not to ask too much. He asked the girl if she thought they had some kind of friendly relationship, like she cares about what he did or when it happened. She replied that okay, let him forget. Since he killed him, he must allow them to enter the pond territory. The guy asked why he would allow them to do this. Do they think the pond belongs to them? Zhang Anshi asked if he was trying to stop her. This pond is not his property. The guy shouted that from today the evil dragon pond will belong to him. Everyone agrees? The elders bowed and said that the sect of spellcasters and spirits would follow the immortal oracle. They must leave this place. The evil dragon pond does not want their presence. The girl asked why he appropriated the pond of the evil dragon for himself. This didn't convince her at all. The young man named Chunfan. He also pretends to know a couple of magical martial arts, right? What kind of nonsense is he talking about? Turning to the girl, the gentleman said that she was talking to an immortal who had just killed a devilish dragon with his sword. The guy replied that if they provoke him, He is afraid that everyone who is in any way connected with this girl's family will die. She asked what did he say. Chunfan shouted for her to get out of there. Bowing, Mr. Shi told the Immortal that the lady did not understand who she was dealing with. He asked for forgiveness for insulting them and said that they would leave this place immediately. A few days later, Chunfan handed them the pill and ordered them to take it. This is a life essence pill. Wu Shanha said that it was much weaker than the spiritual energy concentrating pill he had taken before. The girl added that it also makes her body glow. Chun said that this is a vital essence pill. He created it from the blood and meat of that snake. The guy made thousands of such pills. He kept only the eyes, scales, and spine of the snake. The guy said that he decided to stay there for a while and continue cultivating for some more time. He had already appointed him as the head of the Spirit Charmer sect. He will need to deal with what happened. At that moment, a guy came up to them with a report. He said that Mrs. Zheng had returned. She wanted to meet with him. Approaching him, she said that she would like to talk to him as a business partner. The group wishes to buy magical ingredients from the evil dragon's pawn from him. Chunfan replied that since they want to talk, he will tell them honestly. They shouldn't have come there. The guy began to say that the magic flower reagent that they were looking for was supposed to prolong the life of the old man. But the magical reagents of the evil dragon's labor are isolated flowers. They can keep the soul from disappearing, but it will die if it tries to eat these flowers while alive. Turning to Mr. Shi, the girl asked, "Is this true?" He began to say that how could such a gloomy place give rise to a priceless flower, which has the power to prolong someone's life. Their ancient records only mentioned a magical reagent, but its location was not indicated. Apparently, he made the mistake of worrying about her grandfather. She replied that since this was not the right place, the girl would still continue to hope for his help. This pond is a more likely place where magical reagents that prolong life could be found. She has no idea where else they might be. Chin replied that although there are no such plants there, he has pills that can prolong life. The guy ordered Wu Shanha to find the wounded animal. The man replied that there was a sick rabbit nearby. Handing him the pill, the guy invited the rabbit to eat it. The girl noticed that he seemed younger. She asked what kind of drug it is that has such power. Handing the pill to Mr. Ears, the guy said that he was cultivating with Qi Kung Fu. A man should be familiar with this type of pill. Having smelled it, he replied that it was filled with vital energy. This is definitely a magic pill. She can also help people. The guy replied that it was called a life essence pill. One such pill can extend the life of an old person by 10 days. He said that there were 100 such pills in this jug. They can extend someone's life by 2 years. The girl replied that it's good. She buys them all. Let her name the price. Hearing the price of 100 million, Zheng Yanqi replied that it was very expensive, but okay, she was buying it. The guy replied that she was mistaken, 100 million for one piece. Chunfan said that there are only 100 vital essence pills in the jug, including the one that was eaten by the rabbit, a total of 10 billion. She asked the guy even understands what 10 billion is for a pitiful jug. He replied that he naturally understood. His drug is the only one in the world. If she doesn't want to buy it, she can leave this place. The girl replied that she could not provide that amount right now. Chunfan replied that, of course, he would give her time to collect enough money. Let him catch the jug of pills, but do not delay payment. He is not very patient. The girl said okay, she agrees. Zheng Yanqi will return with them as soon as she collects the required amount. The girl will not keep him waiting long. Mr. Shi asked, is she really going to give the guy 10 billion? Maybe they should come back. The girl asked who said that she would give him money. Zheng Yanqi asked the gentleman if she had signed any contract. There was nothing, no video, no evidence. There is nothing illegal about this. She said that he would not be able to show her anything, even if he knew that she had deceived him. All he knows is a couple of magical martial arts. Mr. Shi asked, is it so easy to refuse a deal with an immortal? He should not interfere in the affairs of his mistress, even if this leads to a great tragedy for her family. Wu Shanha asked why he let her go after giving her the pills. What should they do if she cannot provide such an amount and will not give them anything? The guy replied that she promised him. Chunfan said if they don't pay them this amount, they will pay with their lives. Some people think that rules are the most important thing, but they don't know what those rules actually mean. He was the immortal sovereign of Beixian. No one had the right to refuse to pay his debt and still live. Chunfan said that he would live in solitude, but first of all, let them listen to all his instructions. A spiritual condensation formation created from jade and yin crystals placed at the bottom of a pond along its edges. The art of endless tempering is capable of absorbing any energy, including the dark energy of the pond, and here will be its sacred place for cultivation. With this soul-shaping pill, created from the leaves of a flower, he can gather his spiritual power into one. The soul-shaping pill is a magical ingredient. It will improve his thinking processes. The guy immediately felt himself getting stronger, but his body was still finding it difficult to withstand such loads. Now he needs to correctly direct the flows of this power, and the art of hardening the soul will allow him to gather this power at one point. He thought that now that he had collected enough spiritual energy, he could begin creating a spiritual item. He said it was better this way. It's not every day that you get the opportunity to work with a 20-yard-long ridge. After testing it, the guy said that it had great power. He would call it a ferocious bone whip. Wu Shanha told the girl that she was able to master the air hammer formation in just 3 months. Xiao asked the master lived in seclusion for so long. Is he really okay? He replied that everything would be fine as long as they did not disturb him. They did not understand who this master really was. Their conversation was followed by a strong explosion. Xiao immediately thought that the master had stopped his solitude. Wu Shanha began to ask what happened. He realized that this was golden energy, similar to that of the evil snake. Seeing her master, the girl was very happy. She asked, "Is this really her master, Chun?" Chunfan replied that he had finally completed awakening the eyes of the fire-eyed opal. The guy asked, "So, is it because of the golden eyes of the snake?" This is truly wonderful. He said that now, after successfully completing his training, it was time to return back. Xiao asked the master, is going to return to the city? Could he take her with him? Chun replied that the girl needs to continue her training, so she should not follow him. In 3 months, he developed in cultivation, trained his consciousness, and cultivated his strength. The guy understood that he had enough strength to resist everyone. Seeing him, the girl asked if he had finally returned. Looking at the girl, he asked what happened. She said that her grandfather had just returned with her, and her father would like to see him. If he remembers correctly, the man is a senior colonel in the military district. Wei Ziqing replied that it was true. The guy said okay, if he wants it, then they can have a meeting. Arriving at the required place, Ziqing asked him to go through. Entering the room, the guy saw 2 men in front of him. Mr. Wei told the guy that he had not seen him for a very long time. The pills he gave him helped him a lot. Chen then asked if the master needed anything else. The man replied that it was not him, but Chan Jin. Turning to the master, the man said that he heard his martial arts had reached perfection. He replied that it's true, he can do something. But how does this relate to him? Wei Chongqing asked if he would demonstrate it to me. Without thinking twice, the guy asked if the man had a gun with him. He replied that yes, with him. Chen asked him to shoot. The gun was pointed towards the guy. The man said that he would actually shoot. He was surprised that the master was really not afraid of weapons. Wei Chongqing actually fired, and with a sharp movement of his hand, the guy caught the bullet right in front of his face. The girl asked did he really catch her. Chongqing patted the guy on the shoulder and said that, as he had been told, his abilities corresponded to his reputation. Bowing, the man said that he was there to ask the guy to become the leading instructor of the Sanglong Battalion. Chen asked what the man wants to say by this. The guy replied that the Sanglong Battalion is the same place for training special forces in Jinling. This is the highest position among battalion instructors, the person responsible for preparing the best soldiers through training and combat operations. Wei Jiqing said that in a couple of years he will be a major general in Huaxia County, although he will only be 20 years old. The guy asked since this position is so important, why do they want to put him in? The man said that the previous inspector was suspended. Not long ago, a military competition was held. Sanglong was in 3rd place from the bottom, and 10 teams participated in the competition. Also, these 10 teams included 3 departments that did not pay enough attention to development. Therefore, they are considered the worst among the 7 battalions. Chunfan replied that even taking this into account, they do not need him. This position entails responsibility for training management. The guy said that he doesn't even know the model of his pistols. The man replied that the gentleman should not worry about it. They have a full staff of instructors. The reason that they could not compete on equal terms with other fighters is that they were no match for them in individual sparring. He said that they could defeat 2 or 3 opponents, while their fighters could not cope with one. The winner was Luan's battalion, under the command of Yi Nantian. Chunfan replied that he had no time to train a group of children. Wei Chang'e said that he would only need to train twice a week. With his agreement, they are ready to consider any conditions. The man said that he would be honest with the guy. They can guarantee the safety of both his family and his place in Jiangbei. Mr. Wei thought that Chang'e's promise sounded convincing. The guy replied that it was good, but he had one condition. He would use the pseudonym Chun Baixian. The man said okay, there won't be any problems with that. Mr. Wei told Chang that if not for his last phrase, the guy would have refused. The man asked this about a place in Jiangbei. The gentleman replied that no, about the safety of his loved ones. The guy decided that it was time to deploy a soul-attracting spiritual structure. They will be used for a protective barrier. He immediately began formation. Chunfan said that now he can even breathe easier with charged energy. He decided that he would then begin cultivation. A week later, 2 military men knocked on the guy's door. Opening the door for them, Chunfan said that they could enter. Hua Donglai asked, "So this is where their young leading inspector lives?" The woman said that he was invited by higher authorities. Let him respect the chain of command. Inspector Ho replied that he didn't care who he was. He didn't understand why some boy was appointed leading inspector of the battalion. Yu Qing asked him to moderate his hostility. The guy will be responsible for individual combat training. The man said that this was even more unacceptable. What can a guy of 16 or 17 years old be capable of? All he has is probably a little inner strength. She replied that judging by the data, he is at least ascension level. Hua Donglai said that this is something that an ordinary person would never be able to do, and with such skill one can consider that he has 1 foot in the sacred space. The woman replied that the data does not lie. She is the leading specialist in collecting information. The man replied that she must have made a mistake somewhere. They told the guy that they were given the task of bringing him to the training ground. Looking at him, the woman realized that he was too young. The man introduced himself and said that he was from the Central Association. Perhaps they shouldn't refer to each other by their ranks, since they're both warriors. Hua Donglai said that if the guy could defeat him, then he would believe in his strength. Otherwise, he is afraid that the soldiers he has to train will not believe in his abilities. Yu Qing told the guy not to worry. His subordinates will follow his orders. Chunfan asked why he had to fight him. The guy is the lead inspector, and he is an assistant. Hua Donglai replied that they are all wars. Does he really care about the rules of world martial arts? Chen asked who said he was a warrior. As an inspector, he orders him to shut up. The man wanted to shout something, but immediately remembered that he was on duty and must follow orders. Yu Qing was surprised that the guy didn't take anything with him. How is he going to go to the mountains on his own 2 feet? In the car, the woman introduced herself. She said that she would be a personal consultant and liaison officer. If he wants to know any information, let him just ask. She will be sincere with him in everything. The guy replied that he had nothing to ask. She understood that he was completely different from the previous inspector. Maybe the data was really wrong. The man thought that he would see when the battalion arrived and meet with those soldiers. The soldiers were indignant that they had been waiting for 3 hours. They discussed the fact that he was sent by higher management and was not even 20 years old. He will come to teach them martial arts. They discussed the fact that the previous instructor had gone through thick and thin and continued to serve the army, for which he was promoted to lead instructor. The captain told them that they were not supposed to discuss the lead instructor. They are obliged to follow his orders. Turning to his friend, one of the soldiers said that there was no need to worry so much. The guy just passed his exams and joined the battalion. He asked how about when the lead instructor arrived, They showed him how they treated the new bosses there. The guy asked, didn't the captain just say to obey the orders of your superiors? He asked who said that they would not obey. They just want him to show what he is capable of. If he doesn't know how to do anything, then let him continue to be the lead instructor, but not interfere in their training. They began to discuss what you should compete with them in. The guy replied that since he will teach them hand-to-hand combat, then it will be a single sparring. Yu Qing told the lead instructor that they had almost arrived at the battalion. She said that upon arrival, they would probably decide to challenge him to a duel. He would have to show his strength. Looking at the young guy, they thought that he would be laughed at if he arrived at the battalion and showed his bad side. They announced that they had arrived and asked if they could begin boarding. Chunfan replied that no, let them just open the doors. Yu Qing asked, what does the lead inspector mean? The guy replied that they themselves said that he must show what he is capable of so that they follow his orders. She replied that yes, if he does not show this, it will be difficult to give them orders. Huadonglai asked, he wasn't going to jump, was he? There are 100 trees above the ground. The soldiers saw the helicopter approaching. Their new lead inspector had finally arrived. The guy decided to teach him a lesson first. Looking up, the guy saw a man jump out of the helicopter. His landing reminded them of an earthquake. They began to wonder if he had jumped straight from a helicopter. This is incredible. One of the guys realized that it was Chunfan. The soldiers did not understand. Is he the leading inspector? They were ready to swear that even bullets would not harm him. Do the guys still think they can beat him in sparring? The guy didn't understand how this was possible. Chunfan, lead inspector, he said that he heard that they want to trample him into the dirt. Anyone can challenge him by breaking ranks. Seeing that no one was out of order, he asked, so there are no objections? Everyone answered in unison that there were no objections. Chunfan said so sluggishly, it's no wonder why they are the last in military competitions. From his point of view, if they are beasts, then the guy will train them so that they can become mythical animals that will swallow the heavens. Yu Qing told the lead inspector that he was full of extraordinary talents. Huadonglai added that he fully recognized his strength. The guy replied that everyone was free then, gathering after lunch. The guys discussed what they had heard. The new lead inspector is an amazing person. They even saw him jump from a helicopter. One of them said that if he were him, he would have done so. They are a group of people at the very bottom of the military competition standings. The captain replied that the lead inspector would train them. The guy asked, isn't he the same level of inner strength as Inspector Hua? The guys replied that that inspector would not have dared to jump from a height of 100 cannonballs. They decided that Inspector Ho was not even his match. Yu Qing handed the guy the documents and said that this is the basic information about the battalion. Chunfan replied that he would leave this place after completing his training. He had no use for this information. If he looks at the secret documents and gets involved in the management of this base, he will most likely not be allowed to leave it in the future. She asked how the lead inspector was going to train the soldiers. They have all the necessary tools to help with this. The guy replied that he didn't need them. If he wanted to develop them to Luan level in a short time, he would need to use some special techniques. Huadonglai told the inspector that the sparring abilities of Luan's fighters were the best among all the battalions. It will be extremely difficult to surpass them. He replied that it was very easy for him. Looking at the paper, Yu Qing was surprised. The guy replied that this is a special technique that he developed. By following it, the fighters will become much stronger. Gu Luzhu said that he would like to clarify what the secret of this hardening is. The guy replied that after studying, they will be able to fight with fighters of the level of internal strength, using only their own bodies. Huadonglai asked, is the skill similar to Muay Thai? The man added that training in Muay Thai is much tougher than when developing internal strength. Chunfan replied that his tempering skill is much easier. By following the formula, they will be able to learn this skill in a short time, but will lose the ability to develop further. Gu Luzhu, what is the formula of the pills? Could he show it to them? He understands that this is the most important secret of any sect. It is even more important than Kung Fu. Chun handed him the paper. The man said that this formula is worth thousands of gold bars. Who is the lead inspector? Chunfan replied that it doesn't matter. It is called a cultivation pill, but only a practitioner of the Songlong tempering skill will receive the effect of consuming it. Is he happy with the training formula? The soldiers said that the whole body seemed to be burning with pain. All the energy gathered around them. The commanders said that the leading inspector was like God. They would never understand. The man said that he was now completely convinced that his strength was beyond his imagination. Chunfan asked how the training is going. Gu Luzhu replied to the lead inspector that his technique was truly incredible. The guy said that it was only needed for more effective training. The guy said that Chunfan completely ignores him. He just got there. What if he never reaches his level in his life? He must pull himself together, because someday he will see a bright future. Since the guy has learned the magical skill of tempering, then he will practice it and become stronger. Gu Luzhu called the lead inspector for a conversation and said that he had previously acted like a vile fool and could not immediately recognize the great strength in him. Chen replied that it was okay. Let him get closer to the point. The man said that he wanted to ask if he would take part in an event dedicated to martial arts. The guy asked about an event dedicated to martial arts. Chen replied that he does not belong to their martial arts reality. The man said that this is a large meeting held every 3 years, where all the secret martial arts gather. There is also trade in various ancient medicines, magical items, and even pills. Ascension-level masters can even show off their skills. The last time they even put up a 1,000-year-old ginseng for auction. The man would like to invite him to this event as part of their association. Chen asked if there will be fights there. He replied that, of course. They had enough strength in the past, but now over the years many have lost their skills. Chen asked if he really wants the guy to participate because he needs his strength. Gu Luzhu replied that he did not need to fight. The event is calm, just in case. The guy decided that he would go. He would like to meet the warriors from the ground and see for himself in their strength. The man understood that he had such a strong master in his hands. They should not be afraid to provoke others. No one will dare to mock the unification anymore. After 2 weeks, it was clear from the soldiers that the training was having a good effect on them. The guy asked, is this all he can do? He called him a monster. They trained as a group, but somehow the guy turned out to be better than them. Laughing, he replied that it felt like the tempering skill was created especially for him. Gu Luzhu said that Tank is really strong. Tests showed that his muscle density is 3 times that of an ordinary person. Yuqing said that the report is already ready. According to him, they're all at least within the limits of human capabilities. The man said that the skill was really powerful, if only they could spread it to all the troops. The lead inspector replied, they know how hard training is. Do they really think that ordinary people can withstand such loads? Gu Luzhu replied that the soldiers of the battalion lived the last 2 weeks as if they were one. Yuqing added that if it weren't for special medications and pills, they wouldn't have lasted even 3 days. Hua Donglai said enough training. At that moment, Tank approached him and offered to fight. The man asked, does he dare to challenge him only after 6 months of training? Tank asked if he was afraid to fight him. Gu Luzhu pushed the man and said that he should teach the minds of these brats. Hua Donglai said that today he would taste the power of boxing, which the man learned in the association. Tank replied that who knows. Having left the guy's attack, the man replied that it was not bad. Gu Luzhu shouted that this was the Iron Mountain Cow, a special skill of the boxing fighters from the association. After the attack he received, the man asked if he really decided to come in from behind. Hua Donglai said Sanlong's outstretched paw. The lead inspectors are truly immortal. How could they underestimate what he taught? The soldiers turned to the lead instructor and asked if he could show them his skills. The men thought that they had never seen the lead instructor fight. How strong is he? Chen asked, well, who wants to fight him? The captain said what he wanted. The guy replied that it was great. The captain is quite a capable fighter. During this period, his talent is better and his mind is strongest. The man asked the lead inspector to enlighten him. Chen replied that let him start. If he can move him at least half a step, let him consider that he has won. Hua Donglai asked why the eldest uncle was there. Gu Luzhu bowed and asked why the chief inspector did not allow them to meet him with full honors. He replied that it was not worth it, since the department had already moved away. Now he was a simple person. Baixing and Man bowed to Uncle Huadonglai. Man asked her uncle where is the leading inspector? Why doesn't she see him anywhere? Huadonglai replied that the young man standing in the middle of the platform was him. Everyone unanimously asked this, and is there a new lead inspector? The girl said that those two standing in the middle of the platform were almost at her level. Baixing said that he was no match for his uncle and grandfather. The man replied that the leading inspector was simply holding back on purpose. The man said that that young man is definitely stronger than he seems. Turning to Donglai, the man said that people do not seem unsuitable for supporting the unification. Huadonglai replied to the eldest uncle that he personally saw the guy jump from a helicopter that was hundreds of feet above the ground. The girl said that he was joking. How can a person not protect himself after jumping from such a height? The captain told the lead inspector that he had lost. Chun replied that he had so much strength after just 2 weeks of training. In the future, he will be able to break out of the tempering skill. Gao Baixing asked the lead inspector, how about sparring with him? Chunfan asked who is he? The man gave his name and said that he was from the association. Huadonglai added that this is his nephew. He has a lively temperament. Gao Baixing told the lead inspector that he had heard that the man had strong martial arts skills. Is that why you want to fight him, or is he afraid? The soldiers immediately began to be indignant that if he said anything more provocative in his direction, they would at least throw him out of there. The man asked this, and are there any disciples of his? They don't look very strong for some reason. Huadonglai asked Baixing, has he already reached the limits of inner strength? Gu Luju thought that the association would soon get another talented person into its hands. Chin asked, so the association invites him to the event in this way? Explain, but the guy replied that there was no need to say anything. He will arrive at the event, but will have nothing to do with the association. Man said that he was afraid to fight even with her brother. Of course the guy would be too scared to represent the unification. Turning to the eldest uncle, the man asked to please talk some sense into them. The old man replied that he also did not believe that the guy was a martial arts master. The man has seen many real masters. Each of them is different from ordinary people, but none of them look like him. After which he said that Donglai had lost all their honor. Why does the association need the support of other people? Chun replied that the man was not worthy to fight him. Baixing asked if he is not worthy, then who will be worthy of his attention? The guy replied that someone was at least Yi Nanshan's level. He replied that he thought the guy was strong, but did not expect that he was just a young upstart. The uncle added that when practicing more powerful martial arts, he must respect the masters, but he does not care about others. Since they haven't convinced him, he'll keep drilling the guy's respect for martial artists until he changes his mind about them. The soldiers did not understand what a powerful, brutal blow was. Is this really the power of masters at the level of internal strength? They were wondering what the lead inspector would do. Man said that most likely she would just die. Even Uncle Mu is not strong enough to withstand her brother's blows. But imagine her surprise when she saw that the blow had been reflected. Baixing shouted that this was incredible. Chunfan replied that he told him that the guy was not worthy to fight him. The old man thought how strange. Was he really mistaken? Is he a master who knows how to hide his powers completely? Mu Shan from the association approached them. He said that he wanted the opportunity to engage in battle. What Donglai didn't understand how this could even happen. The old man told the lead instructor that he was too cruel. The guy replied that he dared to provoke him. Let him be glad that he didn't kill him. Mu Shan wondered who he even was. A teenager who is only 17 years old. Why does he have such a look? The man asked to enlighten him. Chunfan replied that he said he is not worthy. The old man shouted that enough was enough. The leading instructor was strong. Everything that happened was their fault. He hopes the instructor will be more courteous to all the people he meets at the event. Chunfan asked if they really wanted to leave without any apologies. He will not allow others to wipe their feet on him. The old man asked what he meant. He replied that Donglai asked him to support the unification and he agreed, but they disrespected him. Let him break his legs and get out. Mu Shan asked the lead instructor, otherwise he will take revenge? The guy replied, what if so? He said that if so, then he could learn his fighting style. The old man replied that it was good. This is what ambitious people from the association look like. Mushan thought that he had already bowed to him, showing respect. But the guy didn't bow back. He looked down on him. Lifting concrete slabs from the ground, the man pointed them towards the lead instructor. But the guy was able to break them easily. After which, Mushan decided to attack personally. The soldiers were wondering, are they equal to the lead instructor? The tank replied that no, the lead instructor is much stronger. The man thought that if only the martial artist had been there, then no one would have behaved so arrogantly. Having attacked the lead instructor, the man thought that he definitely did not expect this. Dust rose around them and nothing was visible. Mushan asked, what the hell is this? How is this even possible? He just used his hand to deflect all his strength and body weight, but there were no scratches on him. He didn't understand how such a person could exist in the world. His body is like steel. Chunfan replied that he said that the man was not worthy to be his opponent. Man thought that the guy looked younger than her. Could he really be the strongest martial artist? The old man bowed and said that they had eyes, but they still couldn't see. Chunfan said that now he can break his legs and leave from there. The old man replied that since he was still a young master, they deserved such punishment. He said that it was unacceptable to humiliate the masters, but at the same time, he ordered Mushan to break his legs. He asked the master if he was happy with all this. Chunfan replied that of course. The old man added that then let him allow them to leave this place. But before they leave, he will inform him that they also have masters in their association. They wish for this humiliation together. The guy replied that he would wait. Gu Luju said that the young master would come to the martial arts event, and he would have the power to intimidate them all. I'm from the helicopter. The guy said that he attended an event dedicated to martial arts. Hua Donglai told the lead instructor that they were just wasting their time. Chunfan replied that everything has passed. He is him, and unification is unification. He understands everything. Yu Qing said that she had already reported this to her superiors. The guy is completely free to go wherever he wants. He may want to leave the battalion. The title and position will be reserved for him, and he will always be the lead instructor. Chunfan replied that they were very polite, after which he headed to Chuzhou. Jiang Churan saw the guy and asked when did he return. A friend asked the girl if she still communicates with other students. Approaching him, Ran said that he had trained so much. She has a feeling that something has changed in him. Does her mom know he's back? He replied that he had only arrived in the city today. He wanted to meet her first before seeing his aunt. The girl said that he left without saying a word. Her mother was very worried. Ran told the guy that it would be a little awkward for her to go home together, so maybe they should go separately from each other. He asked why. At that moment, a guy called out to the girl. Li Chen asked the guy decided to go back to school. Turning to the girl, he said that it was time for them to go to the coast of the island. The performance had already begun. Thought this girl was still with him? As in his previous life, they remained together, later ending up at the same university. If he had not arrived there, then apparently the whole story would have repeated itself. Since this is the fate of this girl, he wonders what the fate of the others will be. Apparently, interfering with the fate of others is not enough. The guy influences events, but not much yet. As soon as he entered the classroom, his friend approached him and said that he had finally returned. They say he went on an exchange. Did he like it? Chunfan asked. So, does that mean he has a new girlfriend? Jiang Tanxiu replied that this girl who lives next door finally agreed to become his friend. He asked Xiao Qian. At that moment, the guy realized that this was the same girl because of whom he cut off a man in a bar and went to prison for 7 years. Fate plays bad cards with people. If he leaves it to chance, then the guy will continue to follow the well-trodden path of fate. His parents will be the same as in his previous life. Again, in the end, you will have to waste 30 years of your life and leave the earth when you reach the level of immortal. You will see your friend laughing. The guy asked what happened. He replied that he was just getting a little sentimental. Being in his young body, his mind also became a little naive. He said that this is a terrible fate. The cultivation path itself is resistance to the predetermined fate. The guy is going to kill Xiao Qian and Li Yichen because then their fate will change. There is no fate that cannot be changed. There's only absolute power. He asked his friend if he knew what was most important in the world. This is the power he holds in his hands. Jiang Tanqiu asked, is the guy okay? Maybe you should take a break? Chunfan replied that everything was fine. Looking back, he saw a girl and asked if she was following him. Did something happen? Ran replied that his mother wanted to invite him to dinner, which they would have at their house. The guy replied that it was good. I'll see you later. The girl asked him to wait. She began to say that she wanted him to know that she only agreed to have dinner with that guy, but she was not going to be his girlfriend. He disappeared for 3 whole months. Did he even think about what they were going through? Chen asked if she had any feelings for him. She answered yes. Chunfan replied that Fei Fei is just a friend for him, nothing more. She began to say, does he have any idea how good she is? The girl began to shout that now he had his eye on Chu Jiqing, but what about the time he was missing? The guy thought that suddenly someone was worried about him. Chunfan still went to dinner in the evening. Entering the living room, the guy did not expect to see so many people. As soon as Su Rongfei immediately shouted that he had finally returned, the aunt asked why her daughter shouldn't make tea for the guy. At the same time, she asked him why he was so late. The man asked Yang Chao if their hotel intended to receive a 5-star rating. The guy answered yes. Meng added that recently officials came to check. She told Uncle Jiang that his opinion would be the most important if he could tell them anything to stir up public interest. The man said that as soon as they get permission from the Administrative Department of National Tourism, then they can consider that everything is fine with them. Watching them, the man thought that his daughter's friends had a very impressive background, and in the future they would often help each other achieve more. Meng asked if Uncle Jiang had heard about Master Chen. Everyone in high circles already knows about him. Ran added that they say his powers are beyond human understanding. Meng said that he is much cooler than martial arts. When the girl turns to Su Rongfei, will she tell them something? Her father must have something to say about this. She said that recently big bosses began to thank the master, including Zhou Tianhao and Su Ao. Mr. Jiang told the guy that if he went to university and went into politics in the future, he would quickly take his place. The guy thanked him and said that he prefers Zhonghai University. The man asked, really? This university is also his daughter's goal. The guy must definitely try. Mr. Jiang told about everyone except Chun. Li Chen thought that this guy had not been assessed for his future. When leaving, Chen asked the girl the key to the pitchfork. Can she give it to him? The girl replied that of course. Meng asked for the villa key. The aunt said that these were the keys to the villa on the mountain. The guy gave them to her daughter before leaving. Li Chen asked, is this villa number 1 by any chance? They say that it is very expensive and belongs to Master Wei III. How did this guy get the keys to her? Chunfan replied that the man gave it to him. As soon as the girl brought the keys, he said that he was leaving them. Suddenly, Meng asked why not let them in so they could see for themselves. The aunt said that the girl was most likely just joking. The guy could go without them. Meng thought that this time she wouldn't let him down because of her aunt. Turning to them, Chunfan told his aunt that he had promised to show her a long time ago. How about now? Ran asked, has he gone completely crazy? Her mom gave the guy a chance to get out. Why is he so stubborn? Li Chen said that it seems like he doesn't even know when to stop. The girl told Aunt Tang that since the guy invited them, they should go. The woman replied that it was okay. She would go. Mr. Jiang said that these children are so proud. The girl approached him and wanted to say something, but the guy replied that everything was fine. He simply invited them to visit his new home. Su Rongfei remembered her father's words that the guy was an unusual person. She would definitely benefit from being closer to him. She wondered if he really had another personality that her father was talking about. Meng told the girl that it's time for these. Let her open the door and expand their vision of a rich life. She replied that let her friend forget about it. It was time for them to go. Li Chen told the guy that it was nothing. The girl was just joking, so don't listen to her. The man thought that this is how someone from the elite should behave. He has a good family, and he also has a broad outlook. As soon as they began to approach closer to the house, the door opened, and the woman asked if the gentleman had really returned. She immediately said that Mr. Wei asked the guy to inform him of his arrival as soon as he returned. He replied that he would definitely call him. Chunfan told the guys that Aunt Lu is a maid in his house. She also has a key. Let them not be shy and come in. He will show them his new home. Upon entering, Yang Chao said that this is indeed the most luxurious house in the city, and yet this guy is an ordinary person. Aunt Tang couldn't believe her eyes. Li Chen was thinking about what the maid said. What did Mr. Wei tell her? Does this really mean that the guy really knows the gentleman? He clearly underestimated him. Mr. Jiang thought it was mind-boggling. Chunfan told his uncle to come and sit down. How's he doing? Isn't his new home wonderful? Meng Meng began to say that she was already tired, so she would go home. Yang Chao said that he would see the girl off. Aunt and uncle also got ready to leave and took Ran Ran with them. Meng Meng asked if the gentleman had provided the guy with a villa for temporary use. Aunt walked and thought that the guy was telling the truth. Apparently, he doesn't know how to lie at all. Ran Ran was stupid. She had the key in her hands, but she never used it. The girl walked and thought about how she should feel after all this. Li Chen's situation is very good. Her father wants to be looked up to, and it's natural that she should be with him. The guy thought what to do with him, and all for this moment. He killed that evil serpent and imprisoned its soul in chalcedony. Now will be the focus for its construction. He looks like a real dragon, surrounded by fog. Now his name will be White Dragon, although he is the soul of an evil serpent, combined with the spiritual energy of a mountain. If the guy continued to strengthen the formation in the future, he could become a spirit beast. By piecing together his physical body, he would eventually be able to exist in the real world again and separate himself from the construct. Opening his eyes, Chunfan realized that he had been unconsciously cultivating all night. Seeing the men, he shouted that here are the guests, let them come in. The men looked at each other and couldn't understand where this voice was coming from. They felt as if the voice was in their heads. The guy shouted that it was him. Stop suffering with bullshit. They'll meet on the 3rd floor. He didn't understand. Could the master really know how to use telepathy? These are the same abilities that the Buddha had, judging by the myths. The man said that Master Chen's formation is much stronger than any magical item. He realized that he seemed to have been delayed too early. Zhou Tianhao said that they in Jiangbei would not have to fear that bastard Tang Yuanqin if they had him. He has great influence in the city, but everyone boycotts his activities, although he wanted to grab a piece of the business, but they always refused him. Chunfan asked, could they really not harm him? Is he that strong? The man replied that if they united, then why are they still afraid of him? One of them said that he is really strong. The Tang family has many connections in Jinling. Their background is wide. It is a very large family in the city. The man replied that it was similar. Brother Hao just didn't see him. Tang Yuanqin, along with his father, are masters at the peak of their inner strength, but they are worthless in the province. Chunfan replied that money, influence, and background information are all nothing. Strength is the only thing that matters most. They said that yes, he is powerful, but they have Master Chun. He could clearly kill him with one blow. The guy asked what do they want from him? The man told the master that the bosses wanted to meet with him. The guy replied, why not? Zhou Tianhao said that it's great. Jiangbei has always been like crumbling sand. They need someone who can take over and take control of Jiangbei. The man thought that his father looked down on him and thought that he was worthless, but he knows Master Chun. Zhou Tianhao thought that if the master could become the boss and would not interfere in problem areas, then maybe he would become the most suitable representative for him. The guy thought that he was simplifying everything too much. The bosses are just afraid of his strength. They're not even going to fully acknowledge him. He thought, so what? His strength is in his hands. If someone is not convinced, he will kill him. Chunfan replied that, okay, it's time to go to the living room. Let everyone drink a cup. The man said that he would not mind something in a drink, so he would be the first. After which he immediately said that this was an extraordinary drink. He said that for some reason, he felt as if he had drunk an elixir. When the liquid enters the stomach, it becomes warm, and the whole body is filled with energy. The man asked the master what kind of magical water this was. The guy replied that in some way this is her. Zhou Tianhao asked the master for permission and is still sleeping. He replied that, of course, Mr. Guo should also drink. His wounds from the competition were still not healed. Chunfan thought that there would be a lot of this water. As long as the construction for the accumulation of spiritual energy is in effect, the production of such water can be put on stream. The man asked if it was possible to produce this magical water daily. And how much can you produce? Chunfan replied that he can provide 20 bottles per day. A bottle is 5 liters. 20 bottles are equal to 100 liters. The man said that works out to 400 cups a day. They will be able to sell it. He asked the master if this water could cure any diseases. He said that this water collected the spiritual energy of the villa. If someone drinks this water for a long time, his body will be healthy and will be able to withstand any disease. The man asked, what is the expiration date of water? The guy replied that it was a good question. It has a long shelf life, but if you take it outside the building, the effectiveness will disappear in less than half a day. But if you pour it into a jade vessel, the effectiveness will remain for up to a week. The man said that a week is more than enough. The man asked, does the gentleman want to buy this magical water? It will cost thousands. He replied that he shouldn't even think about buying such water. Zhou Tianhao asked if anyone would fork out that much. The man replied that the richer a person is, the longer he wants to live in this world. The guy thought that the man's train of thought was correct. He was thinking the same thing when he was selling life essence pills. Now that I remember, it seems the girl's family decided to refuse the payment. He thought that he would need to find an opportunity to go to the island and demand payment of the debt. The man asked the master how he was going to sell it. Chunfan asked to sell. Who said he was going to sell it? It's not for sale at all. He began to tell the master that if he gave him magical water, he would take only 10% of the profit. The guy replied that no, he meant that he would not let him sell everything himself. Chunfan will offer to do this only to the boss who recognizes him. Spiritual water will be the key to his power over the forces of Jiangbei. It would allow him to transform all of Jiangbei's powers with this spiritual water within half a year. If you can't handle it, the guy will choose someone else. Zhou Tianhao asked the third master if something was wrong. The man replied that something was really wrong. Everything was developing too quickly. He asked what exactly is developing too quickly. The master replied that the guy was alarmed about something, or he's been dealing with someone for the last 6 months. The man asked who it could be. If anyone is worthy of accumulating strength to fight him, Zhou Tianhao asked if it was him. Richistman in Yangbai. Chunfan said that the magical water was just an idea that he accidentally gave to them, but it would be enough to alarm the entire Jiangbei. He still has a lot of chips in stock. Shunjun of Life forced the guy from the very top and brought him to hard times. The only thing left for him is to watch his heels. The girls were discussing the fact that all the bosses and rich people of Jiangbei had gathered there. Ran clearly underestimated his influence. She said that she was afraid that he would become the first in Jiangbei so soon. Yang Chao shouted that they had finally arrived. Let them hurry up. It wasn't easy for him to get his father's number. Meng asked what is he talking about. Their apartments can accommodate more than 1,000 people. The guy asked what was she listening to. Mr. Wei said that Master Level 3 means that only those whose status is in the hundreds of millions will be able to attend the event. The guys decided to go inside. Ran asked that evil guy, Wei Jipping, has he returned? The friend replied that yes, all the guys from high circles gathered there. Chunfan thought how lively it was there. He is afraid that Wei the Third has spread rumors about spiritual water. Walking into the hall, he saw familiar girls. Suddenly, behind his back the question was asked, is this the same Chunfan? The guy said he looked like a simpleton. Doesn't he recognize him? He's Wei Jipping. Wei Fu is his grandfather. Wei Chang'eng is his father. Wei Jiqing is his sister. Li Qin told the guy that Chunfan had recently arrived there. He previously lived in Sisui. Wei Jipping said that a couple of days ago there was a person named Wu Jiongza who received it from him. He certainly didn't look like someone who knew who he was dealing with. Chunfan replied that that guy was one of his old acquaintances, and he dared to cross his path. Su Rongfei shouted that if he started saying such things again, she would get angry. The guy said he heard his sister lend him a villa on top of a mountain. He still won't understand how she persuaded her grandfather. Wei Jipping said that since his sister cares about him so much, he will not touch him. Chen replied that even if his father was there, he would not dare to speak to him in such a tone. The girls thought that in front of him was one of the biggest villains in the city. He can't keep silent at all when he has to. Li Yichen thought that indeed, as long as this guy is interested in Chunfan, the outcome will be very interesting. The guy asked, did he dare talk to him like that? Does he think that if his sister protects him, then he won't do anything to him? Chen replied that it seems that during the year of his absence, a couple of people have appeared in the city that do not yet know how incredible he is. Wei Ziqing asked, really? Then let him show. The guy asked, does Chunfan even know who Mr. Wei is? Does he not respect him at all? Ran said that he should apologize. Although he is close to his sister, he is not related to her. Wei Jipping said that he would give him a chance to apologize right now, and then he would forgive him. Chunfan replied that he would also give him a chance. If he bows down and apologizes, the guy won't cut off his legs. Su Rongfei asked why he was so stubborn. The guy screamed that he wanted his death. Li Yichen tried to stop him, saying that if he started a fight, his father would be angry. Wei Jipping asked the guy dare to answer the phone when he threatens him, who called to prepare his grave. Handing him the phone, the guy said that it was his father. He started shouting what the guy was talking about. Chen still dares to talk nonsense. Someone began to say that the bosses had already gathered. They were looking for Master Chun. Wei Jipping shouted that he would deal with him after the meeting. Let him look for a memorial plaque for himself. The girls immediately began to ask why he was showing off. What did he get his benefactors from? Why did he say it was his father? The guy answered because it's true. Meng said that he should think about what he would do with that guy's rage. Chun replied that he was the only one there who should think about how to withstand his anger. Li Yichen told the gentleman that it was thanks to his patronage that the guy was in such a high position. He thought that Master Chun was a very influential person since there were so many famous people there. The guy replied that if it weren't for this meeting, he would have rubbed him on the ground again and again. Li Yichen asked Brother Wei where was Master Chun. Wei Jipping began to say that his father said that he would introduce him to the master. He'll take the guy with him too. The girls at the table were wondering who Master Chun was. The man began to say that he knew that bosses from everywhere had gathered there, but they were not there to listen to him. It's time to greet Master Chun. The girls were in anticipation. They had waited so long to see the master. Moreover, they heard that he was no older than 20 years old. Chunfan stood up and shouted that he was Master Chun. Ran asked where he was going. The man called Master Chun, not Chunfan. The girls tried to stop him, asking where he was going. Li Yichen thought that the bosses on the stage were not Wei Jiqing. They had killed people before. Wei Jipping asked, is this guy looking for death? Did something happen to him that he decided to laugh at everyone there? No one understood what was happening at all. Everyone around him began to call him Master Chun. Ran could not believe that Chunfan was the same Master Chun. Meng asked, is he really the same master? One high school student with an ordinary background looks like an ordinary person with a plain appearance. The second boss, under whose gaze the entire top of Jiangbei. Wei Jipping asked, how can this be? He thought that he seemed to be imagining it all. Li Yichen thought it was like a magic trick. The guy thought that he was an ordinary person. His family and abilities were just worthless dust. He's not even close. The guy is completely lost. Chunfan said that he would not be verbose. Some problems have arisen, so the entire event will be hosted by Wei III and Zhou Tianhao. Passing by the guy's table, he said that it was really a call from his father. Su Rongfei walked toward her father. Chunfan told the girl that he needed to settle some matters with her father. She nodded approvingly. Wei III understood that it seemed that his son was rude to Chunfan, and Su Ao's daughter was close to this guy. He is afraid that Su Ao will take his place in Master Chen's heart. Approaching Ran, the guy said that he had said that he was Master Chun, but the girl did not believe him. What will she say now? Does she believe it? Wei Jipping walked up to his father. Calling the guy a bastard, the man asked how he dared threaten Master Chun, and then slapped him in the face. Bowing before the master, he said that it was all his fault. The man didn't teach his son enough manners. The guy asked for forgiveness and said that it was all his fault. Raising his head, the guy asked, will he even say anything? Chunfan asked him if he remembered what the master told him. Wei Jipping replied that he had apologized. What else did the guy want? Chen began to say that if he bowed down and apologized, the guy would think about not cutting off his legs. Wei III immediately began to say that his son simply did not understand what he was doing. He asks you to forgive him this time. Chen asked, is he asking him to break his word? He understood that Master Chun was not at all like the Chunfan he had seen before. Even his father is unable to help him. Wei Jipping started shouting that this guy was just using the help of the Wei family for his own benefit. Who is he without them? The father asked his son to calm down. After attacking, the guy said that he was grateful for Mr. Wei's help, so he only broke one of his legs. As he left, the man looked in his direction and thought that he was afraid in the future no one would be able to resist him in Jiangbei. The man told the guy that the magical water is incomparable. He sent it for examination, but it is no different from spring water. The guy immediately thought that spiritual energy is immaterial. Su Ao asked the master how much magical water he could provide per day. Chunfan replied that he should let Wei III tell him everything. The man said that magical water would not be given to them just for free. All details will be discussed later, without haste. Su Ao told the master that all the bosses had arrived except for Old Man Wu. The guy asked if the people subordinate to Tang Yuanqin also live there. The man replied that he was working with them, while secretly helping others. Chunfan replied that he would deal with it. They were wondering, was the master really going to do everything himself? They could already see how the old man is making fun of him. The woman asked her daughter if something was wrong. The girl replied that it was nothing. Father asked if she was at the conference today. Was that guy bothering her again? The girl asked her parents if there could be someone more important than everything in this world taken together. The father asked what she was talking about. She began to say that if a friend, whom he considered ordinary and unremarkable, suddenly becomes someone incredible and incomparable for someone. The man replied that what she said was rare, but it was impossible if he was raised by respected people. The girl asked if the Wei family could fit these criteria. Her father told her that they would not fit. The girl clearly underestimates the richest Ichin. As she left, she replied that they would forget. Did she think that the guy was the same Master Chen? The girl didn't understand how this was possible. This is incomprehensible to the mind. Pushing the door, the girl realized that it was not locked. Ran asked how he knew that she was coming. The guy asked why she even came to him. The girl began to shout that she did not believe that he was Master Chun. The guy asked, really? All the upper-class people claimed it was him. And in general, why doesn't she believe it? The girl replied that it was because she felt that way. Even if the whole world says that he is a master, she still won't believe it. He looks like a spineless teenager, but because of his stubbornness, he ignores common sense. The guy can't hold a candle to Li Chen. He has nothing at all. How can he be a master? Chen only asked because of this. Let the girl not judge him based on her prejudices and knowledge. The guy asked, doesn't Ran believe? Today he will show her why he is Master Chun. Chunfan shouted, activating the formation, after which that same evil snake appeared above his head. Ran asked, what is this? Chun replied that he could easily suppress everyone in the city and force the bosses to bow their heads simply with his true strength. She replied that it's not for nothing that they don't call him a master. She's afraid that such power is really close to a martial arts master. She finally realized that they belonged to different worlds. Chen decided that he would return to Sisui. He was once an ordinary student. 6 months ago, the guy was reborn and awakened on a bus going from Sisui to Chuzhou. Now he can kill people with a flick of his finger and has become famous throughout Jiangbei. He wondered how his family was now. Are his friends still the same? As soon as the guy got off the bus, his phone rang. It was Brother Sunday. After answering the call, he asked if the guy could pick him up from the bus stop. Turning around, he saw his friend, after which he told the guy that he didn't have to rush. Junjie came to pick him up. They'll talk as soon as he gets home. The guy asked, does he even remember about them? I didn't even write a single message while I was away. Haoshuan replied that he should forget about it. The guy was just busy studying. These guys are his best friends. Looking at them, Chunfan realized that they were still the same. The guy asked his friend if he bought a brand new car. Junjie replied that he simply met the coolest gentleman of Jinling. He said that by Wei Wei, and most importantly, the beauty of the school can't wait. Today's dinner is at his expense. Seeing Chunfan, the guys immediately began to ask why he dared to return. They thought he had forgotten the way home. The girls said that's enough. You could just say welcome home. These five are his best friends in Sisui. He thought that everyone remained the same, except for Yu and Jing. The guy smelled a strange aroma from a girl. Such a perfect girl should not exist in such a small country. It's not surprising that the guy didn't feel anything in his past life. Now he'll be able to find out what and how. Sitting at the table, the girl asked why Chan was looking at her like that. The friend added that you really can't just make eyes at the main beauty of the school like that. The girl began to shout that she had asked not to call her the beauty of the school. The guy replied that okay, they promised that it won't happen again. In his previous life, Yin Xiaobai brought a beautiful girl into his home immediately after entering college and inherited his father's property. Lin Weiwei entered university and wanted to become a pilot in the Air Force, but instead became a flight attendant. These two are doing well too. Yu and Jing disappeared completely unexpectedly in his previous life, apparently because of her grandmother, with whom she left in a hurry somewhere, did not leave any information. The guy was upset because he proposed marriage to her, but she rejected him. Chen thought she was looking down on him, but now he understands what it is. Due to the fact that she is a cultivator, the smell of dark souls just hovers around her. In addition, she has a rare, pure physique. She was born with Yin energy. Looking at him, the girl thought that only 6 months had passed since she last saw him. His body has changed, but she cannot recognize other changes. Wu Junjie asked the guy to come out for a moment to talk. He began to talk about how he had lied to them. Chen asked what exactly. The guy had already joined the circle of Mr. Jinling, but Mr. Wei began to point and mock him. When he did this to him, the guy didn't even dare to hide. He can't tell this to the others, but he wants to share this burden with the guy. From all the mockery, he realized that he would stop having his head in the clouds. I decided to control my own destiny. I realized that I should no longer participate in drifting. He'll get that slap back someday. Chunfan replied that he taught Wei jipping a lesson for him. The guy broke his leg. If you want, yourself and you the other. Wu Junjie replied that it was good. He felt much better when he heard his words. Chen added that he and that girl are not a very good couple, so let him not be so stubborn. Wu Junjie asked the guy with the same opinion. Approaching them from behind, a friend asked what they were whispering about. Time to quickly head inside for dinner. He cannot say that there is now a big difference between them. The guy can no longer talk to them. Chen asked Wen Jing if she was going to leave them. She asked what he was talking about. Why should she leave them? Chunfan said that no matter what problem she has, he can help. She answered that she really didn't have any problems. The guy was making something up. Wu Junjie asked what the guys were whispering about there. The girl replied that it was nothing. Why was he asking? And yet she is his friend in his previous life. That time the girl simply disappeared, and he did nothing. Now how can he ignore the teasing of his friends? Wu Junjie asked if the girls would be sent home. Yu and Jing asked them not to worry. She could get home by herself. Chen replied that he would also get there himself. The guy replied that it was good, then they would go first. The girl began to say that since he returned, he is different for his past self. Chen replied that anyone who leaves for a long time will change. She asked the guy if he had anything to say. If he wants to confess his love, then let him forget about it until they go to university. Chunfan asked did she think that he wanted to stay there because of his declaration of love. Does she remember what he said to her when they were sitting at the table? The guy said that the girl could turn to him so that the sky would bother her. She quickly replied that she had no problems. The girl said that her uncle had arrived to pick her up. She needs to go. Still, she thanked the guy for the offer. Chunfan, a master with a high level of profound strength. The identity of this girl is very mysterious. The guy summoned the seal of divine supervision. With this seal, as long as the girl is in the city, he will always be able to find her. The man began to tell her that he warned her to stay away from these guys. If he saw them again, he would kill them all. She thought that she was really sorry. The girl couldn't tell him the truth. If he was dragged into this, then he would be in trouble. Now, after applying the seal of divine supervision, the guy can go home. The man said that the magistrate was waiting for him for lunch, but he did not arrive. Chunfan replied that he took a walk and talked with Junjie. When he saw his son, the father was happy. The man began to ask how his studies were during these 6 months. The guy replied that it was quite good. Oh, disappointed him in his past life. Now becoming an enemy all over the world, the guy will never allow him to believe him. The father replied that since he says that there is nothing wrong, then he will believe him. As soon as his mother returns, he will tell her that the guy has shown up. Looking at the guy, the man thought that after his stay in another city, he seemed to have a better character. The man told the master that he had a meeting on agriculture scheduled for the day, or should he bring it? The guy's father replied that there was no need for this. The master told his son that his mother and sister would return in 5 or 6 days, so he should not go anywhere until they return. The guy thought about it. It seems that the supervision seal indicates rapid movement. Seeing the girl, the grandmother asked, "Has she returned? Did the girl say goodbye to her friends?" Zhang Ben told the woman that if her granddaughter approached another man again, he would not be able to explain this to the young witch lord. The woman answered the guy that the bishop sent him only to protect the girl. He replied that she was the girl of the Witcher Lord. He would destroy anyone who touched her. The girl thought that her grandmother and her entire family were telling her that from now on she belonged only to the young ruler. But she had never even seen him. She wondered why. The woman told her that the young lord would send them as spirits and witches of the clan. If she marries him, she will rise above many people. Zhang Ben told the girl that the young witch lord would take her away, and she would no longer need to stay in this ordinary world. The girl replied that she understood everything. Yu Wenjing thought that she had heard that the young witch lord had amazing magic skills. He could kill a person standing hundreds of miles away from him. If this is true, then there is no use in trying to refuse him or escape. She doesn't want to drag her parents into this. She will have to submit to the fate prepared for her. Suddenly, the question was asked, are they still waiting for the arrival of the young Witcher Lord? Zhang Ben asked who he was. At one point, he recognized the man as Patriarch Bai. The guy asked why he was there and not in the southwestern lands. Looking at the girl, he asked, "So, is this Yu Wenjing who was personally chosen by the young lord?" The man heard that her body contains dark energy, and she is a rare cultivation genius. The woman asked what's wrong with that. This girl is her granddaughter. How did she bother him? The patriarch replied that she was so cruel that she even pushed her granddaughter straight into the fire. Bai Wuji asked if the girl knew why the young witch lord chose her. The woman immediately began screaming for him to stop. He began to say that the young witch lord would use her dark energy to help himself in cultivation. He will put witcher roots into her body. This will help him remove spiritual energy, and then when the body reaches it, he will take the energy and process it to develop his own body. The girl asked her grandmother what he said. Is it true? The woman replied that the powers of the Witcher Lord are so great that they cannot do anything about it. If she marries him, then it will be worth all the difficulties that await her. Bai Wuji shouted that it was enough to carry her already. He was taking her away. The woman asked since when should she rely on him? How can she let her granddaughter go? Isn't he afraid of the wrath of the young witch lord? 6 families of the southwestern region united. So is that all they have? They will all be dead when the young lord arrives there. The man asked her, doesn't it seem like something is wrong? If all 6 families united, then why is he the only one there? At that moment, she realized that something was wrong. He said that the other 5 families were going to interfere and fight with the young lord. Even if they cannot kill him, they will delay him for a few days, and it will be too late. After hearing his words, the woman released poisonous gas. Thanks to this, they were able to escape. The man shouted for them to find them immediately. Chunfan appeared on their way. The guy asked what was going on. Is the girl's uncle trying to run away with her somewhere? Zhang Ben asked what he was doing there. Chunfan realized that someone was following them. The guy shouted that she needed to run as quickly as possible so as not to let them catch her. He asked the guy, by any chance, was he a classmate of the girl? Some people are trying to harm her. Let them help the girl escape. Chen asked why they should run away. Yu Wenjing shouted, why is he so stupid? Someone is trying to kill her. The guy replied not to worry. He was there to protect her. Zhang Ben asked, does he even know who they are? These are not some school children. These are killers who easily kill people. Chunfan told the girl that they should believe him. He would not allow them to lay a finger on her. Moreover, it's already too late to run away. Bai Wuji asked, aren't they going to run away? Why is this? He wanted to see how fast they were to see if his car could catch up with them. The man began to say that it was the old woman who used the miasma to deceive him. Even if the young sovereign arrived, he would have to use all his strength to reach them. Zhang Ben replied that his guys were no match for the young lord. The man replied that no matter what, he is a real genius. He is ashamed of himself. So they will not allow him to take the girl. Otherwise, the Witcher's domain of spirits will not be subject to their control. Chunfan stood between them and asked, what is this? Bai Wuji asked who he was. Is this girl's boyfriend really from such a small town? He feels so sorry for the young witch lord that she cheated on him. At this moment, Zhang Ben began to attack. Bai Wuji replied that it was stupid and reckless, and then struck back. The woman said that his family specialty was fire control, and they had a well-deserved reputation. The man said it was just a little trick. If a girl doesn't want her grandmother to die, let her come to him voluntarily. She replied that it was fine. She would go with him if they didn't touch her grandmother. Chunfan shouted before taking the girl away from him. Did he forget to ask permission? Bai Wuji replied that the guy should not stand in his way. Given his style, he's not even worthy of knowing his name. He needs a talisman to control fire. How dare a man even say anything in front of him? Bai Wuji asked who the guy really is. The woman asked if her granddaughter's friend really belonged to this circle of people. The man understood that he was an unusual person. There must be a master who hides his true strength. Chunfan asked who he is. This girl's classmate. Although, for sure, he has a nickname. Usually his name is Master Chun. The man asked if he was Master Chun from Jiangbei. Mr. Bai asked who he was there. The master answered the gentleman that it was better for him not to contact him. Bai Wuji asked, is he really so strong that their legs actually gave way? The man said that he is not just strong. He crushed the entire shadow world of Jiangbei under him. The master asked, so what? He is there alone. Why should he be afraid of him? Looking at him, the man thought that he was so young. He is only 16 or 17 years old, but he already controls an entire province. This is truly a real hero. Looking at Chun, a classmate asked, what does this all mean? The guy replied that this means Jiangbei belongs to him. Looking at Mr. Bai, the guy began to say that since he knows who the guy is, why shouldn't he beg for forgiveness? The man replied that the guy was too arrogant. He began to say that the Bai family is not afraid of him. It belongs to the southwest region. They have burned countless masters. The man asked if he wanted to taste the magic fire. The master tried to tell the master that this guy is not so ordinary. He began to tell what they say. The master is at the peak of inner strength. Killed the master of the overseas Sect Hong in just 3 blows. One of the young ascension-level masters in this world. They couldn't believe that the guy was a true master at the peak of his inner strength. Moreover, he killed a man in 3 blows. Why didn't the master tell him earlier? Mr. Bai shouted that he did not believe that the guy was a great master at the peak of his inner strength. The woman watched him as an unrivaled manipulator of fire, the honored heir of the Bai family's techniques. The masters said that if they were ready to pay for it, they would no longer be able to refuse the battle. Yu and Jing shouted at him to be careful. Zhang Ben, watching what was happening, thought that if he did not have the mentioned powers, then his death would overtake him there. Mr. Bai didn't understand how this could be. He completely lost control of the fire. Chunfan pronounced the true martial arts 36 forms, the first form being the air hammer. The man didn't understand. Was this kung fu or magic? Rejecting the blow, the guy shouted to let him take it. Bai Wuji knew that it was too late to hide. The strong blow sent the gentleman flying to the side. After landing, a crater was left from his body. Chunfan asked now, did he believe it? The girl didn't understand how this guy could be so strong. Zhang Ben was surprised that this guy's strength was so great. The woman said that she was beyond his imagination. Bai Wuji said that the master had completely convinced them. He said that in the Witcher spirit domain, a master like Master Chen really has good connections. Chunfan asked what all these words mean. The gentleman didn't understand. Did he really belong to the Witcher's domain of spirits? The guy replied that he had just said that he was an ordinary classmate of the girl. The gentleman asked, so the master doesn't know what the art of planting witcher roots is? Now, she says that she wanted to make the girl her student. This is for her own good. The guy understood that this demonic art not only takes away spiritual energy. The woman immediately asked the guy not to listen to him. The young witch lord was their benefactor. The guy replied that she was going to abandon her granddaughter for petty gain. Chen didn't understand how he dared to want to imprison the girl and take away her happy years. He will kill him, destroy those so-called witcher possessions of spirits. Zhang Bin said what boastful words he was throwing to the wind. Does he really think that he can be an opponent of the young ruler? After the words were spoken, a blow overtook him. The gentleman told the guy that the young lord's skills are at a high level, and he also has very powerful magical weapons. He suggested gathering other masters and getting rid of him. After asking for forgiveness, he said that his phone was ringing. It was clear from his face that something had happened. The gentleman began to tell that the young ruler made his way through the blockade. He will arrive in 2 hours. Zhang Bin said that upon the arrival of the young witch lord, the guy would not live. Chunfan replied that he was just in time. The guy was just thinking of using his blood to awaken another impressive ability. The man told the lord that their man sent a message. The girl and her grandmother were captured by the Bai family and Master Chen. Turning to the man, the Witcher Lord ordered him to follow them. Heading towards the door, he shouted, "How dare the Master and Patriarch not meet him?" Suddenly the door opened and Zhang Ben appeared. He told the bishop that they were waiting for him inside. The man asked did they really think that they were so much higher in status than him? Looking at the girl, he thought that she was very beautiful. Seeing the guy, the gentleman asked what should be he, Master Chun from Jiangbei. He began to say that the Witcher's domain of spirits has no claims to Jiangbei. They can remain friends. The master only needs to hand those people over to him. Hopefully, someone as important as Master Chun should know what the right choice should be. Looking at the man sitting opposite him, the guy asked who allowed him to sit down. Did the gentleman not immediately understand what he said? Chunfan replied that if he had knelt down and prayed for death when he first crossed the threshold of this house, he would have thought about leaving some of his people alive. The bishop replied that if he had not respected the guy, he would not have sat on an equal footing with him. Who does he think he is compared to him? The guy replied that since he had already refused to fulfill his demands, he would have to kill everyone in their Witcher spirit domains. The Lord immediately shouted to Tongshan. As soon as the guy wanted to attack, Bai Wuji immediately tried to stop him with his strength. The man realized that this was the secret skill of the copper body of the Witcher's possession and spirits. The body of their sect master was never found. The Lord replied that it was true. This guy was a sect master in Southeast Asia. He used secret forbidden arts to use his body. His muscles are full of copper, so he is very strong, but immune to pain. This guy will fight to the last. Looking at the master, the man asked what he would say to this. Yu Wenjing said that adding molten copper to someone's body is cruel and terrible. Chunfan replied that this is just some kind of body treatment, and he dared to brag about it. A magical object appeared in his hands. With just one blow, Tongshan flew straight into the wall, breaking it with his body, after which he could no longer rise. Bai Wuji thought, is it possible that the master does not practice martial arts at the level of peak internal strength? Why does he need such amazing magical objects? Zhang Bin thought with horror in his eyes that the invincible subordinate lord had been defeated. The Witcher Lord shouted that he would get rid of him personally. Suddenly, he took a flute out of his pocket and began to play. They realized that this was a magical item to protect the Witcher's possessions of spirits. It was an ancient ghost flute. The guy asked how much power it has. Bai Wuji said that it was no wonder that the 5 families could not cope with him. The man immediately decided to use the divine formation of the 8 fire gates. The Lord shouted that his formation was really impressive. He was still a sorcerer of the Southwest. Unfortunately, the construction is supported only by talismans. It won't last long. Once he breaks through the formation, the man will know the full power of his spirits. Yu and Jing asked the guy what should they do now. Bai Wuji said that the formation would not last long. They needed to get out of there. He will not do anything to them until his spirits can reach them. Chen asked if the man could tell him more about the ghost flute. The man said that the ancient flute is one of the magical objects created to protect the lands of spirits. She controls an immortal number of evil spirits and exudes an evil aura. The Lord shouted that, unfortunately, it was impossible to hide or escape from his evil spirits. Chunfan asked, really? He was quite surprised to see that his magical item could devour souls. The guy replied that his magical arts were not impressive. Chun can kill him without lifting a finger. He'll give him one more chance, just bow down and die. If the man does not do this, the guy will destroy his Witcher spirit lands. The man shouted that the southeastern region was under his control. Why would he humiliate himself like that? The guy asked if he really decided to use his own blood to perform the sacrifice ritual. He replied that it was true. Today he is even ready to sacrifice his strength if necessary, because he must kill them. The woman shouted for the master to take the girl and run. Bai Wuji began to tell the master that he was dangerous and ready for anything. They needed to escape. The man shouted that it was too late. Even if he is at the peak of ascension, let him prepare to feel the pain of those spirits. He will tear them apart. Chunfan replied that since he himself wants his own death, then he shouldn't blame him. Afraid to look at him? The bishop asked, and what does he want to say by this? The guy replied that with the look of your eyes, he can burn the heavens. Bai Wuji asked what this ability was. How did he do it? They saw that this guy was emitting fire from his eyes. The Lord immediately began to say that he was wrong. He no longer needs this girl. Let him spare her. He began to say, why should they argue over a girl? Controlling the city at such a young age, he sees its future very bright. If they kill him, then the Lord will avenge him. Even if they are not afraid, then let them think about their families and friends. Bai Wuji told the master that the old lord had been influential in these parts for decades. It would not be a wise decision to confront him. He understood that the guy would clearly think about not harming people. He can plan his next step. Zhang Ben said that if the guy kills the young lord, then he should be ready for revenge. Chen asked if they had forgotten what he said earlier. Until he bows down and begs for mercy, the guy will not only kill him, but also destroy everyone in the Witcher's domain. Chunfan shouted what he thought. Was he joking? The young lord shouted how dare he kill him? Zhang Ben said that now that he had killed the young witch lord, their spirit domain region would not spare him. The guy asked, so what? Suddenly, he realized that he was not dead. Chun told him to give a welcome gift to everyone in his domain. He will arrive there soon. Zhang Ben asked if he wasn't going to kill him. Chun replied that he could get lost. The guy thought that since he didn't kill him, then his family would be in trouble. The girl asked if he would really allow him to leave so easily. He replied that she need not worry. They would obviously like that welcome gift. The guy thought that the young ruler was incinerated along with his soul. But the demonic flute survived this flame and remained unharmed. Yu and Jing approached the guy. He asked what it was. He didn't recognize his old classmate anymore. The guy said that if he had not been there, the young ruler would have taken her. She started asking questions. He said that the art of the Witcher's seed would not only drain all the energy from her, it would suck out all of her blood, leaving only bones. That's why the guy incinerated him to dust. And yet, this is still a very weak punishment for such an offense. She said that she would like to return home. Also, the master said that he could train her. The guy replied that she could even become stronger than the young witch lord in 10 years. Bowing, the man said that then they would leave this place. Chen replied that he was passing the girl on to him as a student. If she gets involved in any dark things, he knows the consequences. In the end, he was never able to leave her under his care. The guy was reborn, and this allowed him to get rid of his guilt. If the girl can continue to develop and achieve great results in cultivation, then he is not at all against giving her a helping hand. They don't even know what the true art of restoring dead bodies looks like. It will be funny to see their faces when Tongshan destroys the Witcher's domain of spirits. The men told the leader that the young ruler had been killed. They're sect followers and have never received such insults before. Some insignificant master dared to kill their young lord. The leader ordered Zhang Bin to be summoned. He wants to hear more about all this. Upon entering, the guy asked to listen to him. Everyone was surprised by his story. The guy added that he demanded that everyone be told that he would arrive in their lands in a couple of days and destroy everyone there. The leader asked, besides everything else, what else did he say? The guy replied that he also said that he wanted to give them a welcome gift. He thinks these are empty threats. Isn't he alive and well and standing right in front of them? Before he could finish these words, his body was incinerated just like the body of the young ruler. The man said that this is a special fire seed that remains in the human body and burns the target at a certain moment, the tactic of burning to the ground. Chen thought about the red lotus seed he planted, which had most likely already blossomed. Thus, he will leave an impression on the elders of the Witcher's spirit domain and their leader. Once he got there, he wouldn't have to worry about them escaping anymore. Wu Junjie asked the guy what happened. He replied that there was nothing to worry about. A friend said that, by the way, the girl went home earlier than usual to celebrate the new year. Otherwise, when going to the hot springs, they would be able to see her figure. The girl said that this is all because she knows what guys are insatiable leeches. Chen replied that there was no problem. He just wanted to ask her something when he stayed then. They discussed that the guy was just that kind of person. If he had wanted, the main school beauty would have been as much earlier. A friend said that they had almost arrived at the hot springs. The guy began to say that at this time of year tickets to visit are sold out, but fortunately he has his own methods to get them. First, he will park the car. Need to go make hotel reservations, and then they can go out to eat. The guys asked the guy where this bodyguard came from. The guy said it was his cousin. He has some intellectual problems, so his uncle asked to take him with him. Wu Junjie said that now they can have fun. With such a big cousin, no one would dare to joke with them. He heard from his parents that this is one of the most popular restaurants. Looking at the menu, the girl said that the prices there were really brutal. Wu Junjie asked Chunfan to look behind him. The guy asked, what is it? He began to say that they didn't think she looked very familiar. Even though she wears sunglasses when eating and her behavior is quite suspicious, she must be very popular. Who is she really? When suddenly he shouted that she definitely looked like a very popular star. The guys began to answer that they didn't believe it. Chen thought that the guy thought correctly. This is Yun Qianqian. He thought it was really strange. With her personality and status, why is the girl staying in the hot springs? As soon as the man grabbed her hand, Lin Weiwei shouted, "What are they doing?" bullying the girl. Seeing Tong Shan behind the girl, both thought that he was too pumped up. They began to tell Miss that they did not wish her anything bad. The boss was really tired of waiting for her. Miss thanked them. Lin replied that there was no need for gratitude. The guys asked if she wanted to join them. They then conducted it. The guys will obviously wait for its release. Sitting at the table, the girl asked why her older sister wears sunglasses while eating. The girl replied that she had special reasons for not taking them off. She thought that Lin and Wu Junjie looked like they were well off, but the other two were completely undecipherable. She thought that this quiet little muscle man seemed to constantly be in the clouds, and he emanated danger. Although the young man does not look remarkable, it is clear that he evaluates people. She thought about what kind of family could give birth to such an extraordinary young man. Wu Junjie suggested that everyone then go to the hot springs together. She thought that it was better to be with this group of golden youth than next to the old man. The guy asked Chun who his cousin used to work as. He said that he seemed to be in the armed forces. He fought in Southeast Asia. There he was injured. Sitting in a hot spring, Chunfan asked the girl for permission to look at her rosary. Wu Junjie told the girl that it was a clear one made of yellow rosewood. He had once seen similar ones, but they were still far from hers in quality. Those cost more than 200,000. The guys were surprised to hear such a sum. Handing him the bracelet, she said that the price was not important, just that it was clear. This is a gift from a very dear friend. She went through a lot to get them, and he often reminds her to always carry them with her. Chunfan realized that they were under a curse. The guy sees a curse in this world for the first time. He even became curious, after which he decided to check them out. He wondered who this girl was. Dear friend Yun Qianqian. Handing them to the girl, the guy said that it was better for her to throw them away or burn them. Yin asked what he meant by this. Chun began to say that in the last 2 years, everything had gone wrong for her, and she had nightmares every night. She asked how he knew. Coming out of the hot spring, the girl said that she needed to resolve some matters, so she'd better go. Let the guys relax further. Suddenly, Sister Chin appeared in front of her. The girl asked what was wrong with her. She began to say that her friend avoids people, turns off her phone, and avoids going there. And after all this, he also asks why she is there. The man asked now, will she finally go with him? His boss and the others were already waiting for her. The guys realized that she was indeed Yun Qianqian. The girl asked for forgiveness for keeping it a secret from them. Qin began to say that Mr. Tang took his time to arrive there. The girl replied that she was not feeling well, and before seeing the gentleman, she would like to walk a little. The man said that his boss waited for the girl for too long. Does she really think that he is so patient? She asked what if the older sister didn't want to go with them. The man asked if she really thought that he would tolerate her antics. He grabbed her hand and said that now she would go with him. Having hit the man, the girl shouted for him to go away. In an instant, he shouted for the guys to grab her. The girl asked who they are. Where do they come from? Chunfan ordered Tongshan to investigate. Approaching them, the guy began to punch them in the face. The man shouted that since they didn't have enough fists, let them take edged weapons. It's time for them to get rid of him. Lin approached Chunfan and said that although his cousin is strong, he is only one. Can they cope with a dozen thugs with knives? Qin asked her friend, couldn't she understand the situation more thoroughly? The girl replied that they had just saved her from such a bad situation. She began to say that he was the leader of a gang in the city of Tianhe. With a movement of his hand, he can turn the sky and the city upside down if he wishes. Otherwise, wouldn't they be in such a difficult situation? Lin shouted at her older cousin to quickly dodge. Having hit him on the hand, the guy said that he couldn't believe his eyes. His body is stronger than a dagger. He thought that he was wearing only swimming trunks. Is the guy really using the Golden Bell shield? Then let him die. The man asked if his body really was made of iron. His sword split into several pieces. Chunfan thought that after he revived him again, the guy's body remained even stronger. How could he think that he could be damaged by an ordinary steel dagger? He asked what should they do now? How could a man expect such a fierce opponent to suddenly appear? But he definitely shouldn't panic. The man shouted that he should call the boss. No matter how strong he is, he doesn't think he can withstand gunfire. The girl thought that things were bad since they were calling the boss. Lin asked what kind of useless boss. Do I think they're afraid of them? The girl asked Qin, why don't she just talk to Boss Han and Mr. Tang herself? Qin asked, is she sure that she wants to ask their forgiveness for these children? She understood that Mr. was her boss. If she begged him now, then in the future she would have to fulfill any of his wishes. The man asked Mr. Tan how did he like his hospitality. He replied to Boss Han that he was very caring. Mr. Tan thought that he said these words. After all, he was born into an influential family. The man answered, what difference would it make to him? How hospitable would some newcomer be to him? Boss Han now shines with the ability to spread extraterrestrial waters from a mystical source. The man asked, so, Mr. Tan has heard enough? He said that apparently the healing spring had completely excited the elite. However, he himself can only receive 20 bottles a day, and he also has to share them with the bosses of various regions. Mr. Tan asked if the man thought he would believe him. Does he understand that the spiritual source is being developed by Master Chen? He replied that, of course, this water is completely developed thanks to Master Chen. The man said that in the city they all consider him immortal, but he is clearly not stronger than Boss Han. He replied that the master is still closer to the deity. The man is just one of his henchmen. Ten said that he was too humble. He is a boss who will definitely be able to take his place in the future. Suddenly, a girl approached the boss and said that they were calling him. The man thought that besides the patriarch, he didn't think that anyone else could compete with a master's strength. Ten asked the man, what is it? Han replied that it was time for the local upstarts to not look for problems. The man asked why don't they go to the hot springs to pick up the girl in person? He replied that it was good. The guy kept shouting, do they even know who they are? After meeting the boss, young Master Wei from the province called him uncle. The girl said that since Mr. Tan was there, she would ask him for forgiveness for these guys. She does this for their benefit. Let them not worry. The girl will not let the boss continue to bother them. Lin asked if they should apologize. Chunfan asked why they should apologize. The man began to say that they can only be blamed for the fact that they are weak and worthless. Isn't their society built on power, money, and connections? The guy replied that she was his friend. Whatever happens, she has nothing to apologize for, because his fist is the best among all in the world. The girl asked when did he learn a joke. The man kept telling him that when the boss came, he would like to see his impudence disappear. Chunfan replied that when he was there, even if the guy chopped him into pieces to feed to the dogs, the boss would not say anything. He said that Han Tiansheng is just a subordinate. How can he not follow his orders? They couldn't understand what this guy was talking about. The girl understood that in such a situation the guy continued to say nonsense. He is truly incorrigible. Qin asked what the girl saw in these school children. The guy was happy to see his boss. He said that their boss is there. Now they will watch him die. Wu Master Qin's video. The man immediately bowed. Tang thought that he did not expect that he would meet a personal master famous throughout Jiangbei. Wu Junjie thought, is he really Master Chen? Khan asked the master what should they do with him. The guy replied that he didn't want to see him anymore. The man immediately ordered him to be taken away. Chen said that they, too, had already rested in the hot springs, so let's go. Tang asked the boss, was it Master Chen just now? The man answered exactly. This is their master from Jiangbei. Yin Qianqian bowed in front of the men and said that she was very sorry. She asked for their mercy and forgiveness. Tang Jiangfeng replied that it was nothing. Her recent performances have put a lot of pressure on her, he understands. Qin began to say that the girl was a celebrity. She must constantly be attentive to her surroundings. The girl replied that she knew everything. Yin told the girl that looking at the boss, she got the feeling that he respects the master very much. He even looks like he not only respects him, but is more afraid of him. Qin said that she is not sure. Maybe he is the son of an influential family? The girl replied that he was at most 16 or 17 years old. This can only mean that he has a very good background. The girl replied that such a great opportunity had escaped from her hands. Suddenly, she sharply looked at her hand and remembered the conversation with the guy. She understood that these clear ones were given to her by her best friend. The girl hopes that she will not do this to her. Lin asked her friend why they called him Master Chen. The guy replied that maybe they were just mistaken. Wu Junzi thought that this couldn't be true. He must be joking. In the video of the guy, the man asked him for forgiveness for such an unexpected visit. He recently saw it at the hot springs. The guy asked, did he want something? The man immediately began to say that he would like to conclude an agreement with him on the production and distribution of the waters of the mystical source. He may be underestimating the value of this mystical water, and the distribution method is ineffective. Add logistics to handle the sales, and also enlist the help of celebrities, sales would skyrocket. And his relationship with the girl is very good. If he wants to contact her, he will organize a meeting for negotiations. Chen asked, really? The man replied that it was possible. The master didn't even know him. There are 3 well-known pharmaceutical companies under his leadership, and they hold 1/3 of the market in Huyas. If he can develop a spiritual source, then it will definitely become the best among the pharmaceutical products on the market. The guy thinks this is a small amount. He must understand that everything is controlled by the market, and that real trading takes place in the market. The man thought that first he would try to force him to come to the company, then, under the guise of an inspection, he would force him to reveal the production formula. Chunfan asked how his family was different from the other 2 great families. Tang replied that his family was not much different from those 2. He asked what status a man has in the family. Does he have a right to vote? He replied that although he could not speak, he could guarantee that the family would definitely provide all the necessary resources. The guy replied that he didn't care about that. I mean, he's not even sure of his status and identity, but he already wants to build castles in the air. If he wants cooperation, then let him inform the head of his family to personally come with him to meet. Now, let him go. The guy thought, did he really think he was an idiot? Mystical water is entirely produced by him, and he demands 70%? He was informed that the car with his mother and sister would soon arrive in Sisui province. How could he not have seen them? Saying this word, he again feels as if not even 500 years have passed, and all these years of expectations and longing have come to an end. Isn't he afraid that this might make her settle scores with him? His aunt told her everything, and that the guy tried to portray a real tyrant in Chu. The guy answered his mother that it was difficult for her to support the entire Jinsho alone. Why shouldn't she come back? They hadn't spent a weekend as a family in a long time. The woman replied that it was nonsense. But if she stops managing him, then they will have to live only on the salary of his stupid father. The girl told her mother that she should stop humiliating her brother. He knows about his mistakes. The woman told the guy that if it weren't for his sister, she would have revealed herself in all her glory, and he would have had to blame himself. Sister and was the illegitimate daughter of her close friend. But due to the fact that the family did not want this girl, her mother decided to adopt her. The guy was a bad kid as a child and always got into trouble. When my mother wanted to remove it, she always tried. Many times, she was the only one who took care of him and rocked him to sleep with her small arms. Even when he had no pocket money, she always gave the guy a little from her savings. Later, when his mother passed away, he didn't know what to do. The girl placed the management of the Jinsho Corporation on her fragile shoulders. Throughout his life, he owed a lot to his father, his mother, but most of all he owed his sister. The girl asked why he was looking at her like that. The woman shouted that this bastard must have found trouble on his own head and wanted to throw all his problems at her. The woman told the children that they could go for a walk, but she and her father needed to talk about serious things. My sister asked him if the guy really got into trouble. He replied that if he really had problems, he could easily solve them himself. I felt big changes in the guy. He is now somewhat confident in himself, and also something mystical has appeared in him. Chun said that he had a gift for his sister. His sister asked him what kind of gift this was. Stretching out her hand, a beautiful jade pendant lay on it. The girl asked, is this what he wanted to give her? Where did your brother find the money for such a thing? I picked up bad habits outside my home. She won't allow it. Chun began to say that it was inexpensive. This jade pendant just looks beautiful. It is simply carved from ordinary jade and polished with goat fat. The girl thought it was strange. After her brother put on this pendant, the whole body seemed to be filled with warmth. He advised her not to remove this pendant. It brings peace and tranquility to her soul. My sister asked, is it really not possible to even take pictures when taking a bath and sleeping? He replied that of course it was impossible. Let him promise him. The pendant is made from the finest jade that he asked to procure. The guy processed this pendant day and night so that it acquired the most powerful magical properties. He said that he had 2 more pendants. Let him give them to his father and mother. He will say that these are gifts for the new year. The man thought that after leaving office, he would constantly spend his time in retirement in these places. Apart from his 3rd son, the rest are in senior positions in the government. They are the Chun family, who have long settled in Jinlu and have formed an enviable family reputation. His son was talented since childhood, but he is a very unpleasant character. Turning to her grandfather, the girl said that the 3rd uncle and the others would be there later. She asked why doesn't he go and rest. The man asked her not to worry. Standing there like that would make him spit out. He said that he had not seen Chun and his sister for a long time. Maybe the guy had grown up again? The girl thought that the 3rd uncle had unusual talents. The aunt was a strong woman who supported the family. But how could they have such an unworthy son? Seeing the guy, the man said how good it was that he was back. He immediately wondered why he couldn't see what was wrong with his grandson. How did he become so proud? Looking around, Chunfan thought that all generations of the family were prospering, occupying various leadership positions in different companies and governments. Since childhood, most attention has been paid to Chunkashing. The man thought that it was such a big family, but he was still the only one whom grandfather met in person. The guys immediately began to say that they had heard that the guy's mother earned a couple of billions this year. Why didn't she buy him an expensive car? This is Chun Su from the 2nd uncle's family. They have always not gotten along with his family. Especially the guy always bullied him when he was little. He said that given the guy's grades, the aunt should spend some money and that would be enough for him to go to community college. The guy asked what if he could enter Jinlu University? The guy asked if he would go to university? If he does this, then Chun-Su will call him Big Brother. He told his sister that everything was fine. The guy will make him call her respectfully Big Sister. Chun-Su asked what if he doesn't do it? The guy replied that if it doesn't work out, he can wish for whatever he wants. The sister understood that her brother could not be left in the dust. His mother would have to look for a connection so that he would enroll. The guy said that he must understand that studying is a priority in life. If he has a diploma from a famous university, then it will be easier for him to get a position. A diploma is not only an indicator of his education, but also his capabilities. The girl thought that this guy is so arrogant now, but sooner or later he will still face the harsh reality. The man said that before returning back to the family's property, he proposes to get together and arrange a small meeting where they will sum up the results of the year. He said that Chun Jingxing was doing quite well this year. If the result is the same, he will soon have a chance to become deputy mayor. Chun Qinxing, on the contrary, cannot boast of his results. The woman replied that his guilt was not that great. There are many shareholders in the company who are pulling him back. She thought that there was still this woman. If her son was kidnapped, would it create problems, and would their family then become so successful? Case in the man said that he shows good results of his work. Let him keep it that way. Someone added that he was only a deputy mayor, but the honors were as if he were a governor. The man told the third brother that he should be transferred to Jinlu. Moving to a completely old place, what's the point of running your business there? Go Like a Guy said that although his father is an official of a low rank, his success is due to his conscientious work. Wouldn't it make more sense to promote him to mayor of the city? The man asked, does he even understand what he's talking about? Mayor or governor are not positions where you can get a future while in low positions. The guy asked, haven't you heard? His brother was planning to enter Jinlu University. He thinks that in comparison with this guy, becoming mayor will be easier. The woman told the man that he should talk some sense into his son. He always gets her into trouble with his arrogant behavior. The guy really answered, what to talk about with the ignorant? How do they even know about his abilities? Grandfather thought that others thought the guy was unreasonably arrogant, but the arrogance and self-confidence visible in his eyes was definitely justified. The woman told her son that his father was conservative and should not listen to him. And with his proposal, he wiped their nose as well. They are just another bunch of snickering bureaucrats. Approaching the guy, the grandfather asked what kind of martial arts these were. He had never seen this before. Chunfan replied that these are the true martial arts of the 36 formations. One master taught him them. If Grandpa wants to learn it, then the guy will help. The man replied that it was not worth it. He was already old, that he could only do something simple. It's better to take a walk with Grandpa under this beautiful moon. His grandfather began to tell him that as long as his father could remember, he had always been very frank and adamant. They must accept the rules of their world, adapt, and use them. His eldest uncle is too ambitious for his abilities. The second is a real mediocrity, and his father is too stubborn. He is afraid that if he dies, his family will no longer be in their hands. The guy answered his grandfather that he would live for many more years. Why start such sad conversations? The man replied that he understood perfectly well how much time he had left. Grandfather said that among the entire generation, he appreciates him. He replied that grandfather should not worry. The guy would protect their family for his sake. Chun-Su asked the guy, are you sure he wants to take part in the banquet? Maybe it would be better to wait until his father is promoted to mayor of the city. The guy replied that he himself decides where he should be, and what's wrong with him staying in this wretched room. He replied that he could sit there, but what would his face look like when their guests started coming there? The sister thought that at the annual family banquet, each family invites their acquaintances and friends to demonstrate their family connections. In past years, the guy's grandfather and uncle, Chun Jingxing, had the most connections and therefore the highest status. He replied that even if there were thousands of people there, they would not all be worth one of his fingers. The guy's mother watched as many people arrived, and they were all acquaintances of other families. They were sitting there like two orphans. It really embarrassed her. Looking at Chunfan, the guy asked, what is it? Perhaps he realized that connections are important. He is even afraid to imagine how high his status is in society. Looking at the newly arrived guest, The man thought that his homeland was far away. His company is a very well-known company, but there is no one who is personally acquainted with its head. The man thought that maybe he came for him. Walking towards him, he extended his hand to the guest, but he simply walked past him. Approaching Chunfan, he said that he had finally found him. He asked if the gentleman remembered when he needed jades and sea stones. It was his numerous forces who obtained them. The guy asked why he came. The man thought that he was so famous in Jiangbei. How could he miss such a meeting? The man shouted to Director Yin that he shouldn't run so fast. He invited him to go to the large hall. There is the Hall of their Heirs. This place is not suitable for a person of his status. Yin Xiao asked who he is. Can't the man see that he is talking to Mr. Chen now? The man replied that he was the head of the board of directors of the Chun family. Didn't he come? Yin Xiao left without listening to him. He asked the gentleman if he would mind if the man greeted his parents. The guy's uncle wondered if the fat man really came for this guy. Why is he even so respectful to him? The guy didn't understand what could connect a textile industry company with a real estate company. The guys discussed that Director Yin seemed to have come to Chunfan. Is this really someone Kaysen knows? He eventually arrived from Chuzhou. Approaching the guy's parents, the man asked permission to pay them a visit. The guy's father replied that Mr. is a significant person in Chuzhou. He gives them too much honor. He replied that compared to them and Mr. Chunfan, a man is nothing. Then he held out the box in his hand. He began to say that he would like to give this thing to the lady with all his heart, so that she would not refuse him the honor and accept it. Having asked for forgiveness for the disturbance, he said that he did not dare take up their time anymore. Didn't your parents understand what just happened? The guy said that the man was tactful and gave the gift and immediately left, having impressed his parents. Everyone was wondering what Director Yin gave the lady. She understood that if the gift turned out to be some kind of spoiled thing, then their family would be laughed at. Opening the box, the woman saw a bracelet made of natural jadeite. It must be worth several million. Turning to her husband, she said that the gift was too expensive. Maybe it would be better for them to return it too. The man replied that they would decide this later. The man realized that even if he returned it, it would not be now. And in general, that director came to bow to his son? How is it that the man is not even aware of his son's capabilities? The head of a joint stock company from Chuzhou, Jin Xiaolin, came to the banquet. They didn't understand why he came there. The Qin family does not do any business with him. The guy didn't understand why such a rich man would give up their annual family banquet. The girl thought that this is another one from Chuzhou. Is this really happening again? Director Chen asked what he owed to Mr. Jin's visit. The man replied that this time he was there to visit the master. He asked which of them, perhaps his older brother? He has really become more influential. Even the rich people from Jiangbei come to congratulate him. Now the brother's family has become much more influential. Jin Xiaolin replied that he was not the general director. He came to congratulate Master Chunfan. Nobody expected to hear this. Approaching the guy, he bowed and said that he had come to congratulate him. Chunfan thought that he believed that his identity as a master could not be hidden for long. Well, this should really excite his family members. If we were to show the cards, then do it in full. Anyway, he planned to tell his grandfather sooner or later. The man asked if the gentleman had come because of his nephew. He replied that, of course, this guy is a very respected person. The sister asked the guy what was going on. The gentleman said that the guy helped him a lot, and when he remembers, a tear wells up. The man didn't understand how the younger brother's family knew the gentleman. Was it about that guy that the millionaire talks to him so politely? Did your parents not understand what was happening? The guests arrived one after another, but most of all, everyone was surprised by the appearance of Director Sueo. Everyone bowed to the guy and said thank you for the opportunity to congratulate Master Chen. Bowing, the man greeted the guy's grandfather. He replied to Mr. Su, thanking him for his kindness. They traveled a long way from Hazhou itself. Sueo asked how could he not visit the gentleman at his family annual reception. Turning to the guy's parents, he said that he was waiting for the opportunity to congratulate them at this reception. The man was angry that the gentleman only shook his hand, but when he met the guy's parents, he bowed to them very respectfully. The father said that he had no need to show such respect. Su Ao told the lady that she had raised a truly great son. Now everyone in the city knows about the venerable Master Chun. The woman asked if he had made a mistake. After all, their Chunfan is just poor. The man replied that if she had dared to say this in Jiangbei, her legs would have already been broken. The father and the boyfriend asked the director to monitor his subordinates. The man replied that Chun is a respected person. Anyone who insults him will immediately become their enemy. The girl greeted the guy's parents. She said that her name was Su Rongfei, the daughter of Su Ao and their son's classmate. The girl handed Aunt Wang a gift. She said that she saved her pocket money for a whole year to buy it for her. The father thought, wow, his son, he's only in high school and he's already started dating a girl? The man thought for a moment. Su Ao said that the guy is a respectable man who is known throughout Jiangbei. What does it mean? The guests continued to stay again. After bowing, they said that they had come to congratulate Mr. Chun. The guy immediately remembered Chunfan's words. He is afraid that if more rich people come, what will they do? The guy is an ordinary schoolboy, and his father is a minor official. He is the outstanding heir of this family. The man thought that it was he, the representative of the elder. Suddenly, everyone began to say that Mr. Wei had arrived. It was the same rich man with the surname Wei from Jiangnan. Generations of the family, the foundation and support of the Chun family from Jinling. How could he lose to some schoolboy? The woman asked the girl what was happening to her son. She said that her dad doesn't allow her to talk about it, but the guy is a significant figure in their city. Father ordered Jensen to go meet Mr. Wei. As he walked, the man thought that this was really Mr. Wei. He didn't understand since when did such important people start visiting their family? Is it really Chun Fan's guest again? The security said that it was really him. They looked at his ID. Such a great family. It's not for nothing that the Wei family is the most important in Jiangbei. The man told the gentleman that he had done their family a great honor by visiting them personally. Mr. Wei walked by pointedly. Approaching the guy, the gentleman bowed to the master and said that he had arrived to personally congratulate him. I thought that, of course, she underestimated him. The guy far exceeded her expectations. The sister thought, is this really her brother? Did Chunfan Master scare him on purpose? The man invited him to go to the reception hall. Mr. Wei agreed. Grandfather asked if Chunfan could try to explain to them what happened. Yesterday, they were visited by Master Wei himself, and after him, several more mayors and generals of the military regions of the province. And they all came to congratulate Master Chun. The father asked his son what happens in the end. The woman asked if the man really didn't believe in his own son's abilities. Chunfan said that before starting the conversation, he has a proposal. The position of head of the family's board of directors will be transferred to Ms. Wang Xiaoyan. Everyone agreed with this. Grandfather said that in this way, the position of head of the board of directors of the Chun family will be transferred to Xiaoyan from now on. The woman thanked her father. Chunfan said that now they can answer all their questions. Grandfather began to ask the guy how he knew so many famous people. He began to tell that he had recently helped Master Wei cure his illness. And Li Silin asked him for one favor. The man asked the great Silin himself, asked him for a favor. The guy replied, have they ever heard of a master of inner strength? In martial arts, a person who has reached the peak of inner strength can no longer be afraid of firearms. And if you move to the stage of ascension, then nothing and no one can decree such a person. The man asked, does he really want to say that he is some kind of master of inner strength? The guy replied that it would be more correct to say that he is the master of the ascension stage. Grandfather said, considering what he did with his hand, he can understand. But why did Mr. Seelan decide to pay him a visit? The guy said that he helped the gentleman cure his illness. Now, let him examine it. The heavenly gaze showed him that there was a progressive tumor in his grandfather's body. The man said that he had long wanted to tell them about this. He has the last stage of cancer, but he is infinitely glad that before he died, he was able to see what outstanding descendants his family has. Turning to his grandfather, the guy said that he could cure this cancer. First, you will need to extend grandfather's life with the help of a spiritual source and spiritual pills. and then find a cure, or is it better to concentrate on cultivation and develop healing techniques? After the family meeting, he returned to the villa and immediately began cultivating the body strengthening stage, after which the final stage of the Tao essence level would remain. To achieve the essence of Tao, it is necessary to expend almost all spiritual energy. Or is it better to find a spirit beast and simply refine its spirit essence? The guy doesn't have many ingredients right now. Even with the help of the Zheng family, we were unable to find everything we needed. Therefore, he should also go on a search. This little guy growls for days. The guy asked, did he think that his roar haunts the inhabitants of the foothills? Although he is only a spirit, he is also capable of development. Someday he will find freedom, make him a real dragon. With him and Tongshan, he does not so much collect spiritual strength as spend it. The body enhancement technique of the Witcher sect is so crude, it cannot be compared at all with the true body cultivation technique. Tongshan asked the owner, is he going on a trip? The guy replied that it was true, and he would go with him. Although he looks like a tall and good-natured guy, his body is filled with metal, so it is impossible to pass the inspection points with him. Turning around, the girl greeted and said that her name was Liao Shaoqing. Pointing her finger at Tongshan, she asked, is this his companion? Chunfan said that this is his cousin. He has a head injury, but he is a very good-natured guy. The girl said that she was a student this time and decided to go to Linzhou to have fun. Wake up your friend in Shue. The girl said that they had arrived at the station. She asked who her friend talks to all the time. The girl said that their names were Chunfan and Tongshan. The girl asked what he was going to do when he arrived. Would you like to take a walk with him? She thought that if such strong guys walked with them, they would definitely feel safe. After asking for forgiveness, Chun replied that he needed to visit a friend. Having entered the bus, Wu went to the very end, turning to the guy and telling him to find him another seat. Chunfan asked to see him. He began to say, does the guy really not understand when people address him? Let it fail faster. The driver told the guy that he would be better off giving him his seat. Chun replied that it was okay and stood up, but he said that he did not stand up to give him his seat. Tongshan was already standing behind the guy. Grabbing the guy, he began to push him out of the bus. Wu began to say that he was wrong. The driver began to say that this guy is not the person to mess with. If he decides to get off the bus now, he will not charge him for the ticket. Chun replied that everything was fine. His divine sense haunts him, and several cars seem to be following them. Suddenly, several cars began to cut off the bus. Having stopped, a dozen people with weapons came out. Wu shouted that the one who threw him out of the bus should go out to meet his death. The girl asked how they should be. Will they be able to escape if something happens? She replied that now most likely they are on the border between the two cities. The driver said that it would be better for the guy to listen to him. Wu himself is nothing of himself, but the military man standing behind him is another problem. They say that he is a retired soldier from a special forces unit. The border between the cities and his sphere of influence, and few people that would want to mess with them. Now at least let him listen to him, come down and apologize. Maybe they won't beat him half to death. The girl said that she should have thought earlier. Now it's too late to regret. Seeing that the guy had left his place, she asked if he would really go there. She asked what he would do if they did not accept his apology. His cousin would be able to resist, but he couldn't do it alone. The guy replied that everything was fine, it was just a bunch of hooligans. The girl said that if he asks her, then so be it, she will help him solve the problem. The guy simply turned around and began to get off the bus. Liao Shaoqing asked her friend to quickly come up with something. The girl replied that it was good. In the end, the guy got into trouble. Because of her, she'll have to call her uncle. She said that they got into trouble near the eastern part of the city. The fact is that one of her friends hooked up with one guy, and now he is blocking their path. The uncle replied that everything was fine. He would solve this issue. The girl said that her friend need not worry. Everything was resolved. In general, she wanted to ask for his help at a key moment, but who would have thought that everything would turn out like this? She invited her friend to go take a look. The man began to say that now let him tell him why he humiliated his friend. Chunfan asked what exactly he needs to explain. He began to say that his friend only asked him to give him a seat, but he took it and threw him off the bus. Paying for his treatment would be a fitting apology. Chen asked how much do they need? The guy replied that he thought 100,000 would be enough. Chunfan said that it was too little, at least several million. They didn't understand what he meant. The guy asked what he wanted to joke with them. If he doesn't pay, then his guys will beat the crap out of him. The girl suggested resolving the issue peacefully. One of them asked why not. Only then will she still need to sleep with her brother for 2 nights. The soldier said that he should apologize, and she would have a drink with him. She thought that it would be a little better if she solved the problem without her uncle's help. Chun said that let his brother apologize and pay 10 million, then he will spare them. Turning to Mr. Soldier, the girl asked, does he really not respect Mr. Wu? The man asked the same gentleman from Jiangzhou. The soldier thought that Mr. Wu's authority in the city was very great. Needless to say, since other authorities take him into account. And now the girl says that she knows him, and he has a hard time believing it. He replied that it was good, then let the gentleman call him personally. The girl replied that he himself would arrive there soon. Let him wait. Chunfan thought, so this is the rebel that Junior Wei was talking about? The man asked Shijuan how he could blackmail the master's guests. Is he tired of living? The man replied that he thought, who is so brave? And this turns out to be Daoba. Why did the master send him too, and not come himself? The girl realized that Mr. Wu had not arrived. Daoba replied that he did not want to waste his time on useless squabbles with him. This person is under the protection of the master. He replied that it was good. Let him take his man, and the rest stand still. If they want to save him, let the master come there personally. Otherwise, don't be surprised when they don't recognize his face. The girl asked her friend to come up with something. She thought, how does she know such authorities? Say that her family is just a side branch of the Liu clan. If it weren't for her sister's authority, she thinks, the gentleman wouldn't even answer her call. The guy asked maybe the freak would find someone else willing to stand up for him. Shin asked who they were going to hear. It's not that he's afraid of him, but he thinks before sending him to his brothers, it would be more reliable to find out about his connections. The girl thought, does he really know someone so authoritative? The guy began to wonder what his name was. It seems Lu Guodong. The guys asked what kind of shitty name is this. He asked if the guy really knew Master Lu. The guy started saying that he was talking nonsense. How can such trash know a master? Shi Juan said that if a guy deceives him, then he is dead. Chunfan stepped aside and called someone, and then returned. They asked, and that's all? Does he think he will scare them with some kind of call? Suddenly, his phone rang. Shi Juan asked who decided to call him at such an inopportune time. After talking on the phone, the man returned and bowed and asked Master Chun for forgiveness. Before he could finish speaking, the guy immediately received a slap in the face. He started shouting, why did the guy freeze? Let him kneel down. He still needs to ask Mr. Chun for forgiveness. Afterwards, the gentleman will only look at this bastard. He's not worth his attention. The guy began to say that the strong forgive the mistakes of the weak. Let the master forgive him. Tongshan came up and stepped on his foot with all his might. The guy said what it means. All this is nothing more than his fault. Chunfan said that it was a pity that they did not meet the master from Jiangzhou. Let the man return and report to him that the guy will visit him soon. The men thought, who is this guy, so that he would pass something on to the master? Is he really the same legendary Master Chun? Could it be that he is the greatest leader of the Jiangbei region and the miracle worker about whom legends are circulating? Moreover, according to rumors, Master Chun and Master Wu do not get along very well. She began to say what is so unusual about Guantou Lu. There is clearly nothing of value in her family. The girl began to say that he could not rely on his brother. The guy could not even imagine how great the power of a true master was. The guy replied that it's okay. He's already walked the length and breadth of China. There is nothing in the world that he cannot handle. She thought that he seemed to be arrogant again. He understood that usually everything is calm there, but now the guy could run into trouble at any moment. Indeed, this time combat techniques will be needed. Running around the corner, the man asked who they were, and why are they following him after getting out of the car. The guy asked did he notice him after all? Of course, even copper shimmers in the light. The guy followed because he wanted to ask something, where the fight's held. The man asked everything because of this. Of course, he could do it, but what benefit would he get from it? Catching the pill in his hand, He asked if it was some kind of medicine. Does he have more? He needs everything the guy has. Chunfan said that if he could settle things instead of him, the guy would happily give him several of the same pills. The man said that his name was Xian Cho. He was from the Xing clan, Chongzhou region. The man just wanted to get some pills, return, and give it to the youngsters of the clan so that they could make a bookmark. He said that the medicine that the gentleman gave was of the highest quality. The guy replied that it was exactly like that. The man said that people from the King Tenli and Yao Shenga clans would be present at the meeting. The first was recognized as the most famous clan in the world specializing in medicine. However, the second one is even more incredible. Their ancestors were the founders of magic. Chen replied that he would like to meet those who lived there thousands of years before them. The guy asked the guards at the entrance. The thermal energy emanating from that place is truly impressive. The man replied that it was not surprising. The Liu clan is known for its harsh wushu techniques. They are exemplary mentors and guardians. The guard said that the man was from the Xing clan, Zhongzhou region. He could pass through. They told the gentleman that they apologize. They were told not to let ordinary people through. The guy replied that he came to meet the wushu masters. Xian Cho thought how lucky it was. You can tell if the guy has self-control. Suddenly, Xiao Lingzhou appeared in front of him. The girl asked why he was there. Chunfan replied that he came to the meeting. She replied that the guy probably already knew that coming there was a mistake. Approaching the guards, the girl said that the guy was their friend. Can he go with them? The man replied that it was a pity, but this was a closed event. That her father is from Liu. The men asked Liu Shixuan. They began to discuss that she was from that gentleman's family. Since it's the Liu clan, girls can pass, but men can't. Liu Xuan asked why Xiao Xue hasn't come in yet. The girl told what she saw with her friend. The guy replied that first he needed to visit his grandparents and only then talk to his friends. The man thought that it was a young master from the Liu clan. They say he is a wushu genius. Although he is not even 30 years old, he was able to join Nijing Dachin. Chunfan decided to ask again if he could pass. The guard replied that if he could shake that tripod, he could pass through. The men thought that this was power. They told the young master that he could pass, but first let him give his nickname. The guy replied that his name was Chun Bai Xian. He was from Chuzhou. The guy accompanying him replied that his nickname was Tongshan. Xian Cho said that the meeting itself will take place within half a month. The first 10 days will be discussing achievements. The next 5 will be sharing experiences. Chunfan asked what other ritual vessels. The man replied that they could be used not only by magicians, but also by them wushu masters. The guy asked Xian Cho there too, and whoever sits behind him does not look like someone who knows wushu. The man replied that this guy Chun Bai Xian is from Chuzhou, and behind him is Tongshan. The man said that his name is Sunfengzi. Although he is a master, his actions depend on his mood. The guy said that he had an acquaintance in that area. Had he heard of Guowei? Chun replied that he was the owner of a martial arts center. Yes, they met a couple of times. According to rumors, both of them came out of the city as masters. They were called young mentors. The guy thought that it seemed that they did not suspect that Master Chan was standing right in front of them. Suddenly, they heard a voice that let those who came from the King Tenli and Yashinu clans come. The man who came from King Tenli is called Needle Li. He can cure any disease. This girl seems to be from the Yao Shengu clan of practitioners. The man had not met them before. The man greeted everyone at a meeting of wushu masters organized by his clan. Standing on either side of him are his friend Needle Li from the King Tenli clan and Lady Jingyi from the Yao Shenga clan. The man began to say that recently one of the masters injured him, and now he has internal injuries. He asked friend Li to take a look. Chunfan thought that he would not stand aside either. The guy asked if there was medicine in his hand. He replied that it was true. He just has a lot of suitable good remedies. However, he has not seen this medicine before and does not know what the effect will be. The guy replied that it definitely looks like a powerful miracle drug. Liu Xuan asked the guy to give him some medicine to see. Chunfan replied that, of course, let him keep it. He began to say that this is one of the best remedies, and besides, it can fill the body with energy. If other masters obtained it, it would be impossible to destroy their power. Everyone immediately asked how many pills he had with him. The girl said that she needs them all. She pays 100,000 for each one. At some point, the price increased to 500,000. The guy replied that these pills also affect the body, and they will also feel the effect if they develop muscles. The man shouted that he would pay 1 million for each. He asked how many pills the guy had. Chunfan replied that he did not need money. Now, if only he had 1,000-year-old ginseng or an equally valuable remedy. They began to say that if it were possible to exchange them for a recipe for pills, they could come to an agreement. The guy replied that he had already given the recipe to others. The guy asked if he could pay with money. Laughing, the woman replied that the 1,000-year-old medicine is a family treasure and cannot be passed on strangers. Chunfan replied that he did not have a prescription for energy pills, but he still had a prescription for another medicine. It's a little growth pill. A simple person, having swallowed it, could overcome hundreds of diseases. The guy shouldn't have given her this medicine, but the cultivation pill is more valuable than this. Taking it in her hands, the woman felt a pungent aroma from Qingmu. The smell is so rich, it is truly a medicine. Jingyi said that this is indeed the best medicine. Would the guy like to share a few recipes? The woman told the lady to remember the line. The young master wanted to cooperate with the Li clan. Chunfan replied that there is no need to argue. He can give them recipes, but still only a guy is able to prepare according to them. They themselves do not have enough abilities for this. The girl asked if only he could teach this. Could he really teach them how to prepare medicine? They asked him now, is he their teacher? The guy replied that it was true. Since he said so, then the Li family would like to obtain 1,000-year-old ginseng. She invited the gentleman to her house. People began to discuss that even if they could go, they would immediately find themselves in the honorable circle of wushu masters. Lu Yishuan said that if the guy agreed to work for Nalu, he could get 5% of the shares, and their head would fulfill any 3 of his wishes. Everyone understood that the family's conditions were very good. They don't have the same authority. The guy replied that he was only interested in 1,000-year-old ginseng. People were surprised. Who would have thought that he would refuse the Lu family? The man replied that they would leave everything like that for now. He respects his decision, but let him know that he can always rely on his family. Since he knows where the medicine is, his coming was the right decision. The guy left the right impression about himself among these 2 clans. The men immediately asked if the guy really thought that the Lu clan would leave him alone and let him just leave. The guy replied that he didn't care. It would be at their discretion. The girls were glad that he finally came. They had been waiting for him for so long and were already hungry. Shin asked how they found him. The girl replied that he was too impulsive. That's why she was worried. Although she denied it, she was still worried about him. Looking at them, he thought that the girls looked like they didn't care, but in fact they were nice. The girl said that they urgently need to go to the cafe, but then they see him off. And Shue said that there are now a lot of hostile people in the estate. They were humiliated in the morning and could even be beaten. She said that she had recently seen several of them. They just start a fight without explanation. The guy replied that before he was an outstanding mentor, but who wouldn't be afraid of them now. The girl replied that that was enough. He was still a mentor. Let him listen to her. He needs to leave there tonight. She asked if they couldn't hear. It's a day off, but it's quiet there. The girl asked, so what? She had walked until midnight before, and there were not many people there either. Chunfan replied that this was probably due to the fact that they would have guessed this evening. The girl asked what other guests? The guy asked if the gentleman had already guessed that they were there. Chunfan said that it looks like they are in trouble, and it's all because of the medicine. Chun said that he remembers. His name is Ding Pengba, and he is a wushu fighter from Linen. The guy replied that the gentleman has a good memory, because they only met today. He said that since Xian Cho and Sun Fengzi were also there, then let them come out. The men began to say that the guy should give them energy pills and growth pills. The girls asked how this could happen. Did they block their path to rob them? She began to say that this was the property of the Lu family. Let him get out of there immediately. Xian Cho asked, is it because of them that the girl starts a fight without trial? Her father is not from the main branch of the clan, which means he is simply useless. The guy began to say that he had already agreed to give him the energy pill. The man replied that he was accusing an innocent person. He made several clans drool, dreaming of medicine. Besides, taking everything away from him would be as easy as shelling pears. This is the rule of Wushu, according to which the strong eat the weak, because weakness is a sin. Xin Cho shouted for them to shut up. Let them take him away. The Liu family's house is not far away, and he will take this girl with him, even if it is a crime against the Liu family. The guy replied that he was completely attentive and ready to listen to them. I didn't expect that he would have to talk to them with his fists. Ding Pengbo was the first to attack. He shouted that this guy talks too much. Chunfan ordered Tongshan to deal with them. The guy realized that everything was bad because his throwing knife, although it was made of special metals and could even pass through a steel sheet, now just bounced off. Sancho shouted that he would kill this fat man first, and after that Chunbai Xian would not be able to get away. The girl said that this is very cruel. Their brother is not their rival at all. The guy replied not to worry. Tongshan will be able to deal with them. The man thought that he could easily hit him with his fist. As soon as he struck, I didn't immediately understand how this was possible. His fingers trembled in pain. With a retaliatory blow, Tongshan made it so that the man could no longer get up from the ground. He thought how cruel it was. Sancho was surprised because this guy is amazing. He can easily deal with any opponent with one blow. The guy said that he was ruthless. It was time to leave quickly. The man thought of a strong body, like the body of the Buddha from the Diamond Temple. This monk is the most famous master of the highest rank in the world. He began to say what a daring opponent. The man did not expect that besides him there was another rather strong master. Heading towards Tongshan, he shouted that now they will see which of them is stronger. With one easy movement, the guy tore his body in half. The girl didn't understand what was happening. Is he an unusual person? Sancho immediately knelt down and began to beg the master for mercy, saying that he would never do such a thing again. From now on, he will be devoted to him body and soul. The master will be able to rely on him. Chunfan asked why on earth he needs to be trusted. He said that depending on the position a man is in, one can understand what benefit he wants to gain. The man continued to say that he was wrong. As soon as he thought what had happened, the guy asked if he could kill him. Having insulted him, a man must pay with his blood. The girls watched as Tongshan quickly and deftly dealt with the last enemy. Dean Pengba said that it was creepy. Where could such a strong master come from? He dodged the knife and immediately disappeared to watch from the sidelines. At the hands of Tongshan, the spiritual master broke like a clay toy. It's good that he escaped quickly. Otherwise, he would have been torn to pieces by now. Miss Jingyi asked why the guy came there. Did he really get what she asked for? He said that he couldn't. She was wrong about that man. The guy was able to beat them up easily. The girl asked how this could happen. Ding Pengba said that Chun is an ordinary guy, but next to him was Tongshan, so he's just a demon. The guy immediately fell to his knees. The girl replied that it was a spell. Could that ordinary guy reach the level of a master? Liu Xuan told the man that he needed to keep everything that happened there secret. In the end, all they could understand from this man was that they needed to avoid him. The guy said she missed something. Then they used a thing that worked on air magic. This heart-striking mantra comes from the doctrine of the omnipresent. The girl asked, but what should they do? If the police find out about this, it will all be over. The guy replied that it would be worth it. Someone would help him figure this out completely and let them leave. The man said that the head should be informed about this. Upon entering the room, the guys immediately caught glances at themselves. The man said that they could stay in a house by the lake. At first, they were very discourteous. She thought that her father was from a side branch and therefore lacked power. She can only obey the words of the head. Having bowed, the man told the gentleman that he should rest and have fun. Chen thanked him for his concern. The man began to say that he found out that his daughter and the gentleman had already met. The father said that she would accompany their guests while the meeting was taking place. Turning to the girl, Chunfan asked, "What is it?" She said that yesterday she was scared to death and couldn't sleep all night. "Who is he?" The girl asked why such a fierce fighter obeys him. He said that one teacher referred him to him. She said that anyway, her family gave it to him. The girl's parents do not have the ability to train martial arts. That is why now they want to marry her, perhaps even for him. He replied that, so be it. Their meeting was a great opportunity for her. She doesn't deserve the life of an ordinary girl. And Shue said that if he was going to sort out the goods, she would help. Turning to his grandfather, the guy asked if he knew about the origin of Chunfan. The man replied that he said that he came from Chuzhou. Lu Heshuan said that even though their influence ends in the south, they can find out more. He asked the guy not to rush, because he had already sent a person for further investigation. His main task is to deal with the top of the Neijing as soon as possible. If the Lu family can bring an heir again, Zhonghai will begin to suppress them. This time his main goal will be to sell medicines and magical items. Since the guy has exposed the clan's intentions, then all means need to be recounted. Then, if he could obtain the magical ingredients again, it would be a pleasant surprise. The man asked, do they sell energy pills there? He wants to take everything. Throwing money at the guy, he began to ask the guy. Couldn't he hear him? He was immediately told that he only needed ancient potions. Let him not think about stealing. He was attacked by 6 masters and all died. Therefore, they advise him not to irritate him, but rather not to disturb him at all. He told the gentleman that he did not have an ancient medicine, but he had one thing. He doesn't know if she will be interesting to him. Looking at this thing, the guy thought, what concentrated spiritual power. This is the power of faith. Such is the power of destruction. And he didn't give up his attention. But to reach such a high level, it's worth a little sweat. The man asked how his figurine was for the master. Chunfan replied that he was coming. There are 50 energy pills inside. He asked if this was enough. The man replied that, of course. Having opened the vessel, he immediately felt that the product was of the highest quality. The man said that he would go and thanked Mr. Chun. The guy asked him to stay, said that he would give him another bottle, but in return let him tell him the whole story of the figurine. The man replied that he would tell everything he knew. Chunfan said that this is actually the ancient Egyptian deity Horus, eagle with a human body. This power accumulates spiritual energy and then turns it into divine energy. Such a huge power of faith. He can use it to hone magic inaccessible to others and expand his magical knowledge. In addition, the guy senses a rough, ancient energy in her. This god must have been born on a distant star and had never come into contact with true power before. This means that there may be powerful opponents on Earth. When the meeting of masters ends, he will immediately take away the medicines from the clans and also stop the asceticism. People began to ask the gentleman if they could exchange other treasures for pills. They also have jewelry. The guy refused such jewelry as stones, and he gave away what he might need for a few pills. I chose something that could absorb part of the spiritual energy. Jingyi approached the gentleman and asked how he liked this thing. The men behind him asked, doesn't it seem to them that it is somewhat reminiscent of coal? As it turned out, it was a broken branch of a sacred tree. Although the lightning passed through it, it did not provide any energy. After asking for forgiveness, he said that he would not take it. She said it was his gift, and her clan really values new acquaintances. The guy replied that he still wouldn't take it. She thought about how her clan towered above everyone else. The guy has already encountered this heart-struck mantra. He hears the prayer as he exhales. So who was behind this attack? Someone said that the head of Yao Shengu had come. Everyone felt that his energy had accumulated to the limit. They thought that apparently the clan was not going to solve everything peacefully. Although Tongshan's strength is great, no one can compare with this healer. The guys asked, does it seem to them, or does the guy have problems? He did not accept the gift from the girl. As the man approached, he asked, is he Chunfan? The guy replied that yes, that was his name. He said that he found out that the guy was selling energy pills. In fact, a man is Yao Shengu's value. This is true. People thought it couldn't be. The guy is too young to make medicine. The head said that it is not easy for practitioners. Fortunately, the girl had already met with him, but for some reason he still did not come to an agreement. The clan would be very grateful if the guy gave the recipe for the pills. Chen asked what would happen if not. The man replied that then they would become enemies. According to the clan's rules, practitioners who master the preparation of medicines must be captured and killed. The guy asked, in other words, was he going to kill him? The girl began to say that her clan had only sincere thoughts. After sharing recipes, they can join and become ministers. Can also view books on drug creation. The head can personally show and tell everything. The guy replied that in his opinion, if the clan presented 1,000-year-old potions, it would be better. The man said that the head of the sect is called the Panacea King. Rumor has it that the government gave him the title of Superman. The guy asked if everything was clear. The head began to scream what recklessness. The girl added that now let him not blame everyone for their ruthless attitude towards him. The man shouted that since everything turned out this way, all he could do was arrest him and bring him to the clan's court. Chunfan asked if he really wanted to fight him right there. Is he really relying on this guy? Can a man arrest him if he doesn't have good reason to do so? The guy wondered if Elder Chi really had some kind of ace up his sleeve. Someone shouted that he was the one the deputy was talking about. They thought that he had come again, the strongest man, not inferior to Tongshan. They didn't understand what those other sounds were. The man asked, "Is he Chenbai Xian?" His student died by his hand. The guy asked, was he talking about that bald guy he met yesterday? He shouted that any murderer must pay with his life. Chen replied that Tongshan killed his student. Why should he be responsible for this? The man replied that that guy was his student. Those insects were no match for him. Chen replied that they were small insects that no one needed, and they remained that way. They thought what a huge force it was. After their fists touched each other, the man flew away several meters. Master Haitian said that's great. He hasn't met such a strong master for a long time. Those fighters were just weaklings. It was very boring to be with them. The guy replied that he would see if he could repel Tongshan. Apparently, there are still methods of strength training in the world that should not be underestimated. Master Haitian began to attack Tongshan again. The guy parried his blows again and again. People didn't understand whether he was a person at all. Pointing his finger to the side, the guy asked, "Is he going to grab him too?" Smiling, the man said that the guy rejoices early. He shouted a brother's son since he was there, so don't stand aside. The man replied that most likely he would not like the consequences at all. He won't lose for them. Perhaps this is the level and his abilities where the power becomes uncontrollable. This is the power of the next master, who will be called a practitioner. The guy said that he also came there to ruin Chun Baishuan's abilities. If he had obeyed and provided the recipes, perhaps he could have survived. Chen asked what they mean. Luishuan answered the gentleman that he still thinks that if the guy had calmly given the recipes, they would have taken him in. The guy said that in the end, it looks like they all came for recipes. Apparently, he underestimated their value. He replied that they were too self-confident. The head began to say that it was obvious that they could defeat him and force him to agree to their demands. Would he have come there without Tongshan? Jingyi said that she had been watching him from the very beginning and wanted everything to go peacefully. Since this happened, why does he still persist? Lu Hshuan asked if the chief would really fight Sun Wudi. The man replied that he was inferior to him, but the guy was too impulsive. The guy added that he had never seen the head fight. The head replied that when he sees, he will understand who can truly be called invincible. The guy realized that the blow at full power only wounded his skin. He decided that he would then cut it into pieces. The head asked the guy, what is it? Is he really giving up? Let him finally admit defeat. Did he overestimate his capabilities? Chunfan asked who said that he lost. Looking at Tongshan, the guy thought, is he really that weak? A huge tiger appeared behind the guy's back. He shouted, "Devil Tiger Claws." Master Haitian thought that he could not evade. All that was left was to try to defend himself from his claws. But they didn't shout that it was impossible. Watching what was happening, the girl said that it was a big mistake. The guy shouted, "What is this?" He didn't attack again, and the old man died even earlier. Jingyi saw a bell of doubt. She shouted that this is the elder's ritual object, which with its energy can put you into a trance. Weak fighters are powerless against it. The head realized that the ritual object had turned against him. He didn't understand how this could happen. The man asked what those sounds were. His body doesn't move at all. He tried to force himself to move. In one move, Tongshan cut off his hand. The man shouted to Elder Chi that because of him the guy now has no arm. Chenbai Xian asked, Lu Hushuan still wants him to become part of their family? Bowing, the man told the gentleman that they had made a mistake. The guy asked, have they become vulnerable? All the muscles on his body tightened, and his internal energy reached its peak. They would just stick a knife in his back. Should we say that they are weak? Lu Hushuan asked what the guy was going to do. Chen replied that he thought they would come to an agreement, but first they needed to understand whether they were capable of this. The guy realized that he was certainly not Tongshan's rival. The man shouted that enough was enough. They would fight to the death. Tongshan began to attack him, but the man's blow was so strong that the guy flew to the side. People stood with their mouths open. Tongshan only dealt with several masters at a time, and he flew away from one of his blows. This is the Wushu master, Lu Tianfeng. The girl said that they had recently given her to that guy and then dealt with him. The woman asked her to calm down. After they received the prescription from him, they would no longer need it. She said that the head had already shown himself and took personal command. As long as there is at least one chance that the guy will not give the recipe, he will not calm down. The girl asked Sister Yen Wu to let her pass immediately. She asked the girl, was she listening to her carefully? And Xue asked, isn't the Lu clan planning to finish off Chunfan? The girl replied that this was their family's decision. It just so happens that they are part of it, and therefore must obey. The girl asked the head there too. Yen Wu didn't understand why she called him Chunfan. Isn't his name Chunbai Xian? She began to repeat Chunfan and Chunbai Xian, Chuzhou, and Jiangbei. Could this be Master Chun from Jiangbei? The girl thought that things were bad. The head shouldn't fight him. And Xue asked, where did the sister go? Yen Wu said that Chunfan and Chunbai Xian are the same person. Could it be that he is a martial arts practitioner? The head told Tianlong and Hushuan that they had made a fatal mistake. If the clan needs recipes, they will get them. Why anyone's help? Chen responded with what a loud statement. Was he supposed to present this recipe to them on a silver platter? The man raised his hand and said that children should not interrupt when adults are talking. Tongshan came to the owner's defense. The head shouted that his strength was incredible, but he shouldn't incur the wrath of their family. Anyone who has not yet met a real practitioner will never understand what real strength is. He said that he had strength that no one would want to match. This is what it means to be a practitioner. The cloud arm of the Lu clan can be both flexible and cruel. Just now, those air lashes were solid, but these ones are intertwined. Jingyi began to say that the mentor is incredibly strong. Could it be that Chief Yao Shengu could defeat him? The head said that now he will learn how powerful martial arts practitioners can be. The man replied that he was just a small fry. People started saying that the guy was trapped. It was such a shame. Now all he could do is give up. Chun asked, and this is what he calls the power of practice? Just. They began to say that he was dead. The mentor will not forgive him for this. He will definitely be finished. Now the guy is going to die. The man said that he had lost his temper and had no time for the prescription right now. Lu Hushuan was happy that now the guy would answer for disgracing him. For the sake of the greatness of the clan, let his blood be shed. Yen Wu shouted to the head that this guy, Chun, is from Jiangbei. The man was surprised. He didn't understand what was happening. The head decided that he urgently needed to retreat. As soon as he thought about it, Yu Gai was already attacking him. People were surprised. Did the head really just fly off from his blow? The girl knew that this was exactly how it would all end. Chunfan asked who said that he was the only practitioner. As the head remembers, the master is young. Is this really a joke? The head was too arrogant. He simply trampled on his pride. The guy said that it seems the man still hasn't come to terms with his defeat. Chunfan struck again and again. The head understood that this was a huge force. It surpassed the power of Tongshan. The man didn't understand why he was so strong. Is this guy really Helian's teacher? He decided that he would not fight him. The guy asked what will happen next. Lu Tianfeng destroyed Tongshan, and now it's Chunfan's turn. The guy realized that the cloudy hand of the clan had turned into 1,000 entwining threads. He decided to use the second of the 30 wushu styles, heavy cloud hand. The head didn't understand what kind of technology this was. Chunfan invited him to have fun. Unity of man and nature. This spiritual force has engulfed all spaces and reached terrifying proportions. It is even larger than what he acquired. The guy shouted, let him try to reflect his heavenly hammer. The head thought that if he did not parry the blow, he would be blown to pieces. Chunfan said that it was quite funny. He shouted to destroy the mountains and rivers. How long has it been since the guy had so much fun? He could carelessly burn it to ashes with his fiery eye. The head understood that his body was not inferior in strength to Henlian. He could emit internal energy and use powerful techniques. Those watching the battle could not understand. Are they really people? They look like some kind of higher beings have just gone crazy. The head couldn't leave even a scratch on him, and the guy made him spit blood with one blow. Jingy said that he's like a wild animal. They understood that the leader had to accept defeat. Otherwise, they are afraid that the guy will raise the entire Lu clan to the ground. The head tried to escape. Grabbing his leg, the guy shouted that he had finally caught him. After the head was caught, the guy threw it straight into the wall with all his strength. Chunfan asked, is the chapter giving up? If he doesn't do this, he will die right now. The man said that he was giving up. How dare the guy threaten him? Besides, he forced him to go through this hell. It will tear him apart. At first he admits defeat, but then he will have the opportunity to take revenge on him anyway. In the worst-case scenario, the leader will be able to use the gun at any time. Everyone immediately began shouting to the head that it was not necessary. Chen Baixian asked, is he really looking for his death? Then the guy is at his disposal. After a strong blow, the man flew several meters away. No matter who decided to take revenge on the Lu clan, everyone hesitated. But this guy killed Lu Tianfeng and Lu Tianlu without hesitation. How much without the law does he feel? Are laws nothing to him? In front of him, he sees a young, weak, and gullible guy. However, he was able to kill many practitioners. He asked him a question, is the chapter surrendering or not? If he shuts up, he won't kill him. The man shouted that the guy had already killed several of their clan, but would he stop after destroying the entire clan? After all, their clan is very large. The guy asked, do you really dare to think about how to take revenge on him? Does he think he couldn't wipe out their worthless clans from the face of the earth? They thought, what a cold look. Grandfather Tai said that the Lu clan admit defeat. From now on, they will not be at enmity with him. They had already been trampled once. Chunfan asked what about the others? All the clans, one after another, began to say that they too were surrendering. The man said that the master is certainly strong, but the head of Yao Shengu is an outstanding person who has many more masters under his command. It would be better for them to make peace with them. The man shouted, Orb of Courage. Breaking the pill with his fingers, he shouted that the guy had already crossed all boundaries. Chunfan asked did he really think that he could defend himself with this? Looking at the others, the guy asked now, are there still those who don't want to give up? Lu Yishuan realized that his people were subordinate to this guy. He will surely make them suffer in the end. And Shua walked and thought that following the guy's notoriety, her position in the family had grown significantly. Should a girl be sad or happy? As soon as the girl entered the room, Chunfan asked her to come to him. Head Gu told the master that his girlfriend was a real heroine. She was incredibly beautiful and not lacking in talent. The clan lost its masters and had to fall apart. The girl said that he said so much. We can consider that the meeting of masters has come to an end. She said that since they began to consider her as girlfriend, their attitude toward her has changed dramatically. Why didn't the guy explain anything to them? Let him tell them that there is nothing between them. 3 days have already passed, and so many masters have come to him. But why does the guy take her to meet him every time? Initially, being his girlfriend seemed like an honor. Only she didn't know that the guy didn't feel anything for her. He replied that he had said before that in order to live in abundance, she needs a high status. And then the whole clan would be at her feet. If a girl meets someone, she will no longer need to stay with him. The girl thought that he understood her, and this firmly bound her with obligations. She thought that someone who has seen the sea cannot be surprised by a stream. Having met him, how could she stare at others? The girl told him that it was great. All that was left was to recover a little. Very soon, when he returns to normal, it will be possible to start training. Menermu told her that this guy was his last hope. If he cannot, then several decades will simply be wasted. The girl shouted that it was all Chen Baishuan's fault. The girl asked how that young man could become a master. Who knows? Maybe he's Master Hinlian. The man thought, was he mistaken? Could those two be two different people? After the phone call, the girl asked the mentor what happened. The man said that the guy is now at a meeting next to many masters. As it turned out, he killed the head of the Liu clan. Baixing asked, isn't he one of the greatest martial arts practitioners? The man answered what exactly. Seeing that the guy was about to leave, the girl asked where he went. The mentor said that the end is near. If he retreats, all they can do is spy on him. She began to say that many strong warriors suffered. Chun Baixian seemed to appear out of nowhere and suddenly became a master. The man said that the head was an excellent martial arts master. For many years his name thundered in the south. The thirst for revenge will only lead to unrest within the clans. Looking at the teacher, the guy realized that his spiritual power had already reached its limit. He involuntarily emitted it from his body. Very soon he will be able to reach the level of an immortal. Teacher Lei replied that this was still a long way off. The power in the air is difficult to handle. He can barely control the chi energy. Internal energy trains the body. Cultivation gives energy. Immortality prepares the soul. One who desires immortality cannot rely only on the body and energy. The teacher asked why the guy was looking for him. He said that Master Lin had died. The man replied that he had many friends, so let him die. The guy said that the one who killed him was a 17-year-old youth. His name is Chun Baixian. Not long ago, he achieved perfection and was named a young martial artist. The teacher replied that only at the age of 30 was he able to approach what he could achieve with the power of a master. The guy said that he believed he was fully able to achieve perfection. He told the teacher that he had kept the silk thread for a long time. The man replied that they were rivals, even though he lost to him. Masters are like dragons. They are very easy to lose and difficult to kill. But killing a martial artist like some chicken is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Teacher Lei told the guy that today he would kill Liu Tianfeng. He doesn't even have to sweat for this. The guy shouted, what pure concentrated energy. This is a very frightening force. The man said that 10 years ago, he was able to melt chi energy into silk thread. During those years, he had to stay there, train, and weave the web. He said that the mentor was killed, but the man didn't lift a finger. Get on your knee. The guy said that his wushu is as skillful as God's. It's time for him to return to China to meet Chun Baixian. The guy thought that for 17 years, since the teacher lost to Yinan Tian, he began to pay a lot of attention to the situation in China. This time, they will feel the power of his teacher. The girl told him that the Diamond Temple gave a secret technique, a diamond body, as a gift. The clan gave an ancient medicine, 500 years old. She said that one of the heads is now outside the door. He wants to offer his deepest apologies. The guy replied that he should wait. The girl added that he was given a luxury cruise ship. Jingyi said that perhaps they had already received it because there was someone who gave him a young model with an elastic butt. The girl thought that this guy right in front of her tore the elder apart, did not let her go, and kept her with him. Of course, she can't escape because he's so strong. She began to say that he was a great practitioner, but why would the guy keep her with him? Is this really a way of courtship? Chun said that they would finish this. They could wait, and he should focus on more important matters. The girl asked what important matters. Is he going to leave? Looking at Jingyi, the guy said that he would leave her. Let him take him to Yaosheng. They dared to attack him, so the guy will take all the ancient medicines. The girl asked him, was it not enough to kill the elder? Does he want to take away the remaining medicines from the clan? She thought that killing was too honorable for this girl. The guy replied that he should not think that she is so famous. After he kills her, the entire clan will wash themselves with blood, and all because she refused him. She replied that she agreed because she saw that he was capable of this. The guy then said, great, it's time to go. She asked if he really left the Liu clan and didn't even take the money. His thoughts are so superficial. How did she know where he was from? He wondered if the girl really thinks that money is everything. 1,000-year-old medicines are much more significant. She's acting too arrogant. I decided to test this clan's endurance. The guy asked how long it would take them to travel. She said that first I would go by car to Longzhou, then I would go to Shanyang County to a mountain village, then they would go to the mountains. The journey through the mountains will take approximately 3 days. He asked why so far. The girl replied that if they had not hidden so far away, their gates would have been demolished by everyone who wanted to get the drugs. The guy ordered her to find a car to the mountain village. Sitting in the car, he said that now the girl could tell him about the situation in the clan. Jingyi replied that, so be it. At the same time, maybe he would give up his idea. Chunfan asked, does her sect really have so many followers? She replied that now he understands how the Green Clan is. The girl is wasting his time, and he has a lot to do. This branch of the spiritual tree, which is one of the healing branches of the clan, can harden it and help in learning the hidden secrets. When the guy achieves enlightenment, he will be only one step away from possible murder. The guy saw that a large number of cars had arrived. This demeanor has brought in so many bodyguards. The man thought the girl looked great. The woman asked him not to stare. They needed to move on. They immediately asked the waiter for a menu. He thought that he had seen many beauties, but he loved this type the most. The man began to say that when he saw them, he thought they were going to Longzhou. Chunfan replied that Shanyang County. He said, what luck, they're also going there. The man asked, is this lady with him? Jingyi replied that she is not his woman. There is nothing between them. Smiling, he replied that he had made a mistake, so he would take a free kick. His name is Zhu Yuntao, and his younger sister Zhu Ruhan is sitting there. They are from a Zhu family, and their goal is to bring medicine to their father. Zhu Yuntao asked, isn't the guy a simple person? Is he also going to the clan for medicine? It's great, they can keep each other company. The girl thought that he was completely mistaken. This master was going to steal the medicine. Zhu Ruhan told her brother that he seemed to talk too much. He said that his sister inherited her father's illness, and recently her condition has worsened. It is difficult for her to calm down. She gets nervous a lot, and sometimes her irritability can go off scale. The guy thought it looked like it, and not children from a rich family. Chen asked why his father was sick. The man replied that it was not a disease, but rather poisoning. They were advised to go to Yaosheng for medicine. The guy replied that in truth, it's me who is Chinese. No wonder his sister is so wary. The man asked where they were from and why they were going to Yaosheng. Chunfan replied that he was from Chuzhou. Zhi Yuntao began to say that he knew a businessman from this city. His last name was Yin. The guy asked, is he talking about Fat Man Yin? The man thought that the businessman's reputation was known only there. The guy immediately answered him. It seemed like he really was from those places. Watching them, he thought that they were all relatives. But one is soft and generous, and the second is as callous as a stone. It is obvious that the family has groomed a man to be their heir. Chunfan said that they had a snack, now I'll go. Zhi Yuntao began to say that since everyone was going there to ask for medicine, maybe they could go together. Jingyi thought that finally he would not loom before his eyes with his moron friend. The girl replied that it was great. The man said that there was a mountain path. He doesn't know how many times he walked along it. But this is the road. Every year rich people like them come there, go to the clan for medicine. But most return with nothing. The man shouted that apparently, just having money is not enough. Will they be able to interest those elders? Zhu Ruhan began to say that if 1 million is not enough, then 10 million will be enough. And if this is not enough, then she will pay 100 million. The man asked what those 100 million are worth. Previously, one girl came there, and she thought the same. She planned to buy medicine for 1 billion, but the elders simply kicked her out. The granddaughter came running to get medicine for her grandfather. She also wanted to give them money, but in the end she was escorted out. Chen didn't expect that people from the Zhang family would come to get the medicine. Smiling, the girl said that she always knew how high the position of her clan was. The man began to say that they needed to present something to the elder so that this could happen. He replied that the elders liked jasper products, healing ingredients, and ritual utensils. As soon as they reached the entrance, a large number of people immediately jumped down to them. The man asked why he didn't tell them that they weren't accepting guests now. Why did he bring them? He replied that they came to talk about the elixir of immortality. He said okay. He doesn't want to argue with him. The man asked did they come there for medicine. Zhu Yuntao answered exactly. This is his sister Zhu Ruhan. Those two are Mr. Chun and Lady Zhou. The guy replied that he was only looking after the main entrance. Let his name be Meng Tian. They came at the wrong time. The elders will be busy in the near future. The man asked what is the urgency? The guy replied that he should not ask many questions. Chun believes that the news of the elders' murder has reached them, which means they are already shaking with fear. The guy replied that it was decided he would let them in and place them somewhere. When entering, let them be quiet and not chatter in vain. And the one who is rude to the mentor will be thrown into the gorge. Meng Tian said that there is a hall of divine medicines inside. The elders and masters gather there and discuss the creation of an elixir of immortality. The man thought that he didn't know if the head could help them. The guy asked he wants to know what kind of person is their head. If there was an elder who would lend them a helping hand, it would be their leader. Meng Tian told Master Hu that these people had come to ask for a miracle cure. The man replied that he had said that there was no need to let anyone in the near future. Looking at them, he said, moneybags again? Right now the elders are discussing an important matter. If they really need to get medicine, they can live there for several days. Pointing to the crowd of people, he said that they also came for medicine and for now, they could only wait. The man replied that his father was poisoned. He didn't have that much time. The mentor replied that he could not help. Handing over the money, he asked if there was anything I could do to help. The mentor replied that his clan has a lot of wealth. Does he think he needs money? Holding out the stone in his hand, he said that he had completely forgotten. The mentor replied that for sure, since he is an honest person, he will be able to overcome the entire path. He said that according to the rules, if there is a sincere person who comes for medicine, and if he can bow all the way to the divine medicine hall, then the elders will have no choice. This staircase is 100 meters long. He must kneel and strike with his forehead all the way. Doesn't he think he'll bleed his knees and forehead? The man replied that for the sake of his father, it costs him nothing to do this. Then he knelt down. The mentor thought that this rule was created to intimidate and, at the same time, to show him his respect. The young people will agree, but the rest will not comply. Chunfan said that they only came for that unfortunate medicine. Why should they be forced to go through all this? So humiliating. The man replied that this is a clan rule. Does he question his words? The price of medicine lies in sincerity. The girl shouted that her brother didn't say a word against it. So why did he get involved in all this? The guy asked who said that he needed medicine. The mentor asked if he wasn't behind them. Then why did the guy come to the clan? To provoke. Chunfan replied that they have a lot of elders in their clan who would want to get into trouble. The brother and sister were surprised since the guy was not there because of the medicine. Then why did he come? The guy replied that he was Chun Baixian from Chuzhou, who had come to pay a visit to the head of the clan. The mentor was afraid that he had just reprimanded a martial artist who was not even 20. The man shouted that enough empty chatter. He asked the head to gather all his strength to kill Chun Baixian. He asked who the elder thought he was. The man began to say that his younger sister is in the hands of that guy, and she is sitting and out of sight. The girl replied that she said that precisely because he had a girlfriend. Everyone knows how incredibly strong their masters are. Can they even die? The man shouted to fifth elder Xiu that enough was enough. Let him calm down. He said that from a report of the third elder, they cannot rely on only one master from their clan. The fifth elder asked, what does the venerable mean? He replied that if the head had attacked him along with 2 or 3 mentors, then perhaps everything would have worked. The guy is too strong, but can he defeat an entire team of masters? The girl thought that it seemed like everyone had forgotten that her sister was in captivity. The venerable one said that there is no need to question the strength of the people from the clan. Suyu said that the guy has a great mind. All they have to do is let him in and apologize. Suddenly, someone shouted that Chun Baixian had come to visit the head. Fifth elder asked, is this bastard already there? Is he alone, challenging the whole clan? In the end, he himself came to them. The head shouted, is it possible that the fifth one is receiving guests so impolitely? Chen asked Yao Sheng the land is a forbidden place. Is he not allowed to enter? The man began to say that Master Chun is a great wushu practitioner. For what reason did he come to them? The guy replied that their people jointly attacked him. They owe him an apology. They started shouting that Elder Chi attacked him, but he killed him, and wants them to apologize? He said he didn't think the master needed an apology. I decided that I would distract him in order to find time to prepare for defense. The guy replied that he was there to pick up ancient medicine items. The fifth elder asked why not leave him alone. The 1,000-year medicine is the most precious medicine. There aren't many of him left in the clan. The guy asked, so they say they will apologize? The head replied that it was not that they did not want to apologize. It was just that his demands were too great. The elder told the venerable man that there was no point in talking to him. This kid himself came to them, and right now they will take revenge on him for the third. People didn't understand what was happening. Has the guy really come to take revenge? The guy asked, do they still hope for their rotten clan? Let them bring in the head now. The fifth elder shouted that he was dead. How dare a guy insult his head? Seeing that the man was attacking, Chun said that it was interesting. Everyone was surprised that the guy stopped the fifth elder's attack with his bare hands. The venerable one shouted to everyone to get ready. Together they would finish him off in an instant. The elder said that he wondered how strong Chun Baishian was. How can he provoke their clan, and they will tear him to pieces? Watching them emerge from the flames, the elder shouted, how is this possible? Isn't the guy a wushu master? How is he able to survive? The venerable ones gave a double gift. He shouted for everyone to act as one. The guy shouted that this was the indestructible sword of the Lord of the North. Of course, he chopped them into pieces. The man shouted, how dare he? The elder said it was a great shot. This fighter was able to hone his Dragon Fury technique to perfection. This technique from the collection of mentors is no worse than the air hand of the Liu clan. He thought that even if Nantian was there, he would be able to withstand them. Chunfan shouted only one word, cut. People began to say that they were afraid. He was terrifying. The masters can't stand up to this guy, and even more so they can't. The sword of the Lord of the North is a threat to all things. It is considered the secret magical technique of immortals. He is not crushable. He can cut everything in the world and cut any magic. The venerable man asked the guy how dare he use such a bloody technique. They heard that at the peak of the mountain there was a thunderstone, which for many years was imbued with the energy of lightning. And overnight he crashed, and his strength burst out. The venerable man understood that this guy was unusually strong. This is a full blow. He wields a sword that concentrates magic that strikes the enemy with lightning, cutting him into pieces. Looking at the dome that appeared, Chunfan asked if the venerable one was thinking of hiding from it. Suddenly, the head of Yao Shengu appeared in front of them. The guy said he has finally arrived. The head began to say that he is a great master, but why does he give problems to the younger ones? The man wondered if this was the young guy they met on the way there. Yes, he is a killer. Looking at him, the guy thought that when he ordered them to attack him, he didn't care whether he had a hammer. Even if he backs down, will the clan people do the same? The guy has become stronger, but can he defeat an entire team of mentors? If the head had asked the 2-3 to unite, then by attacking the guy, they would have succeeded. The head told the guy that his technique was impressive. It seems that he is not only a wushu teacher, but also an immortal who possesses the purest magic. He began to say that, having been reborn, the guy could not regain his abilities. The guy replied that he did not know about his teaching and was not worthy to comprehend it. Chun began to say that he wants to get all the ancient medicines of their clan, and as soon as the guy does this, he will immediately leave. So now, they can put an end to their enmity. The head replied that if they were in another place, he would have been more careful. But there is their clan's land, and he controls many ancient territories. The man shouted to everyone to fight. It was a poisonous veil of an evil elemental spirit. It is used very rarely. The head thought that no matter how many times he had used a defensive formation, he was afraid that now would be the last one. The head asked the guy to look around. Even if he doesn't intend to give up, his body is mortal. Can he survive? Chin replied that it was a pity that he would not be able to form a formation, but this time it would be the last. Moreover, he believes that this insignificant construction can harm him. The head replied that even if this was the last time, it would be enough to kill him. Jingyi shouted to the guy that he couldn't stand it alone, Let him just give up. The venerable man shouted that the girl was right. He was talented. His death would lead to nothing. Chunfan asked, does the leader really think that victory is in his pocket? He replied that apparently the guy was relying on luck. The head asked, does this guy want to live or die? Chun replied that judging by his abilities, he could hardly control the poisonous tornado. The head thought that this would be enough. Even though he is a mentor who knows wushu, how can a guy resist his nature? The man said, stop talking. Will they fight or not? The guy asked, does he really think that this insignificant structure can interfere with him? The fifth elder thought that this bastard was going to die, and now it's too late to regret anything. The guy shouted the seventh of 36 styles of wushu, separation of mountains and rivers. The venerable man did not understand how this is possible. This is a combat formation. Can it also be cut? The head thought that it was unthinkable. He was capable of tearing apart the very force of nature. The man asked what kind of equipment he used. The guy replied that this is the technique of an immortal. He cannot even imagine it. The power of his technique seems enormous, but in reality, it is dispersed. Chen only spent 10% of his strength to easily repel his attack. This is the difference between their capabilities. The head realized that the guy was able to find the weaknesses of his technique. He said that he was even a little scared, but he thinks the guy put too much effort into this blow. A man can continuously continue to control his power. What about him? How many more times can he swing his sword? The guy replied that he was right, but his fatigue was exactly like that of an ordinary person. The head asked if he could do anything. It's all over. Chun asked, so he was given a death sentence, but they did not take into account that this would affect the others. The guy shouted that it was time to stop all this. The head asked if he still had any trump cards. They didn't understand what kind of fire this was. He burns everything he touches, and there is nothing that can stop him. Is this the legendary true fire? The head shouted that he would not be able to repel this attack. Let everyone take care of themselves. People asked the head how it could come to this. He replied that the ritual objects were destroyed. The head could no longer control it. In an instant, the air was filled with poisonous vapors, and the entire clan could be poisoned. The head shouted for the guy to just look at what he had done. Does he really want to bury an entire clan consisting of 1,000 people? The guy replied that people are ultimately mortal. They will always wrongly blame those who are stronger than them. However, they do not know that truly powerful worlds are never afraid of anything and ultimately win. A gold icon that spreads flames that require no fuel. It burns away all evil spirits, and negative energy. It was called the Devil's Curse. Zhu Ruhan asked her brother, will she die? That no, they must bring medicine to their father, and they must also revive the Zhu clan. The head didn't understand how such a small spark could flare up like that. So much. The guy's afraid that 300 years ago a dark shaman did the same thing. The power itself destroyed the battle formation like a deity or demon. Others don't even realize that this technique has used up all the energy. He hasn't had it for several months. However, the battle formation of the account was broken. Some were injured, and some died. There's only one left, and it is the king of drugs. The guy must win. He'll get medicine, restore health, comprehend the secret, do everything, because the best will win. Bowing, the head said that he did not expect to meet an immortal. His clan admits defeat and agrees to his terms. The guy said that recently he said that you need to kill him. The man asked how he could resist an immortal. Their death is not in vain. Masters cannot be insulted, especially an immortal. Chunfan ordered to start treating ordinary people. The Venerable One told the immortal that all the people had suffered serious poisoning and it would not be easy to cure them. The poison has accumulated underground for hundreds of years, which is why the evaporation is so strong. These people would only need a short breath to receive a lethal dose of poison. The head said that they still have an antidote. Let them distribute it to the victims. The man said that they only have a few dozen pills, but more than 1,000 were poisoned. He thought that the Yao Shenga clan lived closed in the mountains and did not depend on anyone. They have been arrogant for so long. Zhu Tianhao said that they expected things to turn out like this in the end. What a pity that he won't be able to have a drink and have a heart-to-heart talk with Chunfan. The guy answered him that he should calm down, he won't die. Then he handed the pill to the man. Having swallowed it, he immediately came to his senses. The man didn't understand how he could survive. Everyone around considered it a miracle. This is the medicine of immortality. They said that they would obey the guy. The power of destruction made everyone afraid, but the power of healing captured hearts in one respect. This guy holds life and death in his hands. The man asked the guy what kind of pill he gave him. Chun save his life. The guy replied that, to put it simply, for him, this pill can save lives and also strengthen the body. Handing over several pills, the guy said that this should be enough for the entire clan. The head asked him what kind of medicine this was. The guy replied that these were accumulation pills. He said that their properties are truly equal to the medicine of immortality. The guy replied that it was a pity he did not have medicinal raw materials for processing and creating growth pills. If they had 10 accumulation pills and 1 growth pill, they could cure more than 1,000 people. The guy thought what he thought. You could tell him. To create growth pills, they will need a lot of raw materials that they know nothing about. The head said that, however, the clan possesses a 1,000-year-old ginseng root. They would like to present it to an immortal. The guy replied that it was very good. The man approached and said that the strong forgive the mistakes of the weak. He asked the guy to save his sister. His family will never forget Chunfan's kindness. The venerables did not understand what happened. He was told that, like the chief elder, they had come to ask for a magical antidote. The man handed them antidote pills that are used against all kinds of poisons and curses. Zhu Tianhao thanked the chief elder. The elder told the man that the guy forgives him, but the clan cannot do this. From this moment on, he becomes a common man and is prohibited from using magic for 20 years. Chunfan understood that this entire performance was especially for him. In the end, he will benefit greatly. This is the best place to recover texts about the search for immortality. Preparing immortality pills is too difficult to do alone. It would be great if he had assistants who could prepare pills. The head invited him to the palace. The head said that in this room, there are medicines that their predecessors had collected over several centuries. The guy thought, great, this must be a treasure trove. Inhaling, he smelled the same smell. A 300-year-old fruit. Its juice can improve an amulet that influences the wind system. A tree that was struck by lightning for 700 years. Sap of the tree of life. It can be used to create growth pills and is much more effective. It's good that the guy came there. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by the bone of the Lingshu tree. The head asked, what else is this? The guy replied that this is the so-called magic tree of longevity. The head asked the seed of a magical tree 10,000 years old that fell from him and was kept with him for many years. What is the difference between him and the immortal of myth? Chunfan replied that there is no big difference at all. All life on earth came from such a seed from a distant star, just like the immortals. The guy realized that it must be that no one opened it and took out the seed in which the divine power was hidden. They considered it to be the seed of an ordinary tree, and therefore immediately placed it there. The head asked the gentleman what kind of bone this is. The guy replied that this is the real core of the magic tree. They collected all his life force. The man asked, isn't this a harmful magic remedy? Chun replied that it could be said that way. Chunfan told the head that he could go. The guy was going to stay there and start preparing the medicine of immortality. While he is there, let no one bother him. Hundreds and thousands of expensive healing ingredients are collected there. Even these magical means, which have reached colossal proportions and collected there, cannot compare with his located in the house. This seed is just an unexpectedly lucky find. The guy decided that he would rummage through his memory to use one way to find information about that tree. He went through many books in his memory and finally found it. Immortality of Emperor Qingdi. The best methods of the immortal 5 elements. After production, you need to thoroughly study the magic of the tree as one of the divine elements of the 5 elements. It seems that these techniques were cut off from the son of the Lord, the heir of the 5 elements. Apparently, in order to take advantage of this forgotten teaching, It is necessary to obtain a huge amount of resources. It seems that one seed of the magic tree will not be enough, but it contains everything necessary for one soul to become immortal. In one drop, the violent, vital, and supernatural power of the tree will be hidden. He needs to finish it as soon as possible. It will be a success. The guy told his brother that today was so boring, but before they had a lot of fun. He replied that the head historian died, and the guy wants it to be fun. He correctly noticed that the head and the old man went to their forefathers. They are all alone there. He cannot insult them. The guys were discussing the fact that Chun Bai-Xian was unusually cool. After all, they were putting things in order in the estate. It was as if a tornado had swept through there. The guy said that most likely Chun is the first master of China. How suddenly did he hear the question of the first mentor of the celestial world? Haven't other mentors received universal recognition? The guard told the man that Chun Bai-Xian was able to defeat their leader, and at the same time, he was in first place among the masters. The man replied that he was considered the worst master. It is not surprising that the guy did this. Bowing to Master Lei, the man said that he had become even stronger and returned to them in the Liu clan. What brought him there? The master asked, "Where is Chun Bai-Xian?" The man replied that Master Chun had already left their house for several days. The man thought the guy was able to destroy the head. Is he really a master too? Or is erudition all he can show off with? I saw that the master raised his tripods. They asked what he was going to do. They didn't understand why Lei Jinjue returned to China. The guy shouted that he had insulted the head of his clan. Master Lei replied that these were just impartial judgments and nothing more. Previously, 17 years ago, he and their master had already fought. Then the master won, using Jiu Shao's music. The guy asked what he said. The master repeated that the guy killed his brother and thereby made an enemy for himself. If he dared to challenge him, he would speak to him like he was a non-entity. Yen Wu asked the girl, "Is she crazy?" Watching them, Liu Xuan thought that the girl was too arrogant. Let's see what she does now. The master asked apparently, "Is she the same girl Chun Bai-Xian?" He asked if the girl was afraid of him. She replied that of course she was afraid. But how could she bow her head before him? Wouldn't that mean the guy lost to him? The master replied that it was good. He did not expect that such a young girl would have a strong-willed character. Her family members missed this. The core is the core, but the reality is completely different. That guy killed his brother, and therefore his hatred pushes him to take revenge. Since the man has not found him, he will put pressure on him to come to him himself. This is a technique of thousands of years of severe frosts, namely endless cold air and polar ice. The guy said that it doesn't matter whether Chun Bai-Xian did it or Lei Jinjue. The Liu clan is inviolable. The girl immediately asked how Unshua was feeling. She replied that everything was fine. Yen Wu shouted, "Has help arrived yet? Let them call the doctor quickly." The master said that it was hiding in her body and very slowly releasing cold air. They shouted that they needed to somehow stop the flow of frosty air, which could also be hidden in the bodies of other people. When leaving, the master advised her not to go to the hospital, but rather to find him that guy. Let him say that he will wait on the shore of Lake Shihu. Yen Wu told her grandfather that they needed to find that guy as quickly as possible, otherwise the girl wouldn't last long. This man became a great master. How could he treat a young girl so cruelly? Grandfather replied that she did not understand. In the eyes of the masters, they were insects. She thought, does that mean they mean nothing to that guy? Will he return to cure this girl? And Shue thought that she meant nothing to him. Would he come for her? His younger brother was always on his side. He was not even 40 when he began to gain fame. At one time, he defeated the master of the school with 3 blows of his fist. And after a while, he challenged the master from the other side of the world, and he lost. After which, I visited the houses of Wushu masters. They fought for about an hour and eventually lost. Later, he challenged the great master to a fight. The two fought for 6 hours, but it all ended in a draw. Many said that he was not a master. 3 months passed, and the guy still didn't show up. He was probably scared by the news and stuck his head in the sand. Chunfan understood that this was the last straw. He didn't think it was so difficult to obtain Qingdi's immortal body. Now his path to immortality is still so far away. If in the past he had not been a person who achieved immortality and lived for 500 years, he would not now know how to prepare and refine his soul, afraid that nothing will work out. The guy thought that was enough. He'll try one last time, and if it doesn't work out again, he'll stop there. This is the last drop of chi energy extracted from a seed. It is equal to 100 accumulation pills. He decided to swallow it in one go. If it doesn't work out, he's finished. Suddenly, something strange began to happen. His body was gradually being torn apart. It's as if he's being tormented by 1,000 knives. This torture is too cruel. The whole body, from blood to bones, changes, and again, under the influence of chi, it comes together. This is complete rebirth. The guy thought it was a pity he was so close, but he still had a long way to go to immortality. You can do without magic items. He just needs to rely on his 5 senses. This whole world has already changed. These feelings were felt so clearly, he had already forgotten what it felt like. The elders said that the master disappeared for 3 months, thereby giving everyone a reason to mock him. He really worries about the girl a lot. The man said that they locked the guy up on his orders. Anyone who dares to disturb him will be killed immediately. They are aware of all the news. The body is formed and the foundation has already been laid. Now he will begin to achieve the hidden mysteries. The man asked the guy hasn't left yet. 3 months have passed. The girl replied that yes, the master's younger brother had already fought with half of the masters in all the heavens. Yanwu said that her sister could not wait any longer. The man replied that the Immortal ordered not to disturb him. The girl thought that this guy declared in front of everyone that her sister was his girlfriend, said that he would protect her all her life, but now she is dying. And where is he at this moment? She said she was leaving and would rather spend this time with her sister. Having shouted the word concentration, the guy realized that the immortal body had finally been created. The fiery pupil eventually filled with energy again, and the eyes lit up again. Suddenly something began to happen. The head shouted that the cold air would become a cloud and hang over the ground. This was told in ancient texts. This was a sign that an immortal had appeared in the world. The girl asked the immortal, but he is not even 20 years old. The guy replied that you can't escape fate. Today, he comprehended the cherished secret. The bright light hurt their eyes, and they couldn't see anything. The girl asked if it was Chenbai Xian. The guy replied that yes, it was him. She couldn't believe that it was really him. The guy has completely changed. The head congratulated the master. Now he is among the highest deities. Chunfan replied that not at all. Although he is not a supreme deity, he could fight with the strongest immortals. The head said that this girl said that his friend was dying and had been waiting for his arrival for 30 days. Looking at the girl, he asked why she was looking for him. The girl said that the master froze her younger sister. She suffers for 3 months and could die at any moment. Didn't he say that he would protect and delight her? Looking at the keyboard, the guy asked, is this true? The man replied that yes. 3 months ago, Master Lei returned to the Celestial Empire. He came to the Liu family with the intention of killing. Since the guy locked himself, the master did not dare to disturb his peace and did not give it because he was worried. They ran out of medicine. They were waiting for him to wake up to resolve this issue. The guy thought that the king of medicine was right. Then his solitude was paramount. However, the master still dared to return to China and decided to provoke him by harming his friend. The girl asked now, can they return to the city? Chunfan replied that there was no need to rush so much. Now he has not yet recovered enough to travel. She shouted, is he really going to rest one more evening? Her sister will die if they don't hurry. The girl can't wait any longer. The guy replied that she could last another 2 days. Previously, he bewitched the girl, and now he clearly senses her condition. All these 3 months, he improved the magical power of the bone. Having achieved the secret, the guy finally brought new magic into the world. Chunfan was not going to leave the great magic in his previous incarnation, which had been active for 3 centuries, because now he had received the Eye of Qinglong. He could not believe that this was the ordinary power of a tree. Isn't this a benefactor's technique? He also needs to create growth pills for one thing. It's better to save energy. The distance from the mountains to the city is incredibly huge. The path passes through high mountains, and the guy covered this distance in half a day. He understood that his body would not get tired due to 3 days of running. Was the guy really able to speed up, even with this ballast? The doctor told the girl that her sister's health had temporarily stabilized, and she could visit her for a while. Approaching her sister, the girl began to say that let her just look who came to her. She immediately recognized Chunfan, and she asked how her sister was able to bring him there. She thought that she would have time to capture his appearance in her memory. Chunfan understood that she was so cheerful and sweet. Even when she was complacent, she radiated such light. The guy didn't love her, he didn't even like her, but he promised to take care of her and give her joy. He doesn't care about her so much, but now he's so angry. Chunfan asked both of them to leave the room. The doctor replied that the patient needed supervision. Something irreparable could happen at any moment. Yanwu suggested that the doctor hurry up. She understood that this guy was there only to save her sister. Chunfan told her that in 3 days at Lake Shihu, he would fight Lei Qianjue. The girl thought he meant that in 3 days he could help in Shue. The girl told the doctor that those two would not listen to him, so in no case should he bother them. She needed to convey the news to the Liu clan and everyone involved in the martial arts world in China as quickly as possible. He said that when she sees what the guy has become, she will most likely stop liking him. His appearance can both attract and frighten. She replied that she hoped she would always remain beautiful in his memories. If she died, she would probably remain deep in his memory. Chunfan asked, "Is that why she provoked that master?" The girl replied that he would have let her go. Everyone in town knew that she was his girlfriend. She's been sick for too long. That's why her vision is blurry. The guy said that he was here with her and would not let her die. Even if she dies, he will find her soul and restore her body so that she can live another century. He promised this to her, and his previous promise that he would protect her from adversity and make her happy would never change. The guy used a tree spell, a talisman of rebirth. This is his magic of the 5 elements. The girl thought that she was so calm and warm. She had never felt so good and comfortable. At this time, the girl's sister told everyone that the battle between the masters would take place on August 15th. Approaching Ran, Meng asked her what happened. Was she really thinking about that bastard again? The girl replied no. A friend said that it's not like that. After that magnificent banquet, she did not smile at all. She said that she thinks Li Chen is much better because all these 6 months he took care of her and looked after her. In addition, he has a good social status. What about that guy? He's a pathetic grump. Why does he show his temper? Moreover, he didn't even show up for the exams. The girl replied that perhaps he had business to do. Meng said that's enough, don't let her think about it. They came there to relax. The man said that he was glad to welcome them to Lake Shihu. Everyone knows that there are 10 beautiful views on the lake. As soon as the girl sat down, several men came in and said that the excursion around the lake was canceled today, after which they asked everyone to return. The guy asked why he was allowed to come there. The man replied that they have a license. They started saying that they would call the government right away. He started shouting what other document? They said that someone very influential had banned entry to the lake. They thought that if this was the case, nothing could be done. It's a pity that they didn't arrive on time. Looking out the window, the girl could not understand who he was. She asked if he fished there. Meng began to say that there were many more decorated boats on the other side. She suggested finding a way out and getting there. The girl began to say that so many influential people had gathered at the bow of the ship. The man asked the teacher if they told her not to stare at wushu wrestlers. She asked what did he eavesdrop on. The man replied that the girl was simply standing too close. The girl asked, did she also come to watch the masters fight? The man said that this is the battle of the century between Chun Baixian and Lei Qianjue. He can't imagine how many people from all over China will come there to see it. He asked what clan they were from. The girl replied that their master is a very respected person. He owns a martial arts center in Chuzhou. Looking at them, the man said that they were somehow weak. He's afraid, and we still need to practice well. The guy asked what kind of fight he was talking about. Why couldn't a better place be found? The man replied that living in different parts of the world and then fighting near a large lake, that's what it means to be a wushu fighter. Yan Wu thought that this guy had not left the room for 3 days. Will he make it in time for the start of the battle on the lake. Getting out of bed, and Shua asked how he was feeling. He treated her for 3 days and may be exhausted. The guy asked her to calm down. Everything is fine with her now. 1 day would have been enough to simply save her from death, but the next 2 days were spent using the magic of the tree to restore her body and subsequently her soul. He said that he was able to cure her. The girl's body became stronger, and at the same time her appearance was restored. He hopes he has made up for 3 months of her suffering. From this hardened ice material alone, he knew that the master's wushu had already reached its maximum and gone beyond the limits of what was possible. His chi energy has been compressed so much that it can become life force. The guy thought it was a pity. He wouldn't even be able to touch him. Moreover, first let him comprehend the innermost, and only then challenge him to battle. The girl asked, does he need to leave again? He replied that he just needed to finish some business and would be right back. This matter is called killing Lei Qinjue. Meng Meng asked, will that guy even come, or what? He replied that even a master is in no hurry, but what are they doing? When suddenly a man shouted, he came. Looking to the side, they realized that the battle of the masters was already beginning. Besides, it's rare to see a 20-year-old master anywhere. They all thought that this guy was very similar to Chunfan. He is much more handsome, and also a head taller. Lei Qinjue shouted that the guy had finally arrived. Now he definitely shouldn't disappoint him. The guy shouted that he had come to kill him. The master replied that this guy would definitely not disappoint him. Chunfan told the master that this blow was his answer for provocation. The man made himself an enemy. Lei will shout that having reached their level, mere mortals seem more insignificant to them. But as soon as one of them is equal to them, he immediately turns into his target. The guy asked, simply put, is he not going to take revenge for the adept? The master replied that he was an ordinary student. His skills cannot be compared with him. But before challenging Yinan Tian, he met him. How could the master retreat after that? He swears with his skills that he will rip his head off, and this will become his strength in the fight against Yinan Tian. Chunfan saw ice blocks approaching him. Shouting to break, they scattered to the sides. The master began to attack again. The guy said that he did not expect that his inner strength could shrink to such a state. Over time, he will join the immortals, for whom nothing is impossible. Chunfan said, well said, let him take the blow of his sword. The master asked what kind of technique this was. The guy replied that unfortunately, he had only mastered the Qingmu technique. Otherwise, he would have immediately cut him into pieces. He replied that he had heard of such weapons in his life. His new style of wushu has great energy. He can deservedly be called a genius. However, he shouldn't have fought him in the drizzling rain. His ice created 1,000 threads. His wushu is much stronger near the water than anywhere else. Chunfan said that it turned out pretty great. As soon as the guy came closer to the master, he shouted that Chun Baixian had been caught. All he needed was one word, smash. The master thought he was not even 20 years old. Could he have achieved perfection at his age? He didn't expect the guy to surpass him. The master said, great. This will make him look at me as a forgotten art. The guy shouted, let him crush him. The master asked, does he really think that his technique is so primitive? Lei Qinjue shouted to the guy that this deadly cold air was his personal creation. What does he think about this? The guys thought that the guy seemed to be holding on with all his might. The girl's worldview simply turned 180 degrees. The guy immediately thought that if he had such abilities, then after Chunfan began to rule in Jiangbei, he crushed him with one hand. It seemed to the girl that she had already heard this guy's voice somewhere. The guy understood that the master's wushu had almost reached perfection. Compared to Liu Tianfeng's strength, it exceeded him by several levels. If the guy had fought him 3 months earlier, he is afraid that he would have exhausted all his strength, and everything would have ended in a draw. But now he has comprehended the secret. Chun Baixian told the master that now he would see the real power of revelation. Lei Qinjue shouted, how is this possible? He thought that all these water swords seemed to be forged from steel. He was scared. His hand began to shake so much that it hurt him. The guy said that the master tested his technique of water swords. The time has come for swords made of ice. He shouted that he would cut it down. The power of deadly cold ice is a spiritual energy practice that he has honed over several decades. Jokes aside, now the real battle begins. The sword made of ice pierced Master Lei's entire defense. It was close to piercing his body. Lei Qinjue thinks that what he has been practicing all these 10 years is some kind of joke. If the master had not hardened his body, how could he have survived in the ice alone? However, he did not expect that the guy possessed the technique of unity of wushu styles. It's a shame he met him. Chun Baixian asked, really? How does the master think this sword can cut him? The man didn't understand where this unprecedented feeling of danger came from. The guy said, so what if he is an incomparable wushu genius? His prayers were answered, but he is still far from being a guy. Everyone looked and thought, are these people really from their century? They're like superheroes from a movie. The girl still thought his voice was so familiar. Did she mishear? Lei Qinjue said that he thought he knew a lot about the divine world, but he did not expect that today he would meet a person who only had to take a step towards becoming a deity. He shouted that he would show the guy the skill of fishing, which he had been practicing for all 3 months. This net was originally intended for Yinan Tian, but he didn't think that he would have to use it on a guy. Let Chun Baixian experience the ice net he created from the frosty air and polar ice. The guy shouted again to cut it. The men began to say that they would both die. The magic of an immortal and the most powerful blow of a master. Lei Jinjue will not be able to cut it. The master asked if the guy had gone crazy. Does he want to take it with him to the grave? The guy shouted the word break over and over again. The master asked, does he really think that he can kill him before the 1,000 threads of chi escape from his network? Lei Qinjue shouted to tighten the word. This is his last trump card. He practiced it for 10 years in the ice. Lei Qinjue told the guy that in his entire life he had never met such an amazing opponent. People were about to leave because they thought that everything was over. Chun Baixian asked, does the master really consider this his trump card? Nobody could believe what was happening. The guy said that he was very strong, to compete in strength with an immortal who had comprehended the innermost. But what a pity that he met him. The master understood that he needed to take off as soon as possible. Following him, the guy said that this blow was his last gift for his efforts. After receiving the blow, the lifeless body of Master Lei Qinjue slowly began to fall down. He died. Looking at the master's student, the guy asked if he really wanted to avenge him. He replied that Master Chun was the strongest in the whole world. His teacher left with honor. The guy asked only for one thing. Let him allow him to take the teacher's body and bury it in the ice. Chunfan replied that he should go. His final blow was a random jolt of explosive force. People began to discuss who would now become a worthy opponent for this guy. Chunfan didn't understand how his friends ended up there. Isn't now the best time to meet? The guys began to discuss that he was smiling at them. Yinwu thought that this battle must have scared everyone. This guy's name will thunder throughout China. The man said that they underestimated the guy's capabilities. He is afraid that the junior mentor will return after losing to him. He replied that that was enough. From now on, the school would not come into conflict with Chun Baixian and would give in to him. Now, they will not be hostile and will not allow this to happen again. Everyone was happy that Chunfan had won. From now on, no one would dare to challenge the Liu clan. The guy talked about the battle he watched. The head told Master Chun that he had already sent a man to escort those girls out of the city. Now nothing will happen to them for sure. They also added that they would like to nominate a girl for the position of head of the clan. Can he testify to this? They want her to become the head. Liu Heshuan lasted, because 3 months ago, she was an ordinary girl, not worthy of the family's attention. Since childhood, all she did was get under his feet. Looking at Inshua, he said that she should decide for herself. But no matter what the girl chooses, he will always support her. The girl replied that it was good. She agreed to become the head of the clan. Inshua knows his worth, so he understands that he will be a puppet. By this, she will express her good attitude toward the guy. The guys read the news that a reward of $1 billion will be given to whoever kills Chun Baixian. The man said that it is very difficult to get weapons in China. In addition, he killed Lei Qinjue. The guy is unusually strong. They removed many masters of various ranks, let alone a 20-year-old guy. Let them give him all the information about him. Tomorrow he will leave for China. He stayed there for several days while he waited for Yao Shenggu and Tongshan's men to arrive. The girl said that tonight there would be a concert of a popular singer. Upon entering, the girl said that there were so many people there. The guy immediately thought that if something went wrong, there would be many dead and wounded. However, this is a small room. He will be in full view, and his voice can be heard everywhere. His friend and her agent are probably behind the scenes right now. Looking at the girl, he thought that she had finally taken off her bunch of rosary beads. Apparently, she listened to his advice. Suddenly, he saw Wushu masters. The atmosphere around them is gloomy. They are furious and sitting in ambush. The guy immediately wondered if they had really come for this girl, or for him. Chun told Inshue that he would go away for a while. I decided that first I would lure them out and eliminate them. Seeing his friend, he asked why she wasn't preparing for the concert backstage. The girl replied that it was on business for their company. They organized paid concerts. Yun Xianxian began to say that she burned the flowing one, and suddenly black smoke appeared, and then heart-rending screams. The girl asked did he come because of her. Chunfan thought that apparently after this, it would be possible to erase this girl's memories. As soon as they began to attack, the girl shouted to stop. Chun was surprised. Is it really the police? He had already felt the aura of that girl before. But what about with the police? She shot at several of the attackers. Yin Xianxian asked where did she get the weapon. Extending her hand, the girl said that she needed to leave quickly. The man thought that it seemed that the girl was happy with this man. It looks like he doesn't know him. Was she really the target? The girl said that she was from police headquarters. He is there to protect her. The man in front of her is an extremely dangerous killer. Let the two of them come to her quickly. He immediately began to attack. The girl shouted that she was careful. She realized that this was the end. Unexpectedly, the man was not acting alone. For people surrounded her, she would die. As soon as the man approached Yun Qianqian, with one strike of his fingers, Chunfan made him fly several meters away. The men understood that he was a strong mercenary, but he flew away with one blow. Is that guy really a great master? The man asked who he was. Wants to stop them, Tiansha, from doing business? The guy replied that he had never heard of them. He understood that after that blow, the man's aura began to slowly weaken, and all his strength was compressed to a grain. It should explode very soon. The girl thought, did he really come for her? The girl from the police began to tell me that this was an organization of hired killers that had committed countless atrocities. As a result, today there are several dozen murders. The man shouted that she knew too much. All these years, she has been arresting their people. Tiansha is worth a visit. Chen said he didn't care who they were. Let them fall to their knees now and beg for mercy. The man replied that they knew that he was an important member among the Wushu fighters. If he interferes with them now, he will face irreversible consequences. The guy asked if they had a master. The man answered where they got the masters from. They still have difficulty doing their work. Chunfan said that there weren't even any masters, but they dared to threaten him. What are these nonentities counting on? They came to carry out an assassination attempt and were not aware of who controls this territory. After they heard his name, they all immediately knelt down. The girl from the police could not understand who he was. How could he intimidate them? Shin asked why they wanted to kill the girl. One of the men reported to the master that they had received one order for 50 million for Yun Qianqian's head. Suddenly, at that moment, a man with a knife in his hands began to attack Chunfan. Chen asked if he was tired of waiting. With several fingers, the guy grabbed the knife and easily broke it. As soon as the guy wanted to grab him, the man thought that he needed to run away as quickly as possible. He was intimidating. He felt the inner energy and wondered if they were foreign fighters. Chunfan told the girls to wait for him there. He would be back soon, after which he quickly rushed off somewhere. Having caught up with the man, he asked if he was running away. He replied that he did not expect the guy to be so strong. The information from Hongmin was wrong. The guy tricked them. He began to say that the guy was very strong. But Hongmin gave a tip to him to the whole world and announced a reward of $1 billion. Many first-class mercenary organizations accepted the order. As soon as the man thought that he was able to distract the guy, he immediately took out a pistol and fired. Chunfan caught the bullet with 2 fingers. The man called him a demon. Chunfan shouted that to all of them, he was truly a demon. The guy thought that by this time Yao Shengu and Tongshan should have arrived. He should start hunting too. Closing his eyes, he realized that unexpectedly many Wushu fighters had arrived in Lingzhou. He found them. In a matter of seconds, he was gone. With each jump, all parts of his body seemed to squeal with joy. His entire being continuously interacts with true qi. The video where the battle on the lake took place is unclear, no matter which way you look at it. However, what can be appreciated is that they could walk on water and also at high speed. He was lucky that he was able to buy weapons on the black market. It is excellent with specially prepared armor-piercing bullets. This kind of thing would definitely kill a martial artist. Having finished with the order, the man will be able to leave the department and go to some small and beautiful country. Hearing the sound, he did not understand how is this possible. After all, he lives on the 27th floor. From the news, the guy heard that 22 murders were committed in the city in half an hour. Leaving the next room, he thought it was 23. Since he left the estate, 23 groups have been killed, and a total of 39 killers. This is his goal, to thoroughly frighten those who want to harm him. But this is not enough. One very strong person is still missing. By killing him, the guy will definitely be able to strike fear into all mercenary organizations. Where's Haifish? The man thought with strong telekinesis. I didn't expect that there was a master with such ability in China. There may be difficulties with this. Has that master really come for him? How annoying he is. He is called the king among killers. The man held back on purpose for his sake. The guy thought he wanted to run away. Chunfan thought that unfortunately, his telepathy was much better developed. He dressed like a simple passerby, but ultimately his aura is very different from ordinary people. He is a first-class killer. His murders are numerous. So now it's the guy's turn to hunt him. Approaching Haifish's table, the guy said that they had finally met. The man asked if it was he who was the master telepath. Let all the customers die. What did they give him? The guy asked did he come to kill him? Chun will sit down and let the man begin. The man asked if he wanted to reveal his trump cards. Another time, he will find thousands of ways to kill him. The guy asked, does he really think he can get away from him? At that moment, a girl approached their table. She began to ask how about getting him a glass. The man said that the guy underestimates them. Kill them. He should keep this little girl company. The girl shouted, what's going on? What alloy is this fence made of? Chunfan shouted that he would not leave. Haifish told the guy that he said that Chun Baixian would not get him, after which the entire establishment was filled with black smoke. The guy thought that this black fog was somehow strange. A huge amount of dust is mixed into it. He cannot see anything, but telepathically he senses its location. The man understood that he would not be able to hide. The guy was much faster than him. Seeing him, Haifish said that Chun would die there. The guy replied that these were his words. He began to attack. After the blow, I thought what a frantic force his dagger might not withstand it. The guy kept repeating the word cut. Does he really want to fight him blindly? Haifish always acts against everyone. He does not rely on combat abilities, but uses various cunning tricks and dishonest methods. He was unlucky to have met him. The man realized that things were bad, so he decided to run away once again. He shouted, was the guy provoking him? I decided to use the snake strike technique. This is his special secret technique. It helps to avoid danger, but its constant use shortens its lifespan. Chunfan shouted that this was the Tongshan technique, the secret technique of the demonic tiger. The man was cut in half. The guy said that the next person who tries to annoy him should think twice. Hong Min said that first they would drop the charges, and then they would destroy the information about the reward. From this day on, laws were introduced for hired killers, prohibiting the murder of Chun Baixian. So much has changed in these 3 months, and now it seems her grandfather is helping her, but she is unlikely to ever notice it. He said that he had business in another city, so he was leaving. The guy said it was a parting gift for her. This jade contains his magical seal. She will be able not only to protect the girl, but also to notify him if she is in danger. The girl thought that this gift was the most valuable for her. it would be a sign that she was safe. She asked what he would do after he left. Chunfan replied that he was returning to Chuzhou, and then he would go to Nanjing University. There is something waiting for him there. Without Jade, the guy could not have become immortal. For 500 years he wandered the universe, was able to rise to the very heights, and the proof of this is his boundless magnificence. The girl ran to Master Taisher and Uncle Mu and Brother Gao, screaming that the lists of heaven had appeared. The girls said that when they were younger, they liked to correspond online, and they created a forum of wushu clans on the internet. In their free time, everyone began to correspond there, criticizing the masters. Everyone there is called the Mountain Range people. The forum summarizes all the combat achievements of the masters, their honed skills, and even their position. And now the first on the forum is Chun Baixian. She said that he was a mature person and had never studied wushu until he was 18 years old. Killed a lot of masters. He is incredible. His strength defies explanation. Became the first master in all of China. The girl thought that she was so tired. She had been working at the university for a salary since finishing her master's degree. The girl asked if the teacher could hear her. One teacher was invited to join them. Everyone immediately asked about the teacher's position. She only knows that he is young and handsome. His course is called Life Science and Future Drug Development. The man said that since he had a special invitation, the reward would be excellent. Teacher Xue thought that such a handsome guy could simply be torn apart there. That the gentleman asked everyone present to stop writing. He needed to introduce someone. This is their new teacher at the Institute of Biology. Everyone immediately began to think that this guy is at least 20 years old. Can he even teach? Director Fu tried to shout to Xue Jiao. He told the girl that from today, she will be Teacher Chen's assistant. But for now, let her show him everything that is in their biological institute. The girl walked around him. One of his colleagues told him that he was so young, it was hard for them to believe that the guy was going to teach. She began to ask where he came from. Is he married, and does he have a girlfriend? Xue Jiao told Miss Lin not to ask so many questions. The guy still answered by telling what city he was from, that he was not married but was dating a girl. She suggested that the teacher go for a walk. The men could not believe that such a young guy became a teacher. The girl said that he would give an open lecture every week. In addition, their institution does not limit his actions in any way. He is free to select graduate students, use laboratories, conduct research, or take part in other educational activities. He came there to teach in order to use the Songlong technique. His body development pills are now in the secret headquarters. Those pills can be put into mass production and can be used to improve your health. Having become a teacher, he became famous for his merits. Although Xiao Qiong studied at the Faculty of Economics and Management, her family opened a medicine production company. The girl didn't understand why there were so many people there. She asked Xiao Qiong if the girl found out about Teacher Chen's past. She said that the teacher was well versed in science before he was very busy in the army. The man said that she is so young. Does she really believe everything they say? Chunfan thought that they're located at the foot of the mountain near the river. There was enough supernatural energy. We need to find the Yunwu Mountains and grow medicinal raw materials there. His tree magic is powerful in growing medicinal remedies and plants, but she cannot draw energy from him alone. Although it is possible to generalize all available methods and reduce the cultivation time, it is still too long. In addition, creating a cataclysm requires a huge investment in scientific resources and available technology. Will he need to create thermal energy and auxiliary exercises? Of course, the guys have just completed their training. In the end, doing all this will not be easy. The energy of the lake is colossal, and its waters are a real treasure. The Dacha area is one of the best living areas, and his grandfather lives there. I just decided to come and treat him. Opening the door, the man asked since he was there, so why didn't he warn him in advance? He thanked the guy, because now their family is honorable and respected. In addition, he takes medicine and drinks water from the spring and feels that his health has improved. The guy replied that this time he came specifically to cure his illness. Chunfan said that he would like to ask his grandfather something. Does the man know if it is possible to somehow exploit that plane in Dongshan? Grandfather asked him about the Dongshan Plain. He said that there would be a lot of trouble with her. Many people have already had their eyes on this place. They wanted to build a lot of things there. Due to the fact that influential people were flocking there, they decided that whoever would pay the most would pay him. Several tens of billions were given away, and the best resort in all of Nanjing was open in that place. Manhwa is the richest man in Jiangbei and his worst enemy. At one time, the guy also suffered at the hands of this man and his son. The grandfather asked the guy not to get involved with this family. He could become the most influential person in the area, and he also has a strong patron. Chunfan replied that Grandpa had really forgotten that Yunwu Spring belonged to him, and the amount of money doesn't matter. The man said that he would not ask the guy the reason. Just let him know that his grandfather will support him in everything. This time they will fight them again. The guys discussed that very soon there would be an open lecture by Teacher Chun. They feel like there's a great show coming up. A friend asked Xiao Qiong, did she choose the Faculty of Life Science? The girl thought that Chunfan had promised her that she would study at this university. He didn't forget about it, did he? The girl invited her to take her for a couple. Xiao Qiong is even studying at an art institute. Why should she go to biology? The friend replied that she just wanted to admire the new teacher. As soon as the guy entered the audience, the girl immediately thought, why does he look so much like Chunfan? He said that he was their new teacher. They could call him Teacher Chun. Chun Baixian said that now he will explain to them in simple words what life science is. Xiao Qiong thought, is this Chunfan's unofficial name? Rising from his seat, the guy began to tell the teacher that he did not understand anything from what he was saying. He is not a self-taught teacher, but a young and famous teacher. Chunfan asked, does the guy really think that this is all fiction? He replied that, of course, that doesn't happen. Science is based on evidence, and evolution has its own laws. How could I, your soldier, become a general after he was infused with first-class blood serum? The girl thinks that the teacher will be able to give him a good whack. Chunfan replied that he did not study biology. The man began shouting that the director had no right to hire him. He did not study biology, but he came there without hiding the fact that he was a master. The girl thought that horror was so attractive, but it turned out to be a liar. Of course, she never thought of marrying him, and even less so now. Chunfan began to say that it was funny to him that the man studied biology but did not understand its essence. Therefore, the guy understands her better. Approaching the pot of flowers, Chun asked what season should these daffodils bloom in. The man replied that, of course, in spring or winter. Every year from January to March. It's September, so the flowers won't bloom. Suddenly, everyone saw that the flower buds had opened. Chunfan said that he understands more than the guy. He asked if anyone else had any questions. No one had any questions, so he decided to continue the lecture. Everyone immediately thought that it turned out that the teacher actually understood biology. The guy thought that he was definitely a strong opponent. No one has met such a strong opponent. His knowledge of biology, he completely destroyed it. Chunfan said that they would finish this. He asked, does anyone have any more questions? One of the guys said that the teacher made the daffodil bloom. How did he achieve this? The guy asked if they had heard anything about Yunwu water spring. Regular spring water does not have this effect. This bottle is a quintet of 100 of these water bottles from there. The guy also added that it was he who discovered that source. Chun will open a laboratory, and those interested in biology and the source can come, sign up with him, and help with research. The guys immediately began to discuss whether they could sign up and become part of his research team. The guy realized that he didn't even try, but had already lost. The teacher asked not to rush and come one by one. Teacher Chun has money and special knowledge, and the Biology Institute has land and manpower. He immediately soared to the skies, becoming the head of the best laboratory. The guy asked should he call him Chunfan or Master Chun. He said Chun Xiao, the first general of the army and his distant relative. He began to say that the guy should not have returned to Nanjing. Mr. Tang is still sternly determined. If he finds out, he will probably mobilize all his forces. Chun Xiao said that he knows that in Jiangbei his tricks and outstanding abilities in the series are terrible. But how did he get caught? The guy replied that apparently Tan did not talk about his status. If he had known, he should have warned them even earlier. Obviously, he is not aware of the whole situation. Apparently, he has been ruling the city for too long. Even news reaches him late. The guy said that he didn't understand what he was talking about, but he needed to get out of the city quickly. Let him not rely on his gang. Mr. Tan has ruled the city for many years and has his own patrons. Now he issues a warning, but only because they are relatives. Next time, they will become enemies. The guy thought, had these two really become his opponents? He needs to meet Xiao Qiong somehow. This is how he first saw this girl. Her guzheng playing was amazing. The girl thought it was great. She hadn't practiced for so many years, and the instrument was well preserved. The guy told her that her performance was amazing. Maybe they should celebrate it? The girl asked, just the two of them? He replied that no. With them, there would still be several classmates from high school who remained in the city and guys from an older class. They're already waiting for them at the gate of the institute. The girl thought that these two were so suitable for each other, as if fate itself had brought them together. But she suffers for her childhood friend. Suddenly, the girl heard something strange. Turning around, she saw exactly him, Chunfan. My friend didn't understand why he looked so much like teacher Chunbai. The guy thought that this was the girl's childhood friend. Xiao Qiong said that they had not seen each other for so long. 6 years have passed for her. Now she has become quite an adult, and he waited half a millennium until his death. The girl introduced him to her best friend Zhong Yaoyao, and he introduced her classmate Shin Junwen. Chunfan thought that even with his past, family fortune, connections, and power, he thought that he could easily deal with him. He suggested that they all go have something to eat together. The girl thought, did he really go to the same university? There will be many children from rich and famous families at the meeting. Perhaps he will feel uncomfortable. The friend thought that there was nothing special about him. The guy thought that perhaps he had shares, but they were worth nothing. He behaves serenely, as if everything has collapsed before his eyes, but he doesn't care. The girl introduced him to all the guys. Everyone there is part of the elite. They may despise him, but they will not show it. They will smile, looking him straight in the eyes. Sitting in the car, the guys discussed that the girl was not trying to hide that there was something between them. The guy replied that it was nothing special. They were just childhood friends. They grew up together in a small district. The guy thought that Shun Junwen is dangerous. He only uses dirty tricks, and he is a mere mortal. Far from him. Upon entering, the girl immediately began shouting that they had not seen Tang Yifei for a long time. She said that she stayed in another city for a short time. Looking at her, Chunfan thought that she moved in the circles of the elite of Nanjing. Many stories could be heard about her because she was the only daughter of Tang Yuanqing. The girl may be just words, but she is also involved in the family business and does illegal things. She represents the Tang family and is the queen of the shadow world in Jiang'an. The guy began to tell me that this tea is of the highest quality. It goes well with water from the source and fits porcelain cups. Zhong Yaoyao said that their friend makes tea incomparably. The girl already knew that Xiao Qiong was in love with her friend, but she didn't expect that he would turn out to be an ordinary guy from the province. But from the first meeting, it is clear that it is difficult to piss him off. One of two things: either someone is behind him, or he is simply arrogant. The girl is more inclined to the first. Is it possible that he comes from a noble family? Nanjing belongs to the Tang clan. Should we be wary of this guy? They discussed that city development programs would soon begin on the outskirts of the city. Could it all start from the Wuzhou area? She asked if he really felt out of place. The guy replied that everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses, even if he loses in this, but otherwise it doesn't matter to him. The girl replied that for sure, some are good at walking dogs, and some are business sharks. What's a good guy? Chunfan replied that he had a heavy blow. She said since he liked fighting, he would do sparring in clubs. I'm sure there are a lot of them around. If he wins, little sister could reward him with something. Xiao Qiong said that it is already quite late. Where will he go? Should she rent a room in a hotel? The guy replied that he would go to the dormitory at the Institute of Trade. One way or another, it is considered part of the university. Shin Junwen sat and thought that the girl already had a boyfriend. How could he get ahead of him? I didn't pass the exams, and it's unclear how I enter the university. The papers say that he is an ordinary guy. The guy's father was killed by someone from their family, and his mother could not cope with it. Now the guy's family is thriving and respected. No wonder he was confident. It doesn't matter who he is, he still won't be able to take the girl away. Even if the guy didn't find anything, he's still not capable of anything. Can that trash compete with him? The guy saw his father and asked why he came back. Shouldn't he have left? The man replied that he had difficulties. Someone who wants to take away the Dongshan plane has appeared. Shen Junwen asked who dared to resist them. The man replied that it was simply surprising, but this was the Chun family from Nanjing. They had not yet crossed paths with them, but suddenly they declared war on them. The guy wondered if Chunfan really had something to do with this. The man said that this is strange. It makes no sense. Why did the Chun family suddenly need a plane? The man asked where his son got this information. The guy told his father everything. He asked if it could be that the difficulty with the plane had something to do with him. The father asked whether his son was able to find out about his position in society. Shin Junwen couldn't believe that Chunfan was some kind of big shot. The man replied that he was Master Chun from Jiangbei. The guy asked if his father really wanted to say that he moved him from the place of the most influential man in Jiangbei. How is this possible? The father replied that it was true. This young hero is full of enthusiasm. He is simply furious, but this is a common occurrence. The guy understood that this bastard came because of him. Moreover, in order to take away his girlfriend, he can strike at the corporation, taking advantage of billions. The man said that their family should not be afraid of this guy. The old man told the gentleman that he had long since given up martial arts. The man had not heard anything about the current generation of fighters. However, I think he is on par with Tang Yuanqin. He told the young master, if anyone is related to Tang Yuanqin, then he doesn't care, he's not afraid of anything. Chunfan received a message from the girl to come there to meet her, but he could not sense her aura anywhere. Seeing her friend, the guy asked why she called him on behalf of Shaoqing. Chunfan said before that he was good at fighting. She can help with choosing an opponent. They all practice boxing. If the guy can defeat them, then she could reward him with something. She thought that her friend hovered around him all the time and did not pay attention to her at all. The girl decided that she would now put him in his place. Suddenly, one of the guys remembered that it was him, the same guy who was able to kill a man with 3 blows and freely dodge bullets. One of the guys, calling him a puppy, began to say that he was pestering Yao Yao's friend. For this, he would not just break his legs. The guy hit him from behind and shouted to watch his language, after which he knelt down and began to ask the master for forgiveness. The guys looked at each other and didn't understand what was happening. Chen Fan asked, does the guy really know who he is? He kept repeating that he had done wrong, begging to forgive him. Looking at the guy, Chen asked, did he just say that he would break his legs? Chen Fan was able to approach so quickly that the guys didn't even notice how he did it. Everyone begged him for mercy. The guy replied that since they were begging for mercy, he would spare them and leave them alive. And now everyone is failing. Trembling with fear, Yao Yao said that this was just a little joke. Chun Fan said that he also knows how to joke. Maybe he and she should break their legs? The girl began to say that she was Xiao Qiong's best friend. Maybe he would let her go? The guy asked if she heard what they called him. She replied that they called him Master Chun. But what's wrong with that? Suddenly it dawned on her that he was the same Master Chun from Jiangbei. She didn't understand how this was possible. Wasn't he from an ordinary town? The guy replied that since she understood who he was, then let him cut himself off. You have to pay for everything. Falling to her knees, Yao Yao began to tell Master Chun that she was wrong. She asked how he would look into his friend's eyes after this. Chun Fan replied that if it weren't for Xiao Qiong, then there wouldn't be a wet spot left of her. The girl began to ask, what is this? He said that this is a fire lotus. The guy placed it in her body, and if she starts to be insolent again, then this flower will burn everything to the ground. In the past, this girl caused him and Xiao Qiong a lot of problems by interfering in their relationship. This time he decided to teach her a lesson. Calling her friend, the girl said that Ife invited them to have tea. She insisted on his presence. He replied that it was good. Let him tell the time of the meeting and the guy will come. The girl understood that Ife was very prudent. But why did she suddenly decide to invite Chunfan? Seeing him, everyone was surprised that he had come. Chun asked if he would join their small company. Yifei greeted Mr. Chun. She asked Xiao Qiong to stay with everyone. She and the master needed to discuss something. It was the first time everyone had seen the girl so serious, as if she was hosting a reception for an important person. Xiao Qiong thought, is he an unusual guy? Yifei asked what should she call him. Chunfan replied that as he wants, he doesn't care. The guy asked, didn't Zhong Yao Yao tell her anything? The girl replied that she was terrified of him. How dare she? Junwen told her everything. The master who keeps the entire Jiangbei in fear is also a fan of Xiao Qiong. He said that they had known each other since childhood. That's why they were so close. The girl asked, but why didn't he tell her about his reputation and status? He was wondering how this little girl knew about everything. A man approached her and said that all preparations had been completed. Yifei told Mr. Chun that as far as he knew, his life was now in her hands. Looking around himself, Chunfan decided to ask the girl, and is she counting on them? She replied that of course there were many more. After all, he is a master, but she also specially prepared a group of snipers for him. The girl heard that using magic he had already successfully deflected pistol bullets. But he doesn't know if he can withstand a sniper rifle and special armor-piercing shells. Chunfan asked what is she talking about. Yifei replied that we are the only one who is strong, that this is the only way she can talk to him. Their families never competed. She still cannot understand why he secretly came to Nanjing. The guy asked if he believed that he came for Xiao Qiong. The girl replied that no, she doesn't believe it. Although Xiao Qiong spends time in their circle, her level is still slightly above average and does not reach them. The guy wondered if she really meant his services in Jiangbei. Even all this is not worth a single vote from Xiao Qiong's head. The girl replied that this means that he actually planned everything secretly. He is going to displace them, the Tang family. It also plans to merge with the Jianghan region. The guy asked does she really believe this? The girl replied that it didn't matter. All she asks is that he leave town. She will not pursue him to Jiangbei and let him not touch her to Jiangnan. Chunfan asked what if he doesn't listen, what then? Yifei replied that then all she could do was give him the opportunity to taste the power of sniper rifles. He asked if the father told the girl who he was. Yifei asked who. The girl said that her father had been a hermit for 6 months and was looking for ways to overcome the mastery of wushu. Recently he finally came out, but now he's afraid the guy won't meet him. Chunfan replied that it was surprising that the man did not come to greet him, but her provocations were nothing to him. The girl asked does he really dare to insult her father? She replied that he had a lot of impudence, so he also dared to threaten her. The man shouted to Miss that he was not worth her attention. They would sort it out. With just one movement of his hand, all the attackers were defeated. The girl asked how is this possible? After all, they were all first-class wushu fighters. The man replied that he is the best of all the masters. She asked the master what does this even mean? After which she said that okay, she'll see what a sniper does in action. Within seconds, the 2 snipers were killed. The girl thought that there were only 3 of them. The last one remained. Why is this guy so strong? After the 3rd sniper was destroyed, everyone immediately abandoned their weapons and knelt in front of him. People began to beg for mercy. The guy said that she had not learned wushu and was not a fighter. Otherwise, she would have known that provocation was the most idiotic thing she could do. The guy replied that it was all her fault. Now there's almost no one left on her side. The girl found out how he was able to subjugate Jiangbei. He had different strategies, and now she too could die at his hands. The man asked did Mr. Chun want an open war with the Tang family? The guy replied that he was talking too much, after which he struck. He asked if the girl knew that when the guy arrived, he was already aware of this attack. He really wanted to see it. However, this is a complete disappointment. Chun clearly overestimated her. It turned out to be an ordinary cheap one. He only knows how to use dirty tricks. The girl saw that he raised his hand, which meant he would kill her now. She began to say that by killing her, he would lose more than he would gain. She is the one who rules in Jianghan. If he kills her, the Tang family will immediately want revenge. Of course, compared to him, her family is nothing, but they have been doing business in the city for decades and own enormous wealth and connections. She could have her family serve him, and he could unite the territories. Even she would serve him. The girl wondered if everything she said was in vain. No, she can't stop and shut up. She decided to ask, after killing her, how would the guy explain everything to the police? Chun thought that for sure, in the end, everything in this world operates according to the law and does not depend on the search for ways of immortality. Moreover, he will not be able to explain why Ife is dead, and he does not want to reveal who he really is. Ife began to say that if he forgives her, the family there will certainly give him gold in gratitude. Laughing, he asked, "Does she really believe that he has no right to kill her? Did you understand what it was?" Some unknown force permeates her body. It crawls into the bones and pierces right into the heart. The guy said that this is the power of the tree. She can heal, and she can kill. For example, she can take the form of 1,000 tree needles and pierce her insides and every bone of her body. It will turn into dead wood, and only the head will remain untouched, so the girl can continue to think. She will be able to fully feel what function means, because wood needles will begin to sprout in her body. In the end, she will see how her whole body becomes wooden. The girl began to shout at him that he was a demon. Through terrible pain, the girl began to ask the gentleman to just kill her. For her, this pain was unbearable. Chunfan said that from now on, her life is in his hands. This will be her punishment. In the future, if she dares to disobey his order, she will remember the horror she experienced. She thought that she never wanted to experience those torments again. Once faced with death, she will not fight it. Xiao Qiong saw them having a nice conversation. Ife asked her not to invent anything. She just had some minor difficulties, but everything had already been resolved. Shen Junwen didn't understand what it was. "Haven't you had a fight yet? Why are they talking so sweetly now?" Approaching him, Chun Fan slapped the guy in the face. He asked how the guy dared to hit him. Chun Fan replied that he would not hit him, but would kill him. Whether he believes it or not, the guy will do it with one hand. The guy thought that's right. He is a master, and that means he has the power to destroy his entire family. Was the Tang family going to cooperate with him? Xiao Qiong understood that Nong Junwen would not leave this easily. He was very vindictive. How will the guy deal with him? The girl asked Zuko, how dare he speak so rudely to the master? The guy couldn't understand why Miss Tan was protecting him. Looking at Shun Junwen, the girl said that her family would remember his gift, but now he must leave this place. Ife asked the owner if she should send for him to kill him. The girl understood that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't be a slave now. The guy asked to kill him. It's too easy. He wants to see how he flies off the cliff, trample his hopes and dreams, and in the end, kill him with one blow. Everyone understood that Miss Tang was very harsh with the guys, but suddenly she sided with Chun Fan. Yao Yao is afraid that the girl also became a victim of this monster. On the way home, the girl asked how she and Miss Tan became so close, and why did she suddenly despise Shinjiawen. The guy replied that something happened in the yard. The girl wondered if someone had sent killers to her again. That's probably true, which is why she said her family will remember the gift. Xiao Qiong asked the guy not to interfere with the golden girl under any circumstances. It could be dangerous next to her. The guy replied that it was good. Let him calm down and focus on the road. After greeting everyone, the guy said that his name was Chun Baixian. Today, at Nanjing University, he will be the first to speak and present his report to them. The guy said that the main topic of his report was the source of Yunyu. The guys began to shout that this was impossible. All the healing remedies in the world did not exist. Is this really a fake? Everyone saw that the rabbit lived. They didn't understand what the hell. The guys asked, is this an innovative biological medicine? It can affect all of humanity. Looking at Mr. Jason, Han Dongyu asked if his research was true, and if so, then asked you to tell me how it can be applied. The man replied that apparently he should meet him. Xue Jiao asked the teacher because he told them that they could sign up and join his laboratory. He told the girl to go and rest, then she would have to work hard. Entering the room, Han Dongyu asked the girl, is she already well acquainted with Teacher Chun? She replied that of course not. The guy introduced the youngest scientist of the American Academy of Sciences. The man said his name was Jason, He was very glad to meet you. Shui Jiao answered the gentleman that today's event had already come to an end. The man replied that apparently Mr. Chen never bothered to train his servants properly. He began to say that when the gifted have conversations, it is better for mere mortals to remain silent. The girl suddenly felt pain, but Chen quickly settled the situation. Chunfan asked did he come to him to emphasize his superiority. The man replied that of course not. He was there to invite the guy to join their organization. He shouted that the gifted should stick together. You see, every gifted beginner needs their guidance. The guy asked what if he refuses? The man replied that it would be very annoying. Everything he said today could drive brilliant minds in the field of biotechnology crazy. They can send the best assassins and terrorists to him to take away the recipe for creating holy water. However, if he joins them, the organization will have his back. Chen asked what are the conditions for joining their organization. The man replied that they were all gifted, so there was no need to fuss. The man began to say that holy water does not have a recipe, there is only a source. After drinking this water, the powers of the gifted increase to the point that it can become a catalyst. Han Dongyu asked what are they discussing? Jason won't expose him? The man replied that the guy was just an ordinary person. It was enough that he obeyed him. Chunfan simply needs to be reported instead of finding the source of the organization in order to receive both its support and patronage. By you, do they not have a genuine gift and need catalysts? The man replied that developing his gift is too difficult. Only a select few can have it from birth. The guy replied that it was even more primitive. The man asked what he was talking about. Chun said that he initially mistook someone for being gifted, not expecting that they were just ordinary people. In other words, their power is fake, just a substance in the blood. Jason replied that he had already said everything. Now it was his turn to decide. The guy asked, but what if he still refuses? The man shouted that apparently he did not know what the power of the gifted was. As a curator, he had the opportunity to meet with him, Mr. Chun. The guy replied that his abilities really surpass those of the monks who have embarked on the true path, but besides, they are not perfected. Jackson said that there are a lot of strong wushu fighters living in China. Yi Nantian and Lei Qinjue are the rarest gems. To achieve such heights requires enormous work and diligence. However, the gifted ones only need a push to gain a kick, and they can achieve more. This is his last chance to agree. Otherwise, his maid will die. He shouted that the guy had not yet responded to his proposal. His assistant will soon turn into a piece of meat. Chunfan replied that since he knew about such masters, then why hadn't he heard anything about him? The man asked who he was. Isn't it Chen Baixian from Nanjing University? Suddenly, the man had an epiphany and he realized that he needed to run. He won't make it in time. He'll have to fight. Watching what was happening, Jason thought that horror. This is the power of the Chinese wushu master. The man said that he is far from the last person in his organization. If he kills him, then the entire Haientuden will declare war on the guy. Chen asked, really? If they dare to come there, they will meet their death. The man shouted not to come. His maid was still with him. If she gets close, he will kill her immediately. He began to say that Jason considers himself gifted, but does not know what true strength is. Without thinking twice, the guy cut off his head. There was no more interference. Han Dongyu begged Mr. Chen not to kill him. The guy replied that he didn't kill him, he just erased his memories, so he could relax at least a little. The men discussed that Jason was the strongest of them. His death was a huge loss, but he managed to convey something to them before his death. A source of life-giving holy water was discovered in China. They immediately asked if the message said who the owner of the source was. The man replied that Chun Baixian, a teacher at the Faculty of Biology. He seems to be gifted. The guys understood that if the source belonged to him, they would not receive it. The guy said that he believes that if they cooperate with Hong Min, then perhaps together they will be able to defeat him. Everyone was discussing the war between the Shun and Chun clans. It looks like the Chun clan will have to slow down a little this time. Everyone there never dreamed of seeing the rise of their clan. It happened so quickly. The man asked the elder contacted Tianchi. He replied that let the gentleman be calm. This time the head will personally take part. Clenching his fist, the man said that this time they should trample the Chun clan and throw them out of Nanjing. Grandfather said that fortunately, Xiaoyun would soon return with huge capital from the Middle Sea, but for now they need to protect the Chun clan corporation. The man said that having tried through his channels, everyone said that this was a hopeless situation. The girl suggested calling Chunfan and asking about everything. Having picked up the phone and dialed it, the answering machine said that the subscriber was not answering. Grandfather said that's enough. They will soon find out what Xiaoyun decided. He wondered if this was the end for their clan. Coming out of the laboratory, the guy heard that his clan's corporation was closed and the head was removed from business. He didn't understand what happened to his family. Is the Shun clan involved in this? Chunfan did not expect Shenronghua to resolve things this way. The guy was out of work for several days while he dealt with matters in the laboratory, and he dared to act. The grandfather said that he had just talked with his grandson. The guy was on his way home. That clan will not destroy them right away. They will wait until the Chun clan itself attacks them. At this moment, a guy runs into the room and says that Aunt San had an accident. The guy decided to visit his grandfather and parents in his usual appearance. How the phone rang. When she picked up the phone, it was Sisterin. She told him that his mother had been in an accident. Chunfan asked how is she? He understood that she must have his amulet. You need to get feedback from him. The girl replied how good it was that he gave her the amulet last time. It was a real miracle. At that moment, the truck crashed into the car. Everything down to the back seat was destroyed. The woman only got scared, and his amulet also broke. The guy replied that there was nothing wrong. It's good that she and her mother are okay. The jade amulet could not withstand such strong pressure. The guy thought that the truck stood across the roadway and at full speed fit right into the backseat of the car. This time, my sister and mother had a jade amulet, and it was enough to repel the truck's impact. But what if the enemy hits even harder next time? Last time he was too naive because the Shun clan connected its entire existence with war. He needs strength to protect his family and friends. Everyone who touches his family and friends will pay for their lives. The master asked, is this even possible? Chunfan said that before attacking, they didn't bother to find out who he was. They shouted that he was the young master, Chun Baixian. The guy replied that it was too late. He needs to fix some things. The Shun clan discussed that it was better to do nothing this time, but if they attack, they will have to kill. This time, the Qin clan will not have the opportunity to make things right. The man asked where his son was. The guy replied that he had gone to see a girl from the Fan family. He said he had a bad feeling. Let him call and tell him to come back. Turning to Venerable Lin, the man asked if there should be any problems with the guy. The elder replied that he should be calm. The three leaders of Tiansha are acting together against him. He said that now he would have to wait for news from Tians. The Tang family believes that without them, they will not be able to resist Chunfan. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. Security told the boss to go to the second floor along with the directors. They needed to retreat. The man replied that it was superfluous. Venerable Lin was there. They had nothing to fear. He asked Master Chun how he dared to cross the threshold of Shun's house. The security shouted for him to stop immediately. Let him take a step back, or they will open fire. The guard still fired. Stopping one of the bullets with his finger, the guy said that this was child's play. Everyone was surprised that he caught the bullets with his bare hands. The man shouted to be killed immediately. Venerable Lin told the young man to surrender and he would spare him. The guy asked, really? If he had been on his knees begging for mercy, he would have killed him without desecrating the corpse. The elder began to attack. The guy was able to deflect his blow with one touch. He asked, release the inner spiritual energy? I couldn't quite believe that the guy was a master. When did such a strong guy appear in their circle of wushu fighters? Chun replied that he shouldn't have irritated him. Venerable Lin was so suddenly reborn. He said that after this fight, he would need to go in search of a place where he could recover. He told the young man that he could go far, but this was not destined to come true. It's unfortunate, but the guy crossed his path. Chun replied that he was talking too much again. The guy did not expect that the Shan clan would hide such a talented master. No wonder they went unpunished for so long. However, he has already killed 3 masters, and now it's his turn. Master Lin shouted a blade strike of concentrated qi. Let the guy feel his black whip technique. With one word, smash, the guy was able to stop the black whip technique. The man asked, is he really that strong? Next in line was the snake strike technique. The guy thought that the snake strike was much weaker than his previous black whip technique. But, among other techniques, it is this that has the maximum amount of concentrated chi energy. That much energy can be equated to one powerful bomb. The guy easily coped with this attack. The master said that his wushu is truly terrifying. It's too crowded there. He suggested we go outside. The guy asked him not to run away. He said that he didn't expect his wushu to be so amazing. It reminded him of the time when the man met Lei Qianjue. The guy replied that he had already killed him. Ifei told her father that this time he should become a master. Laughing, the man replied that it was as simple as shelling pears. Masters, like dragons, are essentially celestial beings. If he became a master, he could destroy the entire Jianghan region in an instant. However, he only has half a step left to take towards perfection. It seems that that master from Jiangbei was able to achieve immortality much earlier. Looking at his daughter's face, he asked, "What is it?" The girl replied that it was nothing. She thought that she would never be able to tell him how strong that master was, because now she obeys him. The man asked if he had offended her in some way. Let him calm down. Tomorrow he will go to Jiangbei and deal with him. The girl replied that there was no need. Let him listen to her. At that moment, they heard a strong explosion. Master Lin said that if a guy uses such a blade, then he believes that Chun is responsible for the death of Lei Qianjue. The guy replied that he was far from it. Master Lin shouted that he doesn't know how this guy achieved such perfect wushu techniques, but he underestimates him. He said that now the guy will see the ancient technique of the Lin clan, instilling fear in everyone. Having mastered the techniques of breathing, his exhalation becomes a sword, a snake strike. Let him taste his sword shine technique. The master practiced it for several decades. Chunfan parried the blow. The master didn't understand how this was possible. Are masters like him able to withstand his secret technique? The guy replied that he was nothing to him. Seeing the guy's attack, the master shouted that he couldn't kill him. He is a member of the Lin family on Dunnan. He never had enemies. Nong Junwen realized that since Chun Fan returned, then Lin Tatian had lost. He's definitely finished now. He began to tell Master Chun that it was a mistake. He asked the Shun clan to spare him. The guy asked if he would believe him. The guy was reborn to give everyone what they deserve and slaughter all enemies. The man began to say that there are still many people around this building. Is he not afraid of revenge? Chun asked, is he talking about Shinjongwen? Let him be calm. He will join him soon. The entire Shin clan will be buried. The guy began to use a void spell and magical flame. He decided to take advantage of the bloody attraction. The man shouted that the guy couldn't kill him. Chun Fan decided to send a deadly curse with his blood. The doctrine of omnipresence, the curse of blood, is finally ready. The entire Shun clan will bleed to death. This is his revenge for his mother. First death. The magic of the immortal from the doctrine of the omnipresent is the curse of blood. Only with enough blood can the source be tracked down. The guys told Shin Jr. that his family performed well this time. The guy asked what could the insignificant Shin clan do. The video has an incomprehensible flame. The guy thought how strange it was. And how did he not feel it? Everyone who had a blood relationship with him will die. Result, 74 deaths. He thought it was a pity that he had not reached his full potential. So far I have only been able to kill 4 generations of the clan, but this was enough. The man thought that even though he was a shaman who conjures spirits and masters the art of conspiracy, no one has the right to curse anyone. Looking at the blazing fire in his hand, Chun Fan said that it was time for the next one, Shun Junwen. The guy thought that his father seemed to be very excited about something. He said a couple of phrases and hung up. Did something really happen to him? He needs to return urgently. The blazing fire hit him right in the heart. After that, the guy swam like a match. Chun thought that 75 of the clan were dead. Approaching him, the man bowed and said that he was Tang Yuanxin. He only thought about the fact that he needed to survive. He needed to protect his family. Approaching Chun Fan, Xiao Qiong asked, is he busy? She still couldn't contact him. The girl said that she heard that his mother was in a car accident. It's good that he wasn't hurt. She asked if Master Chun was really from his family. Rumor has it that he burned the entire Shun clan to the ground. But she doesn't believe it. She thinks that everyone is exaggerating. The guy replied that if he had been a master, then that entire insignificant clan would have been destroyed. Xiao Qiong asked, is he showing off again? The girl told him that her parents wanted to invite him to dinner. He can refuse. They just know that he is in town and want to meet. Then she ran away. Chunfan thought, does his mother-in-law really want to look at his behavior? It's a shame that she likes to fawn. He doesn't think this will end well. Finally, the guy can have the plane. He plans a lot of things there, then designs a field for growing medicine and places for fighting. The guy understood that to create a battlefield, he would need a lot of jades. He needs to buy a plane, build a laboratory, prepare a place for battle, but now he has no money at all. Zheng Anqi is from Hong Kong. She has his money. The guy thought that she wouldn't just get away with it. On board the plane, next to the guy, there was a man who was looking at a magazine with photographs of Zheng Anqi. He asked Chun if he liked her too. The guy replied that no, she just owed him money. The man said that she was the granddaughter of the richest man in Hong Kong, and at the same time, she owed him money? The guy thought that it was more than 10 billion. But how can he get it back? While at the airport, he thought that there were so many people there who knew magic. Is Hong Kong really a paradise for magicians? At the exit from the airport, the girl handed him a leaflet in which it was written that an auction would soon take place. He has nothing better to do anyway, so he goes and has a look. Perhaps the auction will include items suitable for battle. The girl handed the gentleman a catalog of their auction. If something interests him, he can raise the bid at any time. The guy thought that the auction was small, but there was a huge amount of antique porcelain and jewelry there. He saw a perfume bag filled with some seeds. I felt a subtle aroma. It is believed that it will last for several years. Those who encountered his magic would be able to recover. The guy thought that he needed to get it and just wanted to give this bomb to his sister and friend. You'll need to set a price soon. Having received his fragrant herbs, he thought that there was nothing more for him to do there. Suddenly, the presenter announced that the first lot was a magical item. The man said that a magical object suddenly fell into their hands. Their first lot is a jade gourd. Starting price is 5 million. Everyone immediately began to raise their bets. People began to discuss whether this item could cost that much. They thought that it might be a fake, but they saw that one of the guests was the young master of the Zheng clan. The guy thought that the other day was his grandfather's 93rd birthday. He loves magical objects very much, and this will certainly appeal to him. He named his bid at 15 million, but as soon as the presenter began to reprimand, Chunfan decided to outbid him. The guy thought, did he really want to fight with him? The presenter thought that such items usually go for 10 to 20 million, but was it really possible that they invited a real spender this time? The guy understood that he could not raise the rate because his father would not give him that much money. When leaving, the guy told Chunfan that he was brave. He offered to meet, saying that his name was Zheng Alpin. The girl began to say that he is the managing director of Zheng, the pearl of their company. In the clan, he is the grandson of Mr. Min. The guy asked if they had any business with them. The girl replied that the director would like to talk with him privately about the magical item that he had previously acquired. Suddenly, the guy recognized him as Mr. Chun. He began to say that the master had recently arrived in Hong Kong and still knew nothing about this magical item. How fortunate that he invited a famous feng shui master. Maybe you should ask him to check if it's fake? Chun replied that it was okay. Zheng Alping said that Master Yuan will be there soon. But in the meantime, will he allow you to take a look at this item? The guy thought, is it worth revealing the secret of the jade gourd to this ignoramus? He began to tell the guy that this thing was not worth the money. Master Yuan entered and began to say that he had heard that the master had acquired a ritual object. That is why he was there. The guy replied that Yuan Huan did not guess correctly. Pointing towards Chunfan, he said that this gentleman purchased a jade gourd at an auction for 30 million. The man immediately said that the price seemed too high. Zheng Alping said that Yuan is a famous master in Hong Kong. He is one of the members of the International Scientific Society and a student of Master Zhou Daoji. The man replied that the master only said a few words to him once. The guy felt that he was actually a monk following the true path. Moreover, he was only halfway through his cultivation. Taking the jade gourd in his hands, saying something, the man said that this time the gentleman had come across a fake. It was just a simple jade product. Zheng Alpin said that apparently the master was not mistaken, since it looks like a ritual object. The man replied that at the auction, you need to be insightful and skillfully act at the auction. Let them look at the magical engraving. She remembers the battle sign, but there is no trace of chi energy in it. This jade gourd is just a preparation for a ritual object. The guy said that it looks like he was very mistaken in thinking that he would waste the money. Chen asked, is he sure about this? Yuan said that it seems that the gentleman does not believe him. Zheng Alping began to tell the gentleman that he was not lying. The man replied that, so be it. Out of respect for the master, he would show them what a real ritual object was. He began to tell me that the magic of the path is unusually mysterious. Can a mere mortal imagine it? Do they believe it now? His magic only works if he uses this wriggling dragon bracelet. It could become a real ritual object, but not soon. Zheng Alpin told the guy that since it turned out to be a fake, then for them, ordinary people, it is useless. Wouldn't it be better for him to sell it to Master Yuan? The master said that this thing is just a preparation for a ritual object. Even if he gives it to him, he is unlikely to deal with it. Zheng Alping shouted for the master to show respect. The guy asked if he wanted to buy a jade gourd for 300,000. The master asked what he was getting at. How dare you talk to him in such a tone? Zheng Alping told the gentleman that the price can always be negotiated. The master said this without malice. The guy replied that apparently he had been hiding the truth from Zheng Alping all this time. The guy replied that he was waiting for the master to admit that it needed a little work, but instead he said that it was a ritual item that could purify souls. But he didn't expect the guy to interfere with his plans, so he ran in so quickly and revealed the truth about this matter. Zheng Alping believed that the master was helping him get the jade gourd, and therefore repeated his words, but he did not know that the master was not going to give it to him. Looking at Master Yuan Huan, he asked everything that the guy said was true. The man began to say that he would now explain everything. Zheng Alpin shouted that he had chosen a gift for his grandfather, and the master dared to deceive him. He began to say that he had no choice. He would definitely compensate for everything and find a suitable ritual object. The master asked what facts pushed him to this idea. Chunfan replied that in general there was nothing, but he heard his telephone conversation. He said, this means a telephone conversation. Apparently the guy knows everything. Then let him give him the jade gourd in an amicable way. The master shouted for the guy to have the dark evil of 6 disasters. The man said that he was too relaxed, wants to delay the inevitable. He said that this evil is ethereal and invisible. Its power is enormous, and its concentrated killing is capable of taking a life. Chun began to absorb evil. The master said that this was impossible. Consume evil itself? Are not only gifted people capable of this? The guy said that this energy is tasteless. Yuan Huan realized that he needed to escape. He shouted the writhing dragon bracelet into battle. His dragon will not be able to stop that guy, just be able to detain him, and he will immediately disappear. Chunfan easily broke his bracelet. Using his energy, the guy pulled the master towards him. The guy said he wants to get the jade gourd. Let him tell him what this thing is. Seeing that the master was not going to say anything, he attacked him. Yuan Huan will tell everything right away. Perhaps this is a gourd that contains the power of the sword. 1,000 years ago, an immortal wielding a Tibetan sword knew the secret of the miraculous panacea, Yangjianhu. 1,000 years ago, one immortal swordsman was known for his skillful swordsmanship. The ancient records say that that person possessed Yangjianhu. With his technique of flying balls, he kept the entire sky in fear. However, later, for unknown reasons, the Tibetan swordsman disappeared. He had 9 swords, each one a kind of natural wealth and the quintessence of life itself, capable of purification and magic, and its power was incredible. The guy thought about flying swords? Finally, it will be possible to transfer the technique of ball handling. However, This will be the deadliest technology in the world. Chen asked, but why did the Tibetan swordsman need to use something to feed the gourd? Obviously, it was impossible to even get close to the one who possessed the sword. Ultimately, the true art of mastering the ball leads to the study of the technique of flying balls, which in turn comes from the field of elixir. The master asked if this was a real gourd that contained the power of the sword. He asked to give her to him. They say that he will obey the guy. Chunfan replied that he knew in advance that this gourd was very unusual, but he did not expect it to look like this. The guy said that a Tibetan swordsman abused such a gourd. This is the seed, the fruit obtained from the void. Receiving from a void is a plant on a mineral that is woven from the void. The void mineral contains cosmic power, and a gourd seed that falls on it can absorb this power. In other words, this is not just a gourd, but a gift of nature. The guy thought that having acquired this natural wealth, he would grow his power, and the emptiness inside the gourd would also begin to increase. There are no traces of the other monks' magic in the gourd. It can be assumed that in those days, the Tibetan swordsman did not know that it could be used as a talisman for cleansing sins. Even if it's a little, the gourd is now full. All these things look the same as they did 1,000 years ago. Perhaps they could have been left behind by a Tibetan swordsman. Chunfan said that since this gourd has an owner, he no longer needs a master. The man asked the guy to spare him. The guy asked, is he from the Hong Kong Zheng clan? Do you know Zheng Anqi? Let him lead him to her. Zheng Alpin replied that it was fine, no problem. He thought that he was the direct heir of the Zheng family. In Hong Kong, no one dares to indulge them. However, now this man has trampled his pride and good name into the mud. Zheng Alping thought that they were in a hotel and there were a lot of guards there. If he runs now, he might be able to escape. The man asked, did the young master come alone for dinner today? The guy answered yes, after which he asked to drive the car to the main entrance. What kind of magic is this? Invisibility? Ghost magic? Or spiritual magic? He couldn't escape. Even Master Yuan had nothing left. Chunfan asked if the guy was afraid of him. He replied that no, not at all. After which Master Chen asked, is he familiar with Anqi? The guy said that she owed him money, and he came to collect the debt. Apparently, the girl did not plan to pay off her debt. He remembered that the girl really didn't say anything about him. They spent a lot of time maintaining power over the finance department. The guy decided to ask the question, how much did she owe him? Chunfan replied that it was 10 billion. Did she really not say anything at all? She bought the medicine that saved their grandfather from him. One pill cost 100 million. She purchased 100 pieces, a total of 10 billion. He thought that it was not surprising. More than 6 months ago, a girl brought a bottle of magic medicine from somewhere and literally brought her grandfather back from the other world. However, she didn't talk about how she got it. Zheng Anqi celebrated her 25th birthday. Everyone congratulated her on her birthday. Ning Tianchen asked if the girls liked the party. The girl asked not to pester her. She was in a bad mood. Although her grandfather is healthy, the successor place belongs to her father. However, she fraudulently took the bottle of life-strength pills from Chunfan's hands. The guy said that perhaps she was very tired. He recently prepared some nutritional pills, so he will send some to her. Mr. Shi approached them. The man began to say that recently she instructed him to find out something, and here he is. The situation is certainly bad. That guy, he is a difficult person. Looking at the guy, she said that it was a family secret. He replied that he understood, but if something went wrong, let him know. The girl was waiting for him to say this. With him, the young righteous man, she thinks she can still defeat Chunfan. Mr. Shi began to say that he was afraid. Everything was much more serious. The girl didn't have time to listen to him. They were already calling her to cut the cake. Stepping aside, the man said that this girl does not know that she can die. Although the clan is ready to keep its secrets with the help of the best guards and wushu fighters. Hearing her name, the girl immediately turned around. People began to ask who dared to address Miss Zheng so familiarly. Chunfan asked if the girl remembers him. Couldn't she really forget? Zheng Anqi replied that she did not know this gentleman. Everyone immediately began asking if the guy had heard. She didn't know him. The girl doesn't know him. So shouldn't he leave quietly? Where are the guards looking? How did they let him get in there? As soon as the man put his hand on his shoulder, he immediately flew to the side. Ning Tianxun told the gentleman that the girl doesn't know who he is, so she asks him to leave. The guy replied that she owes him 10 billion, but says they don't know each other. Nobody understood what was going on. Someone said that this is complete nonsense. Does he have proof? Is there an IOU? Proof of money transfer? Did they notarize everything? Since he baselessly claims that Miss Anshi owes him 10 billion, he can also say that someone owes him 100 billion. The man shouted that Mr. who is the best lawyer in Hong Kong. His arguments cut like knives. This guy can't argue with them. Chunfan said that they had already met. The guy will give her time to come to her senses, but don't let her delay. His patience is not unlimited. The man asked if the gentleman even listened to what he said. Shouting at him to shut up, the guy hit him on the cheek. The man didn't understand how he did it. How is this possible? This is the technique of the masters. The man shouted how dare he hit him. The guy replied that one more word, and he's dead. Turning to the girl, he said that she had two options: return the money or pay with her life. The guy said that at first it didn't matter to him whether the girl borrowed that amount, but he began to threaten that the man would not tolerate this. His master's name is Zhou Daoji. If he had known about his status, he would have immediately realized that in this city the guy would not be able to commit outrages. Chunfan replied that he had never heard of such a thing. Then he grabbed the girl by the throat. Everyone around began to shout for him to quickly let her go. Let him unclench his hands as quickly as possible. Is he really looking for death? The guy thought, he uses internal energy. What kind of master is he? At his age, the mentor killed the master, and he will not be able to finish him off, who has almost reached perfection. He decided to use Void Strike, Songlong Grab. As soon as he attacked, I immediately heard a crash. Ning Tianxun thought, is he really a master? Was his guess wrong? If he does not strive for strength, then all the strong masters are? This is a ritual sword that the master used for self-defense when he himself was not yet a master. With this sword, shamans performed sacrifices to the spirits of spring. The guy understood that things were bad. At some point, he thought that it no longer mattered whether the girl survived. The man thought that nothing could extinguish this damned flame. But for the guy, all this is child's play, because he's in first place in the ranking of wushu fighters. The guy shouted that this was simply impossible. As it turned out, he was an immortal magician. After the powerful explosion, Ning Tianxun thought that if his mentor had not given him a protective talisman, he would have died. Chunfan still did not leave him alive. The guy replied that he should tell his relatives that they had become his debtors. If the debt is not paid, they're all dead. The gentleman thought that the Zheng clan did not listen to him, and a disaster occurred. Entering the hall, the man shouted who dared to take his beloved daughter away from her birthday. The guy told his uncle that the police had already gone to the shore. Every effort was made to search for Anshi. He wondered if all this had been set up by his brothers and sisters. The man asked his father what made him so worried. He replied that if he had not come, he was afraid he would have destroyed the entire estate. The girl's father said that if he let him grab that freak, he would tear him into pieces. The old man replied that this is exactly what he feared, after which he asked Mr. Shi to tell him about everything that happened at the banquet. The man also asked what exactly happened there. Mr. Shi began to tell that the man who stole the girl was called Chunfan. He just took her away from me, and also killed Ning Tianxun in front of everyone. The girl's father replied that he had already heard this name somewhere. The old man shouted that Hao Chong must have forgotten. The one who sold the pills to the girl was Master Chun. The man said that they didn't give in to that kid's blackmail, and then he suddenly shows up. Mr. Shi replied that perhaps this was not blackmail at all. The girl personally asked for 10 billion, and he is a witness to this. He said that so be it, the guy could discuss all this with the Zheng clan. Why was this kidnapping necessary? He simply decided to attack them. The gentleman replied that if they remain inactive in this situation, then not only the girl will be in danger, but the entire clan may collapse. The man asked, does he think he can destroy their entire clan alone? The man replied that he didn't think the guy was a patient person. He thought that in China he belongs to the first place in the ranking of fighters, because he is Chun Baixian. Father, what is he talking about? What kind of rating is this? The gentleman replied that in other words, he is invincible in China. The old man did not expect that Lei Qinjue fell at his hands. He met him 20 years ago. That once magnificent man has now turned to dust. The man asked what they could do. The old man replied that there was no need to worry. He had not died yet. The guy is definitely incredibly strong. As a last resort, he will sacrifice himself, but will not allow the clan to be threatened. He asked the gentleman to tell him that he would go to visit Zhou Daoji this evening. That guy was a successor, but he was killed. How should the master sit still after this? 30 years ago, he saw with his own eyes his technique of capturing 10 dragons. And by killing the master, he became famous for centuries. The girl asked him not to care about her. Does he think she can't escape? He replied that he would get her and finish her, even if he was at the ends of the earth. Chunfan said that now it's not about money at all. Too much time has passed. Now even a name cannot resolve this conflict. He said earlier that what belongs to him cannot simply be owned. Zhengyanqi if they don't. The guy replied that then he would destroy her clan. He will kill everyone who is in any way involved with him. She thought that she urgently needed to contact her family, but now the girl could not escape. What should she do? The guy thought that the first master of the southern school, the conditions of the battle with the best fighter in the opinion of Chun Baixian. Does Zhou Daoji want to challenge him? Now everything depends on the rules and the outcome of the battle. If he wanted to fight with him, the guy would crush both him and the entire Zheng clan. The girl thought that one mistake of hers led to the disaster of the entire clan. If the magical battle is lost, then the entire clan will die. If they win, will the guy be able to kill her? How long did the girl think that she couldn't see anything? The strongest magicians will fight for supremacy among martial artists. Everyone immediately started shouting that it was Chun Baixian. Zheng Zhongming asked the guy if he returned 10 billion to him. Could this at least somehow atone for their guilt? The man had never encountered this guy before, and he had complete confidence in the master. But after seeing how cool and calm he was in front of this whole crowd, he began to doubt. Chen replied that it was too late. After defeating Zhou Daoji, the guy will finally get to the Zheng clan, and even the Hong Kong government will not dare to interfere. The master said that finally an amazing warrior appeared on this planet. He really came. The guy asked, "Is he Zhou Daoji? How could he even scare him?" The man replied that his new friend had such good manners. Intuition told me that he was the best of the best, not inferior in strength to Lei Qinjue. However, his magical abilities are incredible. As interesting. The master asked, "Is this the legendary power of telekinesis?" What a pity that he did not become immortal. Otherwise today, he would have been able to survive and maybe even win. Chunfan asked, "Is he really that confident?" The master replied that he was an old monk and had been ruling Hong Kong for 30 years. If I were incapable of anything, how would I be able to fight in a duel with the number 1 ranked? He began to say that since the guy did not achieve immortality, then today he will not leave there alive. The top of the mountain will become his grave. After making her first attack, she was immediately absorbed by Chunfan's power. Master Zhou Daoji was very scared by this. He told the guy that it was not for nothing that the first place in the ranking was occupied by the best of the best, a magician and wushu fighter with a perfect body. At first it seemed to him that the guy was just a wushu master, but he did not expect that Chun was also incredibly good at magic. He is superior even to monks. Chunfan replied that if he had even a drop of power, which anyone can achieve, he would still die. The master began to shout that the guy had killed his student, insulted his teacher, and disgraced him. If he challenged him, how could he show respect to the deceased disciple? The man practiced diligently to unite all martial arts schools, in order to be considered the first to preserve the true teachings of feng shui. The attack masters were at the ready. Chunfan was the first to strike. At that time, Zhou Daoji managed to tie the guy up with black chains. The guy easily managed to break them. The master shouted secret magic, dragon bond seal. Watching his attacks, Chun Baixian shouted that it was as easy as shelling pears. In response, he decided to use the magic of the China tree. The master said that was enough. He did not expect that in the end he would have to reveal his trump card. The man believes this will be the most destructive attack. He began to tell his old friend, "Thank you very much for staying with him for so long. He has a territory of 90,000 li at his disposal." All capitals are wondering if this is an earthquake. Zheng Zhuming asked where the wave came from. The man replied that he was afraid it was a shock wave of the master's power. He was accumulating his energy. The guy thought about the art of dragon shackles. It turns out that this is his trump card. He said that it was a pity if they had met 6 months ago, the guy would not have been able to defeat him. Fortunately, he had already achieved perfection. Master Zhou Daoji shouted to the guy that this attack would go down in history and would shake the whole world. The master finally avenged him. No one could dodge this attack. Everyone thought that the master had probably won. Even immortals will retreat before this attack. The girl asked her grandfather, did they finally win? They waited until the last moment to see their master, but they never expected to see this guy before their eyes again. Everyone immediately began asking the guy what was wrong with Master Zhou. They did not believe that their master lost. With just a few attacks, he got rid of the rest of the masters. Chunfan replied that Zhou Daoji was dead. They didn't understand how this was possible. Shouldn't luck accompany the master? The guy thought that it was not he who killed him. All because of that blow, from which the arteries and veins were so overstrained that they burst. The final power of his attack was reflected on him, and he died immediately. Zheng Zhoming said that's enough. He didn't expect that his life would be on the line. In the end, the man lost. Kneeling down, the old man told his granddaughter that they had lost. He handed the guy the papers and said that the clan knows the rules. You like to play, know how to pay. The man asked the guy to have mercy. Let him take his life, but asks not to touch the others. In this treasure document, he has a share of the clan's financial group in the amount of 30%. Chunfan replied that this was not enough. The old man asked if the master could not spare them. The guy replied that although he took lives, he never did it without a reason. His granddaughter extended his life, but the clan never paid the debt of 10 billion. It was all his and Anshi's fault. Everyone in the clan became his debtor. The guy doesn't care about the rest. Chunfan said that he would take his life and give it back to himself. By touching the man, he drained all the life energy from him. Turning to the girl, he said that she had insulted him, and as punishment the guy decided to take away 50 years of her life. Hope she learns this lesson. Chunfan said that the clan owes him 10 billion. He will take away all their property, but will they serve him after that? The guy said that he came to Hong Kong not only to collect a debt, but also to collect some materials necessary to create combat magic. If they have them, they can exchange them. He could exchange first-class medicines, magical combat techniques, and even battle tactics. The guy said that in tree magic, the most important part is combat magic. It draws strength from the vegetation of mountains and reservoirs. You will also need to build a magic circle and call on the power of earth and heaven. Feng Shui masters use their ritual objects to draw energy from nature in their homes. When constructing a combat spell, you need to regulate the flow of power. If they brought back truly excellent items, he could exchange them for military equipment. Everyone immediately began to say that the master of a broadsoul was a man worthy of being called the best master of this century. The man shouted to everyone to leave quickly. He predicted not to take anything with them. All the things there now belong to Master Chun. The gentleman said that tonight there will be a banquet on a luxury liner. They will be able to enjoy beautiful night views of the bay, and there will also be many stars. Mr. Shur asked the lawyer, does he think that Master Chun will be interested in all this? The man replied that he had already arrived in Hong Kong and would not lose anything if he saw all this. Turning to Mr. Sui, the guy said that he didn't care, they could go. The man replied that first they need to change him into a suit, and then they will go to the liner. Chunfan thought that there was nothing interesting there. It was better to go to the deck and admire the night view. Seeing Master Chun, Chanchian began to say that she had never even dreamed that they would meet there. The girl invited her friend to introduce her to the master, saying that it was he who once saved her. She barely remembers what happened then. The guy thought that then he had to act according to the situation. This is how he went from being an ordinary passerby to becoming a good friend to Yun Qianqian. At one point, he realized that he had already seen this girl. While praying the Buddhist rosary, she looks very much like the girl who knelt before the Buddha. Ye Shunchun thought, is it possible that the girl won't even come to him now? Someone told him that it looks like Qianqian and that guy are very close. The man then decided to approach them. Turning to the girl, he invited her to join them, saying that the others were already waiting for her. Xinju said that this is Chunfan. He is the savior of Yun Qianqian. The man thought that somewhere he had already heard this name. He said that since the guy is a friend of the girl, then their past is probably mediocre. The man asked who he works for. Chunfan replied that he does not have a job. He is now studying in Nanjing. Nie Shunchun said that he didn't remember inviting him to this banquet. How did the guy come there? He ordered the guards to immediately throw the guy out of there. Calling him a non-entity, the guy asked how dare he yell at him. Xinju asked did he want to hit him. The man shouted that enough was enough. Turning to the girl, he said that her friend was quite brave. The girl thought, on the one hand, the domineering director, and on the other, her beloved and mysterious master. What should she do? The guy said one more word, and he's dead. Laughing, the girl's friend said that her friend knew how to joke quite well. Has someone really appeared who dared to threaten the great director? The man began to say that the guy at his party dared to hit his friend. He was definitely finished. He will ensure that Shin spends the rest of his life behind bars. The guy replied that he was pretty cool. Let him not doubt it. While he is kind, it is time to apologize to his friend. Now, if he forgives him, then the girl will not suffer. The man said that he wants the guy to beg for forgiveness on his knees. Chunfan asked if he really needed to kneel down. Nie Shunchun replied that yes, if he does this, he will be satisfied. The girl thought that she repeatedly wanted to kill her, but she still couldn't get around to it. She is no longer her rival. The man told the representative that he masterfully organized this party, even ordered a plane. There will definitely be a lot of famous people there. Xiao Yulin told the man that Mr. Chun had a high position in society. Moreover, his lifestyle was surrounded by mystery. The man replied that the guy is a deeply respected person. Nothing depends on one's desire. He said that in a few days the master would come to an international conference on sacred teachings. By then he will find an opportunity and help him meet him. Although the master is immortal, he is still very young. Perhaps he will not be interested in beautiful girls. Laughing, the man replied that since he opened his company, they had a lot of girls. He thought that this time Yun Qianqian was not standing at the exit. When they entered the hall, they saw Chunfan. The man immediately told the gentleman that he did not expect him to come to their banquet. This is a great honor for him. Xiao Yulin said that this is a representative of the corporation, Mr. Nye. He said that the man admires him and would really like to meet him in person. The guy still couldn't understand why his father was currying favor with him. What could all this mean? The man began to tell the gentleman that this was his son, Shunshin. He told his son that this was a representative of the board of the Zheng Corporation. The guy wondered if he was the one who destroyed the Zheng clan and received their assets. Even the legendary Zhou Daoji died because of him. He shouted, "Is this the same Chunbai Xian?" After hitting his son in the face, the man asked which Chunbai Xian. Now, let only Uncle Chen call him. The girls thought it was creepy. Is he also Yin Qianqian's friend? Is the guy really such an outstanding personality? The girl asked, is this true? Is he really the same Chunbai Xian? The man asked how his son dared to insult the master himself. The guy replied that he wanted him to apologize on his knees. The man asked what his punishment would be for past sins. Does he really want to die like that? He immediately began to tell the gentleman that they were just ordinary people and asked him to have mercy on his son. Calling his son a scoundrel, the man said that he should immediately kneel before the master and apologize. The guy asked why he should do this. Their areas of work did not intersect in any way. So why should a guy fall on his knees in front of him? The man began to tell Chunbai Xian that he did not know about his status before. However, he is also to blame because he hit his brother, want to steal his daughter, so now they are even. The guy asked in calculation. He already said that one more word and the guy is dead. Did you really think he was joking? Yes, Shunshin asked. Is he going to kill him? Shunshin asked, was the guy scared? He won't laugh. He just won't have the strength. Suddenly, The man notices that his son has frozen. He began to ask his son what was wrong with him. The gentleman told the chairman that he had died. Let him come to terms with the loss. The man remembered that there are legends about this instant blow. Is all this really true? And has this man already become a great deity? Turning in their direction, Chunfan said that the master should not be insulted, especially him. Anyone who dares to insult him will die in agony. The gentleman told him that he was afraid he could no longer bring this banquet, so he would take him back. The chairman told Qianqian to accompany Mr. Chun in his place. The girl replied that it was good. The man said that his child's heart suddenly stopped. The guy scared all the guests. Taking him in his arms, he whispered that he needed to go. He would not be able to keep them company. One of the guests said that this master is truly scary. It is better not to mess with him. He killed everyone who disagreed with him. The law is powerless against him. The guy shouted that now they know who Chen really is. He asked what Nie Yuanhu was talking about. The man said that the representative reminded them that they should not even try to challenge his decision. He is the enemy of the master. In addition, has anyone seen him attack him? The representative is a reasonable person. He knows when to attack and when to retreat. No wonder he independently achieved the position of representative of the company's board. The man asked the representative, what will they do next? Will the young master's death be avenged? He asked for revenge. This is his punishment. For the sake of his wife, they will let him and the entire company of Huang go to distribution. Let them leave with honor. The man thought that his dead son could still be resurrected, and one can still recover from his death, and by destroying the company, he will instantly become a beggar. He understood that Qianqian would not be able to pacify his anger. Chunfan sat and read historical records about the cultures of peoples. Writing about amazing and unusual phenomena is not a bad way to pass the time. Suddenly, the guy heard a knock on the door. He immediately thought that telepathy works perfectly. He even already knows who is behind the door. The girl wondered if the representative had set her up. She would not have come there, even on pain of death. Seeing the representative, the guy asked why he was looking for him. The representative did not answer that today his son brought a lot of inconvenience to the master. He came to him with an apology. He said that he learned that the gentleman had known Qianqian for a long time. During these 2 years, the girl was not the most successful, so he brought the best girl of his company to him. The man said that he wanted to know if he would spare him and Wan's company. Chunfan asked if he had ever said that he would attack him. He said his son insulted him and the guy took his life. What does that have to do with him? Does a man really want to be together? As soon as the man answered that of course not, the guy asked if that was the case. Was it time for him to leave? He thought that apparently they would finish this today. Even if he is so close, you'll have to earn his trust. As soon as the representative left, he told Shinju that it was her, and it was she who knelt in front of the statue of the dark deity in the temple. There was also a shaved monk wearing a necklace of teeth and bones. The girl immediately asked how he found out. The guy continued to say, what does it mean? It was she who gave Qianqian those damn Buddhist rosary beads. He asked who was the monk from the temple. The girl replied that she didn't remember. The sisters advised her to contact him. They called him Master Famine from the Temple of Bones. Chunfan shouted for her to leave. The girl asked him to stay there for the night. If the representative finds out that she has left, he will kill her. Afraid of him or the representative. He thought that this girl was not only beautiful, but very charming. However, throughout his life, he had already seen enough of the best warriors and beautiful girls. Chen said that he understood why she came. Asked her to do something for him. Let him help him take care of one girl who works in show business. Her name is Su Rongfei. If you manage it, Qianqian will earn much more. And now she can go. He will let the representative know, and he will not do anything to her. He thought that all this time the girl had so many problems, the guy did not know what she had to go through. Chen didn't want to see her suffer through all those troubles again. He thought that he needed to find a person he could trust to handle the affairs of the Zheng Corporation. The man told the master that he had a guest. Chunfan began to tell him that he needed to find someone who would temporarily act as head of the Zheng Corporation. The guy asked, is he looking for a deputy? He replied that for him, the corporation is just a lot of money, so he is not going to seriously manage it. If there is a need for money, he will immediately auction it off. Zhang Alping began to say that the guy could not do this because several generations of the family had put their whole soul into this matter. He replied that then he just needed to find someone who would manage it all. The guy thought that even though he himself wanted to manage the company, the gentleman would never agree to this. He thinks that the ordinary guy is rich. Alpin asked what about his uncle Zheng Haoming? The guy asked that old spender. His abilities leave much to be desired. He is not suitable. Afterwards, he proposed to Zheng Haochang. Chunfan replied that he only kept it afloat, but did not develop it in any way. This is not enough, since it has gone on for so long. It is not suitable. The guy asked what about Zheng Anya? They are the same age as him. Even if he is young, he could be suitable. Chen replied that he has high abilities, but a complex character. After which he remembered that there was still one more suitable candidate, Zheng Anqi. Based on the information he found, she should be the most suitable candidate. Zheng Haochang broke off all ties with her and stopped paying any attention to her, because he also has other children. Without a roof over her head, she began to hide in her best friend's house. But as a result, the girls set others against her. In the end, Zheng Anqi escaped from there. Now she is no longer her daddy's favorite. Despite the fact that the materials describe the pitiful situation she is in now, in reality things are even worse. Initially, the girl was the heiress of the Zheng family. She was protected as a princess by all the golden youth of Hong Kong. But now everyone rejected her, and she was left completely alone, thrown into oblivion. He understood that because of her position, she would be easy to control. The guy believes that if he gives her a chance, she will certainly cling to him, as if her life depends on it. Alpin asked Zheng Anqi. The guy began to say that she had become an old woman. Chen replied that they could not even imagine how great his strength was. The girl shouted to finish the project quickly. Representative, you would need it in the evening. She did not expect that the art design skills she acquired abroad would help her in such a desperate situation. The girl screamed at her to do her job perfectly because she was not going to babysit there. Is she a difficult employee now? If he messes around, he'll fly out of there. Suddenly, the girl saw the director. She asked what business they were there for. The man said that this was a representative of the board of their company. The girl thought, is he the mysterious millionaire? Zheng Anqi thought that he came to mock her. She thought that from the very beginning she hated him. But after everything that happened, when she experienced cruel treatment of others, she realized that the feelings of hatred simply disappeared. Without him, she would never have known who was really around her. Chunfan told her that he needs someone to replace him as the head of the corporation. Does she agree to become his confidant? He said that he could not only give her power, but could also restore her appearance. And she asked one thing, what does he want in return? The guy replied that loyalty, he wants absolute devotion. Without thinking twice, Zheng Anqi replied that she agreed. In a matter of seconds, Chunfan ensured that the girl's appearance was restored. She became more beautiful than she was before. At the meeting, it was discussed that although they were not able to remove the guy from the post of chairman, in fact, several more people have power, they will be able to take everything away from him. Then Zheng Anqi appeared. The girl said that Mr. Chun had just signed an order appointing her as his deputy. During his absence, she will replace him as chairman of the board. In addition, he nominated her as the CEO of Zheng Corporation. The girl asked if anyone had any objections. He had already participated in the International Magic Conference. All the participating magic clans were incredibly strong. The guy has already obtained such artifacts as the skeleton of a dark snake. He also has a magical scale that supposedly brings good luck. This time, all the help he has is not inferior to the treasures of Yaosheng Palace. Very soon it will be possible to go to Nanjing. Entering the office, the girl said that she had brought tea for the gentleman. Chunfan replied that there are other people for this work. She should not do everything herself. He returned the girl so that she could manage the Zheng Corporation instead of him. The girl replied that he said he needed a devoted person. From that moment on, he became her master. This young guy easily made her life hell. Everyone turned away from her. She had nowhere to run. However, he also took her to heaven, restored her beauty, and made her the head of the financial group. He said that in a few days he was returning to Nanjing. Let him call if something happens. Since she is now his servant, no one except him will dare lay a finger on her. Elodie approached the teacher and told him that Zhou Daoji was dead. Yes, Shava told him that his heart was in turmoil. The guy replied that yes. 30 years ago, he was in Hong Kong. He wanted to appropriate the land saturated with feng shui magic for himself, but then Zhou Daoji prevented him. At that time, the master's magic was much stronger than him. He returned and plunged headlong into religion, renounced the world, and began studying the white magic of seers. After 10 years, the man came to Hong Kong again to fight him, but lost again. And for 20 years now, he has been continuously engaged in self-improvement, increasing his magical power. I thought that I would suddenly find a way to repel his attack, but he died. He forced him to spend 30 long years in this place. The master could not appear in Hong Kong. And now he is dead? Does he want to say that he wasted 30 years of his life? Yes, Shava asked Elodie who killed him. The guy replied that there was a martial artist from China. His name was Chunfan. The master replied that he had never heard of such a thing. The guy answered the teacher that he only became a master this year. And already at the beginning of his journey, he was able to kill Lei Qianjue. They also say that he was able to combine magic and wushu into one. The teacher answered that's what it's all about. Elodie added that, however, in wushu they strive to achieve the absolute, because what he does is forbidden. At first, wushu classes are easy, but the further you go, the more difficult it becomes. So, it is much easier to comprehend the teachings of wushu than to study magic, even if the number of fights of first-class masters exceeds the fights of magicians. At the same time, magic is difficult only at the beginning, which is why there are so few in the world who practice it, but every magician in the end can almost always reach heavenly heights. A wushu fighter who wants to find the path to immortality must practice magic to do this. Having achieved what you want, you cannot again separate magic from wushu. The teacher replied that the guy was able to kill Zhou Daoji with his attacks. His wushu and fortitude are not inferior to his teacher. The girl entered and reported that the head of the Long clan had arrived from Hong Kong. Yes, Shava replied that apparently the Hong Kong clan no longer fits in. The teacher told Elodie to go. He waited 30 years, and finally this opportunity came. He decided that this time he would transform the whole of Hong Kong instead of the religious practices of his people, Julong. The guy told the teacher that he had finally waited for this moment. But what should they do with Chun Baixian? The teacher asked him to calm down. He said that immortality is one thing. Fighting is something completely different. He can't kill him, but he can break him. The guy asked the Long clan? Apparently, before leaving Hong Kong, he needs to visit them. Last time, Nie Shunshin was unable to intimidate that envious clan. Warfare materials were not suitable for everyday use. The Zheng Corporation has settled everything and put things in order again. From now on, no one in Hong Kong will bother him. Long Jianxing said that they traveled Li, 1,000 to come to him from Thailand. It is an honor for the Long clan to receive them as guests. The master understood that if he wanted to take root there, then he should expand his sect. We'll have to establish connections with high society. The man asked the master how he was going to confront Chun Baixian. He replied that they were too worried. Even if he is strong, he still hasn't figured out how to properly manage his strength. If he were in his place, he would openly challenge Zhou Daoji. The master asked how much he earned from treating the Zheng clan so well. However, he gets too excited. He doesn't care about the rules. He is ignored by the entire high society. If the guy leaves everything as it is, he will not be able to develop further. Long Jianxing replied, which is correct. That's why he invited Master Kunlun to such a distance. Yes, Shava replied that he could be calm. Since the master is there, let them be sure that he will surpass Chun. He only asked to help him convey the message about the upcoming fight. In 10 days, Mount Julong will become the site of the battle. The man replied that then all the elite of Hong Kong would gather to look at him. This fight will determine the strongest. Yes, Shava said that the guy is still very young. Will he be able to become a worthy opponent for him? The master? A true master must win. Shun asked, are they talking about him? Elodie asked who else. He didn't understand why not even a drop of sacred aura emanated from that person. The guy didn't understand why he was worried. He had a bad feeling that it would soon be dangerous there. Everyone began to ask if he was the same Master Chen Baixian. The guy replied that yes, that was his name. Master Chen asked did the guy say his name? Then he decided to attack. Elodie replied that it was not bad. After which the master decided to use the spinning fist seal. He thought that Elodie's fist was capable of hitting the master. The Shava decided to wait until the guy hesitated and immediately cast the spell. He needs to strike. Grabbing Elodie by the head, with one movement of his hand, he trampled the guy straight into the ground. The teacher didn't understand how this was possible. Now he finally understood how Zhou Daoji lost him. His physical fitness is amazing. Next to him, attacks from magical relics seem like child's play. Chunfan said that it seems that the children do not understand when to stop and even attack with their bare hands. Did the master just say that he wanted to challenge him? He suggested not to delay and start right now. If he can parry the blow of his fist, then the guy will leave Hong Kong. He thought that he had been honing this magic pupil technique for 30 years. Apart from the strongest immortals, no one can withstand his magical pupil. Chunfan said that the previous one died in a fight with him. Was the master really going to fight the guy for secret knowledge? With just his gaze, Chunfan dealt with Master Dashaw's attack. The teacher did not understand why he was so strong. Chunfan replied that it was nothing like that. It was just that he was weak. Subsequently, if Zheng Corporation has any problems, he will immediately come for the head of the Long clan. If Zheng Corporation is destroyed, he will destroy his clan to the ground. They began to bow to the master and said that they would not allow this to happen. Yes, Shava said that he was blind and did not notice his strength. We hope that the master will forgive his rudeness. He said that he would be extremely glad to be under his command. If anyone dares to go against him, then let him call the master and he will destroy his enemies. The Long clan cannot go back on their words. Before they find a way to defeat him, they will have to start groveling before him. However, you can get away with killing yourself. It will be a little better if you can control it. Yes, Shava said that the guy can count on him. Chen replied that since he wanted to become his followers so much, he needed to know that he had his own rules. The master asked what the rule was. Has he let his guard down yet from his submission? The guy replied that by joining, he must be ready to give his life for him. If he retreats now, he will no longer be able to return to Hong Kong. When he needs him, he will be ready to fight with him in full equipment from the army. Chunfan replied that you should not believe empty words. A promise is the best confirmation of everything. He said that this is soul contact. From today, if the master dares to disobey his orders, no matter how far the guy is, he will break his soul into pieces with one thought. Don't worry, he won't be able to kill him unless the master betrays him. The Shava can practice his spiritual secret techniques and remain one of the best in the world. He said that this is the plastic soul of Dan. She gathers the spirit and soul and also nourishes his spirit. Even if his body dies, Dan's soul will be able to compress his soul and he will become a ghost. The art of management is nothing more than a carrot and stick method. After he leaves, the master will be in charge of Hong Kong and protect the wealth of the Zheng family and Zheng Yanqi. The Long clan will provide him with funds and various materials. The man replied that of course he would not allow him to pay. After the base is completed, the clan has liquid-free catalysis. Clouds and fog, a living source, can also give the clan soul power over the sea. Chen Baixian asked this, and is their main number? Even though it's 1,000 times worse than clouds and fog, they can still mass-produce it. The guy replied that it could be put into mass production. They said it was the greatest invention in the history of biology. They decided to give it the name life-giving water. The growth of the Dongshan base array is visible to the naked eye. After quickly completing it, the guy will immediately be able to start growing medicine. This will be the rebirth of the Immortal City. Xiao Qiong said that she was going to Hong Kong for a vacation, that her parents would definitely tell him to invite him for dinner. She said that they were calling him home tonight. Just a few people, regular family gatherings. When he comes in the evening, let him not forget to take some fruit for decency. The guy thought that in the end he would see her, Su Su Su. He doesn't want to think about everything good and bad from the past world, let alone even Su Su Su. Nothing will stop him. Upon entering the house, Chunfan greeted Auntie Su Su Su. She told her daughter to make tea. There are a few more dishes. Let him wait a little. She asked what he was looking at. Does she think she doesn't know how to make tea, or doesn't know how to cook? The guy replied that it was okay. Everything was fine. The guy said that she can eat her aunt's dishes every day. Uncle Fan, I'm happy. The woman replied that his uncle mostly communicates outside the house and is rarely there. She was told that his mother is now the representative manager of the Chun family group. If there is an opportunity, let him call her. Their families have not been together for a very long time. The guy replied that it was good. The guy asked if Aunt Sue was happy with him. The girl answered, why would he know this? He said that if she is unhappy with him, then the guy will not be able to take her as his wife. Told her not to worry. It doesn't matter whether her mom likes it or not. The guy still won't let her go. The guy asked, shouldn't her friend be waiting there? The girl said that a student had recently transferred to them, and rather, she got carried away. He said the semester was almost over, so why did he transfer? The girl said that she had heard somewhere that he was from the Lee clan, which is part of the Samsung conglomerate. They seem to be in charge of biological developments, but she still doesn't understand what it involves. Zhong Yaoyao introduced her new boyfriend, Li Bingxian. She said that he was an exchange student from the Faculty of Biology and the director of a department at the biotech company Samsung. After shaking his hand, the guy said that his name is Chunfan, and this is his girlfriend Fan Xiong. A friend asked what kind of girl she is to him. The guy thought that it looked like she had found a patron for herself, since she dared to contradict him. He thought that this guy's aura was very similar to the one Jason had. Moreover, Li Bingxian is much stronger than him. The girl said that he was the best student at the Faculty of Biology in Seoul, and this time he came to their university on purpose. The guy said that a world-famous professor had appeared there, and he would really like to meet him. Xiao Qiong asked, is he talking about teacher Chen Baixian? Did he really come because of him and the life-giving water? He asked if they knew what Mr. Chun was doing now. He said that if he was interested, he could transfer to their company after work. The girl thought, what the hell? She didn't tell him about what Chun Fan was doing. Nobody usually offers work to strangers. Li Bingxian told the girl that he still had things to do, so he would go. She asked her to go with him. The guy replied that it's not worth it. Let him stay with his friends. As soon as the guy got into the car, the man said that he needed to check some papers. They all lie in front of him. The guy replied that there was nothing important in the collected data. Who is this Chun Baixian? Where's his family? What clan is he from? What does he do? They didn't figure any of this out. This time he came there on the orders of the clan. He needs to get a recipe for life-giving water. How will he do this with missing data? Ask for forgiveness. The man said that he will immediately break through everything through his channels. The guy said that life-giving water is very valuable. In the future, with its help, it will be possible to set the direction for the development of biotechnology. The girl told her friend that she thought Yao Yao should stay away from him. He seems dangerous to be around. Chen was glad that the girl looked like she was finally able to recognize both his pretense and bad intentions. Apparently, the ritual object made of chalcedony was gradually able to change the body and soul. He thought that tonight the preparations for Qinglong's attack would finally be completed. It is based on 10,000 trees, and 72 ritual objects will also be used. The guy will hit with all his might. He used a living soul attack, a soul summoning attack, a thick fog attack, and a ghostly image attack. The next was the attack of a huge tree and the attack of a living creature. Chen thought that the last thing left was the attack of Qinglong Copper Mine. Having reached these limits, it got rid of the laws that restrained attacks. It exists without being based on anything. There's only one step left. The Qinglong attack has finally passed, and now the production of life-giving water can be immediately launched on a full scale. He asked everyone to take a little break from work and come to him. He said that mass production of life-giving water has already been launched, and in the future it will be possible to launch it on a larger scale. Starting today, the laboratory's mission can be considered completed. After receiving their bonus, they can leave their workplace. Everyone thought that they could finally try the life-giving water. Shui Jiao asked the professor how he could let them all leave. He asked why not let him go. They previously entered into an agreement. People helped him develop life-giving water, and he gives them a bonus. The girl said that life-giving water is so important. All these researchers will go to another laboratory, and some may become spies. If they leave, won't they be able to give away the secret of preparing life-giving water? The guy asked who said this could happen. How does she like this cloudy liquid? Does it look like that dark blue shiny water? Let him try the experiment again and look at the recipe. Is it possible to develop the original material? Looking through the microscope, the girl replied that the data showed that it was just yeast. The guy replied that he had already said that life-giving water is not just a scientific invention. Ends relies on a spell. Exhaling. The girl said that she had initially assumed this. He said that all these days the girl was close and understood it. She shouldn't know from his source. Let him show them. The guy knew that the mass production of life-giving water had now been completed, and at this time negotiations were underway with the military. The girl told General Chun that this man was the director of the Institute of Biological Research under the Ministry of Science and Technology, academician Ding Shanxian. The guy asked were they not at all surprised by his arrival. Recent developments show that he is sufficiently prepared that they can begin formal negotiations. Chunfan replied that it was true. He had been creating life-giving water for so long that it should become the crown of all inventions in history. Even though the life-giving water has been removed from the medicine, it can have a huge impact on the entire civilization. The whole world in the future could begin an immortal life. He would really like to see this. He asked how they were able to establish relations with those researchers who left. The girl replied that although they were aware that he would not have let them go without control, but since they had come, it would not be difficult for them to leave. Smiling, the guy said that later they would probably discover that they did not have the necessary formula, and that there was no way to recreate the life-giving water. The man replied that it was as they expected. They immediately realized that there was no way to create life-giving water in this laboratory. Is he wrong, or is there something wrong with the formula? He replied that everything was wrong. In what area does Mr. Dean think life-giving water will be especially useful? The man asked, does he mean where it will be useful? He answered that life-giving water could contribute to a new round of evolution. The guy said it was good. They could attribute this power to primordial or spiritual chi. The guy still told them everything. He said that they had gone off topic. He asked what they thought about the price of life-giving water. The girl replied that they authorized entrepreneurs could agree to any conditions. Within reason, of course. Chun said that he could order not to limit himself to life-giving water alone. In addition to mass production, he also has essences similar to life-giving water. The girl asked what is the difference between them. He replied that the essence for mass consumption is presented in different dosages. It can be divided into 2, 3, or even 5 doses. That makes all the difference. Of course, his original plan was to create mass production. They will supply the army with 3 or 5 doses. The man asked, is he talking about those who have superpowers? Chin replied that they would all wake up the day after tomorrow, and they would need some kind of catalyst. Life-giving water can also be it. He said that if this is so, they can reach a completely different level. The man asked under what conditions the guy would give them life-giving water. Chunfan needs an immortality medallion. He replied that his conditions were too divergent from the canons of faith of the true path. He would return and wait for instructions. Looking at the girl, the woman asked if she could come out. Turning to the gentleman, she said that they needed to discuss the details of ensuring the safety of life-giving water. Chen asked what exactly to discuss. She said that the materials said that during these 3 months, many foreign spies and organizations would come to the city. They have suspicions that they are going for life-giving water. Showing the photo, she said that, for example, this gentleman named Li Bingxian. The guy replied that he saw him a few days ago. She added that he is indeed the head of the shadow department of Samsung. In terms of strength, he can be classified as a rank, since he is a very strong, gifted person. The woman said that the Shadow Department means a special one, in which superiors and wushu masters with abilities are collected. They remove traitors, conduct reconnaissance, and secretly kill their enemies. The rank is one of the gifted. It can be equated to the level of a wushu master. In other words, the guy is very capable and gifted. In terms of ability, he could be among the top 5 strongest of the Li clan. Chunfan said that if he goes there, he will die. The woman wondered if the guy had already decided to finish him off. He was worried about his parents. The woman said that he can be calm. His parents and relatives are under the protection of S-rank people. That Songlong squad will keep an eye on them. In addition, she would like to introduce him to several people. The guy received so much attention because of the life-giving water, it exceeded all his expectations. Chunfan didn't understand why this girl came. Is it really also because of life-giving water? She seems to be his roommate's fiancée at Cunning University. Tangsan asked Shui Daisha what business did the girl come to China for. She replied that her fiancé was now studying at Nanjing University and wanted to ask if he really wanted to marry her. Tansan told her that Nanjing had recently been uneasy, so they asked her to be careful. Yishangzhai asked if there were any masters in this city. He will cut off the head of anyone who opposes them with his sword. The girl said that she dared to ask where the gentleman studied. He replied that he was a student of the Kendo master Bei Tingchuan. His master is one of the 4 masters of Kendo. The man said that his teacher had heard a lot about the girl's master. She then asked him to say whether he knew the name Chen Baixian. He replied that they say that this gentleman is the best master. His teacher praises Chen Baixian. Shui Daisha wondered since when did this man honor him so much? Tansan replied that they hardly know that both of them are in Nanjing, and also that Chen Baixian teaches at some universities. The girl thought what a coincidence. Sitting in Shui, Daisha asked Mr. Hashan, doesn't it seem that not everything this girl said is true? He replied that he thought everything she said was a lie. That guy is the world's greatest master of Chinese martial arts. How could he come there to teach at some university? He said that most likely that girl specifically hinted at her connection with him so that they would highly appreciate her family of blue blood. The girl replied that when she mentioned him, she only showed that she was useless to anyone. The poor woman herself did not understand how she fell in love, and her family will certainly begin to fade soon. The girl really wants to meet him, because what kind of man should a man be so that Tang Yifei cannot forget him? The man asked the miss to be more careful with her statements. That master is the best in China. It could be dangerous. The girl replied that there was also him. The man replied that he was far from Master Chen's skills, believes that only his teacher can be his equal rival. The girl said that she reads people's feelings, but with his teacher it was impossible. Chen Baixian said that this was their last open lecture in this academic semester. They will only be able to see each other next time. Approaching teacher Chun, Yao Yao said that this guy had transferred from Korea. He is a member of the management of the biological division of Samsung. After greeting him, the guy said that he admired him. Chen then asked, doesn't he know why Manager Lee is looking for him? The guy replied that it was about life-giving water. He thinks their department wants to discuss it in detail with him. He replied that, unfortunately, the secret of producing life-giving water belongs to their laboratory. The guy asked if the teacher would consider this proposal again. The guy thought not in a good way, but in a bad way. Do they really hope that the professors of their tiny university can protect the life-giving water? Chunfan thought how dare he try to deceive him with a spell. With just one glance, he was able to reflect it. Li Bingxian asked how dare he break what the guy had been studying for more than 10 years. Chen replied that this was just a lesson for them. That's all. Let him know there will always be someone better. The guy said that if next time he wants to insult him, he will not just hurt him, but kill him. He shouted that Chun had destroyed his teaching, destroyed his soul. Chunfan told them to go out. He only appears once a week. This is their last chance. Besides, how can you send a fool like Li Bingxian to find out about him? A guy appeared before Chen's eyes. It was the head of Hongmen. He said that Solon greets Mr. Chun. Leiwan Solon said what he thought. Mr. Pu would not object. Li Bingxian will be bait to make the head of the Li clan appreciate how much they respect him. The man asked, is that guy worth anything? In Korea, he told everyone that in China he met the strongest wushu master, Chun Baixian. Leiwan Solon said that Mr. Jinghuan is a master of hand-to-hand combat, and a servant of the Li clan has long admired Chun Baixian. The guy asked them that there were only two. The man answered the master that he was the strongest in all of China. If they are not ready, then it is better not to anger him. Scarlet Maiden Aula and Adamant Bach greeted Master Chun. The guy replied that there were too few of them. He asked then, maybe they would count him too? This was the strongest man in the shadow world. The guy thought it was great. His dark powers are incredible. I have never met such a powerful, gifted person before. Mr. Pooh said that he is just a servant, not a member of the Li clan. In addition, the man was waiting for someone outstanding to appear, and the clan was not so important to him. The guy told the gentleman that their team was assembled, but everyone would be for themselves. Chen asked, do they want to stop everything? Do they really care about Jason's death? He replied that Jason had insulted the strongest Chinese master. His death was a foregone conclusion. However, the master must give them the real recipe for life-giving water. Chen replied that it wouldn't work, since everything was unfolding like this. Then all they could do was steal it. Allah shouted that it was time to end him. She was tired of waiting. The guy shouted that the five were not his rivals. The girl replied that this was enough to restrain him too. Chunfan asked, so their target is not him? Solon replied that yes, he was just standing in their way. When trapped, the people of the Li and Anyue clans will break into the enterprise and take away the device that produces life-giving water. Chen asked, by doing this, aren't they afraid that China will turn against them? The girl replied that if he wants to intimidate them, then he shouldn't waste his time. The life-giving water beckons her. Solon added that since everything was going towards this, he asked if the gentleman still wanted to fight. Chen replied that of course. He doesn't know what will happen in production now, but it's all over for them. The tiger asked the sparrow who she thought would win. The girl replied that although the master is strong, at the same time, he is opposed to the five. It will be difficult to win. The man said that before in Europe Lauda had already fought with Sayasi and he ran away from him. Chun Baixian really got into trouble. She decided to ask the tiger if he had already fought with him. The man replied that of course, but unfortunately he lost. The head made a list and put him in first place and moved the guy to the very end. The girl replied that it was clear, but now let her stop chatting, they are starting. He said that no matter what, there are two of them, they are unlikely to be able to control what is happening. Sparrow replied that it was calm. Lauda would look after Susa all the time, so he was probably somewhere nearby. The tiger said that since Lauda is with them, they can relax. The girl shouted that Hongmin people and a detachment of the Li clan had broken into the production. They urgently need to be there. The man said that they were brave. What will they do when they arrive there? Sparrow replied that Lauda and Chun Baixian would say hello. Mr. Pooh told Chun Baixian that he was crazy. Let him look at this. They suddenly all began to attack one after another. Seeing Buck quickly approaching, the guy asked, is he looking for his death? Allah shouted that they should not forget about her. The girl began to attack with her fire. Solon supported her with his lightning bolts. Mr. Pooh wanted to stab him with his knife. The man thought that this was impossible. This was steel that should pierce right through. What did he do wrong? Little by little, Chunfan began to get rid of them. Buck was the first. After the elbow strike, he didn't understand how this was possible. Soaring thought it looked like there was good blood circulation. Next in line was Aula. The guy was easily able to swallow all her fire. Chen said it tasted pretty good. The girl couldn't figure out what kind of monster this was. The guy shouted that something like this was unworthy of the first master in China. You can't help but offer your hand. The girl shouted that she looked like him. The fat man went crazy again. Chun Baixian said that he would kill them all. Extending his huge hand towards Mr. Pooh, the guy asked how he even dared to try to kill him. The man immediately tried to attack him back, when suddenly Chunfan said that the first one was ready. Mr. Pooh thought it was good that he had a quick reaction, otherwise he would already be dead. It's strange that the guy doesn't follow him anymore. Allah shouted that it was time to attack everyone together. Chun was the first to easily stop Buck. He was the second one the guy killed. Watching what was happening, the man thought, is this Chun Baixian's real strength? It is not for nothing that he is called the first celestial inhabitant of heaven. The girl saw that something strange was happening, so she shouted to everyone to leave. Having attracted the power of fire and lightning to his hands, the guys said that they have poor control over their power. The guys thought, is it possible to seize control over the enemy forces? He managed to subjugate fire and lightning, and even merge them together? Is that possible? Looking at Xiaoxi, Chen Baixian asked the guy, will he help them or run away? How do they find him? Sayasi replied that he could not imagine that his abilities could be so terrifying. They should have given up at the very beginning. He is powerless, and therefore will retreat. Allah thought that if he left, would she be able to attack Chunfan? The guy said that they would all die. Since you decided to annoy him, you will have to pay for it. Shosi said that he admits that the gentleman is unusually strong, but if the guy leaves, Chen won't stop. His dark arts are extremely famous, but he is not a leader who exterminates mercenaries. Seeing a huge hand hanging over his head, he thought that everything was in vain. He would only be wasting his strength. Chen Baixian shouted to him that he would not run away. The girl understood that if this continued, Sayasi would not have time to escape. This guy has to die. He can't catch him. Having tried to attack, he realized that he had been noticed. She understood that Sayasi put into this blow. He decided to use the 36 heavenly sovereign forms. The third form of void shaking. Seeing his attack, the guy said that the milk on his lips had not yet dried, but he had already met him twice on his way. Sayasi kept trying to understand how he could feel it. He tried to attack him again. Turning around sharply, Chen Baixian grabbed him by the throat. The guy asked how the gentleman could notice him. Chen replied that with the help of telepathy. He cannot hide from him in the astral world. The guy's dark powers are simply not enough for this. Sayasi said that the gentleman figured out his technique. He lost. He began to ask the venerable man to give him a chance to pay for his life according to the rules of the shadow world. The guy will give away $5 billion. Chunfan asked, is it really money again? Was he reborn for this? Seeing the girl, he asked if she one of the heads of Hongmen, Allah the Scarlet Maiden? The girl replied that yes, it was her. She began to say that the master's strength is incredible. In her opinion, he is the strongest of all whom she has ever seen. He asked her to stop behaving like that. It's better to tell Hongmen that they've already got him. Next time he will level them to the ground. Now, let him clean up. Allah thought that this guy should die. He doesn't even notice how attractive she is. He hopes the head won't leave it like that and will teach him a lesson. Always in front of a woman, he thought that now Su could not convince anything. The woman asked, is he dating her daughter? The guy answered yes. She immediately said that she would not give her consent. Looking at the guy, she asked, and he didn't even ask why. Chunfan replied that since Annie doesn't agree, then she probably has a reason for it. There is no point in asking her about this. It is better for him not to know. He already knows everything perfectly well. She is not satisfied with either his social status or his appearance. Su began to say that he had matured before her eyes, and she clearly imagined his character and inclinations. The guy's father was also a very outstanding person. But what connected her and his uncle before? Chen replied that he only knew that his aunt was from Wuzhou and his uncle was from Chuzhou, and that they met while studying at Beijing University. She replied that she was born into the Su clan. The guy said that half of the families of the Su clan in Jiangan are incredibly rich and spiritually advanced. Su replied that her father belonged to a side branch of the clan. Since childhood, she devoted herself to study and work in the hope that she could surpass everyone. She chose his uncle, but he did not live up to her expectations. Father finally no longer needed to strain himself, and he gave love and care to Xiaoqian. The guy thought that she had misspoken, and the lie was obvious. She said that compared to the Su family, the Mingda clan is very small. All her expectations are placed on Xiaoqian. Does the guy understand what she means? He thought that a woman wants her daughter to be able to rely on her family and not make any mistakes, but his mother relied on herself and was truly strong. Although they are families in the same situation, the Su family will not accept a person who pulls a girl's leg. The guy asked what if he said that he had the power to make the Su family bow their heads. The woman replied that this would never happen. Fang Xiong is what her mother wants to rely on in the future. She hopes that he can reach heights. Let him not think that he is the kind of mud that will attract a girl. The girl came out, sat down opposite him, and asked if her mother had come. The guy answered yes. Xiao Qiong asked if she talked to him and asked him to leave. Chen replied that he told his aunt that he could not leave her. Exhaling, the girl again asked if her mother had talked to him about their family affairs. Taking her hand, the guy asked the girl to calm down. He said that the Su family would not interfere with them. Chunfan will support her in whatever she thinks about. In the future, if the girl wants to take control of everyone, he won't be able to stop her. The girl understood that he was just comforting her. Suddenly, she sharply screamed that they needed to get married. She told me that she knows her mother's character. If she has decided something, she will not simply change her decision. The woman controls her father. The girl herself always lived according to the plan she made. Therefore, they need to get married and get a marriage certificate. And no matter how she protests, she will have no other choice but to accept this fact. Chunfan said that they are not officially dating yet. The girl replied that they would get married first and then have a romantic relationship. He promised her to marry her. Doesn't he remember? The guy thought about it. In a past life, he chose a battle, but what in this life? As soon as he replied that it was good, she immediately grabbed his hand and said that they were going to the registry office right now. When they stopped, Chen said that they didn't have IDs or house books. After asking for forgiveness, the girl said that she was only making one call now. Yao Yao asked if her friend really wanted to take Chunfan as her husband. The girl replied that, of course, if she is her best friend, then let her help them. She asked her to talk to her uncle, who works at the registry office, so that he could resolve this issue. He knew very well that the girl was worried. After all, marriage is one of the most important events in a person's life. The guy can't let her be disappointed. When he saw the marriage certificate, he thought that the amazing best master in China got married in this way. Here is their testimony, a real treasure. The girl told him that she needed to run. There were still some things to do. Looking at them, my friend shouted that this was already unbearable, and she also went. She entered home, and her mother immediately asked where she had been. Why did you come back so late? Xiao Qiong replied that the woman knew where she was. With fury in her eyes, Su asked, was she on a date with that guy? The girl replied that she was not on a date, but at a wedding. The marriage certificate is on the table. She said that now he is her husband and the woman's son-in-law. Her mother will support her or object, but nothing can be changed. As soon as the daughter went to her room, the woman immediately grabbed the phone in her hands and began frantically calling someone. Fan Mingde asked why his wife was calling him so late. The woman shouted that she was not interested in where he was or in whose bed. Now, let him return home immediately. The girl asked what happened. It's late now, why is she calling him? The man replied that there was something urgent. Let him go to bed. She thought that she had been with this man for such a long time, but only his wife called him. Just one call and he would definitely return there. Upon entering the door, the man immediately asked what happened. The woman pointed at the table. As soon as he opened the marriage certificate, the woman began to scream. Does he see what his beloved daughter has done? Today I went and married that guy. Fan Mingde began to say that in fact, Chunfan is not bad. They are of the same position and origin, and besides, Wang Xiaoyun collects such beautiful things. The woman shouted, what is the man talking about? She's not at all interested in what that guy is interested in. Wang Xiaoyun's son married their daughter. Su said that in this case, she would be able to control it. Xiao Qiong said that there is no need to shout. She knows that the guy is the best. Looking at the marriage certificate, the man said that he didn't look familiar. The woman replied that he hugged him every day as a child. How can anyone not remember him? Suddenly, he said that he remembered who it was. The woman reproached her husband for not helping her convince their daughter. What was he even talking about? The man began to say that a few months ago at a banquet, a man gave him a photograph of Chunfan to look at. Both immediately asked where that man got his photograph. Fan Mingde replied that Song Bingxing told him that Master Chun was in the photo. Su asked, is he talking about Master Chun from Jiangbei? The girl asked, does he really want to say that Master Chun is Chunfan? Looking at her husband, the woman asked, was he drunk? The man replied that he drank very little that evening, but he remembers exactly. I only saw the photo briefly, so I may have a name wrong. But he remembers exactly that the man said that the master's real name was Chunfan, and that he was from Jiangbei and was no more than 20 years old. The man said that just let him think. He came from Chuzhou, his name is Chunfan, and he is not yet 20 years old. He is from the Chun clan in Nanjing, and no one understands how he grew up. The woman thought it was impossible. So, she treated the master with such disdain, to whom all high-ranking officials treat and obey with trepidation. The girl replied how strange. She had already asked him about who that master was. She thought it was just a joke. The man replied that he was afraid. The big surprise was that Wang Xiaoyan took the post of chairman of Chun Corporation. His clan began to grow rapidly as he received the support of this boy. Su remembered the guy's words about what if he made the Su clan bow its head? Has she really misrepresented herself? The man told his wife that this time she might have made a mistake. Their girl is very smart and perceptive and thinks that at first glance she knew who the guy was. Looking at her mother, the girl asked her that she had run out of ideas. The woman thought that this guy was much stronger than Shin Junwen. Looking at her daughter, she said that the girl can marry this guy. The woman gives her consent. But they're still too young, and therefore marriage is too hasty a decision. Even the heads of their clans have not seen each other yet. What kind of wedding can we talk about? Not to mention that this is a simple marriage certificate. They don't even have a house register, so what are they going to do about it? The woman said that in general, first there should be a meeting of the clans, at which everyone will discuss their engagement and the conclusion of a marriage contract, and then they will talk about the wedding. She asked her husband to contact the guy's parent tomorrow. First, they will hold a banquet in honor of the engagement, and then they will meet again to talk, but after the wedding. Let the daughter go to bed, and she will keep the marriage certificate for her safekeeping so that the girl does not lose it. Did your daughter really think that an illegally made certificate was worth anything? Her mother will help her settle all the formalities. You may not worry about this. The man said what he thought. The young man was a very good guy, but she still doesn't like him, even despite his merits. The woman replied that he was too good, and this made her doubt him. Suddenly, he became a highly respected Chun master Jiangbei. But what about the backstory? Does the man know anything? He replied that her words made sense. Su said that not to mention how the Shun clan was destroyed, the war for the Dongshan Plain. The man asked if she really wanted to say that that guy was behind all this. The woman replied that she didn't know. She couldn't quite figure out this matter, and it didn't give her peace. He asked his wife not to invent unnecessary things. They're not completely sure about the guy, but do they really know his parents well? More than 20 years ago, everyone was classmates. He trusts them, and therefore the guy cannot be evil in the flesh. The man began to say that this marriage certificate confused him, and everything flew out of his head. He was visiting his grandfather. The man wanted to arrange a party for her, and he agreed. The woman asked why he didn't tell me earlier. I need to meet my grandfather. After all, they need not fear entering into an engagement. He will probably give his consent, and then the Su clan will send someone to that clan. Su said how good it is that in a few days it will be her grandfather's birthday. They will go to congratulate him, and then the man will probably not refuse them. If he is against it, it will put him in a bad light. Famingda offered to take the guy with him. They won't say this right away. Let Grandpa understand everything himself. I thought that, yes, this was most likely the best solution. Lying in bed, the girl thought that so much had happened today. Was her husband really able to enter Nanjing University without exams? There was really so much in her head. She decided that it would be better to go to bed and ask him about everything tomorrow. She asked, is he really Master Chin? Then why didn't you tell her about it? The guy replied that he didn't want to upset her and was worried about how she would take it. The girl said that her mother wants them to go to her grandfather's birthday in 3 days. Everyone really wants to meet him. Previously, the guy really wanted to meet them. Wuzhou is the most developed area of Jiangnan and has a 1,000-year history. The girl asked why he was looking at her like that. Chunfan replied that he had not seen her for several years, so he wanted to catch up. Xiao Qiong said that she is still angry that he hid the truth from her for these 6 months. The guy replied that he told her a long time ago. She didn't believe it herself. However, if she had known from the very beginning what his position in society was, she would not have been able to cherish her feelings for him. Otherwise, a cold calculation would have been mixed in with them. The girl said that it would be better for him to fix everything quickly. Calling her his wife, he replied that of course he would sort everything out. Xiao Qiong asked what he wants to get. They're driving at full speed, and besides, she's still not his wife. The guy replied that they have evidence. Everything is written in it in black and white. A large car drove past them. The girl said that it seemed like she already knew the lady driving. This is Aunt Sue's daughter, Fong Qiong. The guy asked Xiao, is she talking about Fong Qiong from the Su clan in Wuzhou? The girl replied that she could not be mistaken. He said that if it weren't for her quick wit, he's afraid she would have deceived them. How would they have to show their respect to Ji Xiao? She began to say that he was a descendant of the Ji clan from Zhonghai. An engagement should take place, at which Fong Qiong will be his couple. The guy said that something was wrong there. He should report everything to Ji Xiao. He didn't understand how they allowed this to happen. Are they not afraid of interclan enmity? The guy told Bao that they couldn't stay away from this matter. He replied that since this concerns Ji, he cannot remain inactive. Chunfan, looking around, said it's not for nothing that her clan has been around for 300 years. The celebration in honor of her grandfather will begin very soon. All the children and grandchildren will gather there. There will be no rooms left for them. Jiu said that she told Xiao Qiong why she came at all if she was going to leave right away. Are there really no more empty rooms? The girl said that this is her second cousin on the maternal side, Su Jian, and this is her second cousin. He is also Su Lin on the maternal side. Fan Xiong said that this was her husband, Chunfan. Su Jian asked if the girl didn't know that her grandfather had prepared a good batch for her. She replied that she knew. That's why she came to introduce him to Grandfather San in order to explain everything. Su Jian kept repeating the girl's name in her head and thought that she was her grandfather's only favorite. She didn't allow anyone to take her place. But this time she'll see how she explains all this to him. The guy said that her sister was talking about the Ji clan. Who is this? The girl said that this was a clan from Zhonghai. They wanted to arrange an engagement, but they didn't say a word about it to her. That's why she didn't answer. Chunfan said that she is his. How do they want to take her away? It doesn't matter what clan he's from, the guy won't leave it. When suddenly someone shouted for him to let her go immediately, they were in his house. The man said how many years had they not drunk tea so quietly and calmly? Ji replied that he had already become old and finally had time to rest and could spend it with his friend. The woman told the guy that this man is one of the 2 pure pearls, as they say in the Su family. The man replied that Su Xiao had already met with his grandfather. The man replied that it was good. This time he promised to be Su's grandfather. He needs to fight for his unlucky grandson. Turning to the man, he said that he had brought his grandson. Could he see his great niece Qiong? Fan Mingde replied that the girl was probably delayed on the road. She expected their visit tomorrow. The old man thought that he really liked the little girl. He is sure that after all this time, she has certainly become a beautiful girl. Su Jian asked why she didn't come. She just saw her in the backyard. The man replied that their dear guest was there. Let him not talk nonsense. The woman replied that this was not nonsense. She really saw the girl. And besides, she was with some man. She kept saying that he was her husband. Looking at the woman, the old man asked, is she telling the truth? Su Jian replied that of course. If they don't believe it, let them ask Shaolin. He also saw it with his own eyes. The woman thought that she was her older sister, and the girl did not respect her at all. I was finally able to grab her ear. Grandfather asked what was happening to her again. She said that she saw a girl hugging some guy, but she was afraid that this might be a problem and immediately came to them. Turning towards a man, the old man shouted, let him say what is happening in the end. His friend began to say that the respected Ji had made him a laughingstock. The man replied that dear Su shouldn't say that. He said that now young people are chasing free love. Immediately after birth, they talk about fools falling in love. Not to mention their invalid marriage certificate. The man asked what his friend meant. He replied that the engagement should not be discussed until the children had talked. The girl has not yet seen the city. When she learns, she will be able to make the right choice. The man asked Susu said before that Chunfan is from Nanjing. The woman answered yes. He began to say what he heard. They began to prosper. Old man Ji said that they were all tired. He suggested that they rest and discuss this with them a little later. The man replied that it was good. He would ask the servants to give them a room. The guy ordered to quickly find out everything about Chunfan. From birth to university, he wants to understand everything. Was that guy really going to fight him? Fan Xiong said that they have been walking all day. Maybe they should stop by for a snack? Chun replied that fine, as soon as she wishes. Suddenly, the girl's phone rang. The guy asked, "What is it?" She said that this was her cousin. He said that it was difficult to get them all together and that he wanted to go out to dinner. The girl is afraid that not only the younger generation of the Su family is there now, but also the children of half the retinue of Wuzhou society. The guys wondered who that young man was. Now is the time when the Ji family and the Su family want to unite through marriage. As soon as the guy saw his sister, he immediately invited her to pass, because he wanted to introduce her to someone. These are their dear guests from the coast of China. The guy said that there was no need to introduce them. They had already met. Her brother told her that this man Ning Yuza, he is like the tip of a sword. He and Yuntao on the coast are called two of the four great sons. The guy replied that her brother was joking. He introduced Xiao Luoying next. He said that this was Mr. Xiao's beloved daughter. It is said that she and Tang Yifei of the Tang family are the two queens of Jianghan. The next person her brother introduced was the youngest of the Ji family, Ji Luochen. The girl thought it was really him. They began to say that everything was in place. However, you need to be careful with family traditions. The girl actually brought the guy with her in the end. The brother told his sister to sit down in her place. The guy asked everyone to wait. The girl is a member of the Su family, so she occupies an appropriate place. But this person, Fang Xiong, said that this is her boyfriend. He is the son-in-law of the Su family. Su Jian began to say that she had not heard anything about this son-in-law. Their family has existed for hundreds of years and family traditions are very strict. A girl has no right to spoil the family's reputation. Chunfan asked what nonsense is in this family's head. He got this girl, and now he has to ask their permission? The guys told him to breathe out. Only they in the family cannot take anyone's name into account. Let him imagine that this is Wuzhou, not Nanjing. The guy shouted, "Didn't he hear? Chen is not from the Su family. What other reasons are there to sit at this table?" Fan Xiong asked if he really wanted to argue with her. Ning Yuza replied that let the girl take into account the fact that she is still so small, he will not focus on her words. Therefore, the gentleman will have to leave, otherwise he will call the security. Watching what was happening, the girl's brother thought that these three had unprecedented strength. Could the guy really be able to cope with them? Chunfan replied that it's good. He will do as the guy wants. Hopes they can still laugh after he's done. The guys began to say that Chunfan himself started this. Xiao Qiong thought that his reputation was built on blood and bones. Who in their right mind would insult him? The guy asked if Chunfan hit him. Bao, watching what was happening, thought that this guy was an unusual person. Chun, approaching him, said that he warned that he would break his limbs, and the first was his hand. And now there will be a second one. Su Jian asked the guy, does he understand what he has done? Does he even know who he raised his hand to? Chunfan replied that of course he knows. Ning Yuza shouted at him not to come. His father is Ning Qingdong, and his grandfather is Ning Zhongxing. He should not beat him. The guy replied that since he provoked him, he would have to answer. Bao shouted that enough was enough. Violence in itself is disgusting. Does the guy want to be chained to a bed? Chen asked, didn't he himself want to attack him? So what are you up to? The guy started saying that he was from the Songlong Special Forces Squad. What did he forget there? Bao, I didn't understand how he knew. Chen replied that he was disappointed in him. As soon as the man decided to attack, Chunfan immediately extended his hand and hit him back. He said that Bao used the short Songlong technique. The man asked how he knew. The guy answered because he created it. Ning Yuza said that they did nothing to him. The guy replied that he was going to stop him, and that's why he broke his arms and legs. He will spend the rest of his life in bed. Chun will teach him a lesson. Suddenly, security appeared. They asked what was going on there. Where's all the noise coming from? The men saw that they had hit the young master and decided to grab him. Ji Luochen asked why the girl was stopping them. This guy's insane. He's just a demon. Let the guards quickly grab him and take him to the police station. Xiao Luoying asked what they were planning to go against the master from Jiangbei, so that Yazhao Baofeng of the Canlong Special Forces would not fight him. The guards asked, is he the terrorist who exterminated the Shun clan? Ning Yuza asked, is he Master Chen? The security thought it was good that they didn't have time to do anything to him, otherwise they would have already been dead. Supin thought that it was not surprising. My sister has a diamond eye, since she picked up a guy from a wealthy family. Su Jian thought that she was able to succeed. First, Shun Jiongwen courted her, and then the Ji clan arranged a groom for her. Now Master Chun has become her boyfriend. Ji Luochun said that they say his strength is incredible. Today he would like to receive instruction from him. He raises this glass to him. He asked if Master Chen knew what Ning Yuza really was. Recently a guy broke his arms and legs. Chunfan asked who he is. The guy replied that he is one of the 10 richest people in Zhonghai and is also a representative of the board of the Dongxing Corporation. In addition, his grandfather was removed from his post as deputy head of the city. But even now, his influence has not faded. Ning Qingdong only has one son, and his grandfather only has one grandson. The master broke his limbs. How will he explain this to the Ning clan? Chunfan asked why he needed to explain anything. The guy replied that, of course, he is a master from Jiangbei. We still need to look for such people. It is unlikely that he is afraid of the Ning clan. But what if the Zhao clan also opposed him? The guy is his good friend. He is already 30, but for his military services, he was given the rank of lieutenant colonel. From the head of the Air Force Special Forces unit, he was promoted to deputy commander of the Canlong group. His father Zhao, a lieutenant general of the military region. Chunfan asked, so what? They just shake the air. Will he really jeopardize the position of his clan? So be it, but the guy give him time. Let him go and take away all his family from there. Tomorrow at the birthday banquet, he will think it over and decide what he will do, including them all. Watching them leave, the girl thought that he was a real monster. No wonder he became a master. But how cruel and unbearable he is. They understood everything. But will he cope with all this tomorrow? People thought this is what the legendary Master Chun really is. Chen asked the girl for forgiveness because he ruined her family's holiday evening. Xiao Qiong replied that she should apologize. The girl did not expect her family to react this way. He told her that he didn't care about the Su clan. The girl began to say that the fact that he crippled Ning Yuza would not cause even more problems. Wouldn't it be better for them not to go to the holiday tomorrow and return to Nanjing? He asked her not to worry because he was much stronger than she thought. It would be easy for him to destroy the Ning and Ji clans. The man shouted that this was a complete disgrace. They are brothers. How could the guy allow this massacre at the reception? How did he allow a man from an influential family to be mutilated? Su Jian told her father, don't blame him. Chunfan is to blame for this. He was even able to stop Zhao Bao from the Canlong Special Forces. Let him not forget that he is a master. Who would dare to stop him? The man asked what other Master Chen was. She replied that not long ago all of Nanking was talking about him. The man said that Xiao Jiu would not get permission from the family. Let him go, he doesn't suit them. Chunfan is inhuman for crippling the young master of the Ning clan. Even if his reputation increased and his abilities improved, the Su clan would not be able to withstand. Grandfather San asked if he was the son of General Zhao's son. Everything will be decided tonight. If the clans want to go to court, then the Su clan, will remain neutral. They won't be able to agree. Su thanked her grandfather because this is the best outcome. The woman cried because her husband told her that her son would now not be able to get out of bed. How dare the guy treat him so cruelly? Bowing, the guy told his uncle that this happened because of him. The Ji clan cannot ignore this. The man replied that they did not blame him. It was Chunfan who crippled Yuza. Now he and the Ning clan will do this. They will stop at nothing. The guy asked Uncle Dong to calm down. His clan would support the Ning clan in everything. The man said that this time he would make sure that nothing was left of the master. Ji Luochen asked what happened to Bao. Is he seriously injured? The man replied that he had not yet been examined. He simply left the room, talking nonstop about some combat instructor. The guy replied that it was already late, so why did he need to return to the base? He asked how they would conduct reconnaissance, and why didn't they find out from the very beginning that that guy was Master Chun from Jiangbei? The man replied that they found out everything, but it was too late. They wanted to report to him, but did not have time. He ordered the investigation to continue at night. Let them find key information on that guy. Turning to Chunfan, the girl asked maybe I should go there too. Yesterday, she couldn't sleep, and now she has no strength at all. She offered to come and congratulate grandfather in 2 days. The guy asked maybe her aunt told her something. Xiao Qiong replied that no. She called yesterday and warned that the Ning clan intended to come to Wuzhou. Moreover, grandfather decided that the Su clan would not interfere. She said that he was still so young. You should not go into conflict with them. Having calmed her down, the guy said that he had already achieved a lot and became much stronger. The girl doesn't have to worry about those clans anymore. Su Jian didn't understand why they were hugging at the main entrance. The girl shouted that let them continue in the same spirit, and sooner or later they will definitely break up. They go inside faster. Seeing them, people immediately began to discuss, is he the legendary Master Chun? It is rumored that he can use magic and has exterminated several dozen people from the Shun clan. Bowing, Fang Qiong congratulated her grandfather on his birthday. The man thought that here was his beloved granddaughter. He looked askance at the guy. The man said that her congratulations were appropriate, but the girl told her grandfather and uncles that his name was Chunfan and they were dating. He asked the girl not to talk nonsense. She must break up with him immediately. And in general, is it really possible that everyone is allowed into the celebration? Chunfan replied that he is not just dating this girl, they are married. Is there something they're not happy with? Does the fact that a man is related to Xiao Qiong give him the right to speak to him in such a tone? Turning to Susu, the man asked, is this the groom they chose with Fang Mingda? He does not respect his elders, does not honor the 300-year-old traditions of their family. The guy asked their clan, 300 years old? Nothing to brag about. The only one worth Su Yinhao's attention. This is the only thing they can hope for. People began to say that this was too much. How dare he say such a thing? Hitting the table with his palm, the man shouted for everyone to shut up. He asked why no one kicked this guy out. Su Yinhao thought that this guy could understand what a hopeless situation they were in. Chen replied that they knew nothing about his background, status, and character, but they were already opening their mouths and driving him out. He didn't understand how a clan with a 3-year history could think so narrowly. The girl tried to calm him down. The man replied that he did not insult him. Today, the guy is not there for the Su clan. At this moment, representatives of the Ning clan appeared at the door. They bowed and greeted Grandpa Su. The man said that he was Ning Qingdong, representative of Changdong Corporation and the father of Ning Yuza, whose boyfriend he mutilated. He asked the master if something happened between them. Is that why he beat him up? Chunfan replied that he tried to stop him twice. In addition, he also planned his murder. Yes, the guy beat him up, but it was still lenient. The man asked did he do a favor? If not for this, would he simply exterminate their entire clan? The guy replied that it was true. People immediately started whispering that he was a crazy, arrogant bastard. He doesn't need a reason to exterminate an entire clan. Ning Qingdong shouted to the guy that the Ning clan was not the same as Shun. Although he is considered the strongest in Jiangbei, he does not look down on Wuzhou and Zhonghai. If today the guy does not explain himself to their clan, then sooner or later he will get even with them. Seeing his reaction, the man said that he was not afraid of the Ning clan, but what if others appeared? The butler said that the young master of the Tang family, Tang Jianfeng, had arrived. He bowed and greeted Grandfather Su. The guy told Master Chun that they had not seen each other for a long time. When he refused to let him become a shareholder of Yunwu's source, he obviously didn't expect to meet him again. Chunfan replied that he was not interested in him. Lord Ji arrived next with his grandson Ji Luochin. These were all guests from the Ji clan. The man asked, is he Master Chen? A truly outstanding young man. So much so that even the heads in Zhonghai know about its existence. This master is very famous. About the girl, he said that she was a precious treasure of the Su clan. Their leader also betrothed her to his grandson Luochen. Once the girl gives her consent, the fortune of the Ji-Ah clan seems to be at her disposal. Su Jin thought that her sister was just a 19-year-old girl. With her, they would have a chance to reach unprecedented heights. Xiao Qiong asked Grandpa Ji for forgiveness and said that she already had a boyfriend. The man replied that he was just her boyfriend and they were not married. Chunfan said that yes, she is his girlfriend. What is his grandson trying to achieve? Does he really want to take her away from him? The man replied that this gentleman had already considered age, generation, and merits received, so let him yield to him. Just let Susu see who she found. He knows nothing about tact. The man told the young man that he should understand that he should not stop there. The guy replied that there was no need to tell him. He will do as he pleases and be where he pleases. Zhao Bao and Xiao Luoying appeared. People didn't expect to see them there. Did they really come for Chunfan? These two will probably leave no living space on him. The guy asked, really? Who did they bring? Chunfan said that he overestimated Ji Luochen. Did the guy really make it so that he called for help? And he found them? Ji Luochen asked, what does he mean? Chunfan said that he was too weak. The girl thought that she knew for sure that the guy would be able to get out. Approaching the guys, he said that they were finally there. I thought they would miss the opportunity to take revenge. Suddenly, Bao simply walked past him. He approached Chunfan and told the instructor that the soldier Zhao Bao was greeting him. Ji Luochen didn't understand what other instructor. The girl replied that, of course, Instructor Sanglong. She asked if this was the respected Chun Bai Xian, or rather General Chun. Looking at Zhao Bao, the guy asked, does he know who he is now? Bao answered the instructor that it was true. Chun said he didn't know. He will return, remain under arrest for 10 days, and renounce his rank of his own free will. Bao replied that there is. Everyone immediately began to approach the girl's parents and say that they have an amazing son-in-law. They already said earlier that the girl is a smart little girl. She would certainly choose a thoroughbred stallion. The man said that the guy is actually quite a young hero. He broke Ning Yu's limbs in front of everyone. Where is his knowledge of military laws? If a guy owns a gun, does that really mean he can offend ordinary people? Ji Luochen thought that judging by his family's capabilities, this General Chun would soon go to prison. Chunfan told the man that if he didn't want Ning Yuzi to turn against him, he would first let the guy sort it out and then send people against him. Ji Shoshua told the master that this one-sided argument of his during the trial would not be evidence. The girl thought that the main trump card of such family clans is the obligations that are imposed by the rules. Xiao Luoying told the man that Mr. Chun is the commander of Tsanglong, but does he know his position? Ji Shoshua asked what is the situation. The girl replied that he was the first master in China. People couldn't believe that he was the first master in China. They asked, is this some kind of joke? Susu replied that it is true, he is talented. Fang Mingde asked who else would dare to say that the little guy is not suitable for the girl and their family. Chunfan asked Ning Qingdong what he said before, that the guy beat his son for no reason. Now, can he repeat it in front of everyone? The man replied that this was his personal assumption. The girl answered her uncle what else could be expected. Yuza, while he was with them, spoke about the meaning of all this. Besides, does he really want a confrontation with Bao? The man immediately bowed to the guy and said that their family had made a mistake. His son did not see the truth and dared to provoke him. He himself is to blame for those consequences. Ning Qingdong thought that his son was vindictive and was horrified. Falling to his knees, he told the master that he was mistaken, asking him to forgive their Ning clan. Chunfan replied that his son wanted to set a trap for him and slander him. The guy beat him to make him think about his actions. Does the man agree with this? Ning Qingdong replied that he completely agreed. Turning to the guy, he said that about Tang Jianfeng, Chunfan refused to allow him to become a shareholder of Yinu. He is vindictive, but the guy will let him go for today. Who can guarantee that he won't take revenge later? Chunfan ordered him to kneel down. Tang Yuanqin began to shout that the guy dared to humiliate him. His family would not let him get away with it. Even though, in his direction, Chunfan asked, is it true? then he has no reason to live anymore. Since he doesn't agree, then let him die. Everyone was surprised that he dared to kill Tang Yuanxin. He is the eldest son of the Tang family from the coast of China. Ji Shouzhua said he was crazy. After hitting a defenseless guy, the guy will eventually fall on his knife. After which the old man expressed all this. He also began to bow to the master. He said that he was blind and did not know his real identity. Please let the old man look at him, and asked the guy to spare these heirs. He also ordered his grandson, Ji Luochun, to kneel down and apologize to Master Chun. Chunfan said that he could spare Ji Luochun, but what would their family give him in return? The old man whispered something to the guy, after which he replied that he agreed. Master Chun understood that the old man knew that money was not of much interest to him. Who would have thought that he would go out of his way to support the Chun family in this way? Su Yanhao told Susu and Mingda that he was wrong. This time they were wrong about the girl, and this mistake almost led to big trouble. The woman answered the grandfather that everything they talked about made no sense. Everyone still underestimates his granddaughter. Su Yanhao let the girl come and congratulate her grandfather on his birthday. He still hasn't thanked her. Chen understood that their clan hoped that the guy would become a distributor of ideas. The man thought that he was late. It was already too late. The Su clan was ultimately wrong. A dragon was born into this guy's family. In 10 years, there won't be a single person in China who doesn't know the Chen family. He understood that his clan had lost its dragon. After dying, will the Su clan be able to continue to exist? The girl told her grandfather that these matters were not worth such serious consideration. She said that from the second this guy appeared, he always protected Xiao Qiong, paying his main attention to her. The man asked what she was talking about. The girl said that she thinks the Su clan is important, but the guy thinks that he is not even comparable to Xiao Qiong. The most valuable thing for him is hidden in her. The man asked Sanner to improve his relationship with the girl. Walking down the street, the girl said that they had already done so much today. What else? Chunfan replied that, okay, if she wants to ask something, then let her ask. She asked if he really decided to tell her everything. She wondered who he really was. She had the feeling that he was a completely different person, not the same as when I was a child. The guy replied that Chunfan, Chun Baixian, and Master Chen are him. Their world is full of warriors, masters, and people whose abilities are much stronger than those of ordinary people. She said that, so to speak, it is better in China. The guy replied that he should just know that he is strong, so girls need to listen to him and not argue. She asked her husband if they were going home. Will her husband teach her martial arts? Can she and her husband move in and live together? The guy had only one answer to everything, yes. Standing on the street, the guy thought that it was snowing. 2009 was ending. In the summer of 2007, he was reborn. Almost a year and a half has passed. He understood that it was too early. They shouldn't live together. When a new year comes, will the guy return to Chuzhou or stay in Nanjing? First, he decided to go to the dormitory. Entering the room, Chunfan asked the guy if they had guests. This is Chi Wang Song. In his last life, he was his best friend at university. Celebrity at Nanjing Business School. I could read an essay on economics in one breath, filled with scientific terms in English. However, his past was mysterious. The man told the gentleman that Miss Shuadai had already arrived at the banquet. He needs to see for himself, so as not to ruin his grandfather's last hope. Chunfan asked what was going on there in the end. I told the guy that if there are any problems, let him speak. Chi Wang-sun replied that it was nothing, just household chores. He doesn't know if he mentioned this before, but when the guy was a child, his family found him a mate. He said his father's name is Chi Dongsheng. He is the chairman of Dongshan Corporation, and the guy is his eldest son. Chunfan asked him to continue. The guy remembered that the Dongshan Corporation owns Bohai Bay. Their influence is on par with the Zheng clan of Hong Kong. The guy continued to say that his father's main business is maritime trade. The sea route mainly runs between Japan and Korea. His bride is Japanese from a large clan from the island of Kyushu. Chen asked, isn't he happy? Why does he look so sad? A friend said that she is very cruel, inventive, and uses dirty tricks. He can't even imagine what she's capable of. And mean, but in the end, she will have to obey. If the guy could pacify her and make her obey, then of course he would not be afraid. Chunfan replied that it was decided. Everything will go well. He will not only meet her, but also make an agreement, and this time he will go with him. Chi Wangsong said that she decided to stay there in Ginza. Chunfan invited him to enter. A man met them at the entrance and told them to follow him. The door opened in front of them. Chunfan thought it was quite interesting. He told the guy that he should be careful and take another look. Addressing him as her husband, the girl asked did he come after all? Chi Wang's son replied that he came to say that their fathers had agreed on the marriage, but they were still too young. Shuedai Sha, again calling him her husband, replied that the Shuedai clan had existed in Kyushu for 156 years. Marriage is incredibly important to her clan, and the one who brought it can no longer change anything. The guy replied that it was hardly worth following this old tradition. Looking at him, the girl asked, does he already love someone? Is that why he doesn't want to take her as his wife? Chunfan thought that it seemed that Shuedai Sha was now in a precarious position. It seems that her spiritual power is incredibly strong. The guy replied that no, it's not like that. After clapping her hands several times, Shuedai Sha made a sign and a tied-up girl appeared before the guy's eyes. He asked what she did. This is his classmate Xiao Jing. Shuedai Sha invited him to drink tea. The guy refused, saying that he was fed up with it. Hashan immediately pulled out his sword. Shuedai Sha ordered him to let him go. The girl asked if he didn't want to take the cup. Chi Wang's son told the girl that's enough. Let Xiao Jing go immediately, otherwise he will not allow her to leave China. She replied that now the guy has become more like the heir of the north. Before, he was too soft and weak. He shouted for the girl to answer. Would he let her go or not? The girl replied that apparently he completely underestimates the influence of her family. Turning to Meng Zhong, Chi Wangsong ordered him to release Xiao Jing and kill her. But the guy saw that Meng Zhong was ignoring him. Shuedai Sha asked, does he really think he can win now? The guy asked and didn't agree. Since his father will not help him, he will turn to someone else. Chin thought that she was not only good at talking, but also at acting. Meng Zhong asked what the guy was talking about. He said that his grandfather hoped that Chi Wangsong would marry Miss Shuedai Sha. For the sake of Dongshin Corporation and the Qi clan, they need the support of the Shuedai clan. He said that Yang Qinghu began to act. Sor asked that man from the northeast, but their interests did not coincide in any way. Did he come to the bay from afar? And why was he attacked? The man replied to the young master that he had underestimated Yang Qinghu. He is one of the highly respected wushu masters in the ranking. Chi Wangsong asked, is he stronger than Meng Zhong? But the Qi clan has several hundred bodyguards, and each one carries a weapon. So should they be afraid of him alone? Haitian called the guy a fool. He asked what the man meant. He replied that the guy apparently didn't know at all how strong that master was. Meng Zhong replied to the young master that it was true. There is no way Clava Qi can handle Yang Qinghu. The guy asked, but how does this relate to his marriage? Will the Qi clan really not be able to stand against him without the support of the Shuedai clan? The girl replied that of course they could. Her clan bows to the highly respected Master Xian from the northern capital. That master will not be able to do anything. He will be like a trapped tiger. Meng Zhong replied that yes, the Qi clan will be saved only if Master Xian intervenes now. The guy thought about it. Even the Qi clan went over to her side. He shouted that he didn't understand why her conditions were so good. The guy doesn't believe that traditions are so important to her that she will follow them. Shuedai Sha replied that the guy would marry her since the marriage contract had already been drawn up. On the wedding day, all rights of the Qi clan will be transferred to her. The girl told him great. Now it's his turn to decide. Either he will take her as his wife, or that girl will die. The guy thought that firstly, he felt how weak and pathetic he was. Chunfan said that Lu Xiaojing will live. Shehan asked how dare he. The man shouted the blow of the sword. Chi Wangsong told his friend to take care of himself. The man shouted that he should die. Let him try his favorite technique. With one blow, the guy made him fly to the side. Thanks to a flash of lightning, the man broke through the wall with his body and flew outside the house. Chi Wangsong said that he knew that the guy was very strong, but he didn't expect that much. The girl thought that although Hashan Jai was just a disciple of Master Xian, How could he lose to this harmless opponent? And with just one click. Chunfan said that Shuai Sha served delicious tea and alcohol, so why was there a need to attack? Since Chi didn't want to marry her, then nothing can be done. The guy said that he doesn't know what kind of tea it is, but it's definitely one of the best in the whole world. Shuai Sha replied that a respected person like him should know that the initiator of this alliance was not the Shuai clan. This is Dongxing's requirement. Meng Zhong said that yes, Yang Qinghu targeted his prey like a tiger. The Qi clan is in danger. They need the support of the Shuai clan and Master Xian. Qi Wang's son asked if a friend could help him, after which he replied that Meng Zhong was right. The family is going through difficult times. The guy cannot close his eyes to this. The girl said that his friend had already decided everything. Does he still want to intervene? She thought that he was unusually strong. Chunfan said that Meng Zhong said that Yang Qinghu is 12th in the ranking. The man answered yes, and asked the guy who he is. Chunfan replied that he should tell him that Dongsheng is his friend, so he will protect the Qi clan. The girl remembered that Tang Yifei once said about the master, since this guy is his classmate. Is it really him? Hashan reappeared in front of his face. Suddenly, the man shouted for the guy to die and began to attack. The girl shouted at him to stop, but the man didn't listen at all. Chunfan asked, is he really looking for death? Looking at Hashan's lying body, Shuai Sha thought that if this guy had deviated a little to the side, she would already be dead. Chunfan replied that the man asked who he was. Now, he knows the answer? Bowing, Meng Zhong said that he was from the younger generation. Apologizes to Master Chun. The guy said that he should come back and tell Yang Qinghu that the Qi clan is under his protection. As for the wedding, let his friend decide for himself whether to get married or not. As for the girl, let Dongsheng escort her out. The guy thanked his friend and thought, so this is how ordinary people differ from the Celestials? Chunfan asked the girl why he left her alive after everything she said there. Bowing, Shuai said that she would give everything she had, just don't let them kill her. From this day on, the girl will become his servant. Chunfan did not touch her not only for this reason. Suddenly the guy loudly shouted to get out. The girl felt as if there was someone else in her body, and this guy was gradually pulling it out. What could it be? And the girl saw some kind of monster burst out. The guy shouted for her to free herself and get out of his hands. Shuai Sha couldn't understand what happened. Showing her with his fingers to keep quiet, the guy tore all the clothes on her body. The girl did not expect such a turn and was scared. But suddenly, lowering her gaze, she saw the outlines of that demon on her body. She asked, what is this? Chen replied that this spirit inhabits children. Having been freed, this demon is looking for a new body. On days of pure power, he chooses virginally pure people. While it is small, a small line of a magical spell may appear on the face, as if from sulfurous mercury. Usually, it does not manifest itself, but when the Qi energy flares up along with the blood, the spirit reveals itself in its original form. He said that this spirit can only inhabit virgins, but it still cannot stay in the body for a long time, for at least 20 years. The girl thought that her family members probably knew about this. The girl didn't understand what it was. Why is it so close to her? Shuai said that her 30th birthday is coming soon. The guy replied that in China and Japan, spirits and evil spirits are called differently, but the essence is the same. It is so close to her because it usually cannot move. He needs to pass through it as a guide in order to reach the outside world. At this time, the girl can use some of his abilities. For example, his strength or insight, the ability to see the souls of other people. She then asked why grandfather neglected his father and passed on the traditions of the clan to her. Why, after she developed a fever at the age of 5, can a girl see the abilities of other people? Shuai Sha thinks about his grandfather, who foresaw everything that was happening, and about the indifference of Master Beitinghuan. Bowing, the girl asked what he wanted from her. She obeys all his orders. Suddenly, the girl said that she had already seen these drawings. They are like souls in the temple of the courtiers of the Shuai clan. Chunfan replied that it was fine. They would go to Japan, but before that she needed to follow him. He thought that Haijing's soul was exactly what he needed. However, one cannot help but notice that the front line in Qinglong has its own elixir. The time has come to break through their defenses. The man thought it was bad. Zhusu woke up, and he was alarmed about something. When suddenly his son runs into the room and tells his father that he is angry, he has already killed 3 spellcasters. Approaching Zhusu, he asked what made the respected man so angry. He replied that he felt that someone in China was destroying his soul. Who dared to do this? The man asked if there was anyone alive in China who could do this. That girl really went to China, but she couldn't destroy his soul. We honor him and replied that he doesn't care. Let him find him and tear him to pieces. The man bowed and told the gentleman that he was obeying. He wondered if this was the very power of the immortals. Even after death, he can be in their world, taking on the form of a spirit. The man ordered his son to inform the Shuadai clan about what happened during the interrogation and arranged to meet with Beiting Xuan. He couldn't understand who was breaking Zhusu's soul in the end. It's hard to imagine that there is a soul in China capable of this. Or is there a force similar to Zhusu? The girl didn't understand why they came to Dongshan and not to Japan. Standing next to the cliff, the guy said it was ready. Chunfan asked the girl, what did she see? Shuadai Sha answered the gentleman that she only saw an abandoned valley. Hitting the ground with his foot, the guy said that he should look again now. There was surprise on the girl's face. She asked if this is the place where all the immortals live. Chunfan replied that no, this is just his abode. The guy told her to follow him. The girl thought that if there was no support under her feet, she could fall from a height of several hundred meters. The girl thought that this had never happened to her before. Everything there, from grass to trees, is filled with spiritual energy. Just by taking a breath, you can already feel how everything relaxes. Shuadai Sha asked, is this a real dragon? The guy replied that this light dragon is not real, but only a type of spiritual combat energy that has taken on its form. However, the spirit that moved into her turned out to be much stronger. The guy added that unfortunately, the light dragon still needs work to turn it into a combat spell. When he exorcises the spirit from her, he will use it as a ritual object of true and spiritual qi energy. Tongshan greeted his master. He asked the guy to escort the girl to the guest room. He needs privacy, and let him make sure that no one bothers him. Chunfan thought that it must have been released. All you need is medicine filled with Qinglong spiritual energy. The guy thought it was time to start. After a while, he said that now he needed to drink the elixir. During all this time, he will finally be one step closer to becoming himself. Shuadai Sha said that several days have already passed, but when will he finally come out? Even if there was TV or the internet in the guest quarters, she would die of boredom. Although it is peaceful and good there, the girl still wants to take revenge. How did she suddenly hear the question and accidentally not talk about him? Very soon he will become the immortal emperor of Qingdi. The guy told her that now he would show that he could kill even an immortal. Arriving in Japan, the girl told the owner that first they needed to check into a hotel. Chunfan replied that no, they're already there. She didn't immediately understand who he was talking about. Suddenly, a black car stopped right in front of them. The guy who got out of the car said that his sister had finally returned. He asked why she didn't say anything. The girl asked him what he needed. The guy asked did she think she was still the head of Shuadai. Grandfather ordered her to be returned, so let it be done in a good way. She asked how dare he. The guy didn't understand what it was. She is the law, angering grandfather and Master Xian. In addition, she came with her lover from China. What's she doing? Having hit him, Chunfan shouted for the guy to die. Looking at the gentleman, the girl asked, does he know Japanese? The guy replied that for a person like him, speaking a language is a fairly simple task. Chunfan said that the Shuadai clan sent a crowd of scum. How disrespectful to him. The girl told the gentleman that he was behaving inappropriately. He replied that her clan had started hunting for her. Zhusu's spirit had already realized that the guy had caught him. Heading toward the car, the guy said that he hoped she hadn't forgotten her driver's license. They head to her clan, find her grandfather, and ask about the spirit. He said that there you need to pay attention only to how not to meet with American troops stationed in Japan. His current strength is not enough to engage them in battle. The guy told the head of the clan that Kung Fu had just reported from the airport that the traitor had been captured and that he was returning. The man replied that the guy was great. Let him tell him to take the girl there. The master replied that the report said that a person was following the girl. The guy replied that that young man from China is a comma and they really are going together. The ruler asked the master what was the matter. Bei Tinghuan wondered how the young man could break his soul. Was he wrong? I asked him to wait until the girl arrived with the arrested man. He will ask about it personally. They didn't understand what those sounds were. What happened? The man ran and told the gentleman that someone had entered. The head of the clan asked who dared to do this. The guy replied that it was Xiudai Sha and a young Chinese man. The gentleman asked, how is this possible? People started shouting that Master Bei Tinghuan was there. Compared to him, all Chinese masters are just trash. The head ordered the guy to go with the master and take a look. Seeing a large number of people on his way, Chunfan told the girl to strictly follow him. All swords were pointed towards them. With the strength of 2 fingers, the guy made them all disappear. After what they saw, everyone immediately began to shoot with their weapons. But imagine their surprise when not a single bullet hit him. The girl couldn't understand how this was possible. Is the master really immortal? Looking at them, Chunfan asked if they had any more bullets. Everyone immediately ran in different directions. Master Bai began to say that he was a respected master in China. How can innocent, ordinary people be killed? The man asked the master to execute this scoundrel. There is also Xiudai Sha, who dared to bring such a person there. Let them be torn apart. Chunfan replied that precisely because he is immortal, he does not need to listen to ordinary people. After the attack was repelled by the master, everyone rejoiced and shouted that he was the strongest swordsman in the country. The master thought that the blow of the sword should have just broken the guy's air blade, but his hand were pounding in pain. Plus, the guy can control his blade with both hands. And in close combat, he can show everything he is capable of. The master did not understand where his limit was. Chunfan understood that Xian was having difficulty repelling his blows from the air blade. But judging by his abilities, he can compete with worthy masters. The guy asked, is he Master Xian? The man replied yes, but who is he? Chun replied that he looked at him and realized that he didn't know much at all, since he hadn't heard his name. People began to shout that this guy was getting up to speed. He dared to talk to Master Xian himself in such a tone. Chunfan said that if he can repel this attack, then he knows who the guy is. He shouted concentration. After the attack he received, the master said that he finally realized who the guy was, but it was too late. His body collapsed to the ground. People began to shout that one of the strongest swordsmen in Japan, Xian, had died. Closer to her grandfather, the girl said that she had returned after all. Taking the master's sword in her hands, her eyes sparkled with rage. The head shouted what Xiudai was up to. He was her grandfather. The girl replied that she was a child, and he sacrificed her to an evil demon so that he would inhabit her body. And he also asked what she intends to do. He replied that an immortal from the Zuoshu Shinto shrine unexpectedly appeared to them. It was Master Yin. Their clan would not be able to stand against him, even with the support of Master Xian. Falling to his knees, the man began to beg the girl for mercy because he is her grandfather. Chunfan asked the girl to leave him. There are a couple more questions. The head said that he would tell everything he knew. He would like to give the master all the assets of the clan, including the half of the underground world controlled by them. Chen replied that it was not worth it. He had a better idea. The guy thought that Zuoshui Temple was originally a place of saints, through which the strongest souls passed and gained holiness, preserving life. In addition, if it is impossible to begin the stage of primordial existence, then life can last up to 180 years. And after death, the soul exists for several hundred years. Seeing Xiudai approaching, the guy asked what happened to her clan. The girl replied that he could not resist his greatness. A few days later the clan will be completely under his control. Chunfan replied that it was good. Let him tell the clan that he doesn't care about that escaped spirit. The girl replied that the master is like a deity. That spirit cannot be a worthy opponent for him. Ziji asked who this person is after all. The Shuadai clan did not last even a day, collapsing under his feet. The man replied that he was definitely someone from the top of the Chinese University of Law. The girl replied that Wu Qian, under her leadership, obtained information. The man asked, how is this possible? This guy only towered for 1 to 2 years and did not quarrel with their Zhuoshu temple. Qianhe replied that the guy is now not far from the place of saints. He's afraid he only has half a step left to take. What does he want most now? The man asked, does Qianhe really think that he wants to find out about the place of the saints? He replied that this guy wants to touch the place of saints, and the best way to do this is to find out about people. However, Chen Baixian was wrong back then. Although he is strong, no matter how you look at it, he is not a deity. So how then can he become an opponent of the Zhuoshu temple people? To Ziji, he said that her ninjas got close to him. This needs to be reported to Mr. Zhuoshu. If a guy shows up there, he won't get out alive. The guy suddenly felt something. He asked where this worm came from. Want to follow him all the way. The girl asked if this was the Zaiti ninja clan. She didn't understand why they came. Chunfan, what did I tell you that they followed him all the way? They are all her comrades. The girl answered the gentleman that although they were afraid they would die, but they would not give out information about who hired them. The guy asked, really? Then he will die. The girl replied that this clan is the largest ninja clan on the island of Kyushu. She heard that their leader is the incomparable seductive Ziji. They say she is as skilled as a first-class killer. He told the girl that it was time to go. Since they have already discovered them, they will go to the mountain and go to this spirit Zhuoshu. The guy said that it was a great honor for him to visit Zhuoshu temple. Everyone came out to meet them. Bowing, the man told the master that he was the conductor of Zhuoshu's spirit, Jinhe Jinhong. He is happy to welcome a guest who has come from afar. He said that they knew the purpose of his arrival there. Zhuoshu's spirit was very happy. He really wants to dispel all his doubts. Please let it pass. Qianhe told the master that the deity Zhuoshu is worshipped in this temple. The guy thought that he sensed in his gut that someone's aura was hidden in a remote corner of this temple. Feels like there's a ninja hiding there. The man told the master that Zhuoshu's spirit was waiting for him inside. Seeing that Shuadai was worried, he said that everything was fine. Let him wait there. The girl thought that they were planning something. She feels these glances. She wants to get out of there as quickly as possible. Approaching Miss Shuadai, Ziji asked, did the girl want to say something? She only thought that everything would be fine. Nothing would happen to the master. Seeing the guy, the man said that their dear guest had come from afar. Let him please sit down. The man introduced himself, saying that he was the dark deity, Zhuoshu. Surely, he came to them from heaven to meet with him. Chen answered, he was looking for him. Did he really choose this path and become a spirit in order to survive? Zhuoshu replied that the laws of nature are inviolable. Destinies are already predetermined. Is he able to influence this? 200 years ago, he was in the East, where he visited the Taoist school of the path of heavenly mentors. It is not for nothing that Taoism originated on this land, which is why so many immortals appeared. However, with regards to the celestials and earthly immortals, he is afraid that only the ancients could become them. The guy asked that as he could not come to this, so he began to study the divine Tao, becoming a spirit. Zhuoshu replied that it was true. After his reincarnation, they began to worship him. The guy arrived from China. Nothing other than striving for immortality. A man can tell you how to achieve this. Chunfan asked what he wants in return. The man replied that he did not need anything. He heard that the guy is the strongest fighter in China. He has very little time left before immortality, and he would like to help. It would count against him during his next rebirth. Chen replied that if there had been someone else in his place, he would probably have been deceived by him, but this would not work with the guy. For him, immortality is just a matter of time, and his path is not worth a penny. But the guy is interested in the doctrine of concentration of spiritual energy. Zhuoshu wanted to help him, but the guy is afraid. He envies his body. The man asked how he understood this. The guy replied that he was just an amateur, since he decided to deceive him. He is not a deity. Only the omnipotent can become spirits. The man replied that just let him wait. He will absorb his soul. Everything will belong to him. Possessing all this, he would be able to compete with the power of earthly immortals and would be considered a celestial being. If the guy got down on his knees and asked for forgiveness, maybe he could show him the way to achieve immortality. But Chunfan won't do this, and all he can do is smelt spiritual items. He's just a boy, but so self-confident. The man will show him what divine power tastes like. With just one blow, Chunfan was able to severely injure his huge arm. Zhusu shouted that he despised him. The greatness of China has been passed down from generation to generation, and the country itself has many warriors. The guy eventually took the place of the saints, but he did not know that it had enormous power. He will not die in this temple. The guy is strong, but can he defeat him? Chunfan replied that if one blow is not enough, will 1,000 be enough? After the guy's powerful blow, the temple collapsed a little. Shuadai asked what happened. The guy said he was too weak. Ziji thought that although he is capable of destroying this temple, would killing her be too easy for him? The man replied that it doesn't matter, people in the temple cannot die. It's almost impossible to kill anyone there. The girl shouted that her master was amazing. Zhusu shouted that Chunbai Xian had angered him. After destroying him, he will plunge his soul into the flames and burn it for centuries. And at this moment, he will show him the real power of the deity. Ziji thought that no, with this technique, he killed Master Xian. The man replied to calm her down. Zhusu is definitely not that master. Watching what was happening, Shuadai thought, could her life be predetermined by this battle? Chunfan shouted, let him see the magic of the 5 elements. The man thought how strong he was. The guy is a real Superman who has reached unprecedented heights in magic. Zhusu invited the guy to fight face-to-face without magic. Chunfan asked seriously, then let him feel the power of his blow. After the guy's strongest blow, everyone realized that Zhusu couldn't stand it. Was one blow really enough? The girl asked if he really died. The man replied that his body had broken the sound barrier. He was finally able to see the blow. Shuadai Sha rejoiced at her master's victory. The man replied that, however, he could not be broken by such a weak blow. The girl shouted that he had recovered. China said that Zhusu is a spirit that has been living for several hundred years. Does he really think killing him will be that easy? He cannot be destroyed in this temple. The girl asked not to kill. The man replied that the guy broke the sound barrier with his blow, but this could only be done once. Zhusu said that he did not think that the guy's blow would be so powerful. The guy understood that his spirit could not withstand such a blow, but he could concentrate energy and spiritual strength in his body, and after defeat, he could recover again. Chunfan replied that he was just an insignificant demon, yet he dared to call himself immortal. Will he be able to resurrect 10 or 100 times? Today they will finally find out. It penetrated the demon's body over and over again. Zhusu told the guy that he could not be killed. Still don't believe it? The girl saw that the demon began to recover again. Chunfan continued to throw blow after blow. The man asked why he was doing this. Can his body handle it? China shouted that Zhusu's recovery is starting to slow down. Moreover, his body began to disappear. It is already half transparent. The guy told him that he was pathetic. So is it worth mentioning immortality? But he doesn't have much time left. They will see if he will when other spirits take away the amulets of true and spiritual qi. Zhusu ordered everyone to attack him together and bring him his head. Everyone was already ready to attack. Looking at them, Chunfan said that today the master will kill them all. The ninjas were the first to be hit. China shouted for everyone to take their positions. He used the 5 demons bell. Seeing that the next group was already ready to attack, the guy asked if they were really looking for death. He used 36 wushu forms, void trembling. Seeing the man, the guy asked, are there such people who do not die from one of his blows? He was surprised that he really repulsed Chunfan's attack. Just as the guy was about to attack the man, people gathered behind him again. He thought, no, how can they, without any fear at all, rush at him one after another? Suddenly, the guy saw a suspicious fog on the top of the mountain. He decided to use the 8 true dragon melodies. Chunfan asked the demon and ordered them to surround him. Wasn't this the tactic he was preparing for him? Did he really think that he could stop him like that? Zhuosu asked who he was after all. His techniques and the wealth that the guy possesses cannot belong to a young 20-year-old boy. Chunfan replied that he talks so much. The guy used natural emu, saying that it would strangle him in 1 second. Zhuosu replied that he did not care what spirit had entered his body, but since he dared to unceremoniously break into his temple, he would sacrifice his life if necessary. China said it was not good. The master wanted to activate the big battle of Inyan. This is a type of battle that the master mastered even before birth. They can grind the entire temple into small pieces. Ziji said that then, they need to run away as quickly as possible. The man replied that it was not necessary. If he activates a major battle, then there will not be a single creature capable of escaping from there. The demon shouted to the guy that this was only between them. Let him thoroughly enjoy all the power that he has accumulated for hundreds of years. Shuadai Shah asked the master what should they do. The man replied that they were hostages of this battle. They need to unite. Only together can they find a way out. Chunfan said that before this, he dealt him an unexpected blow, and now the guy will do it. Chunfan said what an insignificant battle, and she thought of taking this against him. Zhuosu shouted that he would pierce him. The demon shouted to the guy that their battle would lead to nothing. The guy asked he won't come back again. Zhuosu replied that he should run. He would find himself a new body. As soon as the guy took out his magic item, he immediately began to collect the body of the spirit into himself. China said that the spirit had dominated Kyushu Island for hundreds of years and died like this. The guy replied that today can be considered a success. Looking at the flute, the guy said that since it was able to absorb the evil spirit, from that day on it will be called a flute that controls spirits. China asked if Zhuosu's spirit had been absorbed by the bone flute. Chunfan replied that it is no longer a spirit. Now he's a commander imprisoned in an artifact. Kneeling down, he told the gentleman that he asked for his forgiveness. In his hands lies all the wealth of the Zhuoshu temple. Half of the island of Kyushu is under his control. The man is ready to give everything to him. Ziji thought that the man was the most influential person on the island, but he, like a puppy, came running to ask the guy for forgiveness. Shuadai confirmed that there is indeed a huge amount of wealth in the temple. Chunfan replied that he had a question. Are there other temples in all of Japan other than Zhuoshu that are run by evil spirits? Chinha asked, does the gentleman really want to catch them by placing them in an artifact? The girl thought one perfume was not enough for him. How many more does he want to catch? The man reported to the gentleman that there are only 6 temples in Japan. The most powerful Ishi in Shingon. He serves the evil spirits. You can stay there for a long time. It is said that the spirit of Ishur in Shingon is now fast asleep. The guy thought, despite the flute controlling the spirits, he would have to go through many roads. But if all 6 generals gathered together, this could destroy the holy place. Chinna shouted that in fact the Lord cannot visit these temples. To be their enemy is to be the enemy of all of Japan. Even if he is the strongest spirit, he still cannot resist the army. Chunfan shouted that the man was talking too much, so he killed him. Ziji immediately fell to her knees and began to ask the guy to have mercy on her. He said that the woman was smart and also protected Shuadai Shah during the battle. When all the wealth of the temple has been collected, let him bring him information about the other 5 temples. Then he added that he didn't even try to think about escaping. Shuadai Shah thought that he was really able to destroy the entire Zhuoshu temple with just his strength. At the meeting, a man said that Zhuoshu temple had fallen. One of the 4 founders of Kendo, Xian, as well as martial artist Wu Tianxianfeng died. He Xuanqing shouted that let him say again, who could destroy Zhuoshu temple? The girl replied that Chun Baixian did it. He Xuanqing asked, Mrs. Longhua, how did she end up there? Did she really come because Zhuoshu temple was destroyed? The woman replied that it was true. She said that Chun Baixian was mocking Japan. He trampled the temple. They can't let him get away with it. The man asked if the spirit in the temple could not overcome that guy. He Xuanxing asked the spirit of Isher in Shungong has already come to light? Even if he does not intervene, they can write to the Council of Ministers asking for a detachment of troops to be sent to them. And Banwei answered the ruler that they had come to ask for the help of Mr. Wugong. We need to kill that guy who is shaking all of Japan. The man was surprised because the teacher would soon be over 100 years old. He Xuan told her that the teacher there, inside, was improving in meditation. Having bowed, the girl asked permission to visit him. He replied that it was good. Kneeling in front of the teacher, He Xuan told him that the girl had come to visit him. He replied that, as a child, she came to him when she was 12. But now she has become such an adult in just one moment. And Banwei answered the gentleman that 30 years had already passed. The girl thought that he had aged very much. Wugong Hongi asked did she come for some business? He Xuan told the teacher that not long ago a surprisingly talented person appeared in China. Then he told them what they knew. Mr. Yugen was furious. The girl thought that at one time he was an invincible swordsman. The old man said that Zhuoshu Temple is one of the best in his homeland. How dare the guy raise him to the ground? Has he crossed the border of immortality? And Banwei told the master that this is why she is asking him to intervene. It's just his state of health. Laughing, the teacher transformed in a matter of seconds. They saw what power a true genius has. The girl said that he is an unsurpassed master in Japan. Looking at the invitation to challenge, the guy asked who else is Wugong Hongi, and Banwei replied that everyone in Japan respects the master and considers him an incomparable swordsman. She asked him not to treat him so dismissively. Using an energy surge, Chunfan asked how dare she tell him? The guy replied that he didn't care. Should he accept his challenge if he wanted to fight so much? Who does he take him for? The girl thought that this was a direct insult to all Japanese fighters. She said that she announced sponsorship of the upcoming battle. The winner will receive a prize of $10 billion. As soon as Chunfan heard about the size of the winnings, he immediately agreed. The girl replied that in 3 days they would be waiting for him at the Tokyo Tower. Shuedai asked, did the gentleman still agree to the battle? He replied that soon he would have nothing to grow because the resources needed to be replenished. He needs this money. The girl said that Wugong Hongi is a great swordsman. He is very strong. Chin replied that he would take her with him. Let them see how her master dealt with that swordsman. Shuedai Sha thought that, after all, the master took Ziji with him and ordered her to look after the temple and the clan. Hope he comes back a winner. And Banwei bowed to the video gentleman and said that they were waiting for him. Wugong Hongi is waiting for him on the tower. They will block the entrance, and no one will be able to stop them. Looking to the side, the guy thought, is she there? Remembers how this girl is between him, Sayasi, and Aula. Besides, she is from the military. Sparrow told him to be careful. The master is incredibly strong. He is close to immortality and can destroy him at any moment. If he feels that he cannot cope, then let him leave immediately. He is the hope of all Chinese fighters, but he is still too young. In the future, the guy will probably achieve immortality, so you shouldn't drag out this fight. Chen replied that she could be calm. He was not his rival. And Banwei told the gentleman that the enemy was waiting for him. The guy replied that if he sees such a face again, he will no longer treat her condescendingly. The girl thought that he did not rely on the original qi at all, but only on the power of his body. These are truly frightening abilities. Seeing Chun Baixian, Wugong Hongi said that the guy made him wait too long. Wugong Hongi said that they were alone, and they would fight not just on the Tokyo Tower, but in Japan, in the very heart of Asia. This is the best place for their battle. He told the guy that his art would lead them to the path of eternal life. And now they are standing at the finish line, and only immortality lies ahead. They will be freed from the shackles of this world and will become free. Until this day, the man had wandered around the world completely alone for several decades. He had never met anyone who could defeat him. And finally Chunfan appeared. The guy answered with annoyance that he still had not achieved immortality. Chun suggested starting the battle already. The man replied that he was unbearable. Is immortality really the limit of his dreams? Today he will destroy it and become immortal. From now on, no one will dare to become his enemy. The guy told him that he would stop talking. Since he so longs for eternal life, Chun will show it to him by sending him to the next world. Calling him an arrogant youth, the man replied that he would see how the guy would speak after he felt the bitterness of defeat. The first to attack was Wugong Hongi. With just one word, Chunfan was able to break it. The man didn't understand what this unpleasant feeling was. He thought it was impossible. Chunfan asked there is no way back. After the man's next attack, the guy used the secret technique of the 5 immortal elements, the Qingmu air sword. Having repelled the attack, Wugong Hongi shouted that this was impossible. The guy replied that emitting true qi was probably a bad idea. The next attack came from the guy. Raising his sword, the man shouted that the name of his blade was the Crusher of the Water Stream. Chunfan thought that it didn't matter what he was. After all, the Qingmu air sword can concentrate the primordial qi. There's no point in comparing it to a real ball. Wugong Hongi understood that this guy relied more on physical strength. He barely holds back his blows, but doesn't seem to hurt him. The guy thought that the white scar on the back of his hand was caused by Chunfan recreating Qingdi's immortal body. This is the first time anyone has ever harmed him in any way. It's just a cut on the skin. The guy decided to use the magic of the water dragon. Seeing that the man stood on his feet even after such a blow, he said that it's not bad, they can continue. The next was the attack of 36 wushu forms, the first form being the heavenly hammer. Wugong Hongi was able to cope with her too. The guy used 36 wushu forms one by one. After using the 7th form, the man used the ancient sword with a deep meaning of self-sacrifice. His strength was running out. He shouted that this is the real meaning of self-sacrifice. The next attack was called breaking the sound barrier. Watching the battle, the guards didn't understand that this was still the strength of a common man, who was able to win in the end. Looking up, they said that it looked like Mr. Chun Baixian had won. They couldn't believe it. They asked how this was possible. The guy thought that this trend was similar to what appears when countless boundaries of spirits are broken, but it is primitive and hasty. Is this really how earthly elevation occurs among deities? Chunfan couldn't understand what was happening. Wugong Hongi appeared before his eyes. He began to thank the guy. He said that if not for him, the man would not have been able to join the ranks of the gods. Now Wugong Hongi can soften it. He said that as gratitude, he would simply kill him. Chunfan replied that such a dropout should not speak until he can rise to the level of the gods, even if the place of the gods is right there. What should he be afraid of? Let the guy kill God today and show him to the whole world. Chunfan shouted 36 wushu forms. The 15th form is full sun and moon. Wugong Hongi asked what kind of strange technique is this? Obviously, this is the secret of the supernatural comprehension of immortality. The man shouted that since nothing could be done with him, he would at least destroy his point of support. He didn't understand how this was possible. Is the guy also a deity? Chunfan said that he thinks the deities are so extraordinary, but for him, it is an ordinary trifle. The man understood that the merging of the sun and the moon was an amazing technique. He's afraid he won't survive after this. He decided to use the ancient sword with the ultimate deep meaning, the great punishment of the Buddha. Now, this step is extremely important for his body. After a strong blow, Wugong Hongi was defeated. He did not understand what was happening because he is immortal. How could he lose? Chunfan said that he would send him to the next world. After the spirit began to leave the swordsman's body, the guy immediately captured it. People didn't understand who won. They thought that he must be a sword master. Just look at the sky. Thousands of white balloons were flashing there. Heishuan shouted that the mentor said, "It is unclear who will win the battle, but there will certainly be a new immortal in Japan." How suddenly did they hear the question of gladness or his appearance? Everyone realized that it was Chun Baixian. The man didn't understand how he could win. What about his teacher, the sword master? He asked the guy what happened to his master. Chunfan asked who else. And how dare you speak to him in such a tone? The man immediately began to attack. Heishuan that this guy is too strong. After the attack, Chunfan asked if he was still alive. He thought, is this the end of him? Unexpectedly, and Banwei was able to repel the guy's attack. Turning to the gentleman, the girl said that he was one of the strongest warriors, so why pay attention to this man? He was just worried about his mentor. She asked him to forgive him. Without listening to the girl, Chunfan still struck, thereby killing him. And Banwei asked what he did. The guy replied that this is how he does business. And is some master really allowed to criticize him? Since he dared to draw his sword, he knew that his life would be at stake. Chunfan announced to everyone that Wugong Hongi had died. The girl thought that apparently, now no one would dare to become an enemy of this guy. The guy told Su that her fighting skills would improve over time, but staying on the shore for so long was dangerous for her health. The girl replied that she used to think that only hard work and training could reach the level of a master, but she was always hoping for something. It feels like her whole life won't be enough for her. He understood that he could not reach her. The girl replied that the master went to Japan and subjugated all the Japanese fighters. And since she is his student, she cannot lose face in the dirt. Eshu told the teacher that they could go. She heard that things had become uneasy there, and that someone had dared to speak out against them. So she will crush them. Ziji told the gentleman that now everyone is discussing the fact that he has become not just the #1 fighter in China, but also the strongest in all of Asia. Chunfan realized that compared to the outstanding immortals, this title was too insignificant. She asked the gentleman, so did he become immortal? What about Wugong Hongi? After all, at the very beginning he won. The guy replied that he was not immortal, but Wugong Hongi finally broke through the veil. Just before that, he received serious injuries. All he could count on was only pseudo-immortality. I thought that even though he was an amateur, Chunfan still dealt with him cruelly. So what kind of strongman is he? Approaching the guy, the man said that he was a fund manager. Chunfan asked if they really came to give him money. Have you prepared $10 billion? The man replied that, of course. The Japanese are people of their word. $10 billion have already been transferred to his account. After which the man said that he would convey a few words on behalf of people of a certain circle. He said that he was not welcome there in Japan. They hope he will leave the country immediately. Chunfan asked otherwise what? The man told the gentleman that he is very strong, but asked him not to forget that in this era fighters are worth nothing at all. The girl told the gentleman that this was a warning. Obviously, this is how the Japanese elite express their dissatisfaction with his presence. Does he want to think about going to China? Chunfan replied that he still had a couple of unfinished matters in Japan. He will leave as soon as they are finished. The girl asked if he was targeting several more Shinto shrines. The gentleman asked that she could read his thoughts. The girl replied that there were a number of problems. First of all, those temples were quite firmly established. Each of them acquired connections with large financial groups and politicians. And secondly, he angered the top. The guy replied that those 6 temples still seemed like a pretty interesting appetizer to him. Ziji told the gentleman that many fighters from all over Asia want to meet him. According to her calculations, there will be several thousand people. He replied that they will wait, but then this reception will last forever. He ordered the girl to make all the preparations. They were returning to Kyushu, but they would go through Shikoku, and during the trip he would destroy the China temple. Chunfan added that if the Japanese government does not react to this, he will destroy 2 more temples, and only then will he leave. There was horror on the girl's face. The guy said that they got to Shikoku pretty quickly. How did they suddenly hear the question, have they arrived? Someone shouted that he would kill Chun Baishian. The girl thought that she was very similar to the voice of the spirit. They either crossed the otherworldly border, or there are spirits of the departed there. Ziji told the gentleman that she was afraid they were not alone there. The guy suggested getting out and finding out the train stopped anyway. The girl said that apparently there's a sacred object there that contains the power of a great deity. It's a dark veil everywhere. They need to drive the spirit out of his temple and somehow survive. The spirit said that he is the ruler of the underworld, a 6-armed demon. Turning to the guy, he said that he had heard a lot about him. In addition to the 6-armed demon, the spirit of Haimu appeared in front of the guy. He asked if the guy was scared. Tingo told him that the Chun Baishian family is the strongest in East Asia, and he's an expert on spirit boundaries. How can a guy be afraid of such a petty spirit like him? A third spirit, Chitin, appeared before them. He asked if the guy didn't even imagine that they would meet again. Chunfan replied that they were just in time. He won't have to look for everyone individually. Kill them today, and you won't have to chase them all over Japan. Chitin said that he respected the fact that the four of them were gathered there. But how did he set foot on the border of the spirits again? It's time to begin. Hiding behind Chunfan, the girl said that she could not withstand such strong energy. The guy used the spirit hardening technique. The six-armed demon shouted that the spirits were changing. Chitin replied that things are bad. We need to do everything together. Ziji saw that he cut the spirits with just one blow. Moreover, Chunfan had not yet used his main attack. He relied only on his core strength. Tiango shouted that just one handle of his knife could already injure the spirit. The six-armed demon suggested that everyone kill him together. Under no circumstances should he be allowed to leave. They all, one after another, began to attack the guy and shout for him to die. Chunfan replied that let them die. The guy used the dark light technique, after which he shouted that now his time had come. Ziji thought that the combined power of the four spirits was powerful. They would instantly defeat the guy. The spirit shouted to the guy that they both would not die there. Chunfan dared to destroy his flesh. He must kill him, will burn his soul for thousands of years. The guy said to the bear, ordinary, after which he shouted activation. With one blow, he cut the spirit's body in half. One by one, the guy exterminated each spirit. Watching what was happening, the girl thought that the combined force, all of them were not at all inferior to the spirits who crossed the border. In addition, their bodies are almost immortal, but the guy killed them all in a second. She didn't understand where he got such strength from. One of the spirits shouted to Chun Baixian, did the guy really think he could kill them like this? The guy asked the four scum how they even dared to stand up to him. This weapon in his hands, even if they attack 10 more times, they still won't be able to land a single blow. Tiango told Chun Baixian that he would not succeed, after which the body of the spirit began to transform. One of the spirits said that let him follow the rules and not be careful. Internal negative energy can tear bodies apart. Tiango sacrifices his life. Haimu replied that even Tiango is ready to take this step. Why should they be afraid? If they don't, the guy will kill them with one blow. Chunfan replied that he was just a puppy, and he was another tree. Do they really call themselves something else? Tiango told the guy to kill him. They, the four respected spirits, would turn to the code and even put his body. The guy should consider it an honor. Chunfan asked, do they really think that only they have trump cards in their hands? They didn't know that he had this flute that summoned spirits. General Zhuxiu appeared before their eyes. They immediately began to wonder if Chun Baixian had killed him. The guy replied that he was already a commander whom Chunfan could summon through the flute, and they thought why this guy wants to kill their essence. Tiango replied to the guy that he was very brave for daring to chase the spirits. They won't die there. The spirits saw that they could not cope and realized that they had to escape. They began to say that they would give him all non-mortal wealth, just let him go. Chunfan replied that he did not care about their money. Lifting the flute of spirits into the air, she began to absorb them. Ziji thought that these four spirits, terrifying all of Japan, are so simple and happy. The guy understood that from that day on there was only one spirit left in Japan, Shingon. People were glad that they saw sunlight. Shuadai Sha asked why the gentleman is still not there. Maybe something happened? Ziji asked what is she talking about. There's nothing wrong with the sir. The girl was glad that they had finally returned. Approaching the girl, Chunfan asked how she copes with controlling power. Shuadai replied that she worked hard and now everything is fine. The guy replied that it was great and now it's time to deal with Ziji. The girl asked what does the gentleman mean? Having attacked her, he said that let the traitor tell him herself. The girl asked how he understood. Shuadai Sha asked, are they all from the Ziji clan? Chunfan said that only she knew his route, which means that the appearance of the four spirits is connected with her. The girl replied that she didn't think he was so smart. Shuadai said that Mr. is the strongest fighter in all of Asia. How could she do this? Ziji replied that he still remains a stranger, not to the Japanese. And she would like to stay in this country. She had no choice. The guy replied that he would give her another chance, let her become his servant. She shouted for the ninja to take him away, thereby rejecting his offer. Having dealt with him, the guy said that it was a pity because this was just a minor technique and it was nothing compared to the true art of flying sword. Shuadai told him that the lady had run away. He replied that it's okay. Even she won't leave, since the guy has already attached a spirit to her. Chunfan said that this is great. This time he will destroy the entire Zeitengrin clan at once. Turning around, he said that he was leaving. He promised to find the girl later. Shuadai answered the master that it was good. She thought that even if the whole world was against him, she would never betray him. Ziji didn't understand where he got so much energy from. How can you be so strong? She needs to escape to the territory of the Ren clan. There are many traps set there. Maybe they'll stop him. The guy thought that he should run, or the spiritual mark would remain on his body. Having raised the Ren clan, he will leave Japan and return to asceticism. As soon as the girl reached the clan, she immediately approached the head. He asked why she was alone, and where were the others. The girl replied that she urgently needed to meet with her mentor and let him immediately take her to him. He immediately thought that something terrible had probably happened, after which he told the girl that she should follow him. I started telling my mentor that something bad had happened. She begged him for help. He asked, didn't he say that this clan will not be destroyed? She shouldn't have come. She's just in the way. Ziji replied that now the main threat has become Chun Bai Xian, and he is going there. The mentor asked apparently, is he Chinese? The girl decided to tell him everything. Tung Luni asked if he was really that strong. How did the question suddenly sound like he was her last trump card? The mentor asked who else? How dare you infiltrate the Zeitengrin clan? Does he really want to die that badly? As soon as the mentor heard that this is Chun Bai Xian, come on. But one blow from a guy was enough to kill Tung Luni. You see that the mentor was killed. The girl immediately began to tell Chun Bai Xian that she was mistaken and asked for forgiveness. Without listening to her, he immediately killed her. The ninja immediately began to attack. The guy said that today the Zeitengrin clan will disappear from the face of the earth. After the death of the others, the head himself was killed. The remaining ninja decided to flee as quickly as possible. Having caught up, Chunfan dealt with them too. Standing with his back to the burning houses, the guy said that from now on the Zeitengrin clan is no more. Shuadai Sha told the gentleman that she only managed to take with her some cash and a bank card, and those total assets were already frozen. Chunfan replied that nothing, it all makes no sense. All that is needed is power over force. One day all those things may be in their hands again. The girl asked the gentleman when they returned, could he teach her martial arts? Will this not be burdensome for him? He replied that it was good. After returning to China, he would immediately begin to teach her. In a few years, she will be able to surpass Ziji. At that moment, a man approached them and said that the banquet on the liner was about to begin. Miss Gong Jiyu will take the stage and perform her songs. The girl replied that it seemed like she was a recently emerged talented young performer. Chunfan replied that perhaps it would not hurt for them to unwind. The man replied that it was good. The invitations would be provided now. Please let them enjoy the evening. Chunfan asked Shuadai not to call him master. It would be awkward in China. She may be talking about a young man or an heir. The girl replied that it was good. Entering the banquet hall, they decided that they needed to find a place to sit. Shuadai agreed. Suddenly, behind her, the girl heard her name. She told the young man that this man was Mr. Qi Dongsheng, the father of the heir to Qi. The man immediately approached her and began to say that they did not expect to meet her there. Recently, he lived in Japan and heard that her family had some difficulties because her grandfather died. How did she cope with it? The girl thanked him for his concern and said that she was fine. The man said that this gentleman seemed familiar to him. The guy replied that his name was Chunfan and he was Heir Qi's neighbor in the dorm. Qi Dongsheng replied that he has a memory. He had seen their photographs. The guy didn't understand how a man could not recognize him. Did Lao Qi and Meng Zhong really not tell their father about what happened? The man replied that he always wanted to look at the talent of Master Bei Ting Xuan. The time will come when you will need to worry about a recommendation for her. Xuedai Sha told Mr. Qi that Bei Tinghuan had died. The man could not believe her words. He said that the master was one of the 4 great masters in Japan. Who could have killed him? Apparently, the gentleman really doesn't know him. He also doesn't know about the recent events. The girl asked, does he really not know about what happened in Japan? The Xuedai clan was also a little confused in this one. The man asked, is this related to the battle between Chun Baixian and Wugong Hongyi? The man believed that Master Bei Tinghuan was the last hope. But even if he left, what can we say about his clan? The girl asked the gentleman if his son was going to return. He didn't talk to him? Qi Dongxing replied that he would return to Japan even before the heir returned. As long as Miss agrees to this engagement, they will keep their promises. After announcing that the banquet was about to begin, the man told her that they would talk a little later. The girl immediately turned to the young man and said that it seemed the heir had not talked to his father about what was happening. If he knew, he wouldn't treat the guy so disrespectfully. Chunfan replied that it was possible that he had told, but the man no longer remembers. Although this is no longer important, you can watch the performance. Watching the girl's performance, Chunfan thought that something about her seemed very familiar to him. The guy had once seen those luxurious rosary beads on her neck. Is this really a ritual utensil from the Kolu temple? Show business is developing so quickly. The guy is afraid he will reach the peak of his popularity and disappear from the stage. Suddenly, the door to the banquet hall opened, and a man shouted that this was Fu Hai's business. Let everyone step aside. As soon as the man wanted to say something, his friend asked him that he was tired of living. Anyone who dares to disobey Fu Hai's orders will immediately go to feed the sharks. Ding Fuhai asked, Qi Dongsheng still wants to call for reinforcements? Does he think he can pull it off? The man said that he should apologize, or is he still thinking of looking for some kendo master? Yang Qinghu told Qi Dongsheng that he did not care what kind of enmity he and Fuhai were in. He will release everyone only when they withdraw all the forces of the Dongshan clan and pay compensation of 10 billion. The man thought that this time he was very careful, but they were still captured. He replied that before this there had been many misunderstandings in the past. Why was the guy interfering in his and Fuhai's activities? Yang Qinghu replied that the man's thoughts were incomprehensible to him. Does he really think that the guy will die so easily? The girl asked Chunfan what he thinks who will win. The guy asked, is she asking him? Do they know each other? Gong Jiu replied that he sat downstairs for a very long time, but it doesn't matter. There was an incredibly beautiful girl next to him. Who wouldn't notice him? Xuedai replied that if she said something like that to a young man from her family again, she would throw the girl out of the boat. Gong Jiu asked if he was the son of rich parents. The girl replied that she thought Yang Qinghu would win. Everyone knows that he has no equal. Step by step, he will shake up half of Guangdong. Xuedai Sha replied that the young master did not join the fight, and if he did, then that guy would quickly become a dog and crawl obediently. The girl replied that this was nothing more than bragging. Chunfan said that Yang Qinghu actually knows Kung Fu. He is, after all, 12th in the heavenly ranking of masters. Yang Qinghu replied that he would say so. Now he lays out 10 billion and immediately turns around and leaves, and if not, then don't be surprised at his disrespect. The children told their father that this was an open call for war. Does he think that 2 or 3 sentences will scare them and the entire Dongsheng? Ding Fuhai told Mr. Qi to be sure to scold his adopted children. And where is his youth? Yang Qinghu shouted that this was humiliating. The girl saw Yang Qinghu approaching her and thought, what kind of incredible stance is this? Her brother came to the girl's defense. The guy was thrown to the side by the blow he received. Qi Dongxing thought that this guy's blow was strong, as befits his status. This means he will beg for mercy. Xuedai Sha told the master that this blow could not compare with his blow. Dong Fuhai asked who said this. The girl replied that he was behaving aggressively, but he was not able to kill anyone himself. He also calls himself a master from Tianban. Looking at Chunfan, the girl said that she knows that he treats Qi Dongxing badly, but Qi Wangsong is still his friend. If he leaves him, the guy is unlikely to forgive him for it. The guy thought how smart she was, so be it, she would listen to her. Besides, he liked Qi Dongsheng, so he wouldn't go against him. But without this struggle, he will not be able to get close to Qi Wangsong. Qi Dongsheng told Dong Fuhai that the girl was his guest. If he doesn't like something, then let him take it out on him without dragging others in. The man admits that this time he was fooled, but the old man did not fall for his speech, but did everything out of respect for Yang Qinghu. Bowing, Qi Dongsheng told Mr. Hu that he would meet him halfway and agree to all the proposals. Dong Fuhai was upset because he thought that he would fight and the man would finish him off. Suddenly, Chunfan appeared before his eyes. Yang Qinghu asked, "And who do they think he reports to?" People immediately began to discuss whether he had bowed his head to someone. What kind of news is this? Gong Jiu couldn't understand when it came to this. The man wondered, isn't this young man a friend of his son? Did he know anything? A few days ago his son called him and said that he had found someone incredible, the one who will protect the Qi clan. And since Yang Qinghu will no longer touch their clan, then is it really him? Yang Qinghu bowed and said that he was very glad to meet Mr. Chun. The man did not expect him to appear, so he apologizes for greeting him properly. The guy replied that he was just on his way and was not going to warn about anything. Chunfan is not there because of him. He was done with his business in Japan, and there was no point in staying there. Chunfan began to say that Qi Dongxing's son was his close friend, and before he told him that he would protect his Qi clan. That's all. Dong Fuhai turned to Yang Qinghu and said that they had agreed. Before he could finish speaking, he was immediately attacked. The guy understood that Qi Dongsheng would be easy to deal with, but for now he should think about how to restore the original Qi. Apparently, when we return, we will have to lock ourselves up. Yan Qinghu bowed and asked for forgiveness for distracting him, but he came to see the master on business. Chen replied that if he wants to talk about the Qi clan, he will say it in advance. It's not worth it. The man replied that he could not help but listen to the master. Still those who will go against the older generation? In fact, he came to ask, are the older generation interested in using life-giving water? The guy asked, life-giving water? Jason mentioned that his Yunwu mountain water source had miraculous properties. Yang Qinghu replied that it was true. In the West, there are indeed rumors in gifted circles about water from a wonderful, inexhaustible source. The guy thought that it was just useless to him. Handing the photo to the gentleman, the man asked him to take a look. He said that it was made in the snowy region of Siberia by a hired mining team subordinate to Ding Fuhai. Even at temperatures below several tens of degrees, the water in the source does not freeze, but continues to flow. It was because of this photo that he agreed to go against Qi Dongsheng instead of Dong Fuhai. It wasn't the water that interested him in the photo. It was the Taiyuan fruit. This fruit is rich in life-giving properties. This plant takes root only in cold lands. It cannot germinate without a source of life-giving water. It takes 50 years for one fruit to ripen. The guy understood that this fruit absolutely has the most effective restorative properties. In addition, it is filled with primordial qi. If you get it, you can not only store the original qi, but also develop the Qingdi body. The man asked if it would be better for the gentleman to decide. Chunfan replied that life-giving water actually has an amazing strengthening effect. Does the man want him to go after her? Yang Qinghu replied that according to information, wolf packs live in those lands, and many people have died from them. If he had agreed to go there with him, then no danger would have become an obstacle for them. The guy replied that they needed to agree on everything in advance, and then he would be in business, but on the condition that his share will be half of the miraculous source. The man replied that it was good. Yang Qinghu replied that they would not bother him. Soon the mountains will be covered with snow, then we will return a pack. He said that in about 10 days they will be moving forward. Turning to the gentleman, the girl asked if he really agreed to leave. In snowy Siberia, temperatures can drop to minus 100 degrees. In addition, there are probably many wild and ferocious animals left in those thickets. Chunfan thought that he had finally returned. First, you need to take the girl to the formation and teach her the secret technique of handling the ball. If she succeeds, then she can start tracking down enemies. As soon as the guy entered the house, the grandfather immediately said how good it was that he was there. This year their family is thriving. Ning thought that a year ago she did not notice him, thinking that he was just a poor relative. But then the guy became a support for the whole family. Even the head remained polite to him. Approaching her brother, the girl said that she was going to meet with friends. Would he like to join? The guy thought that he didn't see the point in going, but the girl was begging so hard. She told her brother not to worry. Only the scions of the influential Nanjing clans would be there. But he only needs to appear in that company because he is emitting a threat. The girl began to tell him about the ancient clans of Nanjing. Xiao and Song are the most powerful, but with his current status, no one will easily go against him. The guy asked, in other words, is their family now in 5th place in the city? Ning answered yes, wherever. Apart from 2 clans, of course they are thriving now, but soon there will be nothing left of them. And by the way, their family is holding together only thanks to him. The rest are incredibly afraid of him. The guy thought that everything needed to be done to ensure that their family continued to exist. Eventually, he will leave the earth, and then the family will lose their patron. It will be too easy to destroy. Chunfan wondered what he should do in this case. As soon as they entered the hall, everyone immediately began to whisper about them. They said that if nothing changes this year, they are afraid that this family will take a leading position. The guy replied that he doubted it. After all, Master Chen doesn't think he cares about the younger generation. The girl replied that the Song clan will survive, but isn't Ji more powerful? He replied that it was obvious that the Song clan could not withstand the Chen family, but with the support of the Han clan. The guy asked if he was talking about a clan from Beijing. He answered what exactly. He asked if any of them would come to their cities. Does the guy believe this himself? The girl added that if this was so, then at this meeting it would completely change the course of things.